This is Audible.
The Curse, Book 3 in the Belador series, by Sherrilyn, Kenyon, and Diana Love. Narrated by Holter Graham.
Cathbad the Druid doth bind Queen Maeve, by vow thus struck with blood and blade. Birth afore death, and death afore birth, the last shall rise afore the first. That by fair child of Findabair, Maeve queens shalt rule the tower lair. 20 years and 66 days, not one more breath shalt they take, until such time the beast doth rise, of ancient blood and flame-green eyes, and bring to power a queen once more, immortal to rule as none afore. Prophecy of Cathbad the Druid. Chapter 1. "Answer me or accept death," a female demanded. The smooth texture of her voice was familiar to him, but not the dangerous edge in her tone. Storm floated in a timeless cocoon of peaceful darkness, content to stay here, if not for that disturbing ultimatum. "This is your last chance," she snapped at him, fury powering her words. "I would never have thought you a coward when it came to facing pain, Storm. Speak now or prepare for eternity." Time. Pain. Death. Understanding crept into his wavering consciousness. He focused on his body, or lack of one, now that he identified this murky sensation as being suspended between life and death. He'd been here once years ago as a teen. Threads of awareness pulled together, weaving a tapestry until an image formed of the woman speaking. Kai. Storm forced his heavy eyelids open to find her. His guardian spirit sat with crossed legs, surrounded by her favorite meadow, where he always met her. He sat in the same position across from her. Acres of wildflowers swayed gently in a soft breeze that swirled with the fresh scent of outdoors. Sunshine blazed overhead, showering golden light across Kai's honey-colored skin and coal-black hair that fell past her waist, sliding over the butter-soft deerskin dress. She sometimes took the form of a shriveled crone. He preferred this younger Kai. Still fighting his way through a haze of confusion, Storm found comfort in seeing the southwestern native blanket she used as a shawl. The colors of a sunset woven in the wrap reminded him of one he owned. His thoughts bumped into each other, knocking loose a memory here and there, such as that this realm was always a sanctuary, a welcoming place. It didn't feel like that now. Kai existed only in the spirit world. Storm didn't recall initiating this visit. That was not normal. Something had happened to him, to his physical body. He wasn't here by choice. She folded her delicate arms. Worry lingered in her dough-brown eyes. "I have given you all the time I can." Though simple, her words were weighted with a finality that washed away the last of his mental fog. He asked, "Am I dying?" "Yes." "But I have a choice." "You do." "Good." "Perhaps," she amended. "Less good." "How damaged is my physical body?" "Your human form is close to expiring. I have fought to prevent your spirit from crossing over for 3 weeks, but—" "3 weeks? Am I in a coma?" "You were, but no longer." He searched his mind, poking at dark corners to open doors to his past. Nobody wanted to die, but he had a strong sense that he had a duty to stay alive, odd as that sounded. Why? "What happened to me?" "You were attacked, mortally injured. Your spirit burst into my realm, pleading for me to keep you alive, shouting why you must return to the human world. It has been a battle to grant your wish to this point." Images sheared past the inside of his eyes, his body crashing into a brick wall, bones shattering, internal organs exploding from the force. But not in his human form. He'd been a black jaguar. Strange. He'd refused to shift into a jaguar for many years. Why now? A new image surfaced. Glowing green eyes on a woman who sent his senses into overdrive. An alterant. Eval Kincaid. He'd used his skinwalker gift to shift into animal form for Eval, to help her find other alterants before Sen came to take her to the tribunal trial. Sen, liaison to Viper. More images. Sen grabbing Eval, Storm leaping at Sen, Sen attacking, wielding kinetic power, slamming Storm into the brick. A heartbreaking last look at Eval's horrified face. One brief rush of her emotions across his empathic senses. Desperation. Misery. Had the tribunal locked her away forever? He had to find her. One thing at a time. First, he had to live. He nodded, letting Kai know his memory had begun to surface. Where's my body? Safe and hidden. How did you manage that? He didn't think a guardian spirit could physically move bodies around in the human world. I shielded your body from view until I could find help. Then I called upon one you trust. She moved your body to a place where she could tend your wounds. She has kept you alive, but you are not fully healed, and now your body is weakening by the hour. Eval. She'd be frantic about his dying, but if she was taking care of him, that meant she had walked free from the tribunal. Finally, something positive. But I still have the choice to live? You have the choice to go back. Living will depend on whether your skinwalker gifts can complete your healing. If you choose to return, you must do so now. There is no if. I have to go back. He paused, to figure out exactly why he absolutely had to return. To fulfill a task, no, a commitment he'd made. Something about Eval, right? Yes. You had dreams that the Ashaninka witch doctor who searches for you has followed you to Atlanta and intends to harm her. That's right. The bitch who'd killed his father back in South America. His last dreams had shown her threatening Eval. Everything rushed back to him with a vengeance. He would not let that insane bitch touch Eval. Can the witch doctor find my body where it's hidden? No. Relief shoved his worry aside. With Eval tending his physical body, she would be safe until he returned. She'd been watching over him for 3 weeks. With her so close, he was ready to leap back into his body. He missed her in a way he never thought he'd feel about a woman again. Missed kissing her, watching her emotions flare. He'd do whatever it took to return. But Kai had said his body was close to expiring. He asked, "Why haven't I healed in 3 weeks?" You haven't been lucid once in that time, so you could draw on your gifts to heal yourself. Taking you to any type of hospital would have been dangerous for me, he finished. Because he could have shifted back and forth between human and jaguar form while he had no control over his body. Yes. If you had not remained on the edge of crossing over for so long, you would have regained consciousness and started healing by now. As it is, the woman has done all she can. You must return to your body, or you will not survive. Why didn't you call me back sooner? She angled her chin to one side and frowned. Clouds appeared, blotting out the sun and draping her meadow in dark shadows, a sign he'd annoyed Kai. He held up his hand and humbled his tone. I meant no insult and certainly no criticism. I just wondered why I spent so much time suspended between life and death, when it sounds as though I should have returned days ago. She relaxed, clearly comprehending his confusion. As the sun shone again, she explained, You have forgotten our many conversations over these weeks. Every time you started to fade, I pleaded, yelled, threatened, anything I could think of to call you back from the edge. Your spirit weakened and slipped further from my hold every day. Had you not answered this time, I would not have been able to keep your spirit from disconnecting from your physical body. His blood chilled at how close he'd been to losing any chance of returning. Thank you for fighting for me. She nodded. I will always be here for you. I should get going. Can I return on my own? Not this time. I'll send you, but you must prepare yourself for the pain. I'm ready. I hope so. And regardless of your physical torment, temper your words. She has been most patient. Not even pain could make him speak harshly to Eval. He disregarded the warning and joked, "That's saying something, since patience doesn't come naturally to Eval." Eval? Kai's soft black eyebrows lifted in question. Isn't that who you contacted? You did ask me to go to her first, but I could not find her. Then who did? Kai's eyes flashed with fear. You must go now, Storm. Your heart is stopping. In the next seconds, everything in the meadow blurred into a wash of color and sound, as if someone had flushed the world. He knew the minute he entered his physical body. Agony ripped through him. A fist slammed his chest with supernatural force behind it. Someone shouted at him, cursed him. Heat roared across his skin. Nerves caught fire with renewed life, flooding pain everywhere. Perspiration streamed across his face. His heart beat. Again. The thud echoed in his ears every painful time blood pumped through the battered organ. He grabbed at his chest, struggling to draw a breath. Blinding pain ripped through his insides. His spine wrenched forward as he curled into a ball of misery. Another cramp tightened his chest muscles, squeezing a guttural moan from his dry throat. Had he really wanted to return to this? Every nerve in his body screamed. Finally, slowly, the pain in his chest subsided to a throbbing ache, enough for him to draw a ragged breath and hear someone near him. A soft voice chanted words that made no sense. Long moments later, he uncurled until he sagged into the soft bed and let his arms fall to his sides. He licked his dry lips and tried to swallow, but couldn't draw a spit of saliva. Opening his eyes, he found the answer to the question he'd been trying to ask Kai. The woman standing next to him was definitely not Eval Kincaid. Adriana Lafontaine's arms stretched out over his chest, hands turned up, eyes closed and lips moving as words danced off her tart pink lips. Barely 5 feet tall, with silky blonde hair and a robust shape packed into that small frame, the sterling witch turned heads everywhere she went. But she wasn't Eval. He suffered a wave of disappointment almost as crushing as the pain racking his body. Kai had said she'd found someone he trusted. That was a hell of a stretch. But he did have to admit he was alive, and safe at the moment, thanks to this witch. When Adriana finished her chant, she opened her eyes and looked down at him. You decided to come back. He croaked out something that should have been yes. She moved off to his left, then returned with a plastic bottle of water, lifting his head to let a few trickles fall into his mouth before she laid him back down. I've pulled out every trick I know, but I've reached my limit, Storm. I know. He tried to look past her to see where he was, but the only light in the chilly, dark room was the faint glow from a lamp near his head. He managed to get out, Where am I? An underground space indicator I convinced someone to offer me, then to forget he'd done so once I got you inside. She meant she'd used a spell or some other ability. Over the next couple of breaths, he closed his eyes and searched inside himself for the power of his jaguar, relieved when he felt his animal presence stir to life. With a concerted effort, he forced energy to spread through his chest and limbs, flinching every time the energy struck damage. He had no idea how long he'd lain there, focused on healing, until he expelled a long sigh and paused to rest. He blinked his eyes open, looking around. Adriana? She stepped into view, and gave him another tiny drink of water. That's when he took in the unkempt look of her jeans and sweatshirt, not her usual fashion statement. Storm said, "Thank you for all of this." "You're welcome." Sterling Witches rarely did anything without some form of compensation. He owed her, and he paid his debts. "I'll return the favor when you need it." "I know." Confidence had never been an issue for Adriana. "Who knows I'm here?" "I told no one. I figured you wouldn't want anyone to know where you were, since I doubt your guardian would have reached out to a Sterling Witch if she'd had another option." Adriana made that valid point without any note of insult in her voice, just stating the facts. Spirits of the light, such as Kai, generally did not interact with witches who dealt in the dark arts. He still had one pressing question. "Do you know what happened at Ival's tribunal trial?" "They released her the next day." His sore lungs relaxed, expelling the breath he'd been holding, so she was free. "She knows I'm alive, right?" "I doubt it." "You didn't tell her?" "I took a leave from the agency. I've been here with you for 3 weeks." Storm lifted his hand to hold his forehead. "You should have told Ival she'll be worried." "Let's get this straight." Adriana put a hand down on the bed when she leaned in close, smoldering blue eyes dark with warning. "I'm Switzerland when it comes to you, Ival, Viper, and anything else. I have my own set of problems that I've put on hold while I played nurse. Your love life is the least of my concerns. Are we clear?" Kai's warning to temper his words stopped him from snarling. He didn't see how hard it would have been to just call Ival and ease her mind, but he wouldn't unload his frustration on Adriana. "I understand. And I appreciate what you've done." "I'm sure you do, and I want you to remember that when I call in this marker." Could she be as coldly calculating as she sounded when she'd spent 3 weeks caring for him? His empathic senses roared back to life, detecting the determination of a war strategist. She had a goal of some sort, one that mattered as much to her as his protecting Ival from the South American witch doctor. He was sure of it. Speaking of Ival, he asked, "Can you contact her for me?" "I don't have a cell phone, and I'm not about to go hunt down that alterant." "Not even to just let her know I'm alive?" "I told you, I'm not getting involved, and I have no desire to be stuck explaining to Ival why I'm the only one who knows how you're doing or where you've been for almost a month." Adriana gave a wry chuckle. "Good luck with that." "Ival will understand." "If you really believe that, you're not as bright as I gave you credit for." The witch might have a point. Ival did have a volatile temper when it came to Adriana. Ridiculous, really, since Ival had no reason to suffer jealousy. But a wise man would avoid mentioning that Adriana had been here with Storm all this time. That might work if not for his Ashaninka ability to detect a lie, which came from a counterside. He suffered serious pain if he lied. A gift that Ival knew all about. He was too exhausted to think on that at the moment. He needed to focus on healing fast and regaining his strength so he could get out of this bed. Right now, he'd have a hard time lifting the bottle of water on his own. "I'll find her in a couple of days. What day is it, anyhow?" "Last Thursday in September. Think you'll be fully recovered that fast?" "No, but that wouldn't stop him from sucking it up enough to get behind the wheel of his SUV and track her down. I'll manage." "From what I hear, Ival's not the only woman waiting for you to call her back, Casanova."
What do you mean?
"I hear there's a female with a Spanish accent asking around about you."
What the? Where'd you hear that?"
He told no one except Ival about the Ashaninka witch doctor, but she'd never say a word. "From a night stalker. I heard about her while I was searching for intel for Viper the week before you got hurt."
"You traded for information on her?"
he asked. The old ghoul Night Stalkers could take 10 minutes of human form if they shook hands with someone who possessed powers. No. The Night Stalker tried to cut a second deal for intel on a woman with powers from South America who was interested in a skinwalker who could shift into a jaguar. Adriana paused and looked straight at him. I wasn't aware of any skinwalkers. Then. Adriana knowing about his jaguar form wasn't a problem, but Storm had kept that information from Sen. Sen had brought him in as a tracker for Viper, an agency that protected humans from supernatural threats. But Sen's real purpose had been for Storm to catch Yvonne in a lie, to get her booted from the team or locked up. Storm had decided to help Yvonne instead. The question now was if Sen knew the black jaguar he'd crushed against that brick wall was Storm. Had he meant to kill me? A bigger concern shoved forward. If Sen found out about the witch doctor, he'd have the perfect anonymous weapon for getting rid of Yvonne, permanently, and all he'd have to do would be point the bitch in Yvonne's direction. And nobody, not even the tribunal, would be able to prove that Sen had orchestrated the death of an innocent woman. Chapter 2. Yvonne looked up from her menu, expecting to see the tall waitress with blunt-cut purple hair and tattoos for sleeves, not a pissed-off Celtic goddess with the power to destroy everything in sight. Hello, Matcha. Yvonne mustered the calmest voice she could, considering how much trouble she might be in. Matcha wanted information Yvonne didn't have. Facts about alterants like her, beings who were part Belador and part unknown. As an ancient race who appeared human, Beladors shared unusual gifts, such as kinetic and telepathic powers. Since they all belonged to Matcha's pantheon, they weren't a concern. It was that unknown part of Yvonne's blood that labeled her alterant, an outcast among her own people. That bothered Matcha. The goddess wanted to know what caused an otherwise human-appearing person to shift into a beast with exceptional powers, even beyond those of normal Beladors. Well, human in appearance, except for glowing green eyes, in Yvonne's case. The dark sunglasses she wore day and night shielded that little oddity. Matcha arched a graceful yet deadly eyebrow at her. A cool September breeze ruffled the goddess's waist-length waves of auburn hair. Her gown shimmered with colors stolen from an aurora borealis. I have allowed you 3 weeks. Yvonne had known this day was coming, but not so soon. Something must have happened to instigate this unwelcome early visit. She cast a quick glance around the upper deck of 6 Feet Under, her favorite restaurant in downtown Atlanta. A few people had given Yvonne's dark eyewear a second look when she'd walked in after sundown, but none of this late Friday night crowd seemed to notice the gorgeous, glowing female deity. Matcha must be cloaking her appearance and voice. Think the humans would notice if Matcha turned me into a ball of flames? Probably not. They'd just chalk it up to another unexplained incident of spontaneous combustion. Yvonne dug in her pocket for a Bluetooth earpiece she'd found in a parking lot. Clipping on the inactive communication device provided her the perfect cover for conversing with an invisible person. I know you've been patient. Matcha's glare returned full force. What gave you the ridiculous idea that I'm patient? I had you freed from the tribunal prison based upon your agreement to investigate and deliver the origin of alterants. Have you forgotten? Let me think about this. No, I generally remember deals made with deities. Sarcasm would only get her toasted. Literally. Yvonne explained, I've been trying to... I know what you have not accomplished, such as bringing Tristan in to swear loyalty to me and the Beladors. You said that alterant would provide significant details about your kind. Where is he? I don't know. Yet. The night Ival agreed to the deal with Matcha, Ival had been facing imprisonment for the rest of her life for crimes she had not committed. Who wouldn't jump to make a deal for freedom at that point? And she'd been sure Tristan would agree, since he and his sister were on the run from Viper as escaped fugitives. But after 3 weeks of calling out to him telepathically, Ival hadn't heard so much as a whisper in response. Perhaps I was hasty in getting you released. No, you weren't. Ival couldn't afford for Matcha to change her mind and end Ival's hope for true freedom. The Viper teams need every able body in Atlanta right now, which is why I haven't had time to hunt down Tristan. You told me I had to fulfill my Belador duties with Viper. We've all been running constantly because of this outbreak of gang wars. Gang wars are a human problem. Matcha waved a hand in dismissal at the mention. Belador warriors, who lived secretly among the human population, made up the bulk of Viper assets. Her derisive tone left no doubt about where Ival's other commitments fell on the goddess's list of concerns. Not this time, Ival explained. We found trolls involved with the gangs. She checked to see if anyone observed her talking, but no one seemed to notice. People flowed around them the way water avoided a rock in a stream. Your first priority is your warrior queen when her safety is in question. That snapped Ival's attention back to Matcha. Has something happened to Brina? As goddess of the Beladors, Matcha's first concern was Brina, the last living Traor. Belador powers depended on a living descendant residing on Traor Island. The answer to that should be obvious, since you're breathing. Matcha would never be known as the nurturing goddess. Ival asked, but Brina's not under immediate threat, right? You don't think so? As of now, you are still the only Alterant who has sworn fealty to me and the Beladors, in spite of the sanctuary I offered to all who will. Matcha's tone sharpened, making it clear that she considered the lack of Alterants coming forward to be an insult. Tristan and his group of beasts remain at large, not to mention any other Alterants we haven't located. With so many beasts and that traitor O'Mary unaccounted for, of course Brina is under immediate threat. Ival flinched at Alterants being called beasts. She hated that term almost as much as she hated the unknown blood that gave her the bright green eyes and the urge to change into a monster when threatened. As for the Belador warrior queen, Brina should be safe in her warded castle on Traor, hidden in a mist above the Irish Sea. But Ival caught the shift in Matcha's demeanor, the chill in her tone when she mentioned the Belador traitor, Conlan O'Meary. Ival frowned. I don't see how Alterants are connected to the traitor. Matcha's luminous, hazel-green eyes turned to flint. Furious energy whipped across Ival's skin, singeing fine hairs along her arms. I'll speak slowly, so I don't have to repeat myself. The traitor is working with the Maeve Coven. You claimed the Maeve intended to use Alterants to invade Traor Island and attack Brina. Even you should be able to connect those dots without paper and pen. Ival wiped a damp palm on her jeans and bit back a retort. 3 weeks ago, she'd been locked in a prison with no hope of escape because she couldn't bring herself to hand over other innocent Alterants and condemn them to the same fate. She owed Matcha for her freedom and for giving her a chance to prove Alterants were not mindless animals and deserved to be a recognized race. She also didn't want to be turned into a charcoal briquette. I see your point, and with a little more time, neither of us has the luxury of time, especially you. An Alterant has killed one of Dakar's hunters. He filed a grievance with the tribunal, demanding justice and compensation. On a scale of bad news, that slammed the top. Dakar ran a bounty hunting operation that Viper allowed to function as long as Dakar executed the occasional contract for Viper. But he could be wrong about fingering an Alterant for the killing, since Rias were humans who also shifted to beast state, and the Rias she'd witnessed had slaughtered without thought. Ival asked, "Is Dakar sure an alterant killed his bounty hunter? Could have been a Rias." Their eyes, "Yes, yes. I had a report about Rias' eyes appearing human in color instead of bright green like yours. But I doubt the dead bounty hunter was able to report the beast's eye color." Matcha finished with dry sarcasm. Ival started to point out the differences didn't stop at eye color alone, because she could control her beast when shifted, and so could Tristan. But she wasn't allowed to shift, and with the exception of 2 Rias that Tristan had trained, the other Rias she knew of were mindless beasts when they changed form, immediately mauling and killing any humans within reach. To some, all beasts looked alike. Matcha added, "Until you supply information to differentiate the two, Arias is simply another version of an alterant." Ival had no argument when she couldn't clearly establish the origin of her own kind. "So what happens now with Dakar?" "A hearing is scheduled for tomorrow to decide who is responsible for him for compensation, and what Dakar should receive. Deliver me Tristan and his information by the time I return from that meeting, or I will withdraw my support for alterants to become a recognized race." The goddess disappeared in a flash of blue and pink light. Ival hadn't found Tristan in 3 weeks. What was the chance of finding him by tomorrow? Even less chance if she didn't get something to eat soon. The smell of fried fish saturated the air and brought on another round of grumbling from her stomach. She lifted a hand to wave over the waitress and order something to go when she felt Belador powers blast into her mind. The telepathic voice of Zader Burke, maester of the North American Belador warriors, yelled, "Calling in Beladors. Gang war going down in Oakland Cemetery." The upper deck of 6 feet under overlooked Oakland Cemetery. At Zader's call to arms, Ival threw cash on the table for her drink and hurried down the stairs, then took off running across Memorial Drive. All Beladors in the area would rush to aid their maester, but Zader was her best friend. She ran hard to protect his back. She called to Zader, "I'm coming from across the street. Where are you, Z?" "East End, Potter's Field near Boulevard." That narrowed down the 48-acre landmark. Oakland was the 7th cemetery in the metropolitan area to be turned into a battleground this week. Gangs had little respect for the living or the dead, but this level of hostility among so many at one time was unprecedented in Atlanta. Why all these throwdowns now? And why were trolls all of a sudden infiltrating gangs? Someone at Viper had suggested this might be connected to the troll crimes that Belador teams had been investigating in Savannah. That some of those trolls had splintered off to create their own gangs here, but that still didn't explain why they were battling in cemeteries or why every attack involved members of multiple gangs. It didn't make sense. She found a shadowy spot along the sidewalk where no humans could see her use kinetics. Bending her knees, she vaulted over the shoulder-high brick wall into 6 acres that had been part of the original cemetery established in 1850. Now she could tap into her Belador speed to cover the half-mile run through a moonless black night. Zader added, "This is bad. Must be 70 of them out here. Something's not right." "Like what?" "There's—" His voice cut off and withdrew from her mind as if sucked out. She ran faster, ignoring the thump of worry pounding her chest at the sudden loss of connection. She told herself that something had taken Zader's attention, not his life. Darting between tall marble statues and elegant grave markers, she navigated through pitch dark easily with her natural night vision, which made the world look like daylight rendered in shades of blue-gray, even with sunglasses. As she watched for any threat, she noticed the lack of normal spirit activity in the burial grounds. Not even an orb. That was just weird. Her fingers curled, ready for a fight, but she couldn't use her powers or her dagger that carried a death spell. Not on humans. Gunshots cracked the silence, sharp pops, then the boom, boom, boom of a higher caliber weapon. The acrid smell of blood clung to the wind. Ival slowed as she neared the battle. Racing in blind would risk distracting another Belador, especially if any of them had linked their powers, which multiplied their strength. When linked, Beladors were a near undefeatable force. But kill one Belador while they were linked, and they all died. As some of the most powerful warriors among preternatural creatures, Beladors had sworn to defend humans who didn't even know they existed. Ival called to Zader. "I'm here and opening up to Link." His voice shouted telepathically to all Beladors in the cemetery. "Link now with Ival to share her night vision." 11 hits of power bombarded her from every direction. She staggered against the initial linking, then found her footing and stepped into the open space where Beladors fought hand-to-hand with humans. Looked like 100 in battle. At least now the Beladors would have the advantage of seeing in the dark. A 20-ish male with facial tattoos of the Iceblood posse rocketed out of nowhere, slashing a wicked knife in a quick horizontal arc at her throat. She bent backward as the blade tip passed below her chin. The lack of contact threw her attacker off balance. Ival spun forward, planting a foot for support, and kicked the gangster against an oak tree as big around as a 50-gallon barrel. His body slammed against the trunk, but he shook his head. Not dead. She'd promised Zader she'd show restraint after putting a gang leader in traction yesterday, and that had been without tapping her Belador powers. That murdering bastard deserved death for killing a young girl he'd raped and beaten. Too bad his punishment fell to the legal system, or she'd have saved the taxpayers some money. Shots were fired from her left. With the cover of darkness, she risked shoving a field of energy up to stop the bullets as she turned toward the shooter. Fortunately, he was too far away to see the bullets bounce off the invisible wall of power. She couldn't use her kinetics to harm a human, but she could protect herself and others, especially if she didn't expose her unusual abilities. She sent a mild wave of energy across the field, knocking the shooter backward off his feet. His weapon fell loose, then flew up to rest in the nearest tree. Imagine that. 2 wrestling bodies bumped into her. She wheeled around, expecting to crack a couple more heads, when one of the men started changing. His head stretched in 2 hideous directions, and his mouth widened, accommodating fangs. This just turned way worse than a gang war. She called out to Zader. "We got a Rias shifting in the open area." Zader called back. "Rias? Not an alterant?" "Yep, no glowing green eyes. His are natural looking." "Get him away from the humans." Then another voice came into her mind. "Ival, Tristan here." Tristan called her now? Before she could answer him, Zader ordered, "Get the beast to chase you. Don't engage him until I tell you." "Ival?" Tristan said, louder in her head. Power surged through her mind when Zader started shouting orders telepathically to all the Beladors. Ival shook her fist at Tristan's sucky timing, but she had to wait for Zader to finish before she could shield her mind to communicate with only one person. The safety of her fellow Beladors came first. 9 Beladors had died last year while linked, when the alterant they fought killed one of them, which is one reason Ival's freedom was threatened. Those in power questioned whether she might lose control and also harm humans or other beings. Like the one shifting before her. Unlike the 2 Rias Tristan had trained, this one showed no signs of restraint, which meant it would eat the human it had by the arm. She ripped the gang member from the beast's grasp and tossed the cursing human thug 30 feet away. The Rias roared as he finished shifting. As per Zader's orders that were still flowing telepathically through her mind, she lifted her hand and slapped the beast with a mild kinetic blast to get his attention. That worked, aggravating him. He stumbled back a few feet, shaking his oversized head, which had 2 holes for a nose and a mouth big enough to fit a human head in one bite. Fuzzy hair stuck up across his scalp in a Brillo pad mohawk. His forehead hung like a canopy over soulless eyes. Thick arms had ripped his multicolored shirt, and 3 fingers on each hand curled with sharp claws. Ival had to get him moving before the other humans saw him. She taunted the beast. "Come on, you ugly dog. You gonna let a woman kick your butt?" Zader's orders kept pouring through her mind as he directed the team, then told her, Yvonne, once the Rias charges you, run toward that patch of trees on the west side of the field. Yvonne glanced away just long enough to make a mental note of the distance, a good 100 yards. Be ready when I get there. We will. Zader and 4 Beladors would be waiting to capture this beast, unless they were forced to kill it. The minute Zader withdrew from her mind, Tristan's voice snapped at Yvonne. You want a trip on the traitor or not? The traitor? Could Tristan know where Conlon O'Meary was hiding? That would buy her all kinds of points with Matcha. About time she had some good luck, keeping an eye on the Rias as the beast's vision cleared, and he focused on her. Yvonne called back to Tristan. Where? A chain wrapped around her neck and tightened with inhuman power from behind. The beast howled and rushed her. Chapter 3. Yvonne shut her mind down to everything except surviving. She dug at the thick chain strangling her and focused kinetic energy into her fingers to keep the steel links from crushing her windpipe. But in 2 seconds, the Rias in front of her would cut her to pieces with his claws if she didn't block the attack. Pulling one hand off the chain, she slapped a short blast of energy at the beast. The chain tightened, yanked her neck. Stars shot across her vision. She gagged for air, but the beast charging her bounced sideways, rolling over the ground. She stumbled, dragged backward by the bastard trying to kill her. Her vision blurred. She risked splitting her focus for a second to send a quick telepathic burst. Zader, help! No air. She was suffocating, couldn't force enough energy through her fingers to pull the chain away. Was the chain charmed? What had a hold of her? Fighting to stay conscious, she lifted both hands over her shoulders and clapped kinetically at whatever held her from behind, which sure as heck wasn't a human. Her attacker jerked from the hit of energy and stopped pulling her. His grip loosened. Blood couldn't circulate fast enough. Her head still felt as if it would explode any minute. She sucked in a hoarse gulp of air before the chain leash towed her backward again. Shuffling quickly, she stayed on her feet. She stomped her next 2 steps, releasing blades hidden in the soles of her boots, then shoved a boot straight back, connecting with bone. Her attacker twisted the chain and growled an unearthly sound, similar to one she'd heard trolls make. Even with Tristan's distraction, no troll should have gotten the jump on her without her feeling his presence first, and she'd never battled a troll so unusually strong. If every Belador weren't fighting more than one opponent, she'd draw hard on their link for maximum strength and break loose. But that worked best when everyone fought the same opponent and could coordinate their movements. She wouldn't compromise another Belador's defense by draining power from them when she didn't know what the others faced right now. The Rias beast in front of her had regained his footing. His body shook with fury when he came at her again. She blinked at the blurry image and raised arms that trembled from her body shutting down. Defending herself would take her last bit of energy, and she'd still lose. That left her only one thing she could do: protect her people and her best friend. She dropped her mental shield briefly and called out to the Beladors in the cemetery. Everyone unlink from Yvonne, now! I'm in mortal danger! No! Zader shouted over her before she closed her mind again, prepared for the Rias to attack. Her vision grayed. She couldn't think, barely able to focus on 3 razor-sharp claws whipping toward her throat. A split second before the Rias made contact, its head exploded, blowing chunks of gross crap all over her. Who had done that? The debris from the head bomb must have hit the attacker behind her, who coughed and made spitting noises. The chain around her neck went slack. She sucked in a breath and felt unexpected Belador powers flood her. Her vision sharpened in time to see Beladors converging on her from all directions. They were focused on her, sending her more energy, but the nearest warrior was over 100 yards away. She couldn't waste time waiting for them to get closer and squander the opening they'd given her to escape. Gasping a deep breath, she gripped the chain, hunched forward quickly, and dropped to her knees, jerking her attacker over the top of her body. He landed on his back, then leaped to his feet and turned on her as she stood. Everything from his buzz-black hair pale skin and beefed-up body to the leather jacket and jeans looked human, until his glamour wavered. All she needed for final confirmation that he wasn't human. She fisted her hands and sent him a double punch of energy. His head snapped back with the hit, but he shook it off. What the? Was he a troll or not? She'd never known one who could take an energy strike that hard and still stand. He snarled with a grin, wide mouth stretching with teeth that sharpened to points as a little more of his glamour fell away right before he charged her. Bad decision. The last 3 weeks had sucked, and her frustration level had boiled over with Matcha's visit. After holding back all week against human predators, Yvonne wanted nothing more than to kick some nasty's butt right now. She met the troll halfway, whipping her leg in a high arc with a boot aimed at his head. But he surprised her by moving faster than she could believe, ducking his head and locking his hands together, then swinging his arms across her body as he raced by. The blow to her middle knocked her backward and off balance. Her stomach wanted to heave inside out, but she spun, staying on her feet so he couldn't jump on her back and pin her to the ground. A troll? Really? Who had trained this thing? She pitched short, hard kinetic blasts at him that he dodged as she backed up. The troll's glamour faded more, exposing a slick head with dark green-tinted skin cratered like bad acne on one side of his face. Black and dark green tattoos covered the other half. He walked toward her, but he had that chain in his hand again, whipping it around faster and faster until the links made a whirring sound. Zader's voice came into her head. "Wait for—" She shut her mind down to time her next move. When the troll released the chain, she waited, then bent backward at the waist, twisting to the side to avoid the chain as it spun inches above her face. The thick links slapped the ground behind her with a heavy ka-thunk. The troll had used that only as a distraction. He kept coming at her, and got within 2 steps of reaching her with his mouth open to bite, when she whipped her body from right to left, swiveling at her waist as if she intended to cartwheel away. He adjusted, thinking she was running. She didn't run from anyone. Using the momentum, she scissor-kicked her legs. The blades in her boot soles sliced horizontally across the troll's forehead and beneath both eyes. Landing on her feet, she swept around and punched the top of his head with her fist, knocking away the frontal lobe and half of his face. The air reeked with stink like a bad sewage drain. The troll's mouth locked in a silent scream as he fell backward onto the ground. Zader ran up to her, yelling, "Are you okay?" She rubbed her neck and squeezed words out of her raw throat. "Yeah. But is that thing a troll or not?" He didn't look down at the body, just took a deep breath and shook his head. "You scare the hell out of me some days." As if the night hadn't been full of enough surprises, her other closest friend, Vladimir Quinn, reached her next. She hadn't seen him in weeks. 2 men couldn't look less alike than Zader and Quinn. Zader was an ebony Adonis sculpted of lethal edge and cut muscle that stretched his gray t-shirt at the chest, where fair-haired Quinn's deadly air had a certain elegance set off by a black cashmere sport coat and crisp slacks. Only Quinn could look pristine after a battle. Russian by birth, Quinn spoke with a British accent gained through an Oxford education. Right now, that accent held undisguised fear, clearly for her. "How badly did he hurt you, Yvonne?" "I'm good. My throat will be sore for a day or 2, but he didn't crush my windpipe." She took in Quinn's narrow face, thinner now than when she'd last seen him. She hadn't seen or heard from him in 3 weeks, other than a brief email right after her release from Viper Prison saying he was glad she'd been freed. Zader had told her only that Quinn had gone away to heal from a particularly bad mind lock he'd performed for an investigation. Quinn let out a gush of air and ran his hand over his hair. "I had no idea this was going on, or I'd have tried to return sooner." "How long have you been back in town?" "I just got in. I was on the way from the airport to my hotel when I heard Zader's call to arms." She wanted to ask him where he'd been and why he'd disappeared without letting her know before he left, but in her evil mood the questions would sound too much like interrogation. Speaking of the reason she'd been in a foul mood for weeks, she hadn't heard a word from Storm either. Not since she'd gotten a vague email that same night Quinn had vanished. And Zader wondered why she'd been so pissed off for days. Storm had partnered with her on several Viper missions, and had stirred up her emotions. She harbored doubts about whether the blunt email she had received from Storm had actually been from him. Maybe sent from Storm's cell phone, but not typed by his hand. She couldn't think about him right now, not without risk of exposing how every one of the past 22 days had been a challenge to get through, without giving up hope of ever hearing from him again. Yval shoved those thoughts away so she could function. She had another question for Quinn, something that had haunted her since the last time she'd seen him. But that would have to wait until a better time, too. More Beladors crowded around them. Devon Fortier's face popped up nearby. The Cajun was headquartered in Savannah, but Zader had pulled in as many Belador assets as possible to supplement Viper teams in Atlanta when the gang wars erupted. Devon whistled low and made an sound. A female operative at Viper once described his voice as a night wind sneaking through the backwoods of Louisiana. Devon wore his sun-streaked golden hair pulled taut in a ponytail, but a wavy strand had escaped and dangled over his forehead. The perpetual shadow on his cheeks and strong jaw gave him a devil-may-care appeal for a woman who welcomed trouble. He sent a sly look at Yval and said, "Another Kincaid massacre. You've been on a tear this week." "Hey!" She regretted trying to yell at him, swallowed, and said, "I didn't do all of this." She had been taking her frustration out on a few gangers and trolls, but just like tonight's carnage, she'd only inflicted injuries as a result of self-defense. "Is everything under control? Any of ours hurt?" Devon wiped sweat off the side of his face. "No, our people are good. We had the humans contained when Zader sent us this way to set up an ambush for the Rias. Most of the gangers ran. I put some Cajun mojo on the others to keep them in La-La Land until cleanup gets here to wipe their minds." Not sure what power or magic Devon possessed, Yval just nodded, glad the Beladors hadn't been injured while linked to her. "Who killed the Rias?" "That would be me, my dear," Quinn admitted, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "None of us was going to reach you in time, so I—" "Used your mind lock and blew up his head?" she finished, hating that he'd had to use extreme force for her. Quinn had an unusual ability to mind lock with other beings, and could damage or destroy a mind, but he kept his power under a tight tether, and had never before physically exploded a head that she knew of. Plus, he couldn't use deadly force through his mind lock unless he received prior approval or was under mortal threat himself. "That's a graphic way of stating it," Quinn said, "but basically, yes. Zader authorized the kill. I tried to stop the beast by taking control of his mind, but he didn't drop fast enough, so I used kinetics to assure he didn't touch you." Zader snorted. "Think I remember it more as an order than authorization." Yval cocked her head at Zader. "Thought only Brina or Matcha could give that approval." Zader shifted, lowering his voice. "With the threat hovering over Brina, Matcha gave me clearance to give the order if I saw fit." Zader and Quinn could be overprotective to the point of aggravating, but she appreciated them more than they'd ever know. They were the closest she'd ever come to having brothers or any family. She cast a quick glance at the dead Rias and winced. The beast had shifted back into a human form, so now she had to look at a headless, naked human body. In the face of a threat, Quinn could kill an enemy without hesitation or remorse, but he still suffered when forced to destroy the mind of any living thing, even a dangerous beast. But he would do whatever it took to protect those he cared for, and that's what Yval kept telling herself. He did care about her. That's why she'd suffered this sick ball of guilt in the pit of her stomach for the past 3 weeks. She hated the seed of doubt that Kizira, a Maeve witch priestess Quinn had history with, had planted in Yval's mind about him. How could she question one of her two best friends in the world? Her heart knew better than to believe a lying Maeve, the most dangerous enemy of the Beladors. But Kazira had produced evidence that Ival couldn't easily dismiss. With bodies scattered across the landscape, that conversation with Quinn would have to wait. She told him, "Thanks." Zader issued orders, pointing at several Beladors as he did. "You five form a perimeter around this area to keep any other humans from coming in, while we wait on additional Viper assets to arrive for cleanup." He turned to three more, nodding toward the battlefield. "Get a head count of humans and find out if any of them realized what was going on over here. We need ambulances for injuries." Devon spoke up. "Hate to tell you, but 3 humans did see the Rhea shift and attack. 2 of them passed out from shock. Third one pissed himself. I gave him a tap to put him to sleep. We got those 3 pulled away from the other humans. Any chance that hot Sterling witch is nearby? She could help us out by altering the memories of a few minds." "Adriana's still on leave," Zader answered. "Supposed to be back tomorrow." Ival just realized she hadn't seen the Sterling witch in the past 3 weeks either. No loss in my world. Men acted stupid when Adriana showed up with her designer clothes, angel face makeup, and red, pouty lips, especially now that her bobbed blonde hair had grown halfway to her waist practically overnight. I hope she stays on leave, finds a new profession, gets kidnapped by aliens. Devon's gaze roamed over the bloody field that darkness thankfully shielded from any curious humans. "Guess that leaves us with calling in Sen." Of course they'd have to call in Sen, the one person Ival could go the rest of her life without ever seeing again. She kicked the dead troll. "Thanks," not meaning it one bit. "This day just gets better all the time." Her shove caused the troll's head to rock from one side to the other and his arm to slide off his chest. An odd burn scar on the inside of his forearm looked intentional, something like a gang insignia. Zader looked down, doing a double take on her lobotomy kill. "What the hell?" She arched an eyebrow at Zader. How did he get away with cursing? Brina hated foul language. Their warrior queen never left her castle except as a hologram, but she had the ability to reach out kinetically to touch someone if she chose, and always seemed to know when a curse slipped out of Ival's mouth. "Bloody hell," Quinn muttered. What was so awful for Mr. Proper to curse, too? Then Devon jumped in. "That's bad." She didn't see what they were making a big deal out of. Okay, the top third of the thing's head was missing. Looking from Quinn to Zader, Ival said, "What? I know it would be hard to identify without all of his head, but that couldn't be avoided. And those tats on his face have to mean something." "They do," Devon confirmed, sighing. "So does that runic S burned into his arm. Identifying him isn't a problem." "If you know who he is, what's the issue?" she asked. Zader ran a hand over his bald head, wiping sweat off. "That's not just any troll. It's a Svart troll." Ival searched her mind for what she knew on them. "Aren't they some European-based bunch?" Quinn answered. "Svarts are a Black Ops type of mercenary troll who originated in Switzerland. They are the most deadly trolls on Earth and hire out to the highest offers. It would require a significant player to even gain their attention." She'd heard snippets about Svarts, but only trolls with death wishes would tangle with Viper. Ival thought out loud, who has the kind of jack it would take to send them up against a coalition like Viper? And why would a Svart troll incur the wrath of the coalition? Atlanta is one of the most powerful Viper hubs in the world. Quinn gave her a disheartening smile. "Contracts in our world aren't necessarily about money. Power is far more highly valued than coin, and Svarts don't accept just any offer. They choose their contracts judiciously, based upon how powerful their benefactor is and how well they expect to benefit from a successful mission." She asked, "What kind of extra benefit, like a bonus?" "No." Quinn thought for a moment. "Whoever did this is unconcerned about poking around in an area protected by Viper and the Beladors. I caught up on Belador alerts while on my flight, or I wouldn't have understood Zader's call to arms for a gang battle. All this gang and troll activity makes me wonder if Svarts have been involved all along. If so, those behind the Svart contract would seem to be intentionally engaging Viper and quite possibly the Beladors, which means we have a far deadlier problem than just gang battles. We're facing an enemy who wants something they're willing to risk everything for, even war. An icy chill swept over Ival as she realized what could be brewing. Her gaze dropped to the dead Svart troll. She'd killed their best lead, their only lead. Just wasn't her day. First Matcha and now this. Matcha, Conlon, Tristan. She'd locked Tristan out of her mind, so there went her lead on the traitor, too. She sent out a telepathic call. "Tristan, you there?" Not a word in return. Chapter 4. Ival rubbed her aching neck, feeling bone-deep tired now that the Beladors had unlinked. Where could Tristan be? Was he screwing with her because she hadn't answered? Overhead lights flashed on, offering bright pockets in the pitch-dark cemetery. With the Beladors unlinked from her, no one else could see without a night vision setup. Zader had just finished sending everyone off in different directions except her, Quinn, and Devon, when Horace Kiefer, a Belador who looked old enough to be retired, showed up. Horace pulled off his faded blue baseball cap and scratched his grizzled hair before putting the cap back on. His overalls were a bit frayed but clean. Given his short stature and fuzzy gray beard, Ival could see him as a leprechaun in a past life, a far more benign con than the ones Viper often encountered. Shaking his head at everything he saw, Horace said, "Oh boy, this is a mess. Got your call and showed up soon as I could. Where you need me?" Zader gave the old guy an understanding smile. "The fighting's all done, but we could use a hand with cleanup." Always one to jump in and help with anything, Horace nodded. "I'm on it." He started to walk off and paused, looking down. "What kind of troll is that?" Ival said, "A Svart." "Do tell." Horace shook his head. "Never expected to see one of those, alive or dead. Where's the other one?" Zader, Quinn, and Ival exchanged looks, then turned to Devon, who had been working on the troll investigations in Savannah for a while. Devon asked Horace, "What other one?" The old guy cracked his knuckles during the few seconds it took him to answer. "Don't know, but I heard once that they like to work in no less than teams of 2, and most times teams of 4. Nodding as he digested that information, Devon said to Zader, "I'll put some feelers out when we're through here." "Do that." Horace strolled off, whistling, always happy. Ival envied someone so at peace with life. Quinn eyed the dead Svart again, shaking his head. "We're lucky to still have you with us, Ival. Few people live through a Svart attack to talk about it." That made her feel a little better about giving a lobotomy to their best shot at intel. "What you talking about, Quinn?" Devon could sound as if he'd just walked out of a Louisiana swamp when he didn't want someone to know he'd gone to Tulane University on an academic scholarship. "That Svart didn't have no chance with Ival going through EMS." She crossed her arms and shifted her feet apart. "Think you mean PMS? And if I suffered from that, the body count would be much higher, starting with a smart mouth Cajun." Devon chuckled. "No, I mean EMS. You think about it. You'll figure it out." He strolled off. When she looked around, she caught Quinn's glance at Zader. Then Quinn's lips twitched as he fought a smile. Based on the knowing glint in Zader's eyes, he understood Devon's meaning and had just shared it with Quinn. She growled at them. "What's he talking about?" Zader backed away, dismissing himself from the conversation by saying, "I have to call Sen." "Hope you get a busy signal," Ival quipped, even though Zader meant a telepathic call. Quinn muttered something like, "Thanks, Z," when he clearly didn't appreciate being left to explain. He cleared his throat and told Ival, "I believe EMS, my dear, is Ival missing Storm." Her skin flushed embarrassingly hot all the way to her ears. She took a step in the direction of Devon, promising, "We're not through tallying the body count." Quinn put an arm out, stopping her. "If you say a word to Devon now, you'll only confirm his guess. As I understand from Zeta, you've been inquiring as to whether anyone has seen or heard from Storm. Most of the teams will think it's because he was your partner, but a few sharper ones will suspect a more personal interest. Is... Pardon? Is my partner." Yval refused to believe Storm hadn't survived Sen's kinetic power blast that drove his body against an unyielding wall. But had Sen known the identity of the black jaguar he'd tried to kill? She thought so, even though Storm had said he told no one at Viper that he was part Ashaninka skinwalker. He'd shifted into his animal form only to help her locate Tristan for a tribunal hearing to decide her fate. Then she'd allowed Tristan and his group to walk away. She'd had no choice when she'd ended up standing between Tristan and a human Black Ops team determined to rid the world of alterants. That decision had almost gotten her killed. Then it had landed her in a Viper jail cell. By the time Yval had returned home, Storm had disappeared without a hint as to where he'd gone beyond the email she'd received that same night sent from his cell phone, which read, "Yval, I'll be in touch. Storm." That might have been comforting, except for one problem. Storm had left his phone in her motorcycle tank bag when he'd shifted into a Jaguar. When she'd returned from lockup to receive her Suzuki GSX-R motorcycle, everything was there except his phone. Until then, no one had ever been able to steal her Gixxer or take anything she'd stowed on it because of a warding that protected her bike. She didn't think Storm had the ability. Who had gotten past the warding? She'd also searched for the clothes Storm had hidden in bushes near the Decatur MARTA subway station. They were gone, and so was his broken body. Her soul refused to accept the obvious, the logical, that if he was alive, he'd have contacted her by now. The only other possibility was that he had survived and just hadn't gotten in touch. He wouldn't do that to her. Quinn broke into her thoughts when he said, "Of course, Storm is still your partner. Forgive me for speaking in past tense." He studied her with wise eyes that knew a lot more about relationships between men and women than she did. "And you are fond of Storm?" He hadn't asked, only stated that he clearly understood that she had feelings for Storm. True, but what she felt for Storm was complicated, tangled with emotions she waded through every time they were together. Storm took her flaws in stride and read her too easily at times. She hadn't realized how much she'd miss him if he went away. Until now. Every day became more unbearable. Quinn waited silently. He deserved an honest reply, but she wasn't up to sharing something she didn't completely understand, so she said, "I'd just like to know why Storm left, and if he plans to return." "I see," a non-committal Quinn comment. Time to change the subject. Her heart hurt too much to keep talking about Storm. "Thank you for stopping that Rias from killing me, but I'm sorry you had to use your powers that way." Quinn waved it off, as though he blew up heads every day, which he didn't, just being his usual noble self. "And," she continued, "sorry I killed our best lead in figuring all this out. You could have read the Svart Troll's mind and gotten intel, couldn't you?" "I'm glad you saved yourself. That was more important than all the intel in the world." Always thinking of others. This was the Quinn she knew. The ball of guilt inside her expanded a little more and threatened to choke her. Should she ask him now about what that witch Kazira had said and get it off her chest? Her palms were damp with indecision, but it would have to wait. "You still didn't answer my question about reading the troll's mind." Quinn shrugged, the movement as refined as his impeccable clothes. "I might have found out something from this Svart, but they are highly trained to prevent being broken during interrogation, and taught to fight to the death. He may have had an iron-tight mind, or there could have been a trap waiting to attack the mind of someone who probed him. In other words, the Svart might have raped Quinn's mind in return. In that case, she should be thankful she killed the Svart, because even with the risk of danger to himself, Quinn would have tried to retrieve information. None of this makes sense. I thought trolls were more interested in stealing bling than fighting. The ones I've met are generally pretty simple creatures and kill only for food. Think this Svart could have been working with the local trolls we've found in these attacks? Not exactly. Based upon what I read in the briefings about the interrogations, I think the Svart have brainwashed some of the local trolls, who seem to know very little beyond a compulsive urge to fight with gangs in cemeteries. That would explain the local trolls being in the gang battles, but not the reason for the constant fighting. Yval brought up the only connection she could see. Why cemeteries? That's a good question. Perhaps everyone has focused too much on the gang element and not the locations. Supporting his elbow with one hand, Quinn tapped his chin as he scanned the activity around them. His gaze settled on Yval. Why was the Svart in this particular cemetery, and why did he attack you? I have no idea. Maybe I was closest. She ran through recent similar battles in her mind. This cemetery is larger than the others. Oakland is older and downtown. More ghosts, history, who knows? Swallowing still hurt Yval's throat. She cupped her neck, glad for chain burn and some bruising as the worst of her injuries, and looked again at the headless human. Wait, there is one difference here. This was the first battle where Arias shifted. Ah, Quinn said, picking up her train of thought. Who showed up first, the Rias or the troll? The Rias started shifting, then I taunted him with kinetic hits to draw him away from humans. That's when the chain wrapped around my neck. Perhaps the Svart attacked you to stop you from harming the Rias. Why would he do that? She stared at the body of the poor headless guy. He'd probably had no idea he was part beast. Perhaps the Svart was searching cemeteries for the Rias. Could that be? What would a troll want with a Rias when none had ever existed that Viper knew of until 3 weeks ago? Humans had shifted into beasts in a major Rias outbreak, just everyday citizens who'd been clueless that something in their DNA could be triggered by hostility. Not just any hostility, but a sentient haze filled with supernatural malevolence that had swept across the city. She snapped her fingers. The outbreaks 3 weeks ago happened after those predisposed to be Rias entered the fog created by the Maeve. That unnatural hostility triggered the Rias to start shifting and attack. This time, we had one shift around us. Belador powers, used in a hostile situation, might have caused it. Maybe the trolls are behind the gang battles, drawing in Belador power to push the Rias to shift. But why in cemeteries? I don't know. But this guy doesn't have any gang tats, so maybe he was here by accident, or... A flash of light and a power burst behind her interrupted Yval's brainstorming. Quinn muttered, "It appears Sen has arrived." Oh, joy. She turned as 6 feet 7 inches of perpetual anger stomped up to where she and Quinn stood. Zader stepped up to join them. Sen's straight black hair hung down his back in a queue, and somewhere along his family lines, he'd picked up slanted blue eyes that seemed out of place in his square face. He always had the same type of clothes, dark t-shirt, black jeans, and sometimes a jacket or vest. No one knew much about Sen, beyond his being a royal pain in the butt. He served as liaison between Viper agents and the Tribunal, which ruled the Coalition, and also played judge and jury for Coalition members when necessary. Within that capacity, Sen displayed power at times that seemed almost god-level. But Yval couldn't see a god getting stuck overseeing Viper, and Sen made it clear to everyone that he had not taken this position by choice. Who had pushed Sen into a job he didn't want? Maybe the better question would be, why? Sen glared at the remnants of the battle, then zeroed in on Yval. Of all the gang battles in the past month, I constantly have to wipe human minds and dispose of the non-humans only at the ones where you're involved, Alterant.
Why is that?
Ending his phone call, Zader crossed his arms and angled his body so he stood between Sen and Ival.
Got an issue with anything here or one of my Beladors? Take it up with me.
Ival kept silent for once, rather than spouting off at Sen and making things worse. And right now, he couldn't touch her or he'd cross Matcha. But Matcha had just drawn a line. In less than 2 days, Ival's protection would be over, unless she found and delivered Tristan before then. Sen gave Ival a look that promised the day her deal with Matcha fell apart that he'd be waiting for her. Turning to Zader, Sen said,
Better find a way to stop these battles soon, or the tribunal may start wondering at the coincidence of an explosion of gang attacks that started after the alterant was turned loose.
He lifted a hand over the Svart troll, asking,
Finished with this one?
Zader indicated yes. Sen pointed a finger at the dead troll. The body vanished. Then Sen headed off to wipe memories of unconscious or injured humans. Beladors working inside human law enforcement would deal with the poor, headless dead guy. Once Sen moved a good distance away, Quinn spoke softly to Zader and Ival. We need to meet and talk. Ival jerked her attention back from Sen. That sounded like Quinn had something important to discuss. Could it be about Kazira? Having Quinn broach the subject first would be a relief, especially if he denied having given Kazira any information on Ival. Sure. When do you want to meet? As soon as we leave here, Quinn suggested. Zader shook his head.
Brino wants to see me, then I have to brief everyone at Viper headquarters.
He paused, sorting through something in his mind.
Let's meet around midnight.
If that's the soonest, Quinn said. His face closed down. Whatever he wanted to discuss obviously bothered him. We have that in common. Zader's phone buzzed, pulling him away again while he answered. She'd rather talk to Quinn sooner than later, like right after they left here. Before she could suggest she and Quinn grab something to eat, a voice came into her mind. Ival, this is your last chance to answer me. Tristan? She almost shouted his name, but quietly answered, I'm here. Where are you? I'll tell you where to meet me, but if you tell anyone I've contacted you, I'll find out about it and not show. I won't tell anyone. But how would Tristan know? Until she could answer that question, she'd keep this to herself. Meet me at the Iron Casket in 1 hour. She looked at her watch. That would make it just before 11, but she didn't have far to go. I'll be there. Do not leave for any reason, Tristan. Don't give me a reason. Then he disappeared from her mind. She had to get moving, and she had to eat. There'd been no time for food, thanks to Matcha. With any luck, she'd get to the Iron Casket early and grab a bite while she waited on Tristan. But first, she needed to clean the ick off her from the exploding Rias. When Zader finished his call, he said,
Gonna be a little later than midnight, more like 1. Let's meet at...
How about my room at the Ritz downtown? Quinn interjected, giving his room number. That will allow us adequate privacy. Zader's gaze eased from Quinn to Ival.
Goodbye, you.
Ival hated putting off talking to Quinn, but with Tristan waiting, she didn't have time right now. I'll be there by 1, she hoped. Tristan could be slippery, and she didn't plan to lose track of him this time. She started picking body goo off her shirt. Z, you got enough people here for cleanup?
Plenty.
I've got an errand to run.
Anything I should know about?
Nothing I can talk about. She cringed at how that sounded. When Zader didn't respond, she knew he expected her to expound. I was talking to Matcha right before you called me in.
Oh?
She didn't meet his eyes, but she could feel them bearing down on her. Few Beladors spoke directly to Matcha, Zader being one of those. Ival didn't particularly like being in that group, but neither did she have a choice. I have to do something for her. When the silence that followed hung too long, Ival looked up to find Zader frowning. She held her hands out in a motion of asking him to understand. You know I'd tell you if I could.
I know that. I also know how Matcha is.
Be careful. I will. And don't worry if I run a little late. Yval gave Quinn a smile she had a feeling looked as forced as it felt, but she'd been through a lot with him, and with Zader. She wouldn't believe that Quinn had betrayed her based solely on the words of a Maeve witch. See you later. Quinn nodded, too quiet and reserved even for him. Time to finally deal with Tristan. After hiking back down Memorial Drive, Yval found a water spigot behind a string of restaurants in the block that included 6 Feet Under. She cleaned up the best she could, happy not to smell so nasty, even if her clothes and hair were now damp. The chilly air felt refreshing on her skin, especially after all that clammy death. She left her shoulder-length hair loose to dry while she covered the next couple blocks. She found her motorcycle parked where she'd left it on a side street, lit only by a single overhead security light. Shadows moved and murmured in her wake. Night stalkers, probably. Ghouls who had once been homeless people before they died in natural disasters. None were trying to get her attention tonight. They just hovered nearby. But when she reached her motorcycle, she felt energy moving toward her. Something non-human lurked a few feet away. Turning, she waited for a night stalker to glimmer into view and ask for a deal. But what emerged from the shadows was no ghoul. Storm was alive. Chapter 5. Storm ignored the residual pain lingering in his body and stood with his feet apart, prepared to deal with an angry alterant. But seeing Yval again could heal a dying man, which he'd been up until yesterday. As usual, dark sunglasses protected Yval's sensitive, glowing green eyes, but nothing could shield her emotions from him. Like now, when he sensed her turmoil, with no way to ease her anxiety. Not yet. The first time he'd set eyes on her during a meeting at Viper, he'd caught her silent distress. Thinking only to help, he'd reached out with gifts bestowed by his tribal ancestors to soothe her, and had gotten a biting earful later for his efforts. She was harder to get close to than a pissed-off hornet, but in those rare moments when he had her in his arms, no other woman equaled her. "Storm?" she asked, tentatively, still standing near her bike. "Where have you been?" Emotions boiled off her, slamming him with a chaotic rush of thrill, worry, and frustration. He waited as a noisy beater car passed, leaving the side street silent again in the wake of loud music muffled by the rolled-up windows. Striding forward a few slow steps, he paused close enough to reach out and touch her, but he waited, watching for any signs of hesitation on her part, or that she'd attack. She'd been hurt at some time in her past, physically as well as emotionally, and would strike out like a wounded animal when caught off guard. "I've been healing." "I see." Worse than angry, she sounded hurt. His empathic gift picked up on the swell and ache of that emotion. He had plenty to tell her, but he needed her to hear something first before he shared all the details about what had happened. One thought kept jamming his brain, pushing its way to his lips. "I missed you." She stood there, racked with indecision for several seconds, then gave him a watery smile and lunged into his arms. "I missed you too." He caught her, hugging her to him, surprised at how his body trembled at the feel of her close again. His definition of heaven. One he fought guilt over enjoying since she didn't know he had no soul. Back in South America, those who knew his history had called him a demon, what others thought hadn't mattered, until he'd met Yval. Now he had every intention of fixing that problem. Just as soon as he got his hands on that witch doctor who'd stolen his soul. When Yval lifted her head to look at him, he kissed the mouth he dreamed about during his fevered days. Her lips were soft and yielding, then demanding, all woman, with a passionate side that kept him on his toes, whether she was kicking someone's butt or allowing him a rare embrace. He'd never call Yval a tease. She didn't know how to play those games. Like right now, she kissed without restraint. Her emotions sometimes overwhelmed her. He overwhelmed her. If she ever got past her fear of intimacy, one he suspected was caused by prior abuse, the sex with her would be phenomenal. He had no doubt. But for now, he'd take having her in his arms. Her heart thumped like wild jungle drums against his chest, and she clutched his back. She might not realize how big a step this was for her to come to him so openly, but he did. When their lips finally parted, he dropped his forehead down to hers. "I've been worried about you." She pulled back and brought her hands around to grip each side of his open-collared shirt. "Me? Why didn't you call or email me again?" He covered her fingers with his, and she let go of his shirt, yet allowed him to hold her hand. "Nice." "I knew that wasn't from you," she muttered, staring at his chest, thinking. "I'm not following anything you're saying." He lifted one of her hands and kissed her knuckles, bringing a flash of surprise to her eyes that twinkled with undisguised happiness. She smiled. Such a simple thing, but her smiles were gifts to be cherished. He brushed his fingers over her damp hair that fell loose around her shoulders, but the weather had been dry and cool all day. "Why are you wet?" Looking down at herself, she said, "What?" She had a thing for vintage clothes and wore a short-sleeved beige Army BDU, battle dress uniform, shirt with jeans and boots. "Oh, we just had another gang battle. This one was in Oakland Cemetery. I had to clean off stuff." "What gang battles?" "Where have you been, Storm?" She lowered her hand from his and moved back, opening up space between them, her face suffused with concern and confusion. With the change in subject and reminder that he'd been out of touch for 3 weeks, she withdrew emotionally. He tried not to flinch at the abrupt change in her emotions, the loss of her warmth and happiness so near. He should be glad for the uninhibited welcome he'd received and not expect more, but he wanted her body back against his. "I told you, I've been healing. I've only been conscious 24 hours. "Why didn't you call me?" "I don't have a phone yet. That's why I came to see you in person." And his guardian spirit had been none too happy about Storm going out while still recovering, but he had to know for sure the danger that stalked him and now threatened Ival had not harmed her. He didn't know why the witch doctor would target Ival, only that she did. Now that the crazy bitch had tracked him to Atlanta, had she discovered that he cared for Ival and planned to use that against him? If that were the case, why hadn't the witch doctor shown her face by now? Didn't matter. He planned to find her first. Ival asked, "Have you been in a hospital?" "No." He'd just as soon not discuss his healing any more than he had to, like explaining who had been tending to his wounds. Going back to Ival's earlier comment, he asked, "What did you mean by my emailing you again?" "The email I got from you the night they let me out of Viper Prison." "So they did lock you up?" "Yes." Storm had tried to tell her Tristan would screw her over. "Why didn't you tell Sen where Tristan and his bunch of renegade alterants went? He could have caught them." "Only Tristan and his sister are alterants," she corrected. "The other two are Rias. I couldn't hand them over to win my freedom." A growl climbed up Storm's throat. Ival moved her shoulders in a dismissive way. "And do you really think sending Sen after Tristan would have mattered? The last thing Sen would do is something to keep me out of prison. He was thrilled when I had to face the tribunal empty-handed." If Storm had been conscious, he'd have gone crazy trying to find Ival when she was locked away. Blood would have flowed. "How'd you get out of prison?" "Matcha offered me a deal that she'd petition the tribunal for alterants to be a recognized race." "That's great." "If I can deliver evidence to support our origins and bring in alterants to swear loyalty to Matcha, specifically Tristan."
"You've got to be kidding."
"I wish I was." Ival swallowed and winced, which drew his eyes to her neck.
"What the hell happened to your throat?"
He lifted his finger to her raw skin. That move drew him close to her again, so close he'd have to be a stone to miss the flutter of excitement that sheared off of her. His ego enjoyed the momentary stroke. She waved a hand at her throat. "A Svart troll jumped me tonight and wrapped a chain around my neck." The jaguar inside Storm woke and pushed at his skin, wanting to kill whatever had hurt this woman. He'd never before had the animal who shared his body notice a woman this way, not after what the witch doctor had done to him and his father. But his jaguar shared Storm's protective urge when it came to Yvonne. He ran his fingers gently over the skin on her neck, and she shivered. "Did you kill the bastard?" "Yes." "Good." Though he'd have liked to hunt and dismember that troll himself. "What's a svart?" "Some kind of Black Ops mercenary troll." "You get extra points for killing those, like in a game?" She laughed at his teasing, and the sound woke his heart with a jolt. Shoving a handful of hair over her shoulder, she said, "No, just extra bruises." With her soft and pliable again, he wanted one more kiss. He lowered his head, touching his lips to hers and smiling over the way she leaned into the kiss and let him bunch her into his arms. Another small step forward. She made a throaty sound, and the world disappeared around him. One day, he'd have all of her. But not right now on a public sidewalk. He slowed the embrace, kissing her lips lightly once more. This time, when she put her hands on his chest and pushed away, she did so reluctantly and with a smirk. "Enough distracting me." "Oh, that's just a brief interruption. I would need a far more private place to fully distract you." Her eyes flared with awareness. She wasn't backing up and snapping at him, so he went fishing for more. "Speaking of which, it seems like you agreed to have dinner with me for helping you with Tristan." She stabbed a hand at each of her hips, then quirked a saucy eyebrow at him. "I don't think that was the deal." "I remember dinner being in there somewhere, but we can talk about it later." He'd planted the idea. "Back to this email. I had no way to send one after Sen tried to kill me." A flash of worry swirled around her when he mentioned his near death. Storm indulged in a moment of pleasure. He'd spent a lot of the last 24 hours concerned over the reception he'd get after not being in touch for almost a month. She had a grim set to her mouth. "So, you didn't get your phone out of my tank bag?" "No, thought your bike was warded." She shook her head. "It is, at least against most beings, which means someone powerful got past it." "Was anything else missing?" "No. I looked for the clothes you left near the MARTA station, but they were gone. And so were you. What happened?" "I came close to spending my eternal life wandering in the hellish half-world where my father is stuck because we don't have our souls." But he couldn't share that yet with Yvonne, a woman who spent her nights hunting demons and other powerful dark beings. At one time, he'd thought if he told her the truth about having no soul, she'd see him only as a dangerous demon to protect humans against. But now he worried that she'd take it on herself to hunt the witch doctor. She might be terrified of intimacy, but she was fearless in battle. Yvonne waited silently. She deserved as much truth as he could share. He hooked his thumbs in his jean pockets and tried to explain something most people would have a hard time comprehending without the benefit of his upbringing. But Yvonne dealt with strange every day. "You know I'm Ashaninka and Navajo. I have a guardian spirit from my Navajo side who watches over me." "Like Grady?" "No. Your Night Stalker friend is a soul that is stuck in this realm. A guardian spirit is one who chooses to watch over us. Some are passed down from family to family. Mine came to me when my father died." "Is yours a man or a woman?" "Woman. Her name is Kai, which means willow tree in Navajo. We hold the willow tree in high regard." "How old is she?" Storm hid a smile at Yvonne's suspicious tone, confirming that he would be wise to keep the details of his recovery to a minimum. "She was in her late 30s when she died, and has been a guardian for many people over something like 1,200 years." "Oh, okay, so what did she do?" "She watched over me while I was unconscious." He stopped short of saying his guardian had located a human to help him. Yvonne chewed on one side of her lower lip. "I don't understand. Did Kai teleport you somewhere safe?" "She can't do that. She cloaked and shielded my body with a field of protective energy. What you might call a smokescreen, but the smoke was invisible." "And then what? Did this Kai save you with magic?
No, she can't do that either. But I'm healed now. About that email from my cell phone.
Ival had that stubborn look, the one she got when she would not let go of a topic. If she can't save you from dying, then what did your guardian spirit do that kept you alive? He could probably tolerate the low level of pain that came with skewing the truth some, but not an outright lie. Leave it to Ival to ask a question that left him no way to give anything except a straight answer.
Kai found a human who could help me.
Ival clammed up, staring at him for a long time before she asked, "How did she know which human?" Any attempt at maneuvering around her questions would only guarantee a worse reaction once she knew everything.
While I lay dying, I went to her in spirit form and told her I needed help and who to trust not to kill me while I was vulnerable.
Disappointment in Ival's eyes sank his heart. Storm hurried to reassure her.
I sent her to you first, but she told me later that your spirit had been blocked from her.
Her face relaxed at that news. No, you're right. I must have been in the Viper holding cell under the mountain where no one could reach me. Who did help you? He debated on his answer, sure that the edge of anxiety wafting off Ival now would only turn into roaring anger.
I want you to understand.
Just spit it out, Storm, she said, not a lick of patience in her words.
Adriana.
Realization hit Ival first, followed close behind by fury. You told your guardian to fetch that sterling witch? He waited for the second part to hit Ival, whose brilliant mind would process it right about now. And you spent 3 weeks with Adriana? Alone? Chapter 6. Ival curled the fingers on one hand, seething. The whole time she'd been sick with worry over Storm, he'd been with that sterling witch. Adriana. A witch who practiced dark arts, oozed sexuality with every move, and had a voice like an erotic kitten. She'd spent weeks with Storm, alone, and hadn't said a word to Ival. That witch! Tall and foreboding, Storm stood quiet as a night sentinel watching Ival, and obviously waiting on the tempest to roll in, but he didn't run from it. She refused to let him know how much it hurt to find out the whole time she'd been trying to convince herself he wasn't dead, that Adriana had been nursing him back to health, nursing all parts of his body.
Ival.
She answered him with a glare.
Why are you angry?
I'm not. Storm raised one eyebrow. That's right. She'd just tried to lie to a walking lie detector. She couldn't help it. Her heart burst with crazy relief that he was safe and still alive, but hearing about Adriana felt like having a baseball bat slammed into her chest. And her heart, it blindsided her. She'd never been in a relationship before. Wasn't even sure she was in one now. What determined if you were in a relationship or not? She didn't know and was floundering, trying to decide if she had any right to be hurt. Maybe this wasn't that kind of relationship. Not if Storm trusted Adriana as much as he trusted her, because in the past he'd called Adriana only a friend. Storm sighed, a deep, husky sound.
There is nothing going on between me and Adriana.
Really? But she's on the short go-to list for your spirit emergency line?
She was the only person I could trust other than you who would not tell Viper about me. I'm not ready for anyone to know I'm alive until I find out if Sen knew I was the jaguar he tried to kill.
Ival considered not sharing her thoughts, but that smacked of pouting. I'm pretty sure he knew it was you.
Why do you say that?
Because... She struggled to hold her emotions in tight, but Storm needed to know the truth. Sen held me in limbo long enough for me to see you bleeding, and that you weren't breathing, before he teleported me to the tribunal meeting that night. Storm covered his eyes with his hand.
So you thought for sure that I died?
Yes, at first. But I refused to believe it. He dropped his hand, eyes full of warmth after her admission.
I'm sorry he put you through that. I had no way to reach you until today, or I would have.
What about the Barbie witch? Adriana could have called, or you could have used her phone. His laugh sounded cynical.
She made it very clear that she agreed to help my guardian spirit, but she was not getting involved when it came to me, you, and Viper. She has her own issues, and didn't go into them. She had no phone, but now I think that's probably a good thing. It would have been risky to call you since someone could have been listening in.
Why would someone do that?
Why would someone send you a bogus email from me?
He had a point. And who had sent that email? She needed time to process everything, including the part about Adriana. On the one hand, Eval didn't care what it had taken to keep Storm alive, and offered another silent thanks that he stood here before her. But on the other hand, she suffered bitter disappointment over another woman caring for him. Call it foolish, petty, whatever. That didn't change the hurt tunneling through her chest right now. Storm tilted his head a tiny bit, studying her.
We're not discussing the email anymore, are we?
Don't make me talk about Adriana again, please. That only made Eval feel insecure, which pissed her off. Besides, she had to get to the iron casket so she didn't miss Tristan. Lifting her arm to make a show of checking the time, she said, I won't say anything about you being alive until you tell me I can, Storm, but I have to go now to make a meeting on time. Storm didn't move a muscle, but he vibrated with frustration.
That's it. I tell you the truth, and you're angry?
I'm not angry. She turned to her bike.
That's the second time you've lied.
She pulled her jacket on and lifted her helmet, pausing to look at him. She would have done anything to see him alive again, and here he was. How he got here shouldn't matter, but it did. You're right. And to be perfectly fair, I have no right to be angry. I am glad someone was there to take care of you. Just wish it had been me.
Maybe I should take it as a compliment that you're angry.
His eyes shone with a hint of humor that barely hid the tethered frustration.
I'm still expecting dinner.
She pulled her helmet on and could pretend she hadn't heard him, but that would be childish. Did she want to see him again? Absolutely. But she needed some time to get her emotions under control. Let me get back to you on that.
We need a way to communicate.
Just have your guardian spirit contact me, since she chases down women for you. Eval bit back that reply. That wasn't the truth, and she knew it. But she'd never dealt with emotions like these and wasn't enjoying it one bit, which was why she needed some space. You have my cell phone and email. Storm stepped over to stand next to her bike.
Let's not use cell phones yet. I set up a new email account.
He gave her the address and the password. Why give me your password?
Because we're not going to actually send the emails.
We don't send them? How hard did your head hit that wall? He smiled, but his eyes were sad.
I've missed your smart mouth, especially your lips.
When he said things like that and looked at her as if she were his favorite dessert, she wanted to kiss him again, which went to show how much this man jumbled her feelings. You have 30 seconds to explain. I'll be late if I don't get moving.
Go into the server and open a new email. Write my name and the date in the subject line, then type your message. When you're done, save it as a draft. I'll find your message in the draft and leave one for you the same way. That way no one can intercept our emails or trace them.
That sounded pretty cloak and dagger. But Storm had not been this careful prior to being injured, so he must have good reason to be so now. She'd lost a lot of sleep over his possible death. If this kept him safe, she'd do it. That didn't mean she'd have dinner with him. She had too much to sort through right now and no time to waste figuring out her screwed-up psyche. Cranking her motorcycle, she reached up to lower her face shield, but Storm stopped her with his hand on hers. Then he leaned close and said,
Plan on dinner. At my place tomorrow night. I'll post the address in an email draft.
She waited for him to step back, then she dropped her face shield and drove away, glancing at her rearview mirror. The sidewalk was empty. Storm had disappeared into the night again. After pushing her bike through yellow lights the whole way to the Iron Casket, she parked in an open spot far enough from the front door to study the lay of the land. The pair of behemoth bouncers guarding the entrance missed little. With the boss they had, their lives literally depended on their performance. Even now, she'd bet they were making a mental note of how long it took her to peel out of her jacket. Last time she'd been here, she'd come close to a throwdown with the owner, Deke Delamonte, over Cardos, a teenage male witch who had foolishly taken an interest in Deke's sister. Committing suicide by torching yourself would be an easier death for a man than being caught sniffing around the sister of an immortal centaur. Ival had just barely managed to extricate herself and wisecracking Cardos from that tight spot. Deke hadn't forbidden her from coming back, but he wouldn't be happy to see her either. With a little luck, she'd slip through unnoticed. She headed for the door. Tristan had picked a perfect place to meet. Deke allowed no weapons and no use of magic or powers inside his club. Tristan didn't have to worry about being surrounded by Viper agents or a battle with Ival. When she'd first transferred to the southeastern region of Viper, she'd been warned about Deke, that he'd been in this area long before Viper formed the coalition and he'd refused to join it. He took no one's side but his own. Rather than face Deke as an enemy when Viper was still in its early stages, they'd struck a deal. Deke agreed to be neutral territory if a summit meeting was ever needed. In return, he had full autonomy within his domain. In other words, stay out or enter at your own risk. Weapons could be found with a body search, so she left her spell dagger hidden on her bike. When she reached the entrance, she handed cash for her cover charge to one of the goth giants guarding the door and walked in. Inside the two-level glittering nightclub that had a soaring open center, music rocked the walls with heavy bass and screaming guitars. Sweat and alcohol leaked from the pores of gyrating dancers. Deke had pulled out all the stops to turn a basic warehouse into floor-to-ceiling sparkly when he dated a Fey woman, but that had been before the ugly breakup. No Fey allowed now, thus the reason for the tongue-in-cheek name Iron Casket, since Fey magic supposedly would not work around iron, and Deke would kill anyone who broke his rules. Calling this crowd goth would sound too homogenized for the creative styles that packed the dance floor, crowded the bar, and filled dark pockets everywhere. Waitstaff circled the room carrying casket-shaped trays filled with drinks in crystal glasses. Ival waved off too before a familiar voice close behind her said, "Don't you ever dress for going out?" "Some of us have to work," she said, turning to find Tristan, who had taken his wardrobe for tonight more seriously than she had. He wore a long-sleeved button-down shirt in a saturated blood-red color, black dress pants, and dark sunglasses. He'd wised up after a month in civilization, now hiding his alterant green eyes at night, even though his eyes weren't light-sensitive, and he didn't have natural night vision like hers. His blonde hair had grown out, brushing his collar. Women passing by gave him looks filled with erotic offers. He returned their smiles, the rogue, telling Ival, "Like you ever wear anything different for work or play. Oh, wait, that would require having a playful bone in your body, right?" He could save his breath, trying so hard to get under her skin. Just by saying hello, Tristan could irritate her more than poison ivy on intimate body parts. "I might enjoy a night off and expand my wardrobe if I didn't have to spend my time tracking down losers like you. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer any of my telepathic calls until now?" His gaze tracked past her, sweeping over the room. "We can't discuss this here. Follow me." "No way." He shot her a glance, lacking patience. "I've got a private room upstairs so we can talk. You know I'm not going to pull anything in Deke's place." No, she didn't know that, if he and Deke had become friends. Before asking him her next question, she tapped into her empathic sense for something that might help her determine his intent. Her empathic gift was still new to her, but she often picked up something useful. "You know Deke well?" "I know of him. I hear he's dangerous to cross and has zero tolerance when it comes to using any powers or magic in this place. I don't know what he is, but just his reputation sounds deadly. I'm not crossing him." Tristan's usual arrogance came through perfectly clear, but mixed in with it, had been a healthy dose of respect when he mentioned Deke. Most non-humans feared Deke for good reason, and she doubted anything intimidated the centaur. But as long as you played by his rules in this club, Deke wouldn't touch you. Break a rule, and you were fair game. Feeling better about going upstairs, Ival gave Tristan a nod to lead the way. At the second level, he directed her to an alcove with a plush, love-seat-sized sofa, 2 cushy side chairs, and a low-glass coffee table. Sparkling translucent silver curtains, pulled back with gold and silver cords, framed each side of the opening. The waiter, who stepped out from a dark hallway, had nickel-sized black earrings, a pin through his nose, a skull-patterned scarf that hung to his waist, and gorgeous tats climbing one arm. He carried a tray with a mixed drink, bottled water, and a bowl of fried calamari. Once the waiter left, Ival snagged the bottle of water and took a side chair, angling it so that she could see anyone approaching. Tristan took up most of the sofa, spreading his arms. You like calamari, right? I can take it or leave it. Right now, she wanted to take all of it. Her mouth watered. Where are you getting money? Eat, Ival. Unless your life has changed drastically, you still run on fury and determination. I ate before I came here, and the money is from a friend who's helping me. No point in wasting the food. She dug in, practically moaning over the flavor. Deke prided himself on having the best of everything. Tristan lifted his chin in the direction of the area outside their alcove. I was told these rooms are soundproof, even with the curtains open. I doubt anyone could hear us yelling in here with that music going on. But she had to give Deke credit for his design, or whatever he did that made it possible to talk at a normal level in this pocket. She sat back, tapping her finger on the chair arm. Okay, what gives? I know better than to think you contacted me only for my benefit. Not after leaving me to face the tribunal empty-handed after I saved your butt. That was unfortunate. Unfortunate? No. Ival sat forward. Getting a speeding ticket is unfortunate. Losing your wallet is unfortunate. Getting locked away forever in Viper Prison is more like being castrated with a dull knife and no morphine. Tristan flinched hard at that. Looks like you got yourself out of jail. No thanks to you. Tristan ran his fingers through his hair and looked away. When he turned back to her, he actually appeared remorseful. Later on, I thought about everything that happened that night and realized you might not have called in that bunch of military guys to kill us. You mean Isaac Knight's men? You should have realized the truth the minute I blocked for you so you could escape. Isaac Knight hunted alterants and gave a standing shoot-to-kill order to his men, all former military. Isaac hadn't known she was an alterant before that night, and she'd be on his shoot-on-sight list if Sen hadn't wiped the memories of Isaac and his men after they'd seen her shield Tristan's group. Isaac was yet another complicated relationship she didn't have time to dwell on. Forcing her attention back to the male complication du jour, she said, Couldn't you have used a little logic? Why would I have brought in a bunch of Black Ops boys with weapons who wanted to kill alterants? Tristan held his hands out. Look at it from my side. Sort of tough to reason all that out in a split second when someone's trying to kill me. I had the safety of 3 people in my hands, which included my sister. Tell me you'd have made any different decision if you'd been in my place, with you trying to haul us in to face a tribunal and men pointing cannons at someone you care about. Nothing would be gained by arguing the past. She picked at the calamari some more and said, You said you had information on the traitor. What is it? I can't tell you. She slapped the chair arm. Don't even start that crap with me again. If you'd let me finish, I was saying I can't tell you because I don't know anything about the traitor. But I have someone who does. The friend who gave you money? Yes. Where is he or she? He, and that's why I'm here. Because he said he can't get near you with Zader, Quinn, and everyone else so close. Tell him to call me. Nope. He won't risk talking on the phone or any other electronic format. He wants you to meet with him. Why? Because he has a personal interest in helping the Beladors, and said you'd understand as soon as you meet him. She toyed with that, trying to decide what to do with this opportunity. Why is he helping you? He runs the equivalent of an underground network that helps people like us, beings without any support or pantheon. What choice did she have at this point other than to play along? She needed Tristan, and he knew it. It will have to be at night, and I'll pick the place. It's tonight, and I know the place. I'll take you there. She made a chuffing sound of disbelief. You really think I'm going to let you take me somewhere? It's the only way he'll talk to you. He wants to talk to you specifically about Conlon O'Meary. Crud. Could this be for real? Tristan shouldn't know about Conlon, so clearly this guy had some information. Let's say I agree to do this. What do you get out of it? Safe passage out of the country for me, Patrina, Webster, and Aaron. Where'd you put your sister and those two Rias? Somewhere safe? Webster and Aaron still able to control their beast? Yep, getting better all the time. That brought up a question burning the inside of her brain that Tristan might be able to answer. Speaking of Rias, what do you think makes them different from us, besides eye color? Why? Because we've had another one shift in Atlanta. Tristan tapped his chin with a finger. That fog return? No. We've had gang wars breaking out and found a few trolls mixed in, but tonight was the first time a Rias appeared in one of the fights. She considered mentioning the Svarts, but changed her mind. Until Tristan gave her a reason to share more, he had all he needed to know for now. But you met up with Webster and Aaron before the sentient fog was released. Where'd you find those two Rias? Remember when you and I first met, and I was here with the Cujo? She looked up in a mock show of trying to remember. Let me think. You mean the very first time in Piedmont Park, when you turned Night Stalkers into demented ghouls that attacked me? I didn't change them. The Cujo warlord did that. I don't see the difference since you were working with the warlord. Tristan rolled his eyes. Do you want to know how I met Webster and Aaron or not? He waited for her noisy sigh before continuing. When I got a chance to slip away from the warlord, I was down in the project housing late at night when Webster and Aaron tried to mug me. I didn't want to hurt them since they were human, but the demented ghouls had followed me and swarmed those two. Then Webster and Aaron started shifting. So, maybe it takes an unnatural source of hostility like the sentient fog or aggressive ghouls to cause the Rias to shift. Maybe. That supported the theory she'd worked out with Quinn. She'd have to let him and Zader know. The Rias I know about had no control. They just shifted and killed immediately. What about Webster and Aaron? They would have, but I shifted into my alternate beast the minute they changed. Yval groaned. Viper would have gone crazy if they'd heard about that. Screw Viper. I can control my beast, and I have no doubt you can control yours. The minute I grabbed those two guys and made it clear that I was the dominant beast, they immediately changed back into their human forms, scared shitless. She wasn't acknowledging or denying that she could control her beast, since no one could know that she had fully shifted once. So, fear of something more powerful that forces back their aggression snaps them out of the change? That's a possibility, Tristan said, more to himself than her. I spent a couple of hours with Webster and Aaron, making them shift back and forth, then explained the danger of being exposed to Viper agents. Once I believed they could control their shifting, I stuck them in the maze of death to hide them. She remembered that place beneath the underground MARTA rail system all too well. Weren't you worried a dangerous spirit in there would trigger their change? Not where I put them. You met the passive spirits in the chamber where I'd left those two? I also met that crazy spirit with a pitchfork who stabbed you. But she lifted her hand, stalling any further talk on the maze. Back to my original question. How are Rias different from Alterans? From what I've figured out, they have super strength and some weak kinetics, but nothing like an Alterant's powers. I beg to differ. I fought one 3 weeks ago that slammed me with a kinetic punch that knocked me off my feet. Really? That's new. Maybe it's hit and miss on their powers, because I haven't met one like that. She tucked that into her ongoing mental file on Rias. What else can you tell me? Like I said about you and me, I think alterants can control their beasts from the first time they change, but the Rias seem to immediately turn into aggressive beasts on attack. Tristan paused. I think the difference is our blood. We carry Belador blood, but maybe they don't. Ival considered everything he said, then argued, but there were reports of alterants who shifted and killed, several in the southeast in the past year. I heard about those reports, Tristan echoed with a heavy dose of accusation. Who says so? Matcha and Brina? But you haven't witnessed an alterant turning into a mindless beast, have you? No. Much as she hated to feed Tristan's distrust of Matcha and Brina, Ival had to admit he had a valid point. And that's why I'm getting my group somewhere safe, soon. Ival snapped her fingers, excited. Wait, I haven't told you the good news. That's why I've been trying to find you. Matcha is the one who got me out of prison. She petitioned the tribunal for alterants to be recognized as a viable race, and, wait for it, Matcha has offered amnesty to all alterants who come forward and swear loyalty to her. They'll be safe as long as they can keep their beasts under control. Tristan listened with interest, unable to hide his surprise at that last declaration. She beamed at her accomplishment. See, you can stay. He started shaking his head. I can't give her or the Beladors that kind of trust. Not after what they did to me. Ival tried not to lose her patience with him, since he'd been locked away inside a spellbound enclosure in a South American jungle. Twice. But he couldn't turn his back on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With Matcha, this could mean a life-or-death opportunity. This is a limited offer with a short time span, Tristan. He scoffed at her. That's what I mean. So much for a sincere offer. It is sincere, but I haven't been able to find one alterant in 3 weeks to bring forward as a show of good faith from our kind. And now an alterant, or Arias, has killed one of Dakar's bounty hunters, so Dakar's screaming for justice. She could see his disgust at her taking Matcha's side in this, but fair was fair. How can Matcha stand before a tribunal and support us when no alterant besides me is willing to come forward? Tristan's gaze traveled everywhere but her face. He muttered. She should have thought about that 5 years ago, when she had Brina lock me up for no reason. I'm not discounting what she did to you, but things have changed, and she's making you and every other alterant an offer you aren't going to find anywhere else. She'll probably accept Webster and Aaron, too, once we show her their control. There is no way in hell I'm trusting any offer from Matcha. Ival kept her voice calm and understanding. You're the only person I've met who claims to have information on the origin of alterants and what we all have in common. It's not just a claim, and it's more about our origins in particular, mine, yours, and my sister's. Okay, great. I need that information and your help now, while we have this chance to become a recognized race. You may be willing to live with a target on your back forever, but other alterants deserve the chance for freedom. That must have struck a chord in Tristan. He leaned forward, as if reconsidering his stance, then shook off some thought and sat back, arms crossed. I'm not sharing anything unless you talk to my guy. They were back to that. If I agree to go with you tonight, then in return I want you to talk to Brina about alterants. Not a chance. Why not? I'm not meeting with Brina or Matcha. The minute I come out of hiding, I'll lose any hope of getting back to my sister or leaving the country with my group. Viper is everywhere, Tristan. There is no safe place where you won't be hunted. His mouth set in a stubborn line. She was not going to get him to budge on that point. If I can guarantee that you can walk away, would you consider speaking to the tribunal? A muscle twitched in his cheek. Can you guarantee that? I have to talk to Zader first. If he says he can do it, then you'll be safe. So what do you say? Meet with my guy and I'll talk to Zader. If he convinces me I can't be trapped, then I'll consider a meeting on neutral ground. That was a step closer, but Yvonne needed to end up with something tangible tonight. Okay, but as a minimum, I want what you have on alterance before I leave tonight's meeting. Agreed. Finally. She finished off the calamari and followed him outside. Give me a minute to stop by my bike. He turned around. No, we're leaving straight from the club. It's the only way to be sure you won't have a weapon. I won't use my dagger on anyone if I don't have to. No weapons. That was the one requirement this guy made from the first minute I met him, and I've stuck by it. I've been around him for 3 weeks. He's not a threat. Even if he was, between the two of us, he's no match. You want me to just trust you? Says the woman who wants me to walk into Matcha's lair. Never mind, let's go. She still had the blades in her boots. When Tristan reached a 4-door Toyota, a rental car, Yvonne noted how the license plate had mud over the numbers. She'd settled into the passenger seat when Tristan tossed a wad of cloth onto her lap and said, "Put that on." She picked up the black bag. You can't be serious. As a heart attack. I agreed not to let you know where I was taking you, and that you wouldn't bring anyone with you. If that's the case, why don't you just teleport me, or can't you still do that? I can, but my sister, Webster, and Aaron are at a different location this guy's people are guarding. I can't teleport long distances 2 times in a row easily, so I'm conserving my power in case I ever need to get to my sister quickly. That meant he could teleport away as soon as Yvonne met this other guy and leave Yvonne stranded. I'm not comfortable with this, Tristan. His sigh stretched into a growl. Look, I didn't want to say this until you spoke to my guy, but you really need to talk to him for your own safety. Why? Remember when we were underground in the maze of death with Kazira? I tend to remember near-death experiences, so yes. Did you tell anyone that Kazira said Quinn told her where to find you? No? That shocked Tristan. Not even Quinn? He's been gone for the past 3 weeks, too, and just got back tonight. I'd be discussing it with him right now if not for meeting you. What about Zader? No, she said louder. I'm not throwing any suspicion on Quinn based on something that Maeve Witch said. This guy says Quinn did tell Kazira how to find you. How could he know? Yvonne fisted her fingers, unwilling to believe Quinn had betrayed her, but needing the truth. He says Quinn is tied to the traitor. What? End of discussion. Put the bag on your head and don't try to contact anyone telepathically. I'll be able to hear it. Yvonne lifted the sack and took a deep breath she let out slowly. Her pulse hit panic pace, but she couldn't back out this close to finding answers on the traitor. And on Quinn. Chapter 7. Zader hated being out of his body. Felt creepy every time. Purplish haze blurred his vision when he traveled in hologram. This beat not seeing Brina at all. His physical body couldn't pass through the warding at Treor Castle. No immortal, except Brina or Matcha, could enter without dying. Brina's father had installed that little safety feature to protect his only daughter when he and his sons went to battle the Maeve 4 years ago. None of the male Treors had returned alive, and that had left Brina, the lone survivor, stuck in Treor Castle. I shouldn't be immortal. Zader loved his father, but the man had done his part to doom him and Brina, too. On the way to battle alongside the Traor men, Zader's father had asked Matcha that if he died in battle, to make his only child immortal. Then his dad had died that night, fighting beside Brina's. Zader's life would be a tragic comedy if he could find any humor in this screwed-up situation. The distorted sensation of winding through a vortex of blurred colors calmed until he floated in a cloud-like haze. Entrance to the castle required Brina to offer invitation each time Zader visited in holographic form. He called to her telepathically. "Brina, I'm here." At one time, he'd have gotten an immediate answer, a breathless answer filled with anticipation. Nothing. He shouldn't be surprised, since he hadn't heard from her in weeks, and their last meeting had ended poorly. But as the minutes stretched on, the delay bordered on insult. "You are welcome to enter, Zader Burke." He considered several smart replies, and decided raising her hackles would not set the right tone for this meeting. When the cloud dissipated, he stood in hologram form inside the great hall of Traor Castle. And there was Brina. She lounged on a sofa her da had carved from the trunk of a tree. It was intricately detailed with Celtic family emblems. Hair the color of a river on fire lay across her shoulders in a loose, tousled way that took him back to when he could touch her and run his hands through the fine strands. The triangular Celtic triquetra, mark of the Beladors, had been stitched in white on the cuffs of her radiant deep green gown. This woman had taken his breath away when she'd worn baggy pants and a faded shirt for training as a warrior. He'd waited 4 long years to touch her again, and would wait an eternity if Matcha had not forced a promise from him to allow Brina to move on with her life and marry. According to Matcha, Brina claimed she was ready to produce an heir. Without Zader. He'd never suffered a wound so painful as how those words had gutted him. Matcha made it sound like a case of logic. The Beladors needed a Traor heir to safeguard their future. Brina couldn't leave, and Zader couldn't enter. Zader had been raised to understand that sacrifice was part of being a warrior, but he'd never expected to give up something so precious. "You've a report?" Brina asked, with a brisk efficiency that exaggerated her Irish lilt. "Hello to you, too," he snapped back at her, leaving off "Your Highness" at the end. Why did she sound as though he were interrupting her day? She'd called this meeting, after all. "Very well. Hello, Zader. I'm wanting news on the traitor. Have you run down the rat yet?" She'd had the same uncharacteristic waspish tone last time, part of the reason Zader had given in to Matcha's wishes. In that last meeting, Brina had been clear about both of them accepting their impossible situation. Ready to move on, that's how she'd put it. He admitted, "Nothing on the traitor yet." "I expected to be here and we were close to finding O'Mary." She sat more upright, her fingers flitting around until they settled together in her lap. Nervous? Was she as unhappy about ending their relationship as he was? Maybe reconsidering? Her gaze had been active as her hands until she glanced up and caught him studying her. That put a steel rod in her backbone and grit in her voice. "I still cannot believe he escaped from Viper lockdown. 'Tis unheard of. Someone must have helped him." "I agree." "And I accept the blame, since the responsibility is all mine, and I just hope—" Zader paused mentally when a guard entered the room from the front hall. Like all Traor guards, this one wore an emerald green and black vest with black pants and a Belador sword in a scabbard that hung against his back. As Zader started to admonish the guard for interrupting a meeting, Brina turned her head and smiled. "I'll be with you in a minute, Alan. This won't be taking long." The guard, Alan, nodded and retreated to the main hall. She resumed her imperial pose, where she perched on the sofa, and her personality flatlined again. "As you were saying, Zader?" "We've had an unusual number of gang battles. Oh, please, if I were wanting a crime report, I'd be asking Matcha for satellite television. Don't snap at her. This isn't about local human issues. We've found trolls involved in several of the attacks. I do read your briefing, so how is this news? The trolls alone aren't news, but things changed tonight. We had a Rias shift and a Svart troll involved. He watched her face for any sign of concern because Brina knew how dangerous the Svarts were. She stilled, masking her thoughts, until she finally asked softly, "Was anyone injured?" In the past, she would have wanted to know that he was okay first. Zader shrugged. The usual, but no casualties on our side. Ival fought the Rias and the Svart. Unease slipped through Brina's lack of expression before she contained it again. Lifting her chin and looking off at nothing in particular, she waved a casual hand. Ival would be the best equipped for facing something so dangerous. Where had the Brina he'd known gone? That Brina would want to face him at eye level, not sit there lounging like the princess she'd never wanted to be. His Brina would have been pacing the floor, rattling off questions to be assured that her warriors were all safe. Even Ival. Brina would be demanding to know who did what and strategizing their next move. Zader added, I had to authorize Quinn to use extreme force on the Rias, or it would have killed Ival. Understood. And what of the Svart? Was Quinn able to retrieve information to shed light on these battles? He didn't get a chance before the Svart died. Brina nodded, speaking as much to herself as anyone else when she said, Aye, a Svart will always take his own life before allowing himself to be captured or interrogated. Ival actually ended up killing him. Before Quinn could search his mind? Brina sat up, fingers tense, gripping the cushions on each side of her. What was she thinking? She was trying to survive, Zader said, in a voice one bump louder than Brina's. The Svart had a chain wrapped around her neck. What about her powers? She was fighting the Rias, too. She did the best she could. Knowing Ival, she didn't wait for anyone to help and just kick the Svart's butt herself. You defend her no matter what she does. No, I don't. Brina lifted both hands in a moment of frustration, then slapped them down on the cushion again. Is that all? No. He wanted to yell. This was not all. That he missed her, and expected her to miss him. But he'd made a deal with Matcha that he would not encourage the relationship he and Brina had shared since their teens. His honor forced him to hold up his end of the agreement. I guess that is all to do with my report. What else can I be doing for you? She asked in such a brisk tone that it grated his already shredded patience. Nothing, Your Highness, not a thing. Zader ordered his essence to travel back to his body, which sat in a secure room at headquarters halfway across the world. Come back in, Alan, Brina called out, standing up. Yes, Your Highness. The man she'd chosen to be her new personal guard strode back into the room with solid confidence that matched his physical appearance. Her royal guards were all well-trained and strong, and his uniform was no different from that of the others, except in the way it fit Alan's spectacular body. Aye, she'd chosen a fine-looking man for her purpose. His gaze tracked over to the empty spot where Zader's hologram had been. When Alan drew close, he whispered, How did it go? About as I was expecting. She kept her voice down and her senses alert for Matcha, who tended to pop in unannounced. Alan asked, Then you're pleased? Brina crossed her arms. For now. She'd tested the waters with this visit. The next time, she'd put the first step of her plan into action. Zader had best prepare himself for the battle of his life, because she had no intention of giving up on the two of them. Chapter 8. I should have left a clue at the iron casket so the Beladors would have some way to find my body. But what clue? Ival kept trying to think what she might have done, that Tristan wouldn't have noticed. She couldn't have even gone to the ladies' room in the Iron Casket before they left because Tristan would have followed her in to make sure she didn't leave a message somewhere for Zader. The car she rode in took another turn in the rutted road. She swayed toward the console on her left, the motion giving her a moment of nausea because of the sack over her head. They bounced along until Tristan finally parked the car and turned off the engine. "Can I take the spy bag off my head now?" she groused. "Sure." The driver's door had slammed shut by the time she'd shed the black bag and could see her surroundings. Tall grass and weeds crowded a white farmhouse with faded red shingles. The dirt road to this place must have been a half-mile long, ending at this spot hidden by woods on all sides. Tristan had brought her somewhere in rural Georgia, or maybe even Alabama, because they'd driven over an hour from Atlanta. But with all the turns Tristan had taken, she had no idea in what direction they'd ridden after leaving the Iron Casket. She hadn't anticipated so long a drive. Tristan had better make this a quick meeting. She could get away with running late for her meeting with Zader and Quinn, but what she couldn't do was show up at her bike after sunrise, since she had none of her protective riding gear with her. Thanks to her strange alterant DNA, she had a deadly reaction to the sun to go along with sensitive eyes. Tristan knew about that. So what exactly had her neck muscles so tense right now? The location? Abandoned farmhouses weren't something to be concerned over as a rule, unless you consider the wackos that broke into them sometimes to hide from the law. But those were generally human perpetrators. What was giving her a hinky feeling about this? Climbing out of the car, she stretched her legs and sniffed a toasty scent in the air. Wood stoves wouldn't be unusual out here. Tristan strolled up the weed-infested gravel path to the front steps, past bushes that hadn't been trimmed in a long time. A light glowed in a window on one side of the porch. She took her time following Tristan, watching for any sign of non-human presence nearby. That she didn't sense any felt strangely wrong, since she ran into Night Stalkers around every corner in Atlanta this time of night. Make that morning. Midnight had come and gone a half hour ago. Zader and Quinn would wonder where she was if she ran really late meeting them, but she couldn't reach them without using telepathy. Taking that risk this close to getting answers would be foolish. At the front door, Tristan opened it and walked in. A female voice came into Eval's mind, whispering, "Trust those who've earned it, and no others." Eval stopped in mid-stride. That voice. Who was talking to her? She felt no Belador power behind the voice, and it was the same female that had spoken to her at the most unexpected times in the past months. As soon as she got some time off, Eval was going to ask her witch friend, Nicole, if she could help Eval figure out who was communicating with her. "I don't need voices in my head right now. I'm out of my element as it is out here in the country." That should be enough to deal with, but unease of a different kind still snaked down her spine. She didn't like anything about this setup, from the location to the house. Climbing 3 rickety steps, she entered a stuffy-smelling room where an old geezer sat in a ragged recliner that faced the door. Clear tubes ran from a nasal mask over his ears and down to a mobile tank next to his chair. Taking care with his tubes, he unfolded to a tall, thin body with skin that gravity had pulled at for many years. His cheap brown suit hung on his bony frame. Wrinkled brown eyes watched while she finished her assessment, but she needed only seconds to figure out the most damning trait. "You're a Belador?" she asked the old guy. "Yes." Tristan stopped between them and turned to her with a big grin, his arms open wide in an "am I good or what" look. She braced her feet apart, ready for battle, and pointed at Tristan. "This is the last time you screw me over." "What are you talking about?" Sincerity rang through Tristan's voice. "He's a Belador." "So? So you could have told me that, but you didn't, which makes me wonder why not, and why this guy didn't want Zader or Quinn involved." She shot Tristan a withering look. "Or maybe this is the traitor, and you brought me into a trap." "What?" Tristan dropped his arms. The man across the room spoke in a shaky voice. I asked Tristan to not tell you I was Belador, Ival. Why? She kept both men in her field of vision, prepared to bust out the blades in her boots at the first wrong move. The withered old man said, Because you would have wanted to check me out with Zader or someone else. True. With Conlon O'Meary on the loose, no possible lead could be held back. She cut Tristan some slack for the moment and directed her questions at the Belador. Who are you? Sam Thomas. I once fought in battle beside other Beladors just as you do. I take it you're not with the Beladors as a warrior now? I left. Nobody quits. You're right. That's why I left after a battle almost 7 years ago. I'm sure they counted me as dead or forever missing, since bodies are sometimes vaporized in battle. How could he just walk away after having been accepted as a full Belador warrior? She'd give anything to have what he'd tossed aside, not to be shunned as a half-breed. And he'd sworn the same oath she had. She didn't hide her disgust when she said, So you just deserted? Sam sighed heavily, and the air came out with a rattle. I didn't leave during a battle. No one was at risk when I disappeared and became another statistic. You would condemn me for wanting a life? She caught his point, that she, of all people, should understand wanting a normal life, and discounted that excuse for the crap it smelled like. You want me to believe you walked away from the Beladors so you could play golf and spend time with the grandkids? Not buying that, Pops. Let's just say I'm supporting the tribe in my own way. She let that go for now. Where have you been since leaving the Beladors? Around. But I'm not here to talk about past history. I'm not either. What do you want to talk to me about? The wrinkles on Sam's face rearranged into a crooked smile that ended with a grimace. Can we sit a spell? Got a bad back. She took the single chair facing him, which didn't match any of the other furniture. Not entirely true. Every piece in the room sported rips that belched stuffing. What do you know about the traitor? Tristan settled onto a lumpy couch. He piped up. Sam knows more than anyone at Viper. Ival sent him a scathing look that intended to say, You don't have a speaking role. Tristan grumbled, Whatever, and propped an elbow on the back of the couch to support his head. Taking his time to speak, Sam said, To begin with, the traitor will lead the Maeve to Brina if you don't stop him. We know that, which is why we have everyone looking for him. But we may not be talking about the same person. Conlon O'Meary? So this guy did know something about Conlon. She asked, Do you know where he is? I have an idea. She sat forward. Where? I'll tell you once you hear the rest of what I have to say. If you keep talking as slow as molasses dripping in the winter, this will take what's left of my morning. I'm listening. Do you know what happened before Conlon escaped? You mean the mind probe that Quinn did? Yes. But Conlon is not necessarily guilty. Then why did he escape and run? Sam's knee jerked every so often as if it wanted to bounce. That isn't the question you should be asking. I'm in no mood for a game. What's the right question? How did Conlon get out of Viper? She'd wondered that many times herself. Conlon hadn't been in just any holding cell. She'd asked Zader how anyone could have found a way out of Viper headquarters, which was tucked inside a mountain north of Atlanta. According to Zader, any escape from Viper required inside help. She said, We know Conlon couldn't have gotten out alone. Do you know who broke him out? I know who could have. She hated vague answers and didn't trust someone who wasn't part of their Viper teams. Why do you even care what goes on at Viper after you walked away? Because I have people to protect besides Tristan, Patrina, Webster, and Aaron. I got tired of being restrained while expected to fight things that often defied death. Ah, the real reason behind his desertion. Ival had been in that situation at times, but she would never turn her back on the Beladors because of feeling stymied by rules. We took an oath to do what's honorable and protect humans while we fight things that are tough to kill. True, Sam conceded, but I think we may all be forced to fight against impossible odds soon. You may not respect my choices in life, but please believe me when I say I don't want to see the Beladors destroyed. She didn't acknowledge one way or the other, but his words rang with sincerity, as if he needed her to believe that one thing. I'm still listening. I'm in a better position now to help the Beladors and Alterans than I could have before, which is why I agreed to help Tristan. My people told me about him after the RIAs were changing everywhere across the country. We have a network that has kept his group safe. Sam's knee finally started bouncing up and down in tiny jumps. Nerves or a twitch? Back to the heart of this, the traitor, she asked, "Okay, so who do you think might have broken Conlon out of lockup?" Vladimir Quinn. Liar! She pointed at Tristan, who had a sick gut look on his face. You brought me out here for that? Tristan said, just hear him out. I'm not lying, Ival. Sam tapped his fingers on his bouncing knee, and his jaw moved, as if talking stressed him. Listen to me. I have reason to believe that Quinn is key to finding the traitor. And what reason did she have to believe this stranger? Quinn has been a loyal Belador warrior since signing on at 18. I trust him with my life. Why would he betray us now? Sam pulled his lips tight in a frown. You're not going to like hearing this, but if you want to protect Brina, you're going to have to start thinking with your head and not your heart. Everyone knows how close you, Zader, and Quinn are. No argument there. She waited for him to continue. I have people in Atlanta. I received a report through them from a Night Stalker contact that stays in and around the Ritz Hotel. The ghoul snitch saw Kizira going into a room there. Holding a calm, disinterested expression while her heart thumped wildly was no easy task for Ival. She'd been working on schooling her features better, and managed to act as if that news didn't send a chill up her spine. When she and Tristan had fought Kizira in the Maze of Death, Kizira had claimed she'd seen Quinn in his room at the Ritz, and that Quinn had told Kizira she'd find Ival with Tristan. Ival hadn't wanted to believe Kizira, even when she'd shared details no one should have known about Quinn's room except Ival and Zader. Quinn's elaborate security measures meant only Ival and Zader could find his location, which changed every day when he stayed in Atlanta. Even then, neither of them could get past the temporary barrier that Quinn's warded Triketras provided. But Ival wasn't ready to jump on the Quinn can't-be-trusted bandwagon. So what? The Maeve liked the thread count of Ritz linens. Kizira visited a guest in the hotel. The room belonged to Vladimir Quinn. Quinn never registered under his name. How would this Sam have found out that information? Ival opened her empathic senses as Sam spoke. She hadn't trained to develop her ability, but she'd become pretty good at figuring out what someone was feeling. Right now, she could only discern one thing from Sam. Worry. Possibly damning or not, depending on what worried him. Where was Storm with his lie-detecting ability when she needed him? She wanted to rail at Sam, but he'd tossed down the challenge that she wasn't objective. She could act detached. Let's say there's a remote possibility that Quinn met with a Maeve witch. For what reason? That is a question Quinn has to answer. But I think I know why he would have helped Conlon. Why? Did anyone tell you what Quinn found when he performed the probe? No, she lied. But telling this guy anything Zader had shared with her in confidence was out of the question. Quinn had found potentially damning evidence of Conlon being the traitor, but even Zader called it inconclusive because the images Quinn had accessed were of the future, and the future could always change. Quinn saw images in Conlon's mind of Conlon joining the Maeve, then aiding them to breach Brina's castle and kill her. Sam's information matched what Zader had shared with her and Viper. That gave credibility to Sam's claim of having people in Atlanta, even inside Viper. Or had he gotten his information from the traitor? She pointed out, what Quinn saw would explain why Conlon was put in temporary lockup, but he still shouldn't have run. Conlon hadn't even faced a tribunal yet. I agree. Sam wheezed another breath. Except for the last part. Conlon's father was convicted as a traitor years before. Conlon knew he'd never leave that cell until another person was found guilty of being the traitor, which could take years and might never happen. Just as no one would ever forget that Ival was an alterant. She understood carrying an invisible ball and chain. But she faced her battle every day. Conlon had run. Tristan continued to watch the conversation volley between her and Sam, but he glanced over at her with an obvious question written across his face. She lifted her shoulder in a silent shrug, letting Tristan know she hadn't decided yet, and asked, why would Quinn go against Viper and the Beladors to free Conlon? I've thought on that a long time. One reason I wouldn't let Tristan contact you until now. Swinging his head to face her, Tristan chided. Feel better about why I haven't been answering your telepathic calls? Not a bit. I've been stuck trying to save all the alterants instead of just my closest buddies. She hoped that would remind Tristan that he still had to make good on his part of the deal. He'd better not teleport away before she got what she needed from him, too. Finish what you were saying, Sam. I've come down to one of two reasons Quinn would have helped Conlon escape. If he did, she interjected. Understood. Either Quinn also believed Conlon would not get a fair trial and didn't want to be the reason the young man ended up in prison for the rest of his life. She could see that, but would Quinn have taken it upon himself to release Conlon without at least cluing in Zader? Or, Sam continued, Quinn is working with Kazira and released Conlon to draw attention away from the real traitor who is still among the Beladors. Sam's frail chest lifted and dropped with his sigh. I can see you don't want to believe me and are ready to go to Zader, but I wouldn't do that if I were you. Did this guy read minds? Of course she had to tell Zader. Why not? Because Quinn might or might not have had control over what he did, if he did help Conlon. She made a derogatory noise. I've never been one to accept the I didn't know what I was doing defense. Even if someone is compelled, Ivo? Kazira might have been able to do that when she went to see Quinn in his hotel. If that happened, if Quinn did break out Conlon, if. Ival rubbed the back of her neck. Quinn had one of the most powerful minds among the Beladors. Ival had seen him overpower Kazira's mind 2 years ago, so she doubted Kazira had compelled Quinn. So why would I not tell Zader? You would destroy your friends. What do you mean? If you say anything to Zader. Sam paused, panting as if just living took an effort. He'll have no choice but to have Quinn's mind probed to prove Quinn's innocence or confirm his guilt. If Quinn did help Conlon, even for a noble reason, a druid will find that memory. What do you think Matcha would do? Horrible images flashed through Ival's mind, all ending with Quinn dying in excruciating pain. And Quinn would accept a death sentence before giving up Conlon if he truly believed Conlon to be innocent. What other possible reason could there be for Quinn to break trust with the Beladors? But he had no reason to deceive her or Zader, did he? Sam's assessment of the situation had merit. Zader's first duty might be to protect Brina, but Ival had picked up on something more going on between Brina and Zader beyond Belador, Maester to Warrior Queen relationship. He would never jeopardize Brina's safety, and he'd hate himself for putting Quinn's neck on the chopping block. But did Quinn really present a risk to Brina? Ival needed more than Sam's word. Is that all you have? Sam's hand shook where he held his knee still. If Kazira did meet Quinn inside his hotel room, then that would explain how Kazira knew she'd find you with Tristan when you went underground with him in the maze to retrieve the two Rias. Ival hadn't wanted to believe Kazira's claim that Quinn had given her information. She still wouldn't accept the word of a Maeve witch and this unknown Belador over talking to Quinn first. Loyalty meant standing up for those you care about, giving that person a chance to tell his side. She asked Sam, "How do you know all of this?" "I still have my resources within the Beladors." Just as she figured. Spies. Friends. And since going off the radar, so to speak, I've developed resources within other factions. The Maeve? He didn't respond, neither confirming nor denying. Ival had heard all she wanted to from this guy. Time for him to show all his cards. Why are you telling me all of this when we don't know each other? Sam's eyes creased with admiration. I've heard all about you, Alterant. How you've had to fight to stay free of imprisonment simply because you're not a full-blood Belador. Yet you're the first one to step forward to protect humans and the Beladors. That you don't shift into your beast no matter what, even when your life is at stake. I'm telling you because you're the only Belador that I'm sure is not the traitor. How could a stranger see more than many of whom she'd fought alongside? She shook off how that touched her deep inside and kept her business face in place. We agree on that one thing, so what am I to do with this information? Find the traitor. A war is coming with the Maeve, and the battle will be fought over Alterants. I thought they wanted to kill Brina and capture Treor Castle. That's what I understand as well. But the Alterants will be the difference between success and failure. I don't understand. I'm helping Tristan and Petrina escape before the Maeve find them. That's all I can do for these two Alterants. But you must find the others and keep them from the Maeve. I will help you hide them. I have no idea where any other Alterants are. I'd be bringing them into Matcha. Sam's liquid gaze slid over to Tristan. Tell her what you've learned in the past few weeks. Tristan stood and walked across the room to a fireplace with a hearth covered in cobwebs from lack of use. He leaned back against the mantel and crossed his arms. Sam caught me walking in my sleep a few times, heading toward Atlanta. Petrina would do the same thing. It's as if something was making us go back, some inner animal urge to return to Atlanta. Good, because I need you to go back. Not going, Ival. We had a deal. He shook his head. I said I'd give you information, but I did not say I'd return with you. Sam cut in. The point is that I think the Alterants are beginning to be drawn to Atlanta. She ignored Tristan for a moment and asked Sam, Why? It could be you. Oh, sure, I'm a regular Alterant magnet. She hadn't found one in the past 3 weeks. For once, Tristan didn't make a smart follow-up comment, but spoke in earnest. Didn't you claim there's been an unusual number of Alterant shifts and attacks in the past year in the southeast? Yes, but Rias could have committed some or all of the unprovoked attacks blamed on Alterants. You said so yourself. True, but the point is, this hasn't been as prevalent in other parts of the country, right? Tristan said, leading her to see Sam's point. Right, but I don't buy this theory that they're coming because of me. Why me? Having outbreaks in the southeast doesn't prove anything. And 3 weeks ago, lots of beasts shifted all over the country because of the sentient fog. Tristan argued, Rias, Sam's talking about alterants. Just give me facts, and tell me where you're getting these facts if you want me to believe you. Sam's arms shook when he pushed against the chair arms as if to stand, but didn't when the effort was too great. Believe me or not, but you don't have a lot of time. If the Maeve get their hands on the alterants, they'll be able to breach the castle and kill Brina. Find the other alterants. You're just full of ideas, aren't you? What makes you think I can find alterants when I haven't located any others since meeting Tristan and his sister? Fat lot of good that's done me. She glared at Tristan, who examined his hands as if critiquing a manicure. Turning back to Sam, she asked, Any tips on how I can find these alterants? Yes. You can. The living room windows exploded into the house. Yvonne smelled the burnt lime odor that screamed Maeve. She jumped to her feet and vaulted over the back of her chair, landing sure-footed. She reached toward her boot for her dagger, which was still on her motorcycle, back at the iron casket. 2 warlocks in snug, black, ninja-type clothes jumped Tristan, who hit them with kinetic blasts, barely phased them. Poor Sam had been snatched up and shoved against the wall by another warlock. Yvonne swung her hand in a horizontal arc from left to right. The kinetic slice had been intended to take out the knees of the warlock attacking Sam. Her blast bounced off the Maeve. No way. Yvonne started toward Tristan, but 2 more warlocks leaped through the windows. She had her own fight coming on. Her and Tristan's kinetics were dulled in here for some reason. A quick stomp released the blades in her boots as the last 2 warlocks reached her. Twisting her body, she swung her feet, cutting the first warlock's neck. Purple blood spewed everywhere. Tristan yelled in her mind, Link with me, and I'll teleport. She didn't hesitate, opening her mind to feel his power surge through her. The second warlock coming after her had paused to shove the one with the slit throat out of his way. Yvonne stuck her arms out when the room started spinning. She experienced a moment of panic. That warlock could attack her in this vulnerable position, half in and half out of teleporting. But he'd turned from her to face the window, where the Maeve Princess Kazira came floating through, landing next to Tristan. She clamped a hand on his shoulder, and he screamed in pain. Yvonne jerked when the pain lashed through their bond. Her body vibrated with the teleporting disrupted. Kazira yelled at the warlock nearest Yvonne, Stop the alterant! All of a sudden, Yvonne spun into full teleportation. At the best of times, Yvonne hated traveling this way. She didn't feel Tristan's presence near her as when he'd teleported her in and out of the maze of death. All at once, her body whipped back and forth like a jet gyrating out of control. She lost the link to Tristan, but her body still flip-flopped through space in a crazy spin. Alone. Had he managed to send her flying before he disengaged from her? She couldn't do this on her own, and she'd been teleported enough times to know something had gone wrong. Please don't send me into a solid wall, or drop me in the middle of traffic, or... The calamari she'd eaten churned in her stomach. She flipped and rolled, turned upside down, then all at once, she slammed to a stop. The spinning ended. Hallelujah. When she opened her eyes, she was down on all fours on soft ground. Grass? And the air smelled ancient. She didn't want to raise her head. Please, not the tribunal. How could Tristan do that to her? How would he even be capable of sending her to the realm of gods and goddesses? But then she heard music in another room. Loud, synthesized tunes pounded the walls around her. Nothing like the shrill silence of the nether realm where the tribunal met. 2 massive boots stepped into her view. She lifted her head to meet black eyes. Definitely not a tribunal. Deke Delamonte, which meant that reverberating sound shaking the floor had to be music blasting through the iron casket. Hard to believe, but she'd landed somewhere worse than facing a tribunal. The gods and goddesses had laws to uphold. Deke made his own laws. Viper never sent anyone into Deke's club for intel for one reason. They would not come to save the agent stupid enough to break any of Deke's rules. Not without declaring war. She'd been dumped in the one place on Earth no one would willingly teleport without an invitation. Deke surveyed her with surprise. Ival Kincaid? She'd take it as a good sign that he hadn't fried her yet, but she couldn't answer him. Not while she kept her mouth clamped shut to keep from humiliating herself by getting sick. He angled his head in a confused dog look. Didn't I warn you about causing problems in my club the last time we met? She nodded, hoping he'd allow her that for a yes. And you know my rule about anyone using magic or powers inside the iron casket. She gave him another nod, but technically she hadn't committed either infraction. He never said anything about teleporting. She'd point that out, if she could. Just how powerful was a centaur in his human form? Sweat ran down Ival's cheek and dripped off her chin. His face tightened with fury, but his voice came out soft. Dangerously soft. You dare to teleport here, uninvited? She shook her head, hoping to convey that this had been an accident. Viper would not question my right to discipline someone who breaks into my domain. He'd leaned down so far his breath fired across her face. I will allow you one chance to use that shrew's mouth to explain why I should not rip your body to shreds and use the parts to decorate my dungeon. That required opening her mouth. He roared, Speak! The walls trembled. She threw up on Deke. Chapter 9. Pain crawled up Tristan's arms and around his neck, twisting and biting. Phantom snakes with spiked skin squirmed inside his body. He clenched his eyes tighter. Had Ival escaped? Alive and in one piece? He'd send her to the iron casket, he hoped. Hell, he had no idea what happened after he'd shoved that blast of power into the teleporting. He might, if he'd been born with the ability to teleport. Unlike this witch priestess who was born with that power, Tristan had gained his ability secondhand by drinking a concoction that included the blood of immortal Hindu warriors. Fat lot of good that blood had done him. Immortality would have been more helpful than limited teleportation skills. A saucy female voice said, Tristan, we meet again. The bane of his life. He forced his eyes open and gritted out one word. Kazira. She released her grip on his shoulder, and her warning flare-red blouse shimmered with the movement. Sheer sleeves ruffled along her arms down to her wrists, where slender hands had fingernails painted to match. Jeans hugged her shapely legs, stuffed into knee-high boots made of eel skin that undulated. Some men would consider her dark green eyes and oval face, surrounded by a mane of sunset red hair, attractive. He'd like to stake that head on a pike. What do you want, Kazira? I'll let you know when I think of something. She swung around, taking in the old guy. Whoa. Tristan blinked his eyes. What was going on with Sam? His decaying image shifted and changed. A glamour? Sam pulled the tubes off his mask and tossed them aside. He lost a little height with the alteration to his new form, but his early 30s body had a substantial, even robust appearance, and he was not currently being held prisoner by the warlocks. Tristan demanded, Who is he? Kazira looked from Sam to Tristan. Oh, that's right. You think he's Sam something or other. Meet Conlon O'Meary. The pain slithering through Tristan's veins became inconsequential compared to the surge of fury over having been screwed. "You bastard!" Tristan opened his mind to call a warning to Ival. "Sam is—" The words in his head bounced back at him, beating his brain with the force of a gong slamming inside a giant church bell. He grabbed his head, yelling, "Stop!" and the sound disappeared. Tristan took shallow breaths to keep from passing out. Stars shot across his gaze. Kizira warned, "If you try to reach Ival again, or anyone else telepathically, you will suffer until your ears bleed." Then she told Conlon, "Were you successful? Convincing?" "Hard not to be when I'm compelled," Conlon said with an edge of irritation. "I don't need that to do my part. I came to you willingly, didn't I?" "I didn't do anything to you. If you have an issue with being compelled, file your complaint with Queen Flavin. But take it from someone she compels on a regular basis, you'll end up being forced to do far worse than fool an alterant." Kizira ordered her warlocks, "Leave no trail from here." Tristan had nothing to offer in trade to protect his sister Petrina and two Rhea's friends except himself, and Kizira already had him wrapped in invisible binding. He hoped his group would stick with his backup plan and leave immediately when he didn't call them with news in the next 15 minutes, as scheduled. He'd told Petrina to contact Ival or Zader if anything happened to him. Tristan would accept his fate, as long as those three were safe. "What do you want with me, Kizira?" She moved across the room, pausing to eye him as a useless speck of a creature. "At the present moment, not a thing. You did better than I expected." "What do you mean?" "Thanks to you, Ival will find the alterants for us." "No, she won't." Not once Petrina gave Ival the letter he'd written. The first part explained what he knew about alterants that Ival could use with the tribunal. The last part warned her to stay as far away from the Maeve as she could. The Maeve wanted alterants, especially Ival. Now, he had an idea why. The Maeve believed Ival would locate more alterants, including specific ones they clearly had plans for. And once that happened, the Maeve would capture Ival and the other alterants. Not if Tristan's contingency plan worked, and Petrina traded his letter in exchange for asylum with the Beladors. Ival would protect her and the two Rheas, and the minute she read that letter, Ival would realize that coming to save him would only give the Maeve what they needed most to kill Brina and take Traor. He grinned at Kizira. "You'll never get your hands on Ival." "You're wrong, Tristan." Kizira leaned forward and whispered, "Ival will lead us to the green-eyed alterants." "If you say so." He gave her a non-committal look. "I think by now you'd realize that alterants aren't as easy to catch as other non-humans." Kizira picked her head up and looked into his eyes. "That's why I've sent a team of Svart trolls to Atlanta to keep Viper busy until I'm ready for them to bring Ival back with our alterants." "Svart trolls? What the hell were those? You think a bunch of trolls can capture Ival?" "To be perfectly honest, not really. But she'll eventually come to us because she's a sucker for a lost cause." Tristan chuckled in spite of the pain that ripped through his chest. "Here's a tip, Kizira. Don't hold your breath waiting on Ival because I've made sure she won't come back for me." Kizira levitated a couple of inches off the floor, smiling indulgently as one would at a naive child. "Ival will never see your letter. I took it when my warlocks delivered Petrina and those Rheas to Tower Maeve, right before I left to come here." "No!" Tristan roared, lunging against the invisible bonds that sliced his skin. "I'll kill you!" Chapter 10. "It's almost 1:30. Ival's not with you?" Quinn slowly closed the door to his suite, behind Zader. Why did Ival have to be late this time? What could she still be doing this time of night, morning? He'd waited long enough to confess his betrayal to her. Guilt, and the potential for losing a friend, were eating through the lining of his stomach. "No, I haven't heard a word from her," Zader called over his shoulder. When he reached the living room, he went straight for a cushy side chair and sank into it. "Glad to have your help at the cemetery, but why didn't you let me know you were coming back?" "I made up my mind at the last minute, as soon as I felt ready to return. And I hadn't planned on seeing you until tomorrow, but that would only have delayed the inevitable. Should we be concerned about Yvonne?" "Any other time I might be, but with her on some errand for Matcha, I'm thinking Yvonne's just running later. I'd probably have heard something from her or the goddess." Quinn detoured to his wet bar, pulling a Guinness from the refrigerator for Zader and pouring boodles on the rocks for himself. He handed the chilled brew to Zader, who wasted no time cracking it open. Where to start? Quinn had gone over this conversation in his head 100 times, and it never improved. "I would prefer for Yvonne to be present, so I only have to say this once, but now that I think about it, talking with you first may be better." That brought Zader's head up, his brown eyes sharpening. "You still having issues from probing Conlon's mind?" "No noticeable residual issues." "Then what's bothering you?" "We do have a complication. When I went into the precognitive area of Conlon's mind and accessed the future, I ran into a problem." Zader leaned back, shaking his head. "You think I've forgotten how you bled from your eyes, nose, and every other place blood could get out? Just glad you survived. Hate that you had to be the one to see Conlon joining up with the Maeve. I know you had high expectations for him as a Belador warrior." "We both did." Quinn swirled his drink, staring at the ice. "I condemned a good man to being hunted as a traitor." "Not your fault, Quinn. You were doing your duty. And Conlon did more damage to himself by escaping from Viper and running." "We gave him no other option. He'd worked double time to prove he was not his traitorous father. Conlon came to the probe session willingly. Why would a traitor allow me, of all people, to search his mind?" "I don't know, but nothing will change popular opinion right now." Hearing resignation in that comment, Quinn asked, "What about you, Z? You thought Conlon was innocent at one time. Do you still think so?" "Until I see hard evidence, I'm not willing to convict any person based on a vision of the future." Zader twisted his neck, stretching it, then settled back against the chair. "You and I may be the only two who believe in that kid. Best way we can help him is by keeping our game faces on when we're around Viper and Brina. Act as if Conlon's on the top of our most wanted list at all times. That way, when we find the real traitor, they'll listen." "I see your point." Zader's arm dangled off the side of the chair, beer loosely clasped in his fingertips. "Right now we need to come up with a plan for the Spart Trolls and find out what they're after in Atlanta. I met with Sen and the other teams at headquarters." This was the part that Quinn had been dreading. He interrupted by raising his hand. "Stop. Before you go any further, there's something I need to tell you." This time, the drink Zader took clearly allowed him a pause to think. "Okay, shoot." "I did experience problems that lingered after the mind probe, but thought I'd heal like I had in the past."
"You didn't?"
"Yes and no. My mind has healed completely, and I'm strong enough to handle a threat or a probe, maybe even stronger than before. But right after the probe, while I was in my hotel room, I thought I was having hallucinations of Kazira being in my room."
That raised an eyebrow on Zader's grim face. "What do you think caused that?"
"When I was in Conlon's mind and found the vision of the future where I saw him at a Maeve meeting with Kazira, I got distracted and dropped my shields."
"What?"
Zader put his beer down and sat forward, feet on the floor, hands on his knees. Quinn circled the mustard-yellow sofa and sat down, placing his drink on the glass end table. and propping an arm across cinnamon-red pillows. The spirit of Conlon's dead father showed up, but he didn't interfere. At first, he asked me to protect his son, then later he taunted that we were all fools. When Kazira didn't see or hear him, I took that as a positive sign. But when she started talking about the attack on Brina and Treor Castle, I was caught off guard and allowed my shields to fall. Kazira saw me when I did. To be caught that off guard is unusual for you. Zader spent a moment assessing Quinn. What shook you? Quinn had argued with himself for hours over how much to tell Zader, but he, Zader, and Ival had always had each other's backs. He'd have to trust that Zader would continue watching Ival's when Quinn was no longer around. I told you Kazira mentioned Ival in that vision. Right. But I didn't say in what specific context her name was mentioned. I could claim having been in too much pain, but the truth is that I needed time to digest what I'd seen and heard. With Ival's future on the line at the time with the tribunal, I hesitated to repeat everything said about her. Zader propped his elbows on his knees and cupped his laced fingers under his chin, sorting through something mentally. I took what you said to mean we had to keep an eye on Ival because she was in danger. I know. That wasn't it? To some degree, yes, but in the vision I observed Conlon telling Kazira that when the time came to take possession of Treor, he would deliver Ival to Kazira, so that Ival could destroy the inhabitants and breach the castle. No way. Ival would never do that. Lifting a hand to hold off Zader's anger, Quinn said, You'll get no argument from me, but with Conlon loose, Viper, Marcha, and even Brina will have to give every possibility serious consideration, even that one. I won't let anything or anyone harm Brina. Zader's conviction shook the air. But neither will I give Sen the evidence he needs to bury Ival in a Viper prison, or Matcha to terminate her. We'll capture the traitor before anyone can get to Treor. Besides, the Maeve would have to find Treor Island first. That's not the entire problem. Quinn looked Zader in the eye when he told him the last bit. When I was in my hotel room, I thought I hallucinated that Kazira was there and we made love. Zader chuckled, sitting back. That wasn't a hallucination, bro. That's called a fantasy. Then he sobered and heaved a sigh. Trust me, I understand about wanting someone you can't have. You said you two met when you were really young, one time. Your mind and body will never forget her, that's all. Nothing to feel guilty about. And I know you're loyal to the Beladors. Quinn allowed a smile, albeit sad. I wish this was only about lust, but there's much more going on. When you arrived afterwards at my hotel room and woke me up, I didn't recall everything about Kazira immediately, but I kept having a feeling that something was wrong, that someone had been inside my hotel room. I couldn't get past your warded triquetra until you moved it from the doorknob, and no one even knows how to figure out which hotel room you'll be in on any given day but me and Ival. Zader added, quietly. What are you saying, Quinn? That Kazira did come to my hotel room, and we did make love. Rarely surprised by anything, Zader's eyes squinted in disbelief. Based on what proof? I had scratches on my back from her nails, in the precise spot where she'd left them on his back years earlier. She's a witch. They have ways to make you believe something that's not real. She could have put a spell on you when she saw you in Conlon's mind. She did something to me during the probe, but not a spell. In that split second when I dropped my shields and she saw me, she slipped inside my mind. Zader muttered a particularly nasty curse, the impact of that not lost on him. Okay, but that still doesn't mean she was in your room. Quinn fished a strand of woven hair in the shape of a bracelet from his coat pocket. He'd have to share what he'd never told another soul. Holding up the bracelet, he said, "This is hard evidence. She made this when we were together back when we met 13 years ago. It's my hair. She showed this to me at that time, right before admitting she was Maeve, and telling me she had to return to Tower Maeve. I warned her not to take it with her, that she'd regret keeping the bracelet. She put it on her wrist and said if she ever did regret her time with me, she'd give back the bracelet. Then she teleported away." "How'd you end up with the bracelet?" "Found it on my bathroom vanity right after you left my hotel room. I tried to call out to you telepathically, but my mind exploded with so much pain, I passed out again. When I came to, I found out Ival had been taken into custody." Zader said, "I figured when I didn't get an answer even on your cell phone that you'd gone into a deep sleep to heal. I could have used more in your email than leaving US, contact you later." Sorry about that. Quinn had plenty of reasons to be disappointed in himself these days. "I sent you and Ival the only words I could type. I was losing my ability to communicate verbally on the way to the airport. By the time I could speak again, I was deep in the mountains on another continent."
"I understand."
He trusted Zader, but didn't specify what mountains or the continent because he'd given his oath many years ago not to tell where he went when he had to heal. With Ival out of Viper Prison and safe from Kazira, Zader cut in.
"If not for that bastard Tristan, Kazira wouldn't have had a shot at Ival."
"That's not entirely true.
"Why not?"
I'm the one who told Kazira she would find Ival with Tristan. At least, that's what I think I told her. I spent much of the time I was gone dredging through my memories to determine how much damage I might have done before leaving." Quinn had spent long nights ferreting out pieces of information, and even longer nights trying to come to terms with his guilt. Zader hadn't shown any reaction to that news, but the Belador Maester seldom allowed his emotions to surface.
"Go ahead and get it all out, Quinn."
I convinced myself I had to leave immediately to keep from endangering you, Ival, Brina, and the Beladors. Looking back, I don't see myself in quite so altruistic a way.
Quinn had been afraid of what he might do involuntarily if Kazira tried to control his mind, but escaping without a word still felt cowardly.
As I healed and my mind strengthened, I managed to piece together what I believe truly happened. Kazira was in the hotel room with me. We did make love, and she did convince me to tell her that Ival was with Tristan.
"I hear you, Quinn, but know this. No real harm done as far as Ival is concerned, because she outsmarted Kazira in the maze of death. But it does bother me that Kazira can get to you in a room you've warded. How'd that happen?"
I think she was able to teleport into the room because she accessed my mind and found a way to move the Triquethrus by using my kinetics.
"Can she still do that?"
No, at least not the part about getting through my security. I had someone different ward new Triquethrus and told him to ward them in a way that the blades can only be moved by my hand, no kinetics.
"Good."
That protects me, but not everyone else.
"What do you mean?"
Kazira is still inside my mental walls. I can feel where she's been, and that pathway is open.
He wouldn't admit that part of him enjoyed having a sense of her being near. What kind of person was he to feel that way about an enemy of the Beladors? A fool. Zader asked, "Has she come back into your mind?"
Not since that night. I would know immediately now if she tried.
He'd expected her to try again, but hadn't felt a thing in 3 weeks. Maybe because of where he'd been while healing.
Doesn't matter. I'm still a security risk. That's why I stopped you from telling me anything about what was discussed at headquarters or with Brina.
"You said you'd know if Kazira entered your mind again," Zader continued,
stuck on that for some reason. Yes? Then this isn't as bad as it sounds. Ival will understand about what happened. You know she'd never hold that slip against you. No, she wouldn't. I do feel strong enough to keep Kazira from taking control of my mental abilities again, but that doesn't change the fact that she still may be able to slide inside unexpectedly. There's too much at risk to... Quinn paused. Allow her this level of access to the Beladors. It took about 10 seconds for Zader to understand what Quinn meant. You expect me to have you executed? I expect you to do whatever is necessary for the safety of Brina, Ival, and the Beladors. My mind has been one of the most powerful weapons in our tribe since I learned how to control it. Now I fear that weapon might be used against everything I've spent my life protecting. Contemplative would be a good way to describe Zader, which Quinn had expected. He never anticipated Zader's next words. We can use this to our advantage. Come on, Zader. You're only delaying that which is inevitable. I'm not delaying a damn thing. Zader could boom his voice without raising it loud enough to be heard in the next room. I will not kill you. I would never ask that of you, my friend. You won't have to make that decision. I intend to turn myself in to Viper, and the tribunal will hand me over to Matcha. Zader pushed to his feet, moving across the room, his brow creased with heavy thinking. He turned back and crossed his arms in a way that meant he would not be swayed from some decision. I need you and your mind to fight what's coming. These Svart trolls are most likely a sign of the Maves stepping up their game, but I don't know how. You're right about one thing. Your mind is one of our most powerful Belador weapons. Brina can't afford to lose you. I can't afford to lose you, and neither can Ival. The desire to survive was a strange bedmate for honor when faced with duty. Quinn had spent the past 24 hours getting prepared to face the tribunal and Matcha. He'd been sure everyone who mattered to him would be safer from the Mave with him out of the picture. Zader made Quinn's sacrificial death sound as though he would be turning his back on everyone. Enticing, but Quinn still had one deadly problem. What about Kazira? Can you vow to me that you will put Brina and the Beladors before Kazira, even if it means Kazira's death? The insult Quinn felt must have shown on his face, but Zader owed him no apology for asking the blunt question. Quinn said, without hesitation, after what Kazira did to me and Ival. Zader nodded. That's good enough for me. You aren't going to tell anyone what happened with Kazira, but you will tell me immediately if she makes any unexpected appearance in person or in your mind. I can do that. What if I'm wrong and... Quinn couldn't imagine what might happen because he'd put his mind up against the powerful druids who had trained him, and they believed Quinn to be stronger than before. He still woke at night with what-ifs pounding his skull. I'll stop you before you can do any damage, Quinn. Quinn would trust that vow only from Zader, who, Quinn knew, would do whatever duty demanded, no matter the personal loss. This changes everything, except for still having to confess my betrayal to Ival. You can't do that. I have to, Zader. I have been tormented for weeks with guilt. Hate it for you, bro, but she can't know about what happened with you and Kazira. No one can. Telling Ival would put her at risk and implicate her down the road. That put only Zader in the position of losing everything he lived for his whole life if anyone found out what had happened between Quinn and Kazira. Quinn could still turn himself in. Zader must have picked up on his thoughts. This isn't really any different than The agreement you, I, and Ival made after the night we were caught by the Maeve in Utah. We've all protected each other's confidences out of honor and friendship. Nothing's changed. Brina and the future of the Beladors will always come first, but you and Ival are right behind them. I will do my best to assure that your trust is not misplaced. No chance of that. With the decision of Quinn's death apparently settled, Zader drew a deep breath and changed subjects. About the Svarts. You are going to tell me about a conversation with Sen. If you want to call Sen's rant a conversation. He's popping off about not having time to constantly come out to clean up our battle messes. Quinn pointed out, he tends to only complain about the ones involving Ival. I know. That's why I'd like to get Dickhead out of our hair if I can. We need a weapon that will kill something like a Svart without harming a human, or drawing unwanted attention. Something that can be used at close range. There's only one person who would have something of that nature. Isaac Knight. Yeah, I thought about that, but I haven't figured out how to get one from him without Isaac's bunch realizing these battles involve non-humans. Knight sells to the military. Any chance your government contacts could get the weapon? How? They'd have to tell him they needed a weapon for non-humans, which would expose our Beladors in the government since humans aren't supposed to know about us. Zader ran his hand over his head, thinking. That's all we'd need to draw Isaac's attention. He'd have been in the middle of these gang battles already if he'd known trolls were involved and had any idea of when the battles were going down. But the fights erupt with no warning. There's no way to approach Isaac without alerting him to Viper, and that would turn his sights on our people. On his way to get Zader another beer, Quinn had an idea how to acquire a night weapon. A suggestion Zader would not like. There is one person who can ask Isaac for a weapon without drawing his attention. Who? Ival. Oh, hell no. She knows him better than any of us, and he likes her. That's the problem. Zader started pacing again. Isaac likes her a little too much. Quinn pulled another Guinness from the small refrigerator. She's a big girl who can take care of herself, and Isaac would give her a weapon if he thought she needed it for protection. Zader stopped at the massive window, looking out at Atlanta twinkling against the night sky. He turned around, accepting the cold brew, and leaned against the windowsill. He won't hurt her as long as he doesn't know she's an alterant. But Isaac and his men drew down on Ival once already. When did that happen? Quinn hadn't seen that in any email briefings. After I left your hotel room that night you were out of it, Isaac and his men saw Tristan's green eyes and wanted to blast him and his group, but Ival protected them. Of course. Then Sen showed up out of thin air, which didn't help. So Isaac realized Ival was an alterant? That changed everything. Quinn had missed a lot. I don't know if he knew for sure that night or not, but his entire team fired when Sen just appeared. Bad move. Did Sen vaporize them? Zader chuckled, a dry, sarcastic sound. Not even Sen is going to kill a human and face the tribunal. He stopped the bullets with his hand. He teleports, vaporizes bodies, materializes whatever he wants out of thin air, wipes minds, and probably hasn't even shown us all that he can do. What is that guy? Zader lifted the bottle when he shrugged. Wish I knew. So now Isaac knows that Ival associates with alterants. Or does he know that she is one? No, on both accounts. Sen wiped the minds of all the Night Men before he teleported Ival away, so Isaac and his men shouldn't remember anything. Sen probably regrets having wiped those minds with Ival free again. Bet on it, Zader said. Quinn returned to their original topic of finding a weapon to kill trolls. Then Ival can still ask Isaac for the weapon. Zader growled, but an agreement surfaced in the midst of the sound. I guess she can do that. If Isaac's interested in her as a woman, she should be safe enough. I don't want to hear that. Bad enough that she's been in such a foul mood with Storm missing that she's become a one-woman demolition crew in battle. Quinn kept his face neutral. but secretly smiled at Ival's budding social life. He didn't want her harmed any more than Zader did, but she needed a chance to have a real life. What's the story on Storm? We don't know, and Ival hasn't told me anything other than Storm helped her when the tribunal sent her to hunt down the missing alterants. Oh? Quinn lost his battle not to laugh at Zader's flat, don't go there gaze, which only pissed off Zader that much more. What's so funny, Quinn? You okay with all these guys sniffing around her all of a sudden? You are the epitome of the overprotective big brother. Let's just say that I think we'll know if anyone gets out of line. Quinn did admit, I'd enjoy sending someone into the next world if they hurt her physically or emotionally, but I'll place my money on Ival dealing them as much pain as we would dish out if someone dared to harm her. Zader finally relented and smiled. Yeah, I guess I need to accept that she can't be protected from everything. His phone buzzed. Lifting the small cell phone from his pocket, he read the screen. Damn. Got a battle going on in South Atlanta. Another cemetery? Let me get my key. It's a cemetery, but a small battle. They have a local troll in hand. Told him to call me when we had someone to interrogate. You stay here and talk to Ival. Explain to her about getting the night weapon. Zader shoved the phone into his pocket, then snapped his fingers and stopped, giving Quinn a pained look. One more thing. Yes? On the way here, I got a call from one of our Beladors who'd been trading for intel with a Night Stalker. He picked up a tip that a woman was asking around about you early this evening. I'll break loose a couple of agents as soon as I can to see what they can find out. Quinn had no idea who it could be. Did you get a name? Just a first name. Lana. Bloody hell. Zader had started for the door and swung around, his gaze sharp with concern. The Maeve? Worse. Family. Chapter 11. Ival's mouth tasted too disgusting to describe, but she could not ask Deet for water. If she uttered a word, it could well be her last. She'd sit here quietly on the nicely sodded floor of his office and not draw his attention. Again. Deke stood bent over with his hands propped on his desk, intent on something he read. Gleaming black hair hung loose around his shoulders. When he took on human form, he did so in a breathtakingly gorgeous body. He'd ignored her for the last couple hours, which had probably been easier to do once he'd showered and changed into the chocolate-brown linen shirt and matching pants. Had to smell better without the contents of her stomach slimed all over his pants and shoes. His men had washed the residue of her calamari upheaval off the office lawn. She would never have guessed that Deke would floor his personal space with sod, but then she didn't spend a lot of time wondering about someone like Deke. Better to avoid him mentally and in person. Her wrists burned from where she'd struggled against the shackles anchoring her to the wall, but she'd stopped that once it became clear she breathed Deke's air for only one reason. He'd said he'd give her a chance to explain why he shouldn't kill her. A chance probably meant one sentence. She doubted she could plead her case thoroughly in one sentence. But Deke must have some personal code of honor that prevented him from toasting her until she actually supplied him with a reason for being here. The way she saw it, the longer she kept her mouth shut, the longer she stayed alive. Her refusal to speak had brought on a bout of yelling. He'd done so in 4 languages, one that sounded old enough to be biblical. He'd shifted into a centaur, then back to human form, clothes and all, shouting at her with every breath. When he'd returned from showering, he'd calmly asked her one time to explain herself. Nope. She'd kept her mouth shut and held on to her only hope of surviving. He hadn't said another word since then. His silence bothered her far more than his yelling. She could call Zader or Quinn telepathically, but their lives would be at risk too the minute they walked in here. What could either of them do? Demand she be released when Deke had full authority here? That would probably get her tortured slowly before he killed her. The thought of torture brought on another wave of worry over Tristan. Where was he? What was Kazira doing to him? Ival had to get out of here and find a way to help him. A knock at the door broke into her thoughts and Deke's formidable concentration. His black gaze shot to her first, then he looked at the door, and it opened on its own. Now that he'd noticed her again, it didn't matter if she made noise. She sat up, shifting her tired body. A hot security guy with a smoking body, one of the many who worked for Deke, decked out in a black iron casket t-shirt and cargo pants, strode in. "We can't budge it."
Ridiculous.
Deke hit the solid marble desk with his fist. Sounded like Thor striking his hammer. The security guard held up both hands. "Don't know what to tell you, boss. Must be warded or something. Won't roll, and 4 of us tried to lift it." Not roll? They were trying to move her motorcycle? Good luck with that, boys. They weren't human, but she hadn't picked up any super strong energy, which meant they were probably just male witches. Anger smoldered in Deke's vicious gaze for a moment, then his eyes thinned with an unholy smile. He told his man, "Leave us." When the door closed, Deke stepped over to where Ival peered up at him from her uncomfortable position.
"Listen up, Alterant. I said I'd give you a chance to convince me not to kill you. I did not say you could stay here while you composed a novel. 1 sentence.
Where would he send her? She'd heard rumors about Deke's basement. Dungeon would be more accurate, and didn't want to find out if those hideous stories were true. The Beladors would eventually come looking for her, and when they did, they'd find her gold GSXR sitting outside the iron casket. Her motorcycle would be easy to spot after daylight in the nightclub's empty parking lot. But that didn't appear to concern Deke. And why should it, since Viper was no issue for him?
Well, Alterant?"
Trying not to offend him, Ival lifted both shoulders in what she hoped conveyed her desire to discuss the situation, but that she needed more than 1 sentence to do that.
"You are trying my patience, which is unwise, since I have none to begin with. You hold your tongue, thinking to prolong your life?"
She smiled and nodded. "Now you're getting it, Skippy."
"I can assure you a very long life while you wait, one that will be filled with interesting activities."
She didn't care for the sound of that, which must have shown on her face. So much for practicing not exposing her emotions. She'd never make a decent poker player. Deke grinned. A happy centaur in this situation could not mean good news. He lifted an eyebrow, smirking.
"Your motorcycle is no problem. I can destroy it even with the warding, but not yet. For now, I'll have it covered with a small storage building or a construction dumpster with the middle cut out. No one will find it, ever."
That trumped her staying quiet.
"I see that we're finally communicating,"
he said. Gloating is unattractive, Deke. Better to take her best shot now and find out if she had to risk contacting Zader and Quinn for help getting out of this situation. She drew in a deep breath so Deke couldn't assume she was done if she stopped to breathe. "I would never come into your building uninvited, and I didn't this time because I had no idea where I was being teleported since someone else was doing it, and I'm sorry I threw up on you, but teleporting makes me sick, and—" she was running out of air. "If you'll let me go, I can promise it will never happen again."
"Really?"
Ival sucked in a quick breath. "Well, sure, I'm not stupid, Deke. No one breaks your rules in your house."
"Your time is up."
Just as well. She couldn't think of anything else to say. "The Beladors will come for me if I go missing, and there's a tracker who will find my bike."
Deke said, "I am not concerned about who comes for you. Don't try to convince me that Viper will question my right to sanction anyone who breaches my domain, regardless of the reason."
True, especially for an alterant. Sen would offer suggestions on how to torture her. But Deke hadn't done anything to her yet, so she held out hope of negotiating. "Isn't there some way we can work this out, Deke? It was an accident." He strolled back across his office, then turned, facing her as he leaned a hip against his desk.
"Who sent you here?"
Now she'd get Tristan in trouble, after he'd clearly given her all his teleporting power to help her escape.
It's complicated. When you figure it out, let me know.
Deke vanished. The door opened and 2 of his security men came in. Should she use her kinetics and risk getting toasted on the spot? One guy reached down and unlocked the manacle on her left arm. She yelled, "Deke, come back!" The other guard locked a metal collar around her neck. "Oh, come on, Deke. You want to hear what I have to say?" Deke reappeared in front of her. He lifted his chin at the 2 security guys, who immediately withdrew from the room. When the door closed, Deke told her,
"Speak."
"I was with another alterant, and we got ambushed by a Maeve hunting party of warlocks. Someone started teleporting me, then a fight broke out, and the next thing I know, I'm in here, talking to you."
You mean barfing on me?
"That was unintentional."
So how do you plan to work this out, as you say?
She had one hand still hooked to a steel anchor in the wall, but lifted her free hand in an open palm gesture. "I've apologized. What else do you want?"
You offered to make amends.
"Of course, just tell me what I can do." Hope fluttered in her chest.
I'll have to think about it and let you know.
That sounded like they'd just made some sort of deal, but she'd missed the part with the details spelled out. "I don't understand."
I will let you go, and you will owe me a favor.
Oh, man. Now she understood why he hadn't killed her. What kind of favor? Things had been rocking along nicely until she said that. He spread his feet and crossed his arms, staring down at her as if she'd asked a stupid question.
The kind of favor that buys back your life today.
Good point. Got it. Just wanting to be clear, since we don't really have each other's cell numbers to talk about it later on.
I will find you when I have something for you to do, Alterant.
The second manacle disappeared, along with the metal collar as well as the steel anchor that had held her to the wall. She rubbed her wrists where they'd chafed. "Did you thank someone who had threatened to kill you, chained you to a wall, then made you agree to an open-ended favor for the chance to continue breathing?" When the person doing all that was Deke Delamonte, then the answer was yes. "Thanks." Yval stood up and started for the door, but in 2 steps she was outside, heading toward her motorcycle. Had Deke teleported her out here? She didn't have the urge to hurl. Maybe someone as old as Deke, and she had no idea how many centuries old that might be, had luxury-level teleporting. She couldn't wait to dig out the bottle of water she'd stuffed in her tank bag and wash out her mouth. Downing the balance of her water, she considered her next move. Finding Tristan was going to take some time, since he hadn't answered her telepathic calls. She doubted he was still at that farmhouse and had no idea how to find it again. With a little over an hour before daylight, she had to touch base with Zader and explain being late. After calling out to him with no answer, she tried Quinn, who answered. "Where have you been, Yval?" She hated her hesitation, but a lot had happened over the past few weeks, and she still didn't know exactly what had occurred between Quinn and Kazira, if anything. She answered, "That thing I had to do for Matcha took longer than I expected, and I really can't talk about it. She got me out of Viper Prison, and so—" That sounded lame and not like her, because she shared everything with Zader and Quinn. Quinn said, "I understand completely. We were worried about you." I called to Zader, but he didn't answer. "He's interrogating a troll from another gang battle. Zader may have had Sen teleport them both to headquarters to lock down the troll and couldn't communicate." "Sorry I missed our meeting, Quinn. I would have called one way or another, but I wasn't where I could do that." "Where are you now?" "Around Midtown, headed into Atlanta. I'd still like to see you." Had she picked up anxiety in Quinn's telepathic voice, or was it just a case of her being overly suspicious about everything right now? "Sure. Where do you want to meet?" He surprised her by suggesting a diner she ate at regularly near 5 Points, a block away from Woodruff Park. Not Quinn's caliber of cuisine at all, but He knew she kept vampire hours due to her deadly reaction to the sun, and sunrise would come soon. Quinn had chosen somewhere close to her underground apartment to make it easy for her. A good friend. The best. She hated the way suspicion played fast with her heart. By the time she parked her bike near the diner, her stomach had settled and now complained again about the lack of food. During normal business hours, the diner hosted an eclectic group of patrons that ranged from men in suits to casually dressed tourists. But the late-nighters who stumbled in when Ival normally ate here tended to dress on the scruffy side. That made it easy to spot Quinn's blue-gray sport coat, black sweater, and dark-gray pants. Not that his clothes stood out in the chrome and formica diner so much as did the man inside the window dressing. He could wear rags and still appear out of place, sitting in a booth that was upholstered in purple plastic. Sliding into the seat across from him, she waited for the waitress, who came over to take Ival's cheeseburger and fries order, her idea of comfort food. With no better way to open the conversation, she asked, "Are you okay? Z said you'd gone away to heal." "Yes, I left rather abruptly, but it was unavoidable." Quinn's fingers tapped against a chipped ceramic mug of coffee. "Sorry I was unable to offer assistance when Sen came for you." What had him so edgy? If he felt guilty over that, she could ease his worry. "You couldn't have stopped them from putting me in a cell?" He paused in tapping and opened his hand in a maybe, maybe not motion. "Seriously, Quinn? Matcha was the only person who could get me out of that prison, and she did, so it all worked out." For now. But Ival wouldn't burden him with her problems when he seemed to be just getting back on his feet. "Z said you were bad after the mind probe. I'm just glad you're okay. We missed you. Where were you?" Quinn's lips tilted, a smile slow in coming. He'd always been the one to joke with her, always ready to lift her spirits. "I missed you as well. I would be happy to share where I've been, but it's a place hidden high in the mountains in another country that has been kept secret for more than 800 years. They've taken me in before when I needed their gifts. I know I can trust you, but I gave my word to never share the location." She wasn't insulted. In fact, now she felt better about not being able to tell him where she'd been earlier. "Hey, no problem. I was just curious where someone with a mind like yours went for a tune-up." Her joke fell flat. She couldn't put her finger on why things were weird between them when they'd always been comfortable in each other's company. Now would be the time and place to ask Quinn about Kazira, but Ival couldn't make herself bring it up yet. No reason to rush. She picked at a loose thread on her jeans and couldn't figure out where to look. To get the conversation moving, she switched to a subject that should be easier. "Any word on the Svart trolls?" "Yes. Zeta asked me to catch you up." Quinn paused as the waitress served Ival. Then he hit the high points with his usual precise way of speaking. She noticed how his attention flitted between the coffee mug and the edge of the plastic menu he picked at with his thumbnail. The imperturbable Quinn? Nervous? No way. She opened her empathic senses just enough to get some read on him. The first feedback surprised her. Why would Quinn be feeling distressed? The next sensation she picked up hurt her heart. Quinn was sad. So not like him. He finished his rundown on the Svarts by saying, "Sen has made it abundantly clear that he expects us to find a way to deal with the trolls without constantly calling him." As if we want to call him? What does he expect us to do? Sen offered no remedy, but Zeta has an idea. He thinks if we could acquire a weapon that would kill trolls and other non-humans in a way that doesn't harm humans or expose our activity to them, we wouldn't have to call on Sen so often. A weapon that could be used at close range. There's only one person who might have that. Quinn lowered his voice, even though the closest patron was some poor old homeless guy 6 booths away who had nodded off. "We know. Isaac Knight. The problem with that is keeping Isaac out of our way the minute he catches wind of any non-human activity." "Exactly. Quinn stopped fingering his coffee mug and studied her now. We thought you could ask Isaac. Yval had finished all she could eat and tossed the paper napkin on top of her plate, then shoved it away. He'll be suspicious if I ask. Not if you tell him you want it for your own protection. Based upon his interest in you, I believe he would loan you a weapon. Now she got it. You want me to play the girl card? Are you serious? That got a smile out of Quinn. You make it sound as though you aren't equipped for such a mission. Oh, sure, but that's like using a car built from scrap parts to chauffeur the governor around. You discount your appeal, Yval. No, I'm a realist. I have no idea how to flirt, and you know that. I don't think that will be necessary. Isaac Knight took an interest in you the first time he found you with the demon. Do you look any different now than you did then? No. She'd even shared a meal with Isaac, wearing clothes ripped from battle, bruises on her arms, and her hair askew. But that was the best a man could expect when he sent an armed team to snatch her off the street just to have dinner with him. Unless you're concerned about exposing your identity to Isaac, I won't agree to anything that puts you at that type of risk. She waved that off with a flip of her hand. Nah, we seem to be past his wanting me to take off my sunglasses. As long as I keep these on, he has no reason to suspect I'm an alterant. Quinn was right. Isaac had taken an interest in her, one that might come back to bite her someday, but he'd made it clear in the past that she could come to him if she ever needed help with a threat. This should count. I'd do it, but I'm surprised Zader's going along with me seeing Isaac. It took some convincing to persuade our overprotective friend. When she grinned, Quinn continued. He balked when I suggested you as the best choice to approach Isaac, but he finally agreed. Should she feel proud that Quinn believed in her ability to gain a weapon they desperately needed? Or suspicious of a secret ulterior motive because of what Kazira had said? Why can't that witch stay out of my world? I trust Quinn, period. Quinn must have taken her silence as concern. If you'd prefer, I could accompany you. She'd love to have Quinn or Zader with her, but Isaac had acted territorial around her in the past, so she'd be better off going alone. Thanks, but I'd have to spend more time explaining you than getting the weapon. As you wish. Quinn eyed his watch, some elegant piece of Swiss craftsmanship. He'd lost that moment of cheerfulness and turned quiet again. I don't want to rush you, but you have only a half hour to reach your apartment. She had a 5-minute drive, but Quinn could be just as overprotective as Zader in his own way. Standing, she reached for her money, but Quinn tossed down more than enough for the meal and tip, saying, I've got this one. She generally balked at his picking up the tab, which would turn into good-natured bantering by the time they reached the sidewalk. But the air between them had cooled in the last minute, once again riddled with a strange discomfort. Am I acting paranoid around Quinn, or is he being overly careful around me? She still hadn't asked Quinn about Kazira. When they walked outside, the air carried the crisp chill of early autumn, great for wearing full riding gear. Quinn walked with her to where Yval had parked her bike at the corner. When she stopped a few short feet away, they both seemed hesitant to say goodbye. Her chest would never stop aching if she didn't get this said. I need to ask you something, Quinn. Sure. What about? It's about back when the sentient fog was coming through Atlanta, before you left to go heal. Go on. Quinn had turned away from the streetlight, with half of his face lost in a dark shadow. His posture stiffened. Nobody liked to relive hellish memories, and that probe must have been pretty rough to send Quinn into hiding to repair his mind. Her throat tightened against the words. She hated questioning her friend, but she couldn't take another day inside her head with this. Did you, run into Kazira anywhere during that time? No. His decisive answer gave her a rush of relief for a moment, but her empathic sense picked up something out of sync. That Quinn was uncomfortable. Why? Maybe she hadn't been specific enough. Better to get this done all at once, like ripping off a Band-Aid. She scratched her hair, knocking her ponytail loose in the back. So there's no way you would have told Kazira that she could find me with Tristan that day? No. He stared off into the darkness for a moment, then must have decided they were finished. You should go before it gets any closer to daylight. I'll see you later. He turned and walked away. She couldn't fault him for the cold tone or quick retreat. She'd be insulted, too, if their roles had been reversed and he'd questioned her loyalty to him. What she didn't understand was the wild whip of anxiety she'd picked up from Quinn as he left. It contradicted his stiff answers. But he had answered her. Maybe everything would make more sense once she caught up on sleep. She hadn't seen her bed in 2 days. Reaching for her helmet hooked on the mirror of her bike, she paused. Unease skittered over her skin. Someone approached from behind. Yval swung around, prepared to face a threat, and it was, but only to her heart. She crossed her arms. Stalking me is dangerous, Storm. Although she sort of liked that he'd come searching for her. Not as dangerous as the other things stalking the city tonight. You'd know if you'd been in the city since midnight. Had he been looking for her since then? But that didn't explain his finding her here. How did you know where I'd be right now? I didn't. I was in this area for another reason. Oh, so he hadn't come looking for her. She kept her chin up and squashed her disappointment. She'd already made a fool of herself earlier by getting annoyed about Adriana. I did leave the city for a bit. Had some business to take care of. Why are you still out and about? I had some time to burn. He should be burning that time at home in bed. His eyes had a dark, hollow look. The urge to fuss over him snuck up on Yval, and reminded her how Adriana had spent weeks fussing over him as his nurse. She had to let that go. That discussion had been 7 hours ago. A long 7 hours. Amazing how exhaustion took the edge off her hurt. And anyway, the hurt hadn't been Storm's fault. He shouldn't be blamed for her insecurities. What have you been doing tonight? Talking to Night Stalkers, for one thing. About what? The gang battles. Did you find out anything? Few things. That's why I ended up tracking something to this spot. He'd been using his ability to track non-humans, the same way he'd found her in South America when no one else could. He'd defied tribunal orders to come after her. Her tired mind immediately tallied points in his favor for that, points to wipe out any lingering irritation over the whole Adriana issue. What were you tracking? I picked up a Svart scent from the cemetery where you fought. Why had he done that? Viper doesn't even know you're back yet, and you don't know them anything. You should be home resting and not risking being seen. He closed the distance between them, never moving his flint-hard gaze from hers. His chest rose and fell sharply in time with the slow blink of his eyes. Muscles along his jaw tensed and flexed until he released a hiss of air and sighed. I can't rest. Not when I'm worried about you. She caught herself before she sighed, but her lips slipped into a smile. How was it when she thought she'd never let a man touch her skin, much less her heart, that Storm had found the route? A twisted and rutted path, and one that required the steel will of a man like Storm to navigate. She was touched by his concern, but didn't want to encourage him to stay on his feet when he didn't appear fully recovered. She said, We both know I can take care of myself. From what I'm hearing, these Svarts are not to be underestimated. The one I tracked left the cemetery, then went to where I met you by your bike. Then I caught a similar scent not far from here, in the area of your apartment. I picked up yet another Svart scent that led me here, then it vanished. I think these trolls might be looking for you. Me? Why? I don't know. I just have a feeling I'm right. She had yet to learn everything about Storm, and with his unusual heritage, she respected his gift, but a Svart looking for her? I can't come up with one reason why a Svart would be searching for me. Probably just a matter of them covering a lot of ground in the city that crossed with my movements. I knew you'd come up with some excuse instead of realizing you shouldn't be running around alone right now. I'll be fine. You don't have to fight every battle by yourself. He touched her hair, lightly running a finger down the side until his hand stopped on her shoulder. She wished he'd pull her to him and kiss her again. He asked, "Where have you been?" "I can't tell you." His hand slid off her shoulder to hang at his side. "Now who's keeping secrets?" "It's not like that. I had something to do for the Beladors." His face closed down, guarded again. "You take backup?" "Not for this." "It's not safe for you." "Since when has it ever been safe in our world?" she asked with a grim smile. "I fight demons and trolls and whatever else shows up to threaten humans. That's my job." "Smart trolls are more deadly than demons and local trolls. Plus, there's been another gang battle since I saw you." "How did you know about—" Ival's heart frosted over at the realization that only one other Viper agent would have told Storm anything. She kept her voice free of a jealous tinge, but just saying the witch's name caused her to grind her back teeth. "Did Adriana tell you?" Storm shook his head slowly. "I've gone home. She doesn't know where I live." So where had Adriana and Storm been when she was taking care of him, if not at his apartment, house, hut, whatever? Ival shielded her momentary relief at that small confession until she realized she didn't know where he lived either. But Storm had said he'd put that in the email draft for her so she could come to dinner. Had he done that yet? Ival pushed her tired mind back to business. "So, where'd you get that information on the gang battles?" "From your Night Stalker buddy." "Grady?" "Yes." "I'm not surprised he knows about the Svarts." Ival yawned. "I need to get going. Sunrise is coming." "You've got 18 minutes to make a mile on your street jet." She gave him a wan smile. "That gives me 16 more minutes of sleep if I leave right now." "I can think of a better use for those 16 minutes." "Oh? How would you use them?" She smiled, enjoying a warm glow from his flirting. "Proving how wrong you are about Adriana." "Adriana?" Ival lost the warm glow. She didn't want to listen while Storm painted the witch as someone only concerned with his health. Men would never see Adriana the way women saw her. Just when Ival thought she'd put this unexpected jealousy to bed, the green-eyed devil reared its ugly head. "No." Chapter 12. Ival pinned Storm with a look that should warn him his health could soon be in jeopardy again, and said, "I'm not wasting my time or breath discussing Adriana." Storm put a hand on her arm and leaned down, nose to nose with her. "You are the most thick-headed female I've ever met." "Not winning any points right now, Storm." She pulled on her arm, not enough to break his hold, just to make a point. "Let go of me if you don't want to land on your butt on the side of the street." 60 seconds. "For what?" "To prove," she huffed. "I got it. Adriana did you a favor, nothing to discuss." "You may be trying to believe that, but you don't. I can't stand knowing every time you see Adriana, you're gonna be hurt all over again." See, things like that made her heart wiggle. "If I'm hurt, it's my problem to deal with. I believe what you told me." "But you're still bothered about Adriana." She hated to admit he'd hit that nail dead center, but she couldn't deny the truth. Angling her chin in challenge, she said, "Okay, I'll give you 60 seconds. He had her in his arms, kissing her before she realized he'd moved. Her righteous anger over Adriana that had festered since last night tumbled beneath the onslaught of emotions crashing through her. She had the backbone of a caterpillar when Storm touched her. He held her close, secure in his arms. She'd missed everything about him in the past few weeks, missed the way he took her in stride, accepting her as she was, missed his voice that whispered across her skin. and most definitely miss the way his mouth felt against hers right now, teasing and nipping. Heat zinged through her core, spinning tornadoes of excitement everywhere and shocking her skin, coiling deep inside until she murmured against his lips. He smiled, never slowing the kiss that said so much. Much more than 60 hours of talking could accomplish. She tasted his sincerity, knew by the way his heart slammed with each beat that she mattered to him. Blood barreled through her own heart, forcing the organ to feel alive after years of being an iceberg, frozen by terror. Another man had sent her into emotional lockdown as a teen, but Storm could stir a fever inside her with nothing more than a look. His hand cupped the back of her head, carefully and gently, probably still remembering how she'd reacted like a trapped animal when he'd stepped too close to her in an underground subway tunnel. She'd shoved him 30 feet across the tracks. He'd landed against a concrete wall. Nothing like Sen had done to Storm, but a hit that would have seriously hurt a human, and would have sent any other man backpedaling to get as far away from a freak as possible. Not Storm. He dusted himself off and had come right back, refusing to let her retreat from him. Looking at her with too much understanding, as if he could see past her fears, all the way to the emotional wasteland where her personal demons crouched in the corners of her mind, laughing at her. She'd tried to warn Storm away more than once, but he could be beyond stubborn at times. He moved his long fingers lightly over her face and hair, forcing her to think about him and only him. The last 3 weeks melted away. She ran her hands up into his hair, then folded her arms around his neck. He kissed her with a hunger that sent shivers of excitement fingering along her spine. She'd never expected to feel that with a man. The female voice haunting her mind lately said, "To feel is to live. To live is to love." Yval hoped the woman could hear her when she silently replied, "Go away." Storm paused. He swept his lips softly across hers and murmured something in a language she didn't understand, but she could feel the passion in his words. He was telling her he cared. Then his lips were gone, and his breath coming hard as if he'd been battling for hours. He dropped a kiss on her forehead, then pulled back, raking a knuckle over her cheek. Her eyes fluttered open to find him waiting patiently. He had something to tell her. She pulled her hands back to his chest and conceded the challenge. "You win. I was an idiot." Storm brushed his fingers over her hair and spoke in a deep whisper. "You're not an idiot. You're a woman who does everything with passion, even being jealous." "I wasn't." The lie died in her throat. "Okay, I was jealous." "I know. And that's why I need you to understand why you have no reason to ever be when it comes to me." His chest moved under her hand as he took in a deep breath. "My guardian spirit, Kai, stayed with me the whole time I was injured. She said she doubted that I would come back to this world." Yval's fingers clenched his shirt, unable to stop the knee-jerk reaction. What if he hadn't come back at all? She couldn't bear the thought. He kissed her again, a quick touch, as if not quite finished with her, then continued, "I told Kai I was not ready to leave, that I had to come back. She said I would have to fight a fierce battle to return to the human world, and even then she didn't think I'd survive. But she believed that the will to live could be greater than the pull of death if my reason for fighting was powerful enough. She asked why I had to come back." "What did you tell her?" The question slipped out of Yval on a strained breath. "I had to hold you one more time." Yval never cried, but she came close when he said that. She dropped her head onto his chest, so glad that his guardian spirit had been with him. "Thank you for coming back." "There was never a question of my returning, not in my mind. I owe Adriana a debt for her help that I plan to repay, but only as a friend. I'm not interested in seeing her again for any other reason." "Okay." Yval lifted her head. She still had some work to do on her lack of confidence as a woman, but she believed Storm. His gaze searched beyond her. I don't want you to go, but you're running out of dark, sweetheart. Horizon's getting lighter all the time. Sweetheart? She reached up and placed her palm on his face, reminding herself that he had come back to her, alive. He turned to kiss her skin. If you keep that up, I'm gonna have to kiss you again, he teased, then wrapped his fingers around her wrists to pull her arms down. She hissed at the contact. He pulled her wrists up into the light. What the hell happened to you this time? It's a long story and I can't really talk about it. Why not? Now he was angry. Why couldn't they both end this on a happy note? Because I'm doing something for my tribe and I'm not supposed to say anything about it. She hoped Storm didn't read a lie in that because she'd been doing Much's business when she went to see Tristan, so in a warped way that was technically for the Beladors. Pulling one hand free, she reached toward her bike to grab her helmet. Indecision shot through Storm's gaze, but he didn't press her for more when he released her other wrist. He asked, What are you doing tonight when you come back out after dark? Going to find Isaac and ask for a weapon that can kill trolls. But telling Storm that would not go well, and hesitating to answer wasn't helping. Shaking his head, he muttered, Still can't trust me, huh? That's not true. She would tell him, if not for having to then explain Isaac and hearing Storm rant about her meeting a man whose goal in life was to kill all Alterans. I just have to do something for Quinn and Zader, then I'll be in touch. That sounds like Viper business. It is. Then why can't you tell me what you're doing? It's not that I don't trust you. Right. Frustration fueled his glare. Let me get this straight. You don't trust me enough to share what you're up to, and you question me on something when I tell you the truth, but just accept it when Quinn lies to you? What lie? She shoved her helmet back over the bike mirror. Storm dropped his chin, staring at the sidewalk. I shouldn't have said anything. Did you hear my conversation with Quinn? Not intentionally. I was focused on tracking the Svart when I saw your bike and had just walked up when you two stopped to talk. I backed away, but I can't help that I have exceptional hearing. Forget that I said anything. I know he's a good friend of yours. What lie? He lifted a face teeming with regret. When you asked him about seeing Kazira, or if he'd told her that you could be found with Tristan back when you were in the maze of death, Quinn lied. On both accounts. Chapter 13. Cathbad? He smiled at the sound of Flavin's voice filling his dungeon chamber, but kept his head bent over an ancient tome he was reading for the third time. This had to be done. Do not ignore me, druid, she warned. Lifting his head, Cathbad searched his cell, his gaze running over the wall of books, single bed, and few amenities. But no Maeve Queen present. Hello, Flavin. Why do you no come to see me in person? And risk you trapping me down there? Her voice swirled around him, a tempting, seductive cadence that men succumb to all the time. After more than 600 years with this woman, Cathbad knew better. Would seem only fair to lure the witch into his dungeon and lock her here for a few years, since that was what she had done to him. But he could no indulge in fantasies of payback until he got what he wanted of her. He'd waited patiently for this moment, when Flavin had to admit she needed him, or face her death. He poked at her, saying, Why would I do something so foolish as to trap you down here? Does no you nor me any good for us to no work together. The lack of immediate response meant she probably tapped one of those long black fingernails against the arm of her throne and fumed over the fact that she had run out of options. And way at a time. When she finally spoke again, her words were carefully chosen. I will bring you back up into the tower if you swear to help me fulfill the curse on my time frame. He'd given up explaining that the prophecy was not a curse, but to argue that point would only waste time and breath. He'd taken to calling it a curse just a quieter yapping. Accepting her offer without being clear on one point would be foolish. Whether I agree to that or no, you cannot fulfill the curse without my help. He gave her a moment to swallow that medicine before adding, but in a show of good faith, I will tell you what you need to know about the alterance if you lift the ward on the cell and free me. 'Tis something only I know. Silence hushed across the cool stone walls and floor for several long seconds before she said, Agreed. Don't make me regret this, or Kazira will pay. Understood. He had no doubt Flavin would sacrifice their only child for her own goals. She'd used Kazira to trap him down here and believed he would forfeit his daughter just as quickly in pursuit of his goals. How little Flavin knew of him, even after 6 centuries. Power flushed through the dungeon as Flavin destroyed the ward that had prevented him from teleporting out before now. He took his time, freshening up at his small sink and mirror, trimming his beard, and smoothing back his wavy black hair. He smiled into the mirror at the handsome image that didn't look a day over 35. Then he stepped to the center of the room and waved his hand up and down once in front of his body. His black robe disappeared, replaced by a fresh suit, the first he'd worn in 2 years. Nice to have access to all of his powers again. He'd been surprised when Flavin allowed Kazira to bring him robes to wear when he'd first been imprisoned, but realized later that Flavin had done so to make a point. She wanted Kazira to see Cathbad brought low, proving to Kazira that if Flavin could trap a powerful druid, she could do anything. But she can no rush the curse timeline without my help. Cathbad! I know you miss me, woman, but be patient. I'm on my way. Sharp lightning bolts shot about the room, forcing him to duck his head as he chuckled. She cared for no man beyond what swung between his legs, and, in Cathbad's case, only for what he could do to save her from dying according to the prophecy. The curse, as she called it. Amused by the woman's temper, he took a moment to close the heavy book he'd been reading. The swirling purple material covering the book had a raised silver image, 2 snakes entwined in a vertical mirror image. Each asp ate its own tail, an Ouroboros, which represented the cycle of life to death to life. The snakes circled a Maeve sword. Cathbad passed his hand over the cover, changing the exterior to a worn leather finish with the colorful image of a bard playing a flute. The spell he'd used would alter the contents visually, shrouding everything real in a glamour that hid the true information to all but him. Druids were known for keeping written records, but bards scribbled stories all the time, and this one told a fascinating tale about beasts. A tale that explained missing pieces about the alterance. He chuckled, again. Had the original Cathbad intended to keep this bard's tale secret, or had this been given to the bard to write down for a future Cathbad descendant wise enough to decipher the connection between this tale and the prophecy? It doesn't matter either way, so long as I am the last Cathbad the Druid, the one to find immortality. He hummed as he tidied his cell. The time had come for the prophecy to be fulfilled, and not just because Flavin wanted it to be so. He believed the original Cathbad the Druid must have intended that the curse should come to fruition now, since the alterants were being revealed. Hard to know what the original Maeve Queen and Cathbad the Druid had planned, but he was sure the book he'd just bespelled held the key to unlocking the curse. When Flavin snooped through his chamber, and she would, she'd take one look at the bawdy poems and bypass that book as frivolous entertainment for a man left alone. She would likely no figure out what he had discerned from studying the words over and over for months. Odd poetry with cryptic messages, which supplied the missing key to the curse. Words struck as a pact between the original Cathbad the Druid and first Maeve Queen, from which today's Maeve Coven arose. They'd been a wily pair, those two, leaving enough hints for each of the future queens of the Maeve, such as Flavin, to try outsmarting the curse and gain immortality. But all the queens except Flavin had been lulled into a false security by no knowing their true birth dates, and they died, leaving the throne to their daughter, as decreed in the curse. But when Flavin discovered she'd been lied to about her birth date, she refused to uphold her vow and give the sacred words to Kazira on the day Kazira was accepted as a priestess. If Flavin had, Kazira would become the next Maeve Queen upon Flavin's death. If Flavin died, she wanted no other to rule after her. But if she didn't figure out how to reach the final step of the curse before her 666th birthday in less than 2 weeks, she would die. And he would die 1 day later. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. That had been his one mistake. Flavin would no have learned her true birth date if not for using sex to catch him in a weak moment when all the blood in his brain went to the wee head between his legs. But he would share no detail about the curse with Flavin a minute too soon, and only then if he could no find a way to take Traer Castle from the Beladors without her help. Smiling, Cathbad prepared to teleport and blinked once. When he opened his eyes, he found Flavin standing with arms crossed near her waterfall built of precious stones. Orange sparks shot from her purple gaze, black hair coiled and moved down the back of a queen as beautiful as she was deadly. Dark purple lips snarled, "What took you so long?" "Packing, cleaning up behind the movers, filling out a forwarding address card for—" "Oh, shut up, would you?" "Then no ask me a question." He took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air of freedom in Tower Maeve, the Coven's tower hidden away on a dimension parallel to the human world. "Is Kazira no here?" "She's on her way, but there's no reason to wait for her." Flavin floated away from the massive wall, where water rolled down a dazzling array of diamonds, emeralds, rubies, every precious stone imaginable piled high and catching the light of hundreds of candles flickering in her private quarters. He asked, "What happened with the mist you released?" Flavin settled on her elaborate throne, carved in the shape of a gold dragon with its head curved over the top of hers, protective and forbidding. Green dragon eyes glowed and shifted to face Cathbad when Flavin scowled. "That female alterant with the Beladors destroyed the mist, wiped it off the face of the earth." That surprised him. Yvonne? How could she have done so? "Kazira said the Viper Tribunal gave her 3 gifts for hunting Tristan and his cohorts. Yvonne used one of the gifts to destroy the mist forever." "Ah, quite the wise one." He tapped his chin. "Don't be impressed. She got lucky, and luck will only take you so far." He would disagree that it had been mere luck, but appeasing Flavin suited his purpose more at the moment than antagonizing her. "You didn't know how to release the fog so early." Turning a furious gaze on him, she snarled, "It would have worked if that alterant hadn't been given the power of 3 deities. The sentient fog was flush with violence, making Rias change, so alterants would have too. With a little more time, we'd have found all 5 green-eyed alterants." "'Tis not what I mean when I said you know how to release it yet. Those alterants will be drawn to the home of this Yvonne." "Why?" Flavin sat up, face alert with curiosity, reminding him of the gorgeous creature he'd been enthralled by as a young fool. But her eyes turned deep violet with smug knowledge. He'd bet she already knew alterants were being drawn to Yvonne. "I ha' unwoven a twist in the curse," he explained. "'Twas written that the green-eyed alterants will be drawn to the home of a female alterant who stands alone with the Beladors. Some will join her, and some will fight her." "I had an idea that might be the case." This time he pretended surprise. "Why would you be knowing that?" "Don't like it when someone else is a step ahead of you," she laughed, and the sound echoed with the sharp caw of a crow. "We observed 2 alterants who have fought the urge to go to Atlanta when they weren't conscious of their actions." Cathbad gave an admiring nod, masking his pleasure at confirming how little she really knew. Time to gain Flavin's respect, so she'll keep her word and work with me. "'Tis good, Flavin. This female alterant Yvonne is evolving faster than the other alterants, even though she may not realize it until her gifts are tested. When the other alterants shift into beasts, they may challenge her at first before they end up following her, if she does know how to kill them. You may not want to hear this, but we must be patient to find all 5. Flavin smiled, her face aglow with arrogant pleasure. While you sat around reading, I have been productive. Those 2 I mentioned that feel drawn to Atlanta, I captured those alterants and Ival. He remained calm to keep his power from shaking the room. The fool had captured the female alterant, the magnet needed to draw the other 4. Holding Ival will no help us. I know that. Kazira set up a ruse to convince Ival that she had to find the other alterants before we did, then had our warlocks attack, so that Ival thinks she escaped. She is now back in Atlanta, overseeing the hunt for the alterants. He had to give her credit. No a bad plan. Well done, Flavin. Of course, she preened. Since she'd had the female alterant in hand, she should be able to answer another question for him. What did this Ival's aura look like? Flavin stared off for a moment, thinking. Kazira mentioned it was bright gold. Said she thought that odd. No silver. No, why? That means she's begun evolving. Into what? Oh, he would not tell her that yet. I do not have all that figured out yet, but will soon. If you still have the female alterant in hand, I might have been able to study her. But for now, 'tis best you leave her be, so she will draw in the other 4 we need. We'll have her back soon. Once she finds 2 more green-eyed alterants, we'll recapture Ival with them. He hid his smile. Just 2 more? Could Flavin really have 2 of the 5? He nodded. Time's a-wasting. I need to see these other 2 you ha' captured. Moving back to her waterfall, Flavin lifted her hands and closed her eyes. She swayed in a trance in front of the wall of water she used for scrying. When she opened her eyes and said, "There you go," the image of a blonde-haired man and a young woman with kinky brown hair appeared, each in a separate room. Cathbad studied them silently. Flavin finally turned to him. Well? I applaud your ingenuity in capturing them, but neither of those 2 is one of the 5 alterants we need for the curse. What? Malevolence twisted Flavin's face. She lifted a lethal black fingernail that sparkled with inlaid diamonds. You lie! I ha' no lied to you. Pointing a weapon at me is no good way to gain my aid. He let his tone tell her he would no tolerate threats now that he had his powers again. When she lowered her finger, he said, But 'tis not all bad news. There is a use for these 2, once we have the others, and you'll be needing me when it's time to recapture Yvonne. She warned, I'm not waiting any longer. You ha' no choice, Flavin. You think not? She tossed her head to one side, her wild black hair fluttering. I will not risk my future solely on these 5 alterants. Now you make no sense. I have another plan in motion. I may capture Treor before Ival finds the other alterants. He had no thought her capable of doing more than carrying out harmless harebrained schemes, but he'd been gone for 2 years. She might surprise him. And how would you be capturing Treor any other way than by the curse? I came up with a brilliant plan. That coy expression would be charming on another woman, but on Flavin it meant she merely rewrote the truth. Disbelief rolled through Cathbad's voice. By yourself? Oh, all right. Kazira did help a bit. For all that she lacks in other ways, she's quite the strategist. He agreed about Kazira's ability to plan, but disagreed with the rest of Flavin's assessment. Their daughter had many strong qualities, her only flaw being her soft heart. What plan did Kazira create? I'm the one who came up with using Svart trolls to do my bidding, but I admit that she had a couple of good suggestions. You brought Svarts into this? He hoped Kazira was no trying to play a shell game with Flavin. What were you thinking to bring in those nasty creatures? Flavin's glare could melt steel. That the Svarts will be able to locate the alterants first.
At what cost?
She balked at answering.
Dunno play with me, Flavin, if you want me to tell you all the curse.
All right. She spread her fingers, nails sharpening into claws. The Svarts want that human country for some reason.
Which country?
Where the female alterant lives.
And face the strongest Viper division in the human world?
Cathbad put his hand to his forehead.
Do the Svarts realize the number of pantheons aligned with Viper?
Yes, they do, and are frankly tired of having to constantly pass on lucrative opportunities because of Viper. They realize once I take control of Treor and we destroy the Beladors, that there will be no more Viper alliance. The only alliance will be between me and the Svarts. She struck a pose, head held high, as if she already ruled the universe.
And you think the Svarts will no turn on you if someone offers them a better deal?
No. The Svarts want to move their entire operation to North America and bring in trolls from all over the human world to organize in one country. The Svarts have agreed to be my personal army once they take over that worthless strip of dirt and disband Viper.
He didn't know if he should be in awe of Flavin's audacity or fearful of what she'd put into motion. Deals with Svarts could be deadly for everyone involved. And what of the 5 alterants? Are you sure enough of this plan to no care if you find them?
I'm not such a fool as to stake my life on one plan. I still expect the Svarts to deliver the alterants to me once Ival finds the other 2. 4 now.
Svarts are no easy to kill, I'll grant you that, but alterants might be able to win a battle against one.
Her lips curled into a smile, flush with confidence. Kazira actually came up with how to assure we had Svarts that could overpower an alterant. She suggested I have a couple of them dipped into Loch Reeve, which I did.
Ah, Kazira, what are you doing, child?
Flavin continued. The 2 that were immersed into Loch Reeve are practically unkillable Svart trolls.
Are you mad? Those waters would turn a Svart into a demon troll. There'll be no controlling him.
Her words struck with the venom of a cobra. They would not cross me.
No on purpose, but Svarts fight to the death and are no willing to die for anyone.
He shook his head, an angry sigh hissing from his lips.
Now you've unleashed a troll that is capable of killing Evol and the other 4 alterants, especially capable of harming her while she's still evolving. And you do need her to gain Treor. Even if a Svart does not kill her, the troll can cripple the alterant and prevent her from evolving. You may just ha' cursed yourself.
Chapter 14. Few things could be more dangerous than an 18-year-old female on the hunt for trouble, especially when you added hormones and powers. How much stronger might Lana's powers be than the last time Quinn had seen her? He maneuvered past tourists bunching along Peachtree Street in downtown Atlanta. Sunshine and succulent smells from restaurants brought them out in hordes at lunchtime to window shop and impede his progress. Every minute counted until he found Lana. He vowed to never have children. The same vow he made every time he got stuck tracking down Svetlana Brosco. He'd called her Lana since she'd been an adorable 2-year-old who'd floated Cheerios in the air. He'd thought her precocious at 11 when she turned a mean-tempered mutt into a lapdog that performed tricks. But when Lana reached 13, Quinn became the go-to man for finding her. She'd taken it upon herself to help another young girl escape an abusive father in their small village. Yes, he admired the way Lana stepped forward for others, but she was too impulsive for her own good, and had almost died at the hands of a Siberian warlock, the girl's father. Quinn dealt with the bastard, found a home for the girl, and warned Lana not to use her gifts until she trained. Those had been yet more wasted breaths. The Broscos were a gifted side of his family tree, if you could call dysfunctional beings with the ability to wield magic gifted. Lana's mother struggled to handle Lana alone, but her bloody Rusko-Roma relatives, gypsies originally from Russia, should have reined the girl in and taught her discipline by now. Someone should have. Quinn's conscience poked at him, about how long it had been since he'd gone home to visit Lana and her mother, who was his aunt. He loved them both, even if the brat did make him crazy sometimes. And watching over his father's only sibling and niece had fallen to Quinn when his father died. Quinn had a duty to family, and right now that duty called for getting Lana out of this country before Viper discovered her presence. The minute Sen got involved, this would turn ugly. Based upon the reports Zader had shared, it sounded as though Lana had been here only since last night. Alone, all night. The thought terrified him, even if she did have powers. Who knew what she could do these days? He should know. Bad case of out of sight, out of mind. Not anymore. He'd have to take some time soon and deal with this. But who would train Lana when not even her mother had a clue what the girl was? Her mother had disappeared for a month almost 19 years ago, then reappeared with no knowledge of where she'd been or how she'd become pregnant. A suspicious beginning to any child's life. Quinn picked up his pace when Woodruff Park came into view, hoping the Night Stalker he'd traded for intel was right about her destination. The old ghoul had said he'd overheard a young woman with powers, of Lana's description, asking for a public place where she could wait for her cousin to find her. Somewhere with a lot of people. Boys, to be specific. Quinn blew out a frustrated breath over that. When he reached the stair-step fountain at the north end of the park, a gust of wind came out of nowhere, twisting along the streets and causing the water to splash hard as it cascaded over the tier of steps. He paused at the sudden change, looked around, then dismissed it as Atlanta's fickle weather, which had been dead calm beneath clear blue skies minutes ago. Circling the area, he watched for a petite chess shark sitting on one side of a game board. Lana might have come here looking for him and boys, but she couldn't pass up a challenge and would have wormed her way into one of many chess matches going on across the eclectic venue. Got her. She sat on a short concrete wall bordering the tree-studded lawn. Blonde curls, ink-tipped in black, fluttered in the breeze. The last time he'd seen Lana, her hair had been half red and half purple. She observed her opponent, a blonde-haired boy around 17 or 18, intently studying the game board. He moved a black rook, capturing her silver pawn, then hit the egg timer on his left. She took her time looking over the board, as though she didn't already have her next 6 moves planned. But Lana would choose someone she considered an equal with whom to play, so the boy must be pretty good. Quinn noted the small brown suitcase nearby. It had seen better days, but hopefully held something other than the red shorts and skimpy blue top she wore. What had happened to the cherub face he recalled from their last encounter? When had she become a striking beauty? But she was safe and alive, the fist of worry in his chest relaxed as he strolled up to her. She pushed her knight into risky territory, drew a long breath, hit the timer, then tilted her head back, eyes excited when her gaze lit on him. Jumping up, she hugged him. "Hello, cousin." Quinn expected her to be taller, but she still topped out at barely 5 feet tall. He smiled in spite of everything, the sound of her Romanian accent reminiscent of his childhood. She might be 18, but she still hugged his neck the way she had at 10, and he'd missed that. When he released her, he asked, "What are you doing here, Lana?" The boy hadn't made a move to acknowledge Quinn's presence, but the frayed edges of his misfitting clothes and the wariness in his tight shoulders spoke of time on the streets and someone who wouldn't engage easily. Not with Quinn, anyhow. Lana lifted her shoulders. "I play chess." Then she plopped back down and glanced at her chess partner, saying, "This is Kel. Kel, this is my cousin. Vlad," Quinn interjected, which caused her to cock her head at him, but she let it go. He used his first name when he didn't want his last name bandied about. The kid mumbled a hello and turned his head halfway up for a second, but not enough to face Quinn. "Let's go, Lana," Quinn said. "Game almost over." That drew a questioning look from the boy. Subtle had never worked for the girl. Might as well be blunt. "You can't stay in the States, Lana." "I thought this was free country." She looked at her opponent, and asked him in her somewhat choppy English, "Is this not free country?" The boy clearly didn't want to get involved, but said, "Yes." She smiled at Quinn again and made another brilliant chess move, this time without paying attention to her hands or the game board. "I am adult. I choose where I go. I come to see you. Are you not glad to see me, cousin?" Hard to answer that honestly and spare her feelings. It would have been helpful to have a bit of warning. "I have no phone." Out of patience, Quinn picked up her suitcase and said, "Tell your friend goodbye, Lana. We need to talk." She gave Quinn a put-upon glare and had enough left over to share with the top of the boy's head. Quinn stifled a chuckle at the boy's lack of attention. Her opponent appeared immune to her charms. She'd enjoyed harmless flirting ever since the first time a boy had called her pretty. It was undoubtedly a blow to her ego for this one to be more interested in the game than in her. After a dramatic and exaggerated sigh, Lana told the boy, "Thank you for games. I concede this one, but you would lose queen in 3 more moves." That brought his blonde head up sharply. "Not a chance. I'd have put you in check in 2. Not one to accept defeat easily, she leaned forward, eyes flashing ire. "How long have you suffered hallucinations?" Quinn interrupted with a stern, "Lana?" That silenced both of them. Quinn considered telling them both to show sportsmanship and end on a good note, but the young man spoke first. "Thanks for playing. You're good." He extended his hand, and after a slight hesitation, Lana took it, shaking. "You are welcome. Thank you also." When Lana stood again, Quinn walked her several long strides away to stand near the corner of 5 Points, next to the bronze statue of a woman releasing a phoenix. He eyed the foot traffic and kept his voice soft. "It is imperative that you leave this country right now, Lana. I cannot play tour guide." He'd had to explain his role as a Belador the last time he'd tracked her down in Canada and had been forced to tap local Belador resources to get her out of that country. "You know what I am and what I do." "Yes, you are a snake." Quinn gritted his teeth but kept his voice low. "No, I'm with a coalition called Viper. You are not an ordinary human, Lana, which means you cannot stay in this country unless you register with Viper or have a sponsor." "I will consider this." "No." He said that word a lot with Lana, and knew the minuscule degree of influence it was likely to have. "There is no way I can sponsor you. That would require me to be in one place for 6 months, an unrealistic expectation." "Tell them I am visitor. I will get visa." "Your idea of a visa is one with no credit limit. Visitors still have to be cleared through Viper, and I haven't the time for that now. I'm very busy. I have work to do." She brightened. "I will help you." "Yes, you can. By going home immediately." "Not possible." "Why?" "Because I am not well after flying. I have what you call dizzy and sick. Closet phobia?" "Claustrophobia? No, that's fear of being closed in. Are you talking about vertigo?" "Yes. Sick everywhere. Flight attendant. She hide after first 2 hours." "I'll get you motion sickness medicine." "A passenger give to me. Made me more sick. Medicine does not like my magic." "Fine. I can have you teleported." But Sen would have to teleport her, and Quinn didn't want him to know she existed. She put her hands up. "No, no, that is terrible. I almost die when Bernie's uncle teleported me. No, I am not leaving." Quinn refused to accept that, with all of his resources, both human and supernatural, he could not find a way to get one teenage girl out of the country. Even if he could get her cleared through Viper, he'd end up stuck with her here forever. Or worse, Viper might actually consider her powers of some use, and he'd be stuck with her here forever. He hated to use fear, but he couldn't spend his time watching over her when Beladors needed help fighting Svart trolls. He'd have to be tough with her. "Viper will find you any minute now. When they do, I'll have no choice but to allow our liaison with the agency to teleport you home." Guilt plagued him when her cheeks lost their rosy hue and her eyes widened in trepidation, then lost focus, staring through him. She started trembling. Lightning crackled overhead and thunder rumbled. Wind raced through the park. Bloody hell. Chapter 15. Stop it, Lana. Lana realized Quinn was shaking her shoulders. She blinked, looking up into his worried gaze. What? The storm, he hissed near her ear. Are you doing that? Thunder rumbled overhead. She gulped air, glancing up at dark clouds threatening to break open and flood the earth. Breathing deep, she tried to calm herself. Slowly the sky quieted. Elements reacting to her was only one problem she had because of taking Grendel's potion. She did not drink by choice. The cruel wizard had poured his potion down her throat to turn her into powerful puppet to do his bidding. No one, not even Grendel, had been prepared for bad reaction of her magic. Good thing. Explosion helped her escape Wizard and Transylvania. But what had potion done to her magic? Go home to Transylvania she would not. Could not. She did not want to lie to her favorite cousin, but if Quinn knew truth, he would rush home with her to fix problem and end up dead. So, technically, he was at fault for any dishonesty on her part. She patted his arm. I am sorry about bad weather. Was not intentional. You scare me with threat of teleporting. He let go of her and shook his head, muttering, You can affect the weather. Sometimes it is accidental. She rubbed her head, which ached from little sleep. You are master deal-maker. What can I offer Viper for me to stay? Not long, only until I find teacher for magic. Regardless of my negotiation skills, there is nothing either of us can offer Viper in exchange for their allowing you to remain in this country. I would have to go through weeks of meetings. I simply don't have the time right now. His phone buzzed. He grumbled something and put his phone to his ear, but he looked at Lana and said, Do not leave. Finally, we agree. I have no plan to leave. He covered the mouthpiece with his hand. I only meant don't leave while I'm on the phone. You are going home before anyone finds out you're here. Her cousin would not win argument. Once he accepted this, he would talk to Viper and fix everything. He must. Quinn hid his mouth with his hand when he spoke into the phone, but Lana heard the first part. I had my mind closed to telepathy. I'm dealing with my family problem. I spoke to Yvonne. She's getting what we need tonight. His gaze lost focus, and he stopped speaking. She had seen him look that way when he spoke telepathically, and must be holding phone in place as a pretense. With Quinn busy, Lana sent her gaze skipping over chess players still in tight battles. Most were much older than her, except that blonde one, Kelman, the one she had spent almost an hour with, and still had yet to pay her any attention beyond her skill at chess. A lock of blonde hair fell across his forehead, like a slash of light against his tanned skin. Only thing out of place in his orderly appearance. In spite of clothes that did not fit, Kel had efficient, controlled look. A serious boy, much too serious for someone her age, and so intent on chess he missed important things. Like me. No man should miss Brasco woman standing so close. We are like sun after dark winter, warm and bright. How could he not notice sun? She was not wallpaper flower to be ignored. She had been adored since very small and noticed by boys as soon as she had breasts instead of socks to fill bras. But Kel paid her no more mind than he paid the wrinkled-up man who took her place as his chess partner. Still, he was a nice boy, and she owed him. He had stepped up next to her when a smelly older man in shaggy clothes and greasy hair had bothered her. She had struggled to keep her anxiety from upsetting weather, and could not use magic to get rid of smelly man. Cousin had told her not to use magic on humans, and her powers had already failed her 3 times since taking potion, so she only used energy force in small amounts that would not put anyone at risk. She could tell Kel had been afraid when he stepped in to help, because he swallowed hard as if he expected a fight. He still moved between her and the smelly man. Kel said she owed him a game. When the man left, Kel had been surprised when she sat down to play. But had he looked at her while they played? No. Had he talked to her, only to ask what color she wanted to play? Then, nothing. Same way he was ignoring her now. Staring hard, she moved her lips in a silent chant to the wind, and sent 3 leaves down from tree above Kel to fall across his face. He looked up, then down, startled. His eyes reached out with question, then his gaze landed on Lana. She tilted her head to say hello again, to let him know she had not left the park. She winked at him. Red flags brushed his cheeks. He jerked his gaze back to the game. Had she embarrassed him with Wink? This boy who had been her champion with Nasty Man. Quinn made a sound that came out part tired and part out of patience as he shoved his phone back into his pocket. His eyes were shadowed. He had been sick not long ago. Lana could tell. Men in this city needed to have fun. Quinn said, "Back to what we—" She spoke at the same time. "Let us sit down, cousin. Are you not well?" Guilt pinched her over his instant concern. "Yes, just tired." Snagging her suitcase on the way, she led him to the shade, now that clouds were gone and sun was out. Dusting off a spot on concrete wall, she sat down not far from Kel. With Quinn settled between her and Kel, she could see them both while she spoke to her cousin. "I did not mean to cause you trouble." His eyebrows climbed in a show of disbelief. Then he seemed to dismiss whatever he was going to say. "Then let me charter a private jet to get you home. It'll be more comfortable than commercial flying. You can sleep the whole way." She shook her head. "That could be dangerous for others." "Why?" "When I was upset on the way here, airplane had a bumpy ride." "What do you mean?" "I think my magic shook airplane. Elements do not like when I get upset." A side effect of Grendel's potion. Quinn leaned down, speaking in a tight voice. "You rocked a commercial flight with storms." She hoped he saw how she felt bad about this. "The pilot said weather was clear. 1 hour later, I am dizzy, very sick, and the plane started to bounce and shake. People stumbled around, much screaming. I am sick everywhere, in bathroom, walking at seat. I try to sleep, anything to fix problem. When I calm down, plane calm down. Happened many times on way here. My fault. I do not want to hurt anyone." "Oh, good goddess." Quinn put a hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. She muttered, "Much praying on flight, too." Quinn washed his hand over his face, looking more tired than before. "When did this start happening?" She couldn't tell him about Grendel, but she had to make Quinn understand one thing. She could not return to Transylvania. "This is why I cannot go home. My magic has problems." "What exactly do you mean?" he asked. "Long time ago you were right. You said I need teacher for magic." She held up her hand to stall what she knew he would say. "Not in Transylvania." "Why not? They're your people." "My magic caused a small fire to explode and burn neighbor's barn. Village is afraid of me." All of that was true enough. "Did someone threaten you?" her cousin asked, in soft voice that would raise fear in demons. "No, but they think I am dangerous." She shrugged. "I am sorry to burden you, cousin, but I have nowhere else to go. And you are the only one who can keep Grendel from taking me again if he finds me. Mama asks you please help me." Quinn had a look that said this couldn't be worse timing. Lana hated to be trouble, but she would make it up to him. Her cousin had messed up Aura. He was unhappy. She would work hard to make his life better while she was here. He finally said, "I'm not sure what I'm going to do. We're in the middle of something major right now. I don't know." He would not help her? She must have had looked like she would cause storm again because her cousin hurried to say, "Don't get upset. I'll figure out something. Give me a minute." He started typing on his phone, and she let out tight breath she was holding. Just then, another Kel raced past her, sliding to stop beside first Kel. Boys looked exactly alike, twins, but second Kel was free spirit, full of energy, excitement. So not like his quiet chessmaster brother. What luck to find two attractive young men her first day. The new brother said to Kel, "We've got to clear out of the shelter." Kel asked, "Why, what's wrong, Cardos? Did you get into trouble?" Cardos shook his head and jostled something in his hand. "Dice?" He rolled the cubes around and around. "Not this time. It's the gang wars going on. Child Services is rounding up any underage kids around the shelter." That surprised Kel. We look 18. They don't know we're 17. Doesn't matter. We'll get hauled in for public loitering if we don't have ID. We have to tell Ival. Lana thought about Quinn's call. Her cousin spoke of an Ival. Is that a common female name in this country? Cardos argued, she can't help us right now, not until after sunset. Why would she not help Kel and Cardos until sunset? Cardos kept jiggling dice in his hand, more like nervous action than anything else. Kel made grumbling noise, then apologized to his opponent for not finishing game and stood up. He followed his brother to statue of woman with firebird. The boy spoke too soft for Lana to hear. Moving her lips with silent chant that Quinn would not see, she heard what Cardos whispered to his brother. Too risky to hide in the places we know. There's a badass group of trolls in the city. What, like some weird kind? Kel acted annoyed, but Lana could tell he worked to hide his concern. Don't know what kind of trolls they are, but Jurba said. Kel growled at his brother. We don't have the money for you to be gambling with Jurba, and he is a troll. He's a local troll, not one of the out-of-towners. How does that make it okay? Because I know him. We've shot craps a lot. Cardos? Hey, I usually win, so no big deal. Back to our real problem. Cardos bunched his shoulders in a conspiratorial move. Jurba warned me to watch out for any guy with a scar in the shape of a runic S on his arm. Says the glamour won't hide the scar. He drew the design for me. Here's the kicker. Good thing I found that out, or I wouldn't have noticed a guy with that scar outside the shelter. He was handing out free food. At the shelter? Is he gone? No. And he's studying everyone who goes into the shelter like he's looking for something or someone. That's because the damn local trolls use the place like a bunkhouse sometimes. Kel rubbed his neck, eyes filled with worry. Then how are we going to get our money and other stuff hidden in the shelter's back wall? I don't know, and Jurba said to avoid the trolls with the scar at all costs. He just got word that those trolls are taking local ones to some headquarters location and threatening the local trolls if they don't do what they're told. Where's the headquarters? Cardos threw his hands up in the air. I don't know. Jurba knows, but I was in too big a hurry to find you to care. He's on his way to meet his buddies and grab a truck big enough for them and his girlfriend. They're getting out of the city. Kel's face lost his nice tan, turned white when he raised his eyes to his brother. If a troll has nowhere to hide, then we're SOL. The best thing we can do is stay right here where we're surrounded by people until dark. Lana did not know SOL, but she understood that these boys were in trouble and would lose their shelter soon. She knew what it was to hide dangerous things and the desperation of having no place safe. That was how she ended up here. Kel had helped her without even knowing her name. Glancing around, Kel scowled and rubbed his neck. We're screwed. No, we're not, Cardos argued. Jurba said he'd take us with him. Lana felt better because this Jurba would help them. Wait, Jurba had information that might also help her. Would Viper want to know about strange trolls? Enough to let her stay if she traded for learning troll location? She turned to Quinn. Cousin? Yes, Lana? He stopped typing and lifted weary eyes. Does Viper care about trolls in city? Her cousin went on alert, just as he had in Canada when they faced demons. What made you ask that? I hear things. You heard about trolls, and you haven't been here a full day. He eyed her with misgiving. You made that up, didn't you? She would be offended by anyone else, but Cousin Quinn did know her well. No, I hear about special troll with runic letter as scar on his skin. He grabbed her arm. What? She stiffened. Her heart pounded dangerously fast in her chest. Her cousin would not harm her, but still she did not like to be grabbed. She liked it not at all on that arm, where she still had phantom pain, even though her skin had healed. She tried to stay calm, but her voice carried a warning when she told him, Let go. Quinn released her immediately. I'm sorry, Lana. Did I hurt you? No, of course not. She had reacted to ugly memory, not her cousin, who was most honorable man she knew and would never harm a woman. I told you plane ride made me uneasy. Okay, so what did you hear about these trolls?
That one is in city.
She guessed at the distance, but if twins had no transportation of their own, they would most likely stay close by. Do you know where this troll is? Quinn asked, all ears now that he appeared to believe her.
Near shelter, not far from here.
I know of a shelter in this area, he muttered, his gaze spiked with suspicion. From whom did you learn this? Lana had been watching Kel and Cardos, who spoke in angry tones. She jerked her gaze back to Quinn.
I do not know.
Don't lie to me, Lana. She kicked her foot out and back, thinking,
I will tell you, but you will promise they will not get in trouble, yes? You will not jail them?
Why would I do that, and who are they? Must be more careful around cousin. She had just told Quinn more than one was involved.
One who heard about strange trolls found out because he plays crap game with local trolls.
Where did you meet a non-human?
See, you are angry.
No, I'm worried. That's different. You could have gotten hurt by them.
I am not child now, cousin.
Not after what she had gone through to survive and escape to America.
I can handle teenage boys any day.
Quinn sat up and slowly swiveled his head until he looked directly at the twins. Those two. Her mouth sometimes moved faster than her mind. Bad flaw.
No.
Yes, you tuned into their conversation while I was on my phone. Quinn stood. So did Lana.
No, cousin, they have troubles with shelter and children's service.
I'm only going to ask them questions. If I like the answers, they'll be fine.
And if not,
they'll have bigger problems than child services. When Quinn took a step toward the boys, Kel's head whipped up, alert. He grabbed Cardos' sleeve and started backing away. But not before he noticed Lana. Kel's eyes were two angry slits, his eyebrows tucked tight over his gaze. With one look, he accused her of betrayal, though he had no idea what she had said or done. She had not meant to cause him more problems and wanted a chance to explain, but now the boys were backing away, fear mixed with their angry looks. Kel had said best place for them was here in park until sunset. They would not stay if Quinn frightened them, and her cousin could be a most intimidating man. Walking calmly toward the twins, Quinn called out, I'd like to talk to you.
She had noticed a small police station across street when she first arrived at park.
3 men in uniforms walked from other side of street toward corner of park, where the boys stood by statue. Cardos looked over his shoulder at the same 3 men and told Kel, Can't go that way. One of those cops knows me. If he's heard about the underage roundup, he'll grab me and ask questions later. Boys were caught between Quinn and men in uniforms. Her fault. Accusation flew from Kel's gaze. How could she fix this? She could not draw deep on powers, or Grendel would find her. Because of potion, he could feel her use her powers to call on elements, but not if the elements merely reacted to her anxiety. Closing her eyes, she did worst thing for her. She called up memory of what had happened to her with Grendel back in Romania. Thunder boomed overhead. Quinn swung back to her and shouted, No, Lana! She opened her eyes and looked up at sky. Same place Quinn looked, where clouds had changed from puffy white to threatening gray. In that instant, she glanced over at Kel and winked to let him know she would help him escape. He blinked once, but did not waste opportunity she had given him. He latched onto Cardos, towing him away. If those two knew where special trolls were, they could help her, and she would help them again too, but that would only happen if she found them again. She focused on Cardos' hand and whispered short chant. Dice fell from his fingers. Cardos turned to go for the tumbling cubes, but Kel had tight grip on his brother, urging him to keep moving. The two rushed away into a small cluster of people walking around park. When the sky quieted, Quinn dropped his head and looked at empty spot by statue where boys had been. His growl sounded rough with frustration, but her cousin would never harm someone who was not a threat. He turned back to her. You summoned that thunder on purpose. Lana did not agree or try to lie. Instead, she waved him off.
Go, cousin. I understand. You are busy and cannot play guide with me.
You really think I'm going to leave you out here alone? She hoped not. I am fine, cousin. He lifted handle of her rolling suitcase and tilted his head to point the way he wanted her to walk. She followed, letting her steps take her by the dice that sat in piled leaves where she scooped them up on her way by. She had located people by holding personal items and hoped it would work this time. Where are we going, cousin? To my hotel. I can't deal with this right now, but I'll be back tonight, and you'll be safe if you stay out of view. Quinn waved the taxi over. The driver took them to a nice Ritz hotel where the doorman spoke fondly to her cousin. Everything about hotel bragged of much money, from porters to fancy doors. She had just stepped from taxi behind Quinn when he paused and stared into distance again, this time only for a few seconds. He dismissed whatever had stopped him, then scratched his head and gave Lana a card from his pocket. He spoke low, for her ears only. The Belador Maester called. I have to go. It's important. Ah, he had communicated with his mind again. Quinn handed her a plastic card. Here's the room key. If you're hungry, order food. You can watch movies, too. Taking the room key card, she hurried to speak before he started giving orders and demanding promises. I understand. Thank you for room, cousin. Do not worry if you find me asleep when you come back. I am very tired and hungry. I could sleep for 2 days after bumpy trip here. His irritation softened. I'm sure it was a difficult flight. If you need anything, I will call from room. I can tell this hotel will be most helpful. Go, cousin. Do not worry about me. No one will bother me. Quinn spoke quietly but in a rush. I just checked in today, so no one other than hotel staff knows I'm here. I don't like leaving you without the warding on the door. That would not be good unless you can stay for a half hour to find out if my magic reacts to warding. Last time Never mind. Double lock the doors. He handed her a business card that displayed a phone number, nothing else. Call me immediately if you need me. Yes. I know how to get help. Go and be careful. She lifted up on her tiptoes and kissed Quinn's cheek. Do not let something happen to you. I would be lost without you. He patted her head. I'll be fine. She told him goodbye and turned to walk away, knowing he would not leave until she was inside. Dangerous trolls were in Atlanta. The world was lucky to have men such as Quinn who protected humans from bloodthirsty creatures. After reaching the suite and depositing her suitcase, she ordered food and felt much better, then left a note for Quinn. Before riding back down in the elevator, she experimented with cloaking herself. Last night she had disappeared completely, but now only the top half of her body vanished before she gave up. Magic was much trouble some days. Once she found Kellen Cardos, she would get the location of the strange troll's headquarters and give that to Quinn when he returned to the hotel. Quinn would worry if he knew what she was up to, but she had fought a troll in Transylvania last year. That one had no special marks, but a troll was a troll. She only needed help with evil wizards. Chapter 16. Asking Isaac Knight for a weapon that killed non-humans would open a door Eval might never be able to shut. She grabbed a towel to dry her hair, needing to head out soon even if the meet point was close to her underground apartment in downtown Atlanta. Isaac had to know she wanted a weapon after she'd sent a text asking to borrow something. What else would she want to borrow from a man who created custom weapons just to kill beings with supernatural power? Could she avoid telling him why? Not an easy task, when she had yet to give Isaac a straight answer about why she sometimes ran into non-humans. At least he wouldn't remember that he'd discovered she was an alterant 3 weeks ago. Nope, she wasn't worried about Isaac, as long as he didn't kiss her. He'd kissed her only a couple times, unexpectedly. The man had a nice mouth. More than nice. But then, Storm had kissed her. She stopped rubbing her hair and tossed the towel over a hook. Thinking of Storm and Isaac at the same time gave her a headache. No kissing tonight. She'd treat this as business. One goal, get the weapon. But she couldn't tell Isaac about the trolls. That meant she had to play up her fear of something non-human. She'd rather spend a day off with Sen than act afraid of anything. Take one for the team. Zader and Quinn, sure as the devil, couldn't pull off looking frightened of anything. She finished dressing and went out to the kitchen, where her 2-foot-tall gargoyle, Phoenix, sat on the island counter, playing with his pile of lug nuts. The leathery skin on his wide forehead wrinkled with how hard he concentrated to place the silver half-inch circles on top of each other with his pudgy hands, especially while having to reach around his potbelly. "What you doing, baby?" she asked on her way to snag a power drink from the fridge.
"Castle."
Took her a minute of studying the wall and tower structure he'd built to understand he meant castle. Fun. Did you see a castle on TV?
No.
He answered her as if he expected her to know the right answer. Where had he seen a castle? She'd found Phoenix during a mission to locate and stop a mad sorcerer who'd been creating an army of vicious creatures that killed on command. Phoenix had been left in a cell with a note marking him as a flawed creation to be used for food. The best she could tell, the poor little guy had failed as a killer. Easy to understand with all the other creatures towering over 10 feet tall, and Phoenix so much smaller and with a sweet disposition. Quinn would argue that Phoenix could blow a hole in the wall with a blast of fire if something frightened him. True, but he knew he was safe with her. "Who lives in the castle, baby?" Phoenix angled his head to look up at her. Bright orange eyes flashed with intelligence when he smiled. 2 small fangs poked down on each side of his overbite, glowing against his brownish-green skin covered in dark green scales.
"Princess."
The princess, huh? Oh, that's right. She'd watched the Princess Bride movie with him the other night. That's a great castle. Is it for Princess Buttercup?
No.
He shook his head, and his bat-like wings flapped gently. The chortling sound he made usually meant he was proud of something he'd figured out.
For Princess Eval.
Her heart thumped. She'd never celebrated a birthday or received a wrapped gift, but moments with Phoenix had become as cherished as any package in shiny paper. "Thank you, baby." He pointed at another lug nut.
"Demon."
Then he picked up that lug nut and tossed it into his mouth, chomping on the steel and clapping his hands. "Attaboy," she smiled. "I'll be back in a while. Don't eat my pots and pans, okay?" Phoenix quieted and dropped a hand to his bent knee, which he patted slowly as if saying, "That again?"
"Accident, 'member?"
"Yeah, I remember, but I wanted to make sure you didn't forget." It wasn't as though she did a lot of cooking, but she would like to keep the last 2 pots she had. She hadn't figured out if he had short-term memory loss sometimes or if he just did things out of pure mischief.
"'Kay, go ride?"
Not right now, maybe later. Once she knew for sure the Svart trolls were gone. Before heading out on her motorcycle, she leaned over and kissed his forehead, careful not to get stuck by one of his horns. The ride to meet Isaac took no time, since the meet point was only a mile from home. His black Hummer sat alone on the top level of an expansive parking deck. The deck was not being fully utilized, and she'd chosen this location specifically because the upper floors would be empty in the early evening. After stowing her gear and adjusting her sunglasses, she turned to find Isaac standing by the open passenger door of his truck. Black dress pants and a cobalt blue button-down dress shirt did nothing to tone down the Black Ops warrior beneath the civilized veneer. Short brown hair with gray flecks at his temples shouted former military, just as much as the hard jaw and intense blue gaze that scoped the area around her in a blink. "How you doing, Isaac?"
"Not bad. Ready?"
"I hadn't planned on going anywhere."
"I thought you wanted to borrow something."
"I do, but I haven't told you what yet."
"Does it turn demons into shrapnel?"
She didn't want to explode the troll. "Maybe."
"Then I know what you want. Let's go."
"Are you going to put a sack over my head, Isaac?"
"No."
Mr. Sirius didn't even crack a smile. "Then why can't I just follow on my bike?"
"Because you'll be blindfolded."
Crap. She walked over and put a foot up on the running board, picking up the seductive scent of cologne. Humongous hands grabbed her around the waist and lifted her into the seat before she could protest. Taking a breath to keep herself calm, she told him, In case you haven't noticed, I'm 5'10", I'm wearing jeans, and need no help getting into a truck." He put his left hand on the back of her seat and leaned in, a glint of heat burning in his eyes. "I noticed. Every sweet inch. Especially the jeans. Buckle up, unless you want help with that, too." Guess she'd find out how much of a gentleman he was, or he'd find out just how dangerous she could be. Once he had the wide black cloth in place over her sunglasses, she prepared to be pelted with questions about why she wanted a special weapon. But when Isaac cranked the engine, Garth Brooks crooned a country tune as the vehicle backed up, then headed forward. 10 minutes into the ride, Isaac hadn't said a word. She tapped her fingers, picking up speed with each tap, until a warm hand covered hers. Every muscle jumped to alert. He started brushing his thumb back and forth over her skin, the simple gesture reminding her that he was no threat to her. With that realization, tension that had locked the muscles in her shoulders all afternoon eased. When the truck rolled to a stop a half hour later, Isaac said, "You can remove the blindfold." She uncovered her sunglasses to find his truck parked inside a huge warehouse. At the far end of the ginormous building, people stood beneath bright fluorescent lights at workstations. She assumed they were assembling weapons or some defensive devices that Isaac manufactured. Heavy-duty 12-foot-tall stainless steel cabinets lined 40 feet of one wall in the 30,000-square-foot building with a ceiling that peaked at 20 feet. One section of the warehouse had been framed as an office area that could provide 6 to 8 average-size rooms. But this was not the hangar she'd visited the night Isaac had kidnapped her for an Italian meal. The hangar hadn't been as bright inside, and it had been more open, with fewer shelves and minimal office area. A place his teams, the Night Raiders, could congregate and plan. This place was a production facility with bright lighting, tools on workstations, and the smell of machine oil. One young man in jeans and a flannel shirt ran a forklift, carrying loads from the rear of the building to the front. He moved stacks of crates, lifting them high in the air to place on neatly organized shelves running in rows just left of the overhead door behind Isaac's Hummer. The forklift driver's shaggy gray hair and rumpled clothes didn't match Isaac's buff military look, but the guy's sharp gaze scanning everywhere as he worked and his taut posture spoke of alertness on par with the other night raiders. 2 more vehicles were parked inside. With the right color scheme and a few decals, one could have been an armored security truck for money pickups. But who drove that sleek, doomy red BMW Z8? Not Isaac, who filled the cockpit of his Hummer. He'd have to wear that tiny car. "You're looking for one of my night weapons, right, Yvonne?" Isaac hadn't made a move to get out of the Hummer yet. He had his arms crossed, and his attitude locked into quiet curiosity mode. "Yes. Hopefully a smaller version of the one you used to destroy that demon when we first met." She'd been interrogating a burn demon until Isaac blasted it with one of his superweapons. The demon imploded before she could get intel she desperately needed. Granted, when Isaac showed up, the burn had appeared close to chowing down on her. Small detail. "What are you trying to kill?" She could only dodge him so long without having to share something. If she said the weapon was for another demon, she'd get the wrong weapon. "I need something that would stop a troll without drawing the attention of citizens." The drone of the forklift motor running back and forth filled the pause before Isaac said, "Trolls." She nodded, but that hadn't been a question. "When did you see a troll?" Answering that honestly opened the door to more questions. "I'd rather not say." "But you're not protecting the troll." "No, I want to protect myself from the troll." There. She played the girl card, in spite of how vulnerable that made her sound. She could kick a troll's butt any day. Isaac shifted his body, muscles bunching, when he propped an elbow on the driver's door. "Tell me where to find this troll and I'll handle it." She stopped herself a second before snarling that she didn't need a man protecting her. What had made Quinn believe she could do this? Unclenching her jaw, she spoke with an even tone. "I don't know where the troll is right now." "I can put a detail on you." Isaac could be a persistent son of a gun, but he wasn't going to get the answer he wanted. "I'm not interested in having bodyguards follow me around. If you don't want to loan me a weapon, then just say so and I'll figure out something else." Isaac gave it a couple of beats, then said, Wait for me to open your door. That wasn't a yes. Not yet. He allowed her to step down unaided. Just as her boot touched the concrete floor, the door to the office area opened, and a slim woman of average height walked out. She could be late 40s or early 50s, too attractive to pin down. Beautiful brunette hair in a short, swooshy style fanned around her tanned face. She wore knee-length white pants and an aqua blue shirt with a flared collar. Cinnamon lips smiled when she noticed Isaac. He put a hand to Yval's back, gently urging her toward the office and this woman. The forklift's tires squealed with a sharp turn. Yval glanced at the machine, then at the driver, who was heading straight for the three of them. The driver's head began stretching into a grotesque shape, his mouth widening with fangs. Brown eyes. Seconds slowed down with each heartbeat that thudded in her chest at this living nightmare unfolding. Arias. As the forklift careened toward them, Isaac grabbed Yval, then lunged for the other woman, shoving them both toward the office. Yval kept her balance and spun around in time to see the driver alter his direction toward her and the woman. She didn't doubt that every person in this building was armed, but not one of those technicians 200 feet away would get here in time, and the handgun Isaac had just drawn would only anger the beast further. No one could stop that Rias in the next 5 seconds, except Yval. If she didn't use her kinetics, this woman would die, and possibly Isaac as well. No time to worry about consequences. Yval slapped a kinetic shot at Isaac's hand, knocking the weapon away. She ignored his furious shout and threw up a wall of kinetic energy to block the forklift from plowing into her and the brunette at full speed. The forklift hit the invisible energy and bounced backward with the front end lifting into the air. What had been a human driver only a moment ago had now fully shifted into Arias, which dove off the forklift as the machine tilted over on its side. The beast lunged to attack. Yval called her dagger up from her boot, spinning it in her hand as she surged forward to meet the threat. She pulled her arm back, aiming to drive the dagger into his chest, but the Rias moved like a spear of lightning, diving for her feet. He knocked her legs out from under her. She flipped, landing on her back, and jumped up. The Rias came at her again. She hit the beast with a kinetic blast, but he swatted it back at her, knocking her glasses off. The sudden light blinded her. Out of instinct, she kinetically exploded all the overhead lights, confusing the Rias long enough for her to spin around and boot him hard in the chest. He flew backward 25 feet, slamming against the wall and falling to the floor, where he started shifting back into a human. It all happened in a matter of seconds. The sound of weapons being racked echoed behind her. Yval shouted, "Don't shoot! He's a human!" She turned, looking for her sunglasses. Red dots lit up her chest. Her sunglasses were hooked over the long barrel of a night demon blaster Isaac pointed at her heart. "So your eyes are green. Alterant green." "I can explain, Isaac." "What makes you think I care?" Chapter 17. "Don't shoot, Isaac." Yval hadn't said that. She'd thought it, but the shouted order had come from the brunette, dusting off her white pants. No hysterics, no glazed look of deep shock. The brunette ordered another man to throw on the backup security lighting in the warehouse. Her heels clicked all the way over to where the unconscious Rias had now shifted back into the human forklift driver. "Don't get near that thing," Isaac snapped at the brunette, who ignored him with a wave of her hand that caused silver bracelets to jangle. Yval would like to get a better look at this woman beyond what she could see in her peripheral vision, but Isaac still had his weapon pointed at her chest. He'd picked up a night vision monocular somewhere, looking even more deadly than usual, like a cyborg on a death mission. He said, "So what was this trip about, Yval? Thought you could come here and kill all of us?" She shook her head, suffering unexpected pain at the look of disappointment on his face, and even more at his words. She'd had a strange relationship with Isaac so far, but she'd always considered him a friend. "No, I don't harm humans." "That's a hard sale when I know what an Alteran is capable of. What'd you do to make our forklift guy turn into a beast?" "He thinks I'm the reason that Rhea shifted?" What makes you think I can make someone change into another form? I have no idea what something like you can do. I don't make a habit of letting alterants live long enough for someone to study them. She flinched at the insult, then moved straight from terror of dying to seriously pissed off. But now was not an advisable time to let her temper rip. Isaac hadn't shot her. Yet. This called for diplomacy. She sucked at that, but gave it a try. I know you don't like alterants, Isaac. I like 'em just fine. Well done. The brunette clicked across the concrete floor until she stepped up beside Ival. Men armed for combat formed a perimeter of firepower. Isaac's finger trembled as if it took all his willpower to not shoot. Muscles flexed in his jaw, his neck, his forearm, straining against the need to act. Even though the brunette's head barely reached Ival's shoulder, she spoke with unquestioned authority. I mean it, Isaac. Don't shoot her. She's an alterant, Kit. So that was the woman's name. It fit her. She saved my life. Alterants are killers. Ival shook her head. I have never harmed or killed a human. I have protected thousands. Halogen lights started coming on overhead, slowly brightening the warehouse. Out of reflex, Ival reached toward the sunglasses. Weapon controls clicked in succession all around her. Kit ordered, Stand down now! Who is this woman? Ival felt her sunglasses being tapped against her arm, and Kit said, Here, sugar, put these on. Ival took the glasses and slipped them over her eyes, shocked to see all the weapons at ease. All except Isaac's. When Kit said, Isaac? It was as though the little woman hit a pressure release valve. He ground out a curse that could ignite the air, lowered his weapon to his side, and took a step toward Kit. Ival jumped in front of the brunette. Don't take it out on her. Isaac's jaw shifted out and back with unrestrained fury. Get out of the way, Ival. Not until you promise not to— Not to what? Do you really think I'd hurt a woman? Isaac's rage went up another notch at that implication. Ival hurried to calm him. No, of course not, but I don't want you to fire her. Feminine laughter erupted behind Ival. Then Kit stepped up beside her. Thank you, sugar, but I run this place. Oh. Ival lifted her shoulders at Isaac, who was still ramping up his death glare. He shifted his steely glint to Kit. You almost died because of her kind. Technically, the beast that had just attacked Kit had been Arias, but Ival would save that clarification for later. You're wrong, Kit argued. Jasper, the other one, does not have bright green eyes like, Ival, was it? Ival nodded mutely, keeping her attention on the biggest threat in the room, Isaac. Kit continued, Thought alterants had neon green eyes. Nothing swayed Isaac. I am not letting beasts, with or without green eyes, walk free to kill humans. Kit stepped up to Isaac with her hands on her hips, looking just as intimidating as Isaac at that moment. You're not killing this one, son. Son? You don't know what they're capable of, Kit. Considering how she stopped that forklift with kinetic energy, if Ival was going to attack anyone, she would have done so already. Kit turned to Ival and smiled. Of course, if you make a threatening move at this point, every man here, including Isaac, will use any means to stop you. Now that we have all that clear, thank you for saving my life. She extended her hand. Everyone calls me Kit. Isaac ground out a disgusted sound and stepped past Ival without another word, on his way over to where the forklift driver was still on the floor. When Ival's brain spun into gear, she stuck her hand out for a brisk shake with Kit. Thanks for saving my hide, too. Please don't kill that Rias. What's a Rias? The man who shifted into a beast is not an alterant, but a Rias. Ival couldn't believe she was having this conversation with a human. She didn't want to think about how many Viper rules she was breaking at the moment. I'd like a chance to talk to him. Kit turned to where Isaac stood with a cluster of his men and called over, Have them take Jasper to the holding cell. Isaac peered over his shoulder, clearly not happy with Ival or Kit. When he swung back to his men, he murmured orders. One of the men walked over to a cabinet where he pulled out some space-age-looking handcuffs and leg cuffs. Isaac's men had Jasper trussed up in less than a minute, then carried the poor guy out of sight. Ival would like to see this cell that Isaac and Kit obviously believed could restrain a non-human. Yet another part of this secret operation. Ival gave Kit a smile of relief. "Thank you." "You're welcome. But you do understand that just because I stopped Isaac from blowing you to pieces right now doesn't mean you're in the clear or free to leave." And here I'd mistaken Isaac as the greater threat in the room. Should I call in Zader or Quinn? No. That would only draw them to the one group of humans capable of killing them. Ival had to handle this on her own, and hope she walked out of here alive. But what would Matcha and Viper do when they found out she'd been made as an alterant by humans? Chapter 18. Any word from Ival? Zader wiped blood from his hands and face with a rag now soaked with the smell of death. Quinn grimaced as he cleaned his own hands. Not yet. Zader handed the rag back to Horace Kiefer, wishing he could get rid of the troll problem as easily. He asked Horace, "Did you hear back from Trey?" "Yep. The boy said he'd be here soon with 10 of ours and has sent more Beladors to the other teams. That ought to stop us, Svart, one at a time." "We can only hope. Once Trey arrives, take our injured to headquarters. Tell Sen I'll talk to him as soon as I can." As Horace strolled off, Zader scanned the blood-swathed ground of yet another cemetery and shook his head. "At least we don't have to call Sen in to clean this up since Adriana's on site." Zader paused. "I'm glad you were here to pull some intel from that troll." For what good it did. Quinn's self-inflicted disgust was as evident as it was unfair. "No one else would have stopped that troll. You saved human lives and our team." "I didn't manage to retrieve much useful information, only that jumbled mess." "You found out more trolls are coming. That's something we needed to know, Quinn." But this one kept thinking about demon, then Svart? What could that mean? "I don't know. Maybe he meant they were bringing in demons, too." "We would have had our first chance for some real intel if I could have breached his shields and held control for 1 minute. 1 minute. Next time." Zader sent telepathic messages to the Beladors on site, ordering them to scour the cemetery for any more humans present. Fortunately, this had been a small skirmish, except for the damned Svart troll. Adriana had put the 3 human gang members caught up in the fray to sleep with a spell that would leave them thinking they'd dreamed the entire battle. Those humans would be dropped in the respective neighborhoods for each of their gangs. Zader turned back to Quinn. The man had the sick gut look of someone who'd been sucker punched. Just to distract him from the dead troll, Zader asked, "You get your family problem dealt with?" "Yes." "She headed home?" "No." Quinn's attention had definitely shifted from the troll. Frustration simmered in his gaze. "Found her downtown. Can't go home yet." "Think anyone has seen her yet?" "No one with Viper that I know of, but now that the Night Stalkers know, it won't be a secret for long." Quinn's expression dropped another notch on the grim scale. "Ah, hell." "That pretty much sums it up. She's hidden in my hotel suite for now. I'll deal with her as soon as I get back." Quinn looked beat, but the man had been forced to destroy 2 mines today. He held himself accountable, and to such a high standard, nothing would offer consolation except a chance to redeem himself in his own mind. Zader didn't want to push Quinn further, but they weren't gaining ground on this Svart problem, and what he had in mind might help Quinn if it didn't destroy him. "Are you sure your mind is strong?" Quinn's head came up. "Yes." "And you think you still have an open path to Kazira?" Slower to answer this time, Quinn still said, "Yes." "If she came into your mind, could you control her invasion long enough to mine her thoughts for information?" When Quinn didn't answer right away, Zader asked, "The better question might be, could you do that to Kazira?" "Yes, I'd have no qualms about extracting what we need. I assume you want to determine if the Maeve are behind these attacks." "That and anything else you could dig up." Zader doubted it would be that simple for Quinn. whose integrity prevented him from entering a mind involuntarily unless the person represented a dangerous threat. But Kazira had taken advantage of Quinn while he had no ability to resist. And she'd used sex to do it. Zader had a feeling some of Quinn's guilt came from not regretting that part of her visit. Maybe if Quinn could gain information on the Svarts, it would ease some of his remorse over what happened with Kazira, and hopefully help the Belador stop whatever the Svarts were planning. If Kazira did not overpower his mind again. Zader had to trust that Quinn knew his limits. Quinn checked his watch, then took stock of the Viper agents. "Can you afford to be without me for a while?" "I think we're good. Viper has teams running all night, and we have more Beladors arriving from the west coast, since this seems to be isolated to the southeast, Atlanta in particular. I'll be back as soon as I can, too." "Where are you going?" "Brina wants another meeting." Zader lifted his hand in a don't ask motion. He'd heard her telepathic call just as the battle started. She had something to discuss with him as soon as he could return to Treor. "Should I remain until you make it back here?" Quinn offered. "No, Trey should be here soon. So far, we haven't had more than one smart troll at each battle. 10 Beladors can't stop a troll, we're in big trouble. Trey can find either of us if he needs us." Zader was a powerful telepath, but Trey McCree had legendary telepathic ability. "Right now we both need to grab some rest, or we're going to put our Beladors and other Viper agents at risk." "Understood." Quinn nodded and walked away. Trey arrived, looking as if he'd just climbed out of bed, his normal state of grooming. He gave Zader a nod, accepting control of the teams for the night. Striding quickly to his 1970 Hemi Cuda, Zader climbed in and locked the doors. A warding had been worked into the vehicle's frame back when he and his dad had stripped the engine down to the camshaft, then rebuilt the entire car from the ground up. His body would be safe inside here. Slowing his breathing, he called upon his ability to change into holographic form. He locked his jaw against the chill that covered his skin when he left his body, so he could travel to the hidden island few Beladors knew how to find. A select few that he trusted to protect Treor, should anything happen to him unexpectedly. Until then, he'd be on the front line, keeping Brina safe. When he drew close enough to feel the pull of Treor Island, Zader called telepathically to Brina, letting her know he was ready to enter. A minute passed. What was the problem? In no mood to be kept waiting, he called out again. "Brina, are you there or not?" "I'll be only a minute, Zader." It wasn't like she had to open a door. "Brina, are you all right?" "Yes, just hang on." So now his visits were being downgraded to the level of a phone call? Now wasn't the time to get cranky, but sleep hadn't been peaceful or lengthy for him over the past few weeks. He rubbed his face and eyes to push off the irritation riding his shoulders. "You are welcome to enter, Zader Burke." The room came into focus just as Brina walked in from the hallway that led to her private quarters. Had she been lying down? Was she not well? Asking those questions could be misconstrued as encouraging a relationship with her, which would break his vow to Matcha. In fact, he'd agreed to convince Brina he was no longer interested in them. Treor needed an heir. Now. He couldn't think about that, about her having a child with another man, and behave with any civility, so he blanked his mind of everything except dealing with the Svart problem. "My thanks to you for returning so soon, Zader." That sounded damned formal, but he had no reason to criticize her. He had to let it go and be just as businesslike about this. "Not a problem. To update you, we're in the process of getting a night weapon. Something that will kill the trolls without putting so many of our people at risk." "Excellent." She sounded pleased. Maybe this meeting would go better than the last. He added, "We think the Maeve may be behind this Svart problem. Quinn's searching for intel to determine if they are, and if so, why." No point in sharing how Quinn intended to gain that intel. "That is most encouraging news." Brina's light voice held a pleasure Zader hadn't heard in a while. The unexpected sound eased the stiff muscles in his neck. She settled on her sofa. "I'll be making this quick, but I need to tell you about the situation with Yvonne.
What do you mean?
Matcha is at a tribunal meeting to pacify Dakar.
The bounty hunter? What's his problem with Yvonne?
An alterant shifted and killed one of his hunters. He's expecting to be compensated.
Zader's muscles wound back up with that news. How far would Matcha negotiate in Yvonne's favor when Yvonne hadn't been able to deliver a single alterant over the past 3 weeks since making a deal with the goddess? What kind of compensation?
I have no word yet, but I expect that we'll be hearing word by tomorrow.
Why are you telling me this?
Brina's fingers tensed where she clutched the cushion she sat on. I assumed you'd be wanting that information in case...
In case Yvonne just disappears again.
I did not say that, Brina countered in a tight voice.
But that's why you're telling me. I thought Yvonne's deal with Matcha meant Yvonne wouldn't get yanked into tribunal meetings anymore to answer for someone else's transgressions.
Brina sat up straighter, just as in the past when she'd get her back up over something. I mention this only so you'll not be surprised.
What I know is that Yvonne shouldn't be held responsible, especially when I bet no one has determined if it was even an alterant that killed the bounty hunter. Could have been a Rias, since not everyone knows the difference.
Zader struggled to keep from raising his voice. Yelling at Brina wouldn't help Yvonne or him right now. Matcha might like the friction climbing between Brina and him these last 2 meetings, since the goddess expected him to break off their relationship, but he didn't. For the first time in his life, Zader questioned whether he could put honor first and walk away from Brina. Just as he questioned whether Brina truly wanted him out of her life. With Matcha away at the tribunal, he didn't see the harm in getting some straight answers from Brina. What could be dishonorable about asking her straight up if she still loved him? Zader shook off his anger and smiled at her.
Do you?
The male Belador guard Zader had seen during his earlier visit came walking up the hallway, and Zader lost his train of thought. That hallway led to Brina's private quarters. What was that guy's name? Alan? The top 3 buttons on the guard's jacket were unbuttoned. What the devil? Brina snapped her fingers. Zader, hello? Are you paying me no mind?
I heard you,
he muttered, watching as the beefy guard carried something concealed in his closed hand and offered it to Brina. Alan said,
I believe this is what you were searching for.
She held her hand out to receive what looked like a tiny coil of gold chain. Her eyes lit up. My mother's necklace. You found it where?
On the floor next to your bed.
Zader cleared his throat, hoping the sound came across as deadly as the intent behind it. Why had Brina sent a guard to search for her necklace in her bedroom? She normally cleaned her own room, preferring to keep her room private and allowing only Zader in there. Or had, at one time. Brina angled her head at Zader. Have you not met Alan? He's my new personal guard.
No, I haven't.
Zader had known all of her guards up until 4 years ago, when he'd stopped entering the castle in his physical form. Since then, Matcha had approved the inside guards, and Zader rarely saw any of them inside the castle, since their job was to prevent anyone from getting through the front door. Alan smiled briefly at her, then shifted his expression to professional when he faced Zader. He had the thick neck of a young man who pumped iron.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Burke.
Mr.? Zader's father was Mr. Burke. This guy might be 5 or 6 years younger, maybe mid-20s. 30 sure as hell wasn't old. Zader corrected him.
It's Maester.
That set-down registered in the guard's face for only a second. Then his demeanor shut down to stoic again.
Maester.
That was the extent of Zader's acknowledgement of the other man. If he said any more, he'd give away the surge of fury at seeing the guy stand too close to Brina. Saying the wrong thing right now would get Zader in deep trouble with Matcha and knock the wheels off this conversation with Brina. Alan turned to Brina.
I'll wait outside, Your Highness.
Absolutely not, Alan. I want you here. She gave him an extra look as he stepped past the giant stone fireplace and circled the sofa to stand behind her. Once he took that position, Brina faced Zader again. As I was saying, I'm only the messenger on this Dakar issue and merely wanting to keep you informed. Now, about these smart trolls, I wish to know who they're working for as soon as you find out. Giving a quick nod of acknowledgement, Zader had to swallow the lump in his throat to get any words out, with reality crashing in on him with double fists. Matcha had not been twisting the truth after all when she'd said Brina was ready for someone else, that she had accepted the futility of her and Zader's impossible situation. He hadn't believed Brina a month back when she told him they had no future. Zader would respect her wishes, and... The guard leaned forward and put a hand on Brina's shoulder, clearly to comfort her. Zader roared, "Take your hand off of her!" Guess his control wasn't as good as he'd thought. She reached up and placed her hand over Alan's, preventing him from moving his. The guard's face showed no emotion, but his eyes held a warning when he stared at Zader and said in a low, threatening voice, "It's inappropriate to raise your voice around the Queen. I won't have her upset." You won't have. Who did this guard think he was talking to? But Zader's power, because he was present only as a hologram, did not extend to inside the castle. Zader took in the way Brina's head tilted back, looking up at Alan with adoring eyes she'd once had only for Zader. At that moment, Zader finally accepted what he'd been denying since seeing the guard walk into the room. Brina wasn't just ready to move on. She had moved on. All this time, Zader hadn't wanted to believe Matcha when she'd claimed Brina wanted him to walk away and forget about her. Asking him to cut off both of his arms would have been easier, but the truth stared him in the face. He had to leave before he did or said something really stupid or dangerous. Brina lowered her chin, her cool gaze unwavering. Zader squeezed the words from his clenched throat. "My apologies, Your Highness. Unless you send for me, I will forward any future reports via email until I've located the traitor to prevent imposing on your time. Excuse me as I take my leave." She opened her mouth to speak, but he'd already started the hologram transfer back to his body in North America. Within a few minutes, he'd be whole again. Except for the spot where his heart used to be. This was a mistake of astronomical proportions. Alan spoke softly, but his face was hard. When Brina drew a breath and released his hand, Alan's fingers slipped from her shoulder. She needed a moment. Couldn't be letting her bottled-up tears fall, not now. Zader had left as if he couldn't wait to get out of the room. But that had been the point, had it not? She had no time to coddle her misery. "It will be all right, Alan." "You actually believe that, Your Highness?" Her guard expelled a long stream of breath born of disbelief and paced across the room. He stopped, turning to face her. "Zader is not one to be easily fooled, and neither is Matcha. Do you really think he'll walk away from you this easily?" I would have said no until just now. I have never seen him so put out with me. That was far more than put out. Alan looked up at the tall ceiling for a long moment, as if someone would help him, then back down at her. You have no idea what a man like Zader will do for the woman he loves, do you? This is a dangerous game you play, Your Highness. Aye, you're right, but this is no game. She forced iron into her backbone, prepared to do whatever it took to see this through. This is war, and I swear to you that I intend to win it, and soon. Matcha had given Brina a deadline to produce an heir in 12 months, of which 2 were almost gone. My fault for bringing up the topic of an heir, foolishly thinking Matcha would find a way for me and Zader to be together. Instead, Matcha had turned the tables on Brina by demanding she perform her duty as the Belador warrior queen and get busy producing an heir, which meant releasing Zader of his vow of love and Brina choosing another man. Did Matcha believe men were as interchangeable as her hair color that shifted with her moods? The goddess had painted Brina as the one with no honor for refusing to let Zader go, as if Brina didn't feel guilty enough. She could not expect a man like Zader to wait forever. He'd never be able to cross the protective ward on the castle, and Matcha couldn't break the warding, or so she claimed. The goddess had manipulated a deal where Brina now had to convince Zader that she no longer cared for him, which Brina would do. Her word was her bond. But Matcha had made a tactical error. The goddess had allowed a loophole by agreeing to reconsider their situation if, once Brina convinced Zader they were done, he still came back for her. Dealing with gods and goddesses was much like handling a greased eel. Just when you thought you had a grip on the situation, it slipped away. That's why Brina had pressed Matcha for a specific time frame in which Zader had to walk away and come back. When Zader came back in time, Brina had another chance with him. She got her deadline. Brina had until she married another man. Matcha clearly believed she'd settled the situation, but Brina had been reared a warrior's daughter who did not give up easily. For that reason, she had taken matters into her own hands. She'd start the clock ticking now by sending Matcha to see Zader so that the goddess could determine immediately that he believed his relationship with Brina was over. Then Brina would move to the next step in her plan to get him back. Unless she'd misjudged the depth of Zader's love for her. Alan took a step toward her, arms crossed as he moved. For the 3 years that he'd been part of her guard, he always had a positive word for her when he checked in on her first thing in the morning, and again at the end of each day. The grim shape of his mouth indicated he'd resigned himself to his role of royal boyfriend. Good thing, since she could make no change in her game plan now that she'd introduced Alan as the new man in her life. He said, "I will gladly do my part, Your Highness, to convince one and all that you are mine. But what if this does not work? Have you considered the consequences?" Brina flapped a hand at him. "Do not worry. I'll make good on my part as well, and you'll have your year to travel away from Traor, even if I have to ship your cold body round the world in a casket," she teased, wanting to lighten his somber mood. "That's not what I meant." She frowned at Alan's suddenly serious tone. What was she missing in this conversation? "Speak your mind." "What will happen if, once everyone is convinced of our relationship, Zader walks away rather than interferes?" The look on Alan's face said he had considered the possibility of failure and Brina losing her bid for Zader. If that happened, Matcha would demand a wedding. Alan and Brina would be honor-bound to marry. That could not happen. "It won't be coming to that, Alan." He shrugged. "You may not be able to stop what you've set into motion today. Only time will tell, but there's no going back at this point. Not without breaking your word to Matcha." His dark blue eyes met hers with an intensity that surprised her. He added, "As I said, I will stand by you until the end, no matter what." Brina listened to his tone more than his words, trying to decide what else he was not saying. But he was right about one thing. She could not go back now that she'd started this campaign, without risk of losing time and ground she could ill afford to give up. Alan appeared unconcerned about that, but a warrior such as he would not allow fear or any similar emotion to show on his face. Still, he had to believe she would never put him in a corner where he'd be forced to marry her. But as she thought about Zader's exchange with Alan, what had Zader seen in Alan's eyes that caused his rigid control to snap? Alan's face eased back into his blank, polite guard look. "If you have no further need of me at the moment, I'd like to check our perimeter patrols." "Of course." Brina shook herself mentally, dismissing her ridiculous thoughts as Alan strode away. He had no true interest in her. She'd chosen him based upon appearance and loyalty. No, he was merely a young man ready for female company, which was why Brina had refused to allow his participation in her plan without his receiving compensation. Alan had claimed he deserved no extra consideration for doing his duty, but Brina would not ask so much of him without a well-deserved reward. She'd agreed to give him a year of travel. something she knew he'd secretly longed for since childhood. Aye, that would provide him the chance to find a woman for himself. She laughed at her unexpected vanity in imagining the guard's desire. Just went to prove what a grand performance they had given today. Alan might need to take care in the future and not be too convincing, but she couldn't fault him, not when she'd made it clear that she would do whatever it took to win Zader. But doubt poked at her in spite of her resolve. Would Zader fight to keep her, or, after what he'd seen today, would he walk away? Chapter 19. Preventing my bounty hunter from performing his duty, which in turn has cost me not just the bounty, but a client. Tired of Dakar's non-stop drivel on how he'd been wronged and was due justice, Macha shifted her simmering anger toward the Slavic god Varpulis, the entity called in as arbitrator over this tribunal meeting. Varpulis wore only bright yellow shorts and ran in place, skinny, pale, and no muscle, a god of wind or some such. She'd had enough. Dakar is not a member of the coalition and therefore is owed no compensation for any loss not committed as an act of intentional aggression by a member of my pantheon. I may not be a member, but the coalition calls upon me when they have a need that requires my resources. Dakar paused, his face reflecting undisturbed emotions. He had the chiseled lines, blunt nose, and smooth, nut-brown skin of a man born under the rule of Genghis Khan. He'd been addressing Varpulis as if Dakar actually cared about the tribunal arbitrator's opinion in this discussion, and this certainly ranked no higher than a discussion. Macha appeared here only out of respect to the other gods and goddesses who supported the coalition, but she would not tolerate another minute listening to Dakar's ridiculous grievances. As if he really cared about losing a bounty hunter? To Dakar, that was merely a cost of doing business in his field. His coal-black eyes shifted from Varpulis to her. As I understand it, goddess, you have filed a charter for Alterants to be accepted as a recognized race, though it appears an unwise move on your part. She'd grind the little peon into the dirt. You are not much of a judge of what is unwise if you dare to criticize any choice I make. If you have nothing new to add, I suggest we dismiss this meeting and stop wasting the time of deities. She'd come up against this mage more than once over the decades, and had no intention of repeating a mistake she'd made the last time they'd met. Undeterred, Dakar pressed on. I don't repeat what's known to merely hear myself speak. I bring up the charter you've filed for a specific reason. You have offered sanctuary to Alterants. They are not hunted as the dangerous beasts they are known to be, now that you've opened the charter, which would indicate a certain level of responsibility. Macha answered carefully. Only for those who come forth and swear their loyalty to me. Make your point while we're still in this millennium, Dakar. My point is simple, an eye for an eye. He wants Evol? I am not handing over my Alterant. Dakar held his arms out, palms up, in a gesture of we're at an impasse. You refuse to compensate me. I'm penalized every time one of my people has to enter the southeastern region of North America. I am offered nothing in return, not even a beast. She ignored the poke about Evol being only a beast, something that could be handed off as easily as cattle. If Evol had committed this crime, she would be forfeit. But she did not. His body radiated confidence and passivity, but his fingertips straightened, then curved, flexing with contained anger. Then I want an agreement based upon precedent. Of what nature? Varpulis asked, not even winded by his running. That if one of my bounty hunters accidentally kills an Alterant, any Alterant, there will be no retaliation, and no recompense expected. The miserable cur wants blanket amnesty for all of the future for one killing? He had to be crazy to think she'd agree to that. I will not tolerate anyone attacking or killing a being who has been accepted into my pantheon and is under my protection. Dakar's eyes thinned with impending battle. I feel the same way about my bounty hunters.
I think it only fair that you either finalize the charter and accept responsibility for all the alterants, or withdraw your charter until you are ready to make that commitment.
If I withdraw the charter, it will not be due to a bounty hunter's losing one of his mutts. Now she understood what this was all about. Dakar was merely establishing his position in the eyes of the tribunal, setting the stage for what he really wanted, an alterant. Offering him anything else at this point would be a wasted effort, but she would flush him out. What will compensate you, Dakar?
A decision on this before the next full moon.
Done. Varpulis sped up until he turned into a blur. Dakar's sly smile widened into a predator's grin. Matcha understood why. He knew she'd have to go against a tribunal to change that decision. With the Maeve threat hanging over her warriors and Brina, this was not the time to start a war on all fronts. He gambled that he would walk away with an alterant. And damn his miserable hide, he just might. Ival had better come through on her promise to bring in alterants. And on time. Chapter 20. How could someone so small be so scary? Ival followed Kit, the diminutive package of energy who, it appeared, ran Night Industries as she'd claimed. Isaac's mother. Kit directed Ival to follow as she headed for a group of men who'd been assembling weapons before the Rias attack. She made short work of dictating who would take what shift to guard the cell containing Jasper. Ival recognized some of these men. She'd seen them carrying special weapons on Black Ops maneuvers with Isaac Knight when he hunted non-humans. Men born with sharp eyes, who lived on a diet of adrenaline and grit. Not a one of them said a word to Kit other than a respectful, "Yes, ma'am." Oddly, Kit's high-handedness didn't put Ival off the way other people's had when they'd tried to force her to jump through hoops. Kit gave orders to keep chaos from turning into insanity, not as a power play. Ival could respect that and go along to get along for now. Turning toward the area in the gargantuan warehouse that had been sectioned off into offices, Kit said over her shoulder, "How does my son know you, Ival?" What could she say to Isaac's mother without knowing what he'd told Kit? He didn't tell you? Kit didn't answer her. She opened the door to the offices and passed through an interim sitting area furnished with blue leather chairs and a sofa. A hallway to more offices spilled off to the left. Ival kept step right behind Kit, who finally entered a windowless room painted in soft beige colors. The plain cherrywood desk suited Kit's bullet point style. Files and papers sat on one side, neatly organized. A picture of her and Isaac was perched on an eye-level shelf of the matching credenza behind the desk. Kit's all-in-one computer monitor had been mounted on an adjustable metal arm, ready to slide into any position for the woman who clearly demanded respect and compliance even from inanimate objects. She dropped into a high-back leather office chair that consumed her body, then she pointed at the armchair facing her desk. Not a request. "Don't answer my questions with a question. How do you know Isaac?" Had there been an or else at the end of that? Ival saw no way around giving this woman a version of the truth. "I met Isaac by accident when we both found a demon at the same time." Leaned back with elbows propped on her chair arms, Kit folded her hands together in a thoughtful pose. "What happened?" "Isaac used his blaster and turned the demon into chips." "Were you trying to kill the demon, too?" Tricky question. "I needed intel first. I was questioning the demon to find out who had sent him to Atlanta and how he was involved with a human that had been killed by another demon." "You must have seen Isaac more than once for him to bring you to the warehouse." Kit could probably play poker with the pros in Las Vegas. She had an unreadable face. "We've crossed paths a few times." That drew an indulgent twist of Kit's lips. "Isaac called to tell me he was bringing a friend here. That's enough alone to pique my curiosity, since Isaac hasn't exactly been social since losing his best friend since high school to an alterant. Then you show up, and he finds out the truth about you." Things had been going pretty good until Kit reminded Ival of Isaac's loss. She needed to convince Kit that she presented no threat to humans. Just so we're clear, I did not come here to harm anyone or to sabotage your operation. I can accept that. That sounded promising, almost too easy. Then Kit asked, "What are you to Isaac?" "We're friends." Yvonne said that before she'd thought about it, but they were friends, at least from her point of view. She doubted Isaac would agree at the moment. Worse than angry, he'd been disappointed when he found out he'd been associating with an alterant, as if her being dangerous wasn't nearly as bad as her lying to him about her identity. Questions buzzed silently through the room until Kit snagged one from the air. "How long ago did you two meet?" "Couple months back, not long." Yvonne preferred questions about the demon, the forklift driver Rios in Kit's lockup, or the weapon Yvonne had come here hoping to borrow. Yvonne would disappoint a string of men today. First Isaac, now Zader and Quinn, who had put their faith in her returning with a weapon for the team. The door between the office and the warehouse opened and closed behind her on a soft hush of air, but she didn't hear footsteps. No doubt one of the men had stuck his head in, realized Kit had a meeting in progress, and withdrew just as quietly. "What kind of friend of Isaac's are you?" Kit asked, with enough steel in her voice that Yvonne caught the protective warning. How do I answer that? I haven't had so many friends that I've had to break them down into categories. I thought you were either a friend or not. Yvonne gave Kit the best answer she could. "The kind who is eating dinner with Isaac and who told him about how to see the Rios in a dangerous fog that covered parts of the country a few weeks ago. I fought a Rios on my way through Atlanta and was forced to kill it to protect a human. Then I ran into Isaac and gave him a tip about the fog camouflaging the shifted beasts." "Dinner?" Kit mused aloud. "You went on a date with Isaac?" Of course, Kit picked up on that, and not Yvonne's point about helping her son. Yvonne had never been on a date and doubted what Isaac had done that night qualified as such. "Not exactly." "How exactly?" Yvonne wouldn't win any points with Isaac's mom by saying he'd sent a team to kidnap her, but that's what had happened. "We had dinner at the hangar," Isaac said, entering Kit's office. Had he been standing in the other room behind Yvonne all this time? She angled her head up so she could assess his mood when he stepped next to her chair. He glanced down at her with ice-blue eyes that could drop the temperature 10 degrees before he looked away to address his mother. "She missed a meeting. I sent the men on a snatch and grab." Kit's poker face fell away with a scowl. "You kidnapped her for dinner." Isaac moved one stiff shoulder in a half shrug. "I had to interrogate her. It." "He what?" "It?" Yvonne had originally thought he'd hauled her to his hangar for a browbeating, but that had been before he'd acted like the perfect gentleman and served her a mouth-watering Italian dinner he'd prepared. Then he'd kissed her. She turned all the way to face him. "Interrogation? Really? That's not how I remember it, Isaac." "I'm not speaking to you, alterant." He crossed his arms, eyes staring straight ahead, refusing to look at her. "Well, I'm talking to you, Buster." Yvonne stood up with her hands balled at her sides and stepped in front of him, turning her back on Kit. That should have forced Isaac to face her, but he stared over her shoulder. She would not tolerate his attitude. "Okay, the secret is out. I am an alterant, and there's no 12-step program to cure it. But I've also put my life on the line many times to protect humans. You can be mad at me for not telling you the truth, but you cannot stand here and judge me for things I haven't done." His jaw muscle clenched, but he made no sign of listening to her. She wanted to pound on his chest to make him see her again like he had before as a woman. But he only saw a beast, so she stuck to facts. "I'm sorry you lost your friend to an alterant, but I didn't do that." She nodded when his eyes finally shot to hers. "I can understand how you feel about losing someone who's important to you. That was one reason I tried to avoid you, but you wouldn't stay away from me." That square jaw of his moved when he ground his teeth. Blue eyes turned thunderstorm gray, but he didn't say a word. She unballed her fingers, dragging as much calm from her next breath as she could before she spoke. You may not think of me as a friend anymore, but I still see you that way. I meant it when I said I didn't come here to cause you any problems, only to get a weapon to use against the trolls. What trolls? Kit asked. Why are you fighting trolls and demons? Yvonne took a step to the side and turned so that she could keep both opponents in view when she spoke to Kit. Viper might fry her over saying any more than she already had, but Kit and Isaac knew about non-humans. Continuing to lie to them would only turn their operation into a more dangerous enemy of the Coalition. Maybe, with a little luck, Yvonne could show Kit and Isaac the value of non-humans. I'm part of an international coalition of unusual beings that protects humans from supernatural predators like trolls. Isaac made a nasty, scoffing sound. It's true, Yvonne argued. She looked to Kit. I've been doing this since I was 18, and the group I'm a member of is sworn to uphold a vow of honor under penalty of death. That includes protecting humans. Kit tapped her fingers against each other. This isn't the first time you fought trolls, right? No. What's different now? Why do you need a night weapon? Yvonne had been right to tell Kit the truth about what she did. The woman was too sharp to play games with, and had been fair so far. There's a special group of trolls called Svarts that are far more dangerous than regular ones. They're out of Switzerland. We're trying to figure out what they're doing here and protect humans without exposing ourselves. Why did you hide from humans? Had that been a trick question? The woman had to know how dangerous it would be to expose non-humans to their world. Yvonne said, if humans knew about us, then they'd have to know about the non-human predators, which would create mass chaos. At that point, the good guys would be hunted along with the deadly ones, and you would end up with no one capable of protecting humans. Isaac interjected. We've been doing a pretty damn good job. Yvonne rounded on him. You have no idea of all the things out there. That Rias in your lockup is just one of many, and humans like your forklift driver don't even know they can turn into a beast. At least with alterants, we have bright green eyes, but there's no indication of a human who can shift into a Rias. We can produce plenty of weapons to take those things down. Yvonne ignored the dark way he'd said things, determined to get her point across. You don't understand. The Svart trolls are only one of the problems we face every day. The Svarts are a deadly black ops group with different powers and abilities, plus they can glamour themselves so that you can't tell one from a human. I fought a Svart last night that was so dangerous it almost killed me. Concern flickered in Isaac's gaze for a second, then he shut it down. But that tiny moment of emotion warmed Yvonne's heart, gave her hope that he might stop hating her someday. She swung her gaze to Kit, who had a warm, feminine version of Isaac's blue eyes when Kit studied her son, but that same gaze turned back into all business when Kit looked at Yvonne. Kit asked in a pointed tone, Who will be responsible for this weapon? That got a rise out of Isaac, stoking his anger back to full force. There's no way in hell I'm giving it a weapon. A snarl crawled up Yvonne's throat at being called it again, but Kit stood with the speed of a bullet and spoke fast. Has Yvonne ever presented a danger to humans that you know of, Isaac? Yvonne held her breath. Could this mean what she thought? That she might really get out of this alive and walk away with a weapon? One look at Isaac diminished that hope. A ball of fury wrapped in corded muscle fumed at her. His words rolled out like thunder. That's not the point, Kit. Yvonne frowned at him. You keep calling your mother Kit. That's not right. Isaac broke off the tense glaring match with Kit and stared at Yvonne as if she'd spoken another language. What did you say? Kit chuckled softly. He's been calling me that since before he got his driver's license. Heat brushed Yvonne's cheeks. She muttered around the foot she'd stuck in her mouth. Oh, well, that just didn't sound right to me. Didn't you tell me you never knew your parents? Isaac ground out, still not willing to let go of his righteous anger. Yes? Then how would you know what was right or not? Yvonne lifted her shoulders, cutting her eyes to Kit, judging his mother's reaction. Amused? Before she answered him. It's what I've seen on television and read in books. I thought calling her Mom, Mother, Ma, or something equivalent was a term of endearment and respect. I haven't heard anyone call their parent by a first name. Kit walked around her desk, chuckling over something that entertained only her. I listen to my instincts, and mine are telling me I can believe you, Yvonne. Kit extended her hand again. Good to meet you. We'll loan you a weapon. Isaac growled loud as a grizzly awakened in winter hibernation, but he couldn't dampen Yvonne's growing enthusiasm over the way this had turned out. Kit finished shaking her hand, then continued. As long as you are entirely responsible for it. Like I wouldn't be anyhow? No problem. I assure you, I'm not done, Kit said. I also expect you to report regularly to Isaac about non-human activity in this city. Yvonne nodded, letting Kit know she was still on board. She didn't want to rock the tentative truce. And, Kit added. Yes, Yvonne said in too bright a voice, but Kit could still refuse the weapon or try to lock Yvonne in a cell. That would be a mistake. Kit eyed both of them. You come to dinner at my house very soon. What? Isaac and Yvonne both shouted at the same time. What word did either of you not understand? Kit asked in a brisk voice similar to the one she'd used to issue orders in the warehouse. Isaac just turned around and stalked out of the room without a sound, except for slamming the door, making what he thought about spending another second in Yvonne's company pretty clear. Which was fine. Dinner with Isaac fell a ways down her priority list, with Svart trolls invading the city and Tristan captured by the Maeve. Smiling at Kit, Yvonne said, Thank you for the weapon. Promise you won't be sorry about loaning it to me. Kit smiled back, a confident take-no-prisoners smile. I'm not the least concerned about the weapon because we can disarm it remotely if need be. Crud. That could be a problem if Isaac decided to flip the off switch without notifying her, but Yvonne would just have to take that gamble. That's good to know. Moving closer to Yvonne, Kit's pleasant voice turned deadly soft. I have only one concern, and that's Isaac. There's nothing that can protect anyone from me if something happened to him. I would unleash everything within my power, and trust me, I'm not someone you or any other non-human wants to go up against. Yvonne chilled at the obvious threat, but not one she'd have to be concerned about. Based upon his loud exit, Isaac wouldn't come within a mile of her again. Even if she had to follow through on the strange dinner invitation, Isaac would bail out, just as he'd done a moment ago. She assured Kit, I understand, and would never harm Isaac. That's what I expect. Kit turned toward her desk. Rather than dwell on that any longer, Yvonne moved the conversation to another concern. What about the Rias in your holding cell? What are you going to do with him? Pausing next to her chair, Kit asked, Why? Please don't kill him. Once he understands how to control the shifting, he won't be a threat. He is trainable. Really? Who would do this training? Tristan could do it, if Yvonne knew where he was or when she found him again. Another problem she had to figure out sooner than soon, plus things were going to deteriorate between her and Matcha real quick if Tristan didn't show. I know someone who can do it, but he's not available at the moment. When will he be available? Do I look like a crystal ball? I don't know yet, but let's make this simple, Yvonne. I'll give you a week to bring this trainer to me. After that, I'll hand the forklift driver over to Isaac. I can't run a halfway house for non-humans and be fair to my son. You would just kill that man even though he hasn't hurt anyone? Yes, he hasn't harmed anyone yet. Based on the reports we got from across the country a few weeks ago, others like him have murdered families. If you want to help this one, bring in the trainer, Kit said, nicely sidestepping a direct answer about the man's fate. Or if you can't find the trainer in time, you can discuss the forklift driver's fate with Isaac. Oh yeah, that'd be as productive as building a snowball factory in hell. Yvonne couldn't do anything about the poor man right now, but Kit didn't strike her as the kind of person who would starve or torment a defenseless being. With her list of priorities growing by the minute, Ival focused on getting the weapon and making it back to Atlanta alive. Would one of Kit's men be willing to drive an alterant back to the city? Since I can't tell anyone how to find me, holding up a hand to stall Ival, Kit lifted a two-way radio from where it had been in a charging cradle on the bookcase behind her and spoke into the receiver. Lambert, pull out a BXZ-12 for Isaac and tell him to meet Ival at the Hummer. Thanks. She wants Isaac to drive me home? When Kit looked up again, she said, That should give you two ample opportunity to discuss the forklift driver, and just so we're clear, I expect Isaac to come back without a scratch on him. Take care of my weapon. Right. Mustn't harm Isaac, the alterant-hating human who would have the troll-killing weapon in his possession and Ival at his mercy in the Hummer. Chapter 21. 20 minutes into the ride back to Atlanta, Ival tired of Isaac's stony silence and the stupid blindfold over her sunglasses. Kit said I only had to wear this until we reach the interstate. I can tell we're not on secondary roads any longer. The blindfold loosened and fell away from her face. Isaac flipped the cloth over his shoulder onto the rear seat of the Hummer next to a fat viola case that shielded the weapon. She caught her gaze at the silent hunk driving and tested the waters with a simple yes or no question. You ever going to talk to me again? The hard-headed man wove his way through the interchange onto the northbound interstate in downtown and stared ahead at the traffic, ignoring her, just as he'd been doing since she'd climbed into the Hummer. At the warehouse, he'd stood by her door, making no move to help her to the passenger seat, or to show any concern about her being buckled up. Not that she'd needed his help, which meant she had to have the most contrary emotions to feel hurt over the way he'd ignored her this time. She hadn't considered what Isaac meant to her before today because of their bizarre friendship, but she already missed what they'd had. Riding with someone who hated you sucked. She'd had good reasons for not telling him the truth, but somewhere inside her cluttered heart, she admitted that he deserved an apology. I'm sorry, Isaac. Still no reply. What's he going to take to fix this? Not a word from the driver's seat. She could appreciate his reason for being angry. Still, he of all people should understand why someone like her had to protect her identity, especially to shield it from one of the few humans capable of killing her in a one-on-one battle. She tried a different tack. I like Kit. Stay away from her. 4 words spoken in a command, but she'd take that over brooding silence. Keeping her voice light, she pointed out, Did you miss that Kit ordered me to see her again? You may be able to ignore her, but she scares the stuffing out of me. Had his lips twitched? Maybe she'd hit on the right topic. She kept going. I saw the way those men jumped to attention. And who wouldn't, when a human woman is fearless in front of non-humans? Easy to see why your men all respect her. She could swear Isaac's jaw softened. What else could she say to keep the stubborn man talking? She'd been making progress with the truth, but he'd been right about one thing. She had no parental experience to draw upon. I can't imagine growing up with a mother, especially one like Kit. You're lucky to have her. She hadn't intended to be quite so honest, but the longing in her voice had been as real and true as her words. It still took Isaac a moment to respond. His words came slowly when he did speak, as if he didn't want to allow this conversation to keep rolling and pick up speed toward actually communicating again. I know. 2 words, both filled with admiration and love. She'd never envied a human anything other than the ability to walk in the sun, but she coveted what Isaac had. A parent who cared deeply for him, someone he'd known since birth. She let him ride silently while she considered how else she could widen the tiny opening he'd allowed. Killing demons was a whole lot easier than dealing with cranky men. She could ask him about the weapon Kit had loaned her, but Isaac's man Lambert had gone through the operation of the weapon with her, because Isaac wouldn't. To be honest, a monkey could hit a moving target with that custom super blaster. The Knight family built impressive kill toys. She likes you. Ival jerked around at the unexpected words from Isaac. Really? She likes the forklift driver, too. In other words, don't go taking what he'd said about Kit's liking her to heart. I see. No, you don't. Kit's hard as nails on the outside with a gooey center. Worst person I ever saw for taking on the broken refuse. Thinks she can save everyone. Now Ival understood why he'd decided to speak to her. He wanted to make it clear how low she ranked on the scale of life in his world. Not worth saving. All her good intentions toward Isaac dissolved with that ice pick to the heart. The muscles in her neck clenched at the need to yell at him that she was not some homeless animal. She hated being treated like a dangerous creature who had no control over killing others. But more than that, she hated being pitied. She was not a loser and did not need him, Kit, or anyone else saving her. Isaac scratched his head, then grumbled something under his breath and elbowed the door panel hard enough to crack it. That wasn't going to improve his mood. Ival's resolve not to snap at Isaac crumbled under his whip of anger. The man couldn't ride for a few more minutes in peace, was sitting inside a vehicle with her so abhorrent. He clearly had something he wanted to say, and might as well say it now. What, Isaac? Think of some new insult? By all means, don't waste your chance to get back at me for being born. Go ahead and tell me whatever you're grumbling about, because you won't get another opportunity. Not if she had anything to say about it. What did she need with him as a friend? A friend who insulted her. Yeah, I've got something else to say, he admitted, glumly. Kate would be pissed with me if she heard what I just said. That forklift driver's a good guy and a brilliant combat engineer, life kicked in the nuts. She wouldn't consider you or him as broken or refuse. And neither do I. Ival's thoughts stumbled all over themselves at the unexpected admission. Why would Isaac tell her the truth when he had plenty of reasons for being ticked off at her? Anyone else would use that opening to vent. She knew why Isaac hadn't. He had a personal code of honor, the same one that had stilled his trigger finger when he discovered her identity as an alterant, and his heart had screamed at him to shoot, that she deserved to die, that all alterants had to pay for the death of his friend. She'd feel the same in his shoes if someone had killed Zader or Quinn, but just like her two best friends, Isaac was a man of honor. This friend business could be so messy and complicated some days, just like the situation with Quinn, and that he'd lied to her about what he'd told Kazira. What was she going to do about Quinn? Should she give him another chance to explain? Storm had confirmed at least a part of what Sam Thomas had tried to tell Ival. Her chest ached from feeling betrayed by someone she'd lay her life down for, and the pain would not subside until she found out if he was truly guilty or not. But Kit had given Ival the benefit of the doubt, a second chance. Could she do any less for Quinn? And what about Isaac? He could have killed Ival, and Kit wouldn't have said a word, but he hadn't. So she shouldn't give up on trying to keep Isaac as a friend. Once Isaac pulled inside the parking garage and parked next to her motorcycle, Ival took her time unbuckling her seatbelt to give him long enough to come around to her side. She wanted to grin but didn't. The gentleman in him had to open her door. Taking in a deep breath, she schooled her face to be calm and prepared to take one more shot at parting under better terms. She had an idea, one that might backfire on her, but she'd gambled her safety on worse odds. When he opened her door, he moved back, stopping between her and her bike. She climbed out and took a slow step toward him, watching to see if he'd flinch or back away. Like a wall of determination, he didn't budge. She closed the space between them to inches, then lifted her hands slowly and gripped the lapels of his shirt. When he didn't shove her away, she pulled herself up on her toes and kissed him lightly on the lips. He didn't lower his head or kiss her back, but he wasn't entirely indifferent either. She'd opened her empathic senses and picked up a flush of heat coming off him. The kind of heat she'd recently figured out meant interest from a man. Easing back down, she released his shirt and said, "I am your friend." He didn't respond, just stood there like an Isaac statue. Turning around to the Hummer, she retrieved the modified viola case that held the compact weapon and slung the strap over her shoulder. She'd settled the case across her back when energy stirred through the air, something strong and tense. Spinning around slowly, she searched the dark parking deck for a hint of what that could have been, listening for a sound, human or other. "Ival?" Isaac said in an even tone. That drew her full attention. Yes?
Don't ever do that again.
Well, crud. She'd never figure out men. This one just used up all his good deals and the last dregs of her patience. You can bank on me not ever kissing you again. He stepped up to her, crowding her comfort zone. Did he think she'd back away? Not a chance. His big hand came up slowly to her cheek.
That's not what I meant.
There weren't enough hours in a day to figure out how a man's brain worked. What did you mean?
Don't ever just...
He leaned closer, whispering.
Peck me, and call it a kiss.
His lips touched hers, warm and simmering with heat. She barely had a chance to catch her breath before he took it away with his kiss. Nothing like the last time he'd kissed her, which had been gentle and sweet. This was a bold kiss, one she wouldn't soon forget. He slipped his hands around her neck and back, drawing her in closer with each pass of his lips over hers. Her skin tingled with excitement, a warm feeling that reached her toes and started back up her body. She'd just gotten her bearings when the kiss ended as abruptly as it had started. She licked her lips, trying to figure out how she felt about that kiss, that very sensual kiss, which had started out as only a let's stay friends kiss, at least on her part. When he pulled back, dark satisfaction ringed his harsh eyes. He touched her chin with one finger and said,
Just a warning for the next time I see you.
What exactly was he warning her about? Does this mean we have a truce?
Truce.
With that, he dropped his hand and walked around, climbing into the Hummer. Another wave of energy swept past her, much fiercer this time. She opened her empathic senses all the way, searching quickly to figure out what was hovering nearby. The energy retreated, but she picked up a cold rage, so chilling her skin pebbled in reaction. Isaac cranked his engine and looked her way, waiting until she waved him off before he backed up and left. The minute the Hummer disappeared, Ival lingered to see if the energy continued to pulse, but nothing followed that last quick rush. Who or what had been watching her and Isaac? Another Rias? She lifted the strap off her shoulder, bringing the viola case around to sit on her bike seat where she could access the weapon inside. A deep male voice that belonged to her favorite Night Stalker rumbled with southern undertones.
Don't tell me you done gone and started violin lessons. I ain't listening to no screeching, so don't come around here to practice.
Ival looked over her shoulder to find the translucent image of Grady in his usual red and black plaid, short-sleeved shirt and wrinkled trousers, a size too big for his tall, bony frame. He hadn't aged beyond 68, the age he'd been when he died well over a decade ago. I didn't ask you to listen to me play, old man, and this case is for a viola, not for a violin.
Why don't you get a guitar?
She heaved a sigh and stood the case against the back wheel of her bike. What are you doing here?
Watching your pitiful excuse for a love life.
That meant Grady had been here long enough to witness her kissing Isaac. Can we move this along? Why are you here and not over by the hospital? When he'd failed to give her a name the first time she'd met him, Ival had started calling him Grady due to finding him always around Grady Hospital. He got that ornery old cuss look.
Gotta shake if you want to know what I know.
She hadn't shaken hands with him since she'd made the mistake of doing it too long one night out of sympathy, when she should only have been shaking for intel. The result had allowed Grady to take human form with no help at times, and hold that form longer than he should. What happened to taking human form any time you want, Grady?
I never said any time.
He bunched his lips and squinted one eye in a stare meant to let her know she'd aggravated him. She grinned, refusing to make this easy. The wily old dog could outmaneuver the best of Viper agents. Shaken too quickly would cost her more next time. Grady gave up on his mean look and turned pouty.
I can still do it some on my own, but I had to use up my solid form to come here.
Why? What was going on here?
Nuh-uh. You know the rules.
Now she shoved an ornery look at him. All right, but this needs to be quick.
Like our man said, waiting on you now.
She'd asked him where he'd seen that movie, but she didn't have the time to waste on chit-chat. When his filmy hand connected with Yval's, heat flushed through her hand and arm with the power she generated. Grady's form turned opaque, as if someone had poured cocoa-brown pigment into his body. Even the faded colors on his shirt sharpened. His face muscles relaxed into an unguarded smile that always gave her a warm feeling in her chest. "Start talking, old man. What were you doing here?" Grady stretched his arms as if just waking up, then wiped his wrinkled mouth in a patent sign that he wanted a drink. But she had nothing to offer him this time, and he knew it. He said, "You don't want to know about the Svart trolls first?" "What have you got on them?" He'd more than earned this handshake if he had information on Svarts. "They're stirring up all this gang mess." "We know that." "Bet you don't know how many are here." She'd heard Horace tell everyone last night that the Svarts often worked in teams of 2 or 4, so she expected more than one. "How many?" 8 came into the city and 8? Crap! Save all that exasperation for the bad news. Grady licked his lips and scratched his grizzly beard. There's more coming. Why? What do they want? Yval had the best snoop in the underworld of Atlanta standing in front of her. Grady always had more pertinent information than any other Night Stalker she could name. Don't know. But those Svarts are planning for more trolls like the local ones to arrive as soon as the Svarts finish something. Sounds sort of like a troll convention in the making, with Svarts running the show. She chewed on that mentally. What could be worth their facing off with Viper, especially this division? Something they've been promised once they finish their job would be my bet. What do you mean? Our world, the unnatural one, don't work like human world logic. If the Svarts are here now, it's to do something for a powerful group. And if they're planning on calling in all kind of trolls soon, that makes me think whoever they gotta deal with has the Svarts believing Viper ain't gonna be able to protect this country soon. Unimaginable. But she'd seen enough in her 5 short years since becoming a Belador warrior at 18 to know that anything in her world was possible. Svarts are pretty powerful, but I don't see where 8 are a force to match with Viper. I'm not wishing more trolls of any kind to deal with, but if the Svarts intend to bring in more, why aren't all those extra trolls here now? My guess would be that the Svarts are waiting on calling in the rest after someone else clears away. She tapped her forehead, drawing together all the bits and pieces she'd gleaned and adding those to Grady's information. I'm confused. If the Svarts believe they're capable of taking down the North American division of Viper, which I hope can't happen, why would they wait on anyone else to pave the way? You ain't listening. Svarts do exactly what they contract for. If they're holding off calling in more trolls, it's probably because the folks the Svarts made a deal with are the ones who are gonna take down Viper, not the Svarts. Pieces of the puzzle started flying at her, demanding to be put into place. Who could possibly think? You ain't looking at the big picture. That wrenched her attention back to him. How much bigger should I think beyond seeing this world destroyed by a bunch of trolls led by seriously dangerous ones? Grady gave her an indulgent look and switched into his all-knowing and much better educated teacher tone that popped up at the most unexpected times, hinting at a past that contradicted his homeless persona. What's the backbone of Viper, the strongest force within the Coalition? The Beladors? Right. So it stands to reason that whoever made a deal with these ugly cannibals may have a plan to take down the Beladors. He stressed as if he spoke to a slow student. If that is the case, then maybe the Svart only have to accomplish whatever their mission is, then wait for their client to destroy the Beladors, which would gut Viper. Once that happens, the Svart can call in their other buddies and turn Atlanta into Troll Central, then the whole US of A. Could he be right? Could this be about the Beladors? And if so, that would make the Svart client. The Maeve could be behind this? That's what I'm thinking. She flexed her fingers in and out, ready to get moving. Grady had put together a lot of information. Did you figure out all that on your own? He scratched his neck, jumping back into his street persona. No. Got anything else to tell me? Only that those things are hunting you. just like Storm had told her when he'd followed a Svart's trail to her bike this morning while she met with Quinn. So, that's why you came to find me?
Had to, since you ain't got sense enough to stay out of trouble.
He cut his eyes at her with intent.
Next time, you best have a bottle if you want trade.
Grady knew some places to hunt for her, but he wouldn't have known to locate her bike in this deserted parking deck. How did you find me?
That engine tracker came looking for me by the hospital.
Storm? What did he want?
Said he was worried about you. Something about the Svarts and some other woman he had to keep you away from.
Adriana?
Ival's fingers curled into a fist instinctively. No, wasn't her some witch doctor.
Ah, the woman Ival had agreed to help Storm find in exchange for his helping her hunt Tristan weeks ago. And Ival still had to make good on her part of that deal. Grady tisked at her. What?
That engine told me about the Svarts hunting for you. Said you were in danger, but you didn't want his help. What's wrong with you?
She didn't have enough hours in the day to do justice to that question. Making a hand motion to move this along, she said, I'll catch up with Storm and find out what he knows. But don't tell anyone you saw him, okay?
I know that. I told him I wouldn't say nothing.
Just tell me what Storm told you about the Svarts. She had a tough time following Grady sometimes. Did attention deficit transfer to ghoul form?
Said he'd been tracking them things around town and smelled a Svart not far from Oakland Cemetery that had a tainted odor, like a demon.
A demon? 2 different kinds of Svarts? She could use some good news any time now.
Maybe. Or it might just be stank.
We need Storm to find these things before this gets any worse. Maybe that's what I sensed earlier when I got out of Isaac's Hummer. I felt a wave of energy over there. Grady looked around, peering in the direction she'd pointed.
No, that wasn't a Svart, 'cause that engine slipped into the dark over yonder right before you showed up with Rambo.
What? Her mouth turned cotton dry. Grady, do you think Storm...
Saw you smooching Rambo? Yep.
Ival slapped a hand over her eyes. This was catastrophic. What was he doing here?
I done told you. That engine's a tracker. I talked him into finding you for me.
Grady looked around at the empty parking deck, mumbling,
Should be thanking me. But you got a bottle of French fries? No.
Grady, please. Ival had to find Storm, but how? Wait a minute. Lowering her hand, Ival's heart started thumping at one possibility, a slim one. Storm had said he'd put his address in the email draft he'd set up for them to communicate. Without that, the chances of finding him were less than locating one specific grain of sand in an hourglass. She just had to get to a computer and access the email with his address before Storm changed the password. Chapter 22. Quinn stepped off the elevator onto the floor for his hotel room, debating on going to the suite or not. He didn't want to deal with Lana right now, especially when he'd have to explain why he needed to leave again. But neither could he go to the second suite he'd taken without checking to see if Lana was still safe. If the gods had any respect for a man's sanity, Lana would be asleep. When Quinn entered the suite he'd sent her to, he found the minibar had been raided of everything except alcohol. Lana's suitcase had exploded in the living area, clothes tossed right and left. At the door to the bedroom, he found a note that read, "Cousin, please do not wake me before midnight unless important." Quinn put his hand on the knob, prepared to open the door until he read the last line. "And cover your eyes if you come in room. I did not pack nightgown and do not want embarrass us both." He jerked his hand back as though he'd reached for a snake. There was no way he would go inside there short of the fire alarm going off, not with his cousin naked. Crossing the minefield of clothes all over the room, he found a hotel notepad and wrote her a message to call him as soon as she woke up, that he was close by. With a second look at the chaos in the room, he dragged a chair from the dining table into the walkway and put the note on the seat where she couldn't miss it. Then he retrieved the warded triquetra from where he'd hidden the triangular stylized throwing blade beneath a small table in the foyer. He slipped the hand-size flat metal piece inside his suit jacket. On his way to the elevator, he fingered the room key card for the second suite he'd taken on the top floor, a room where he could confront Kazira without any chance of Lana being around. He used the silent ride up to check for any areas in his mind that felt weak before he undertook this gamble. All systems were go, just as when he'd left the mountain retreat with the druids. Zader and the Beladors needed him to turn the tables on the Maeve, especially on Kazira. Reaching his new suite, Quinn found everything in place, right down to the suitcase identical to the one in his room where Lana slept. He'd made all the arrangements on his way back to the hotel. Clothes and personal items had been purchased and packed into the suitcase, then delivered here. Kazira had to believe this was his only room. And Lana couldn't know Quinn had another suite, or the teenage busybody would find a way to stick her nose in where it would get them both killed. He made quick work of unpacking and placing personal items in appropriate locations. But he didn't hang his warded triquetra on the hotel room doorknob. He doubted Kazira had come through the front door the last time anyway. Didn't matter. He intended to be ready for her this time. Now, if he could just toughen his heart. She'd held a piece of that stubborn organ for years, but had never given him reason to think she'd take advantage of their connection to harm him or the Beladors. Call him foolish for believing she cared for him. Call him an idiot for having fallen in love with her 13 years ago. He'd had no idea that she was Maeve when they'd first met, and he'd saved her life. Then she'd saved his. They spent 2 weeks hiding out, running from a threat, or so he'd thought. He'd figured out later that she'd been evading Maeve warlocks sent to return a priestess in training to Queen Flavin of Tower Maeve. That had been then, before either of them had seen so much Belador and Maeve blood flow beneath the bridge of hatred. Ready to do his job, Quinn headed for the shower, more than ready to wash away battle crud from the last gang attack. When he stepped into the hot steam, he steeled himself for his next move and lowered his mental shields. He envisioned Kazira inside his mind, in that private area that no one had ever entered until she'd rushed past his mental shields during Conlan's mind probe. He could have lived with that, but not what she did later, coming into his room and using her powers to soothe his crushing migraine, to seduce him, and to use his weakness to gain information to harm his friends. Be fair. It wasn't as though he'd required much seducing. When it came to Kazira, he rarely went a day without thinking of her and missing what they'd shared. "Quinn, can you hear me? This is Kazira." There she was. He soaped his skin, fighting the ripple of unease that raced along his spine at how easily she'd entered his mind. Answering too quickly would be a mistake. He'd have to act wary and not answer right away to convince her that she'd surprised him. He shampooed his hair, buying a few moments. Guilt gnawed at his resolve to do this, warning that what he intended to do, what he had to do, would carry a price he'd pay daily for the rest of his life. "Gwen, please, I've been waiting to talk to you about our last visit." He crushed the bar of soap, forcing his breath to slow down and focus on her as a threat. Think about how she'd breached his mental privacy. Time to harden his heart and see Kazira as he should have all along, a priestess of the Queen who ruled the most dangerous enemy of the Beladors. Grasping a towel to dry off, Quinn walked out to the living room and answered, "What would we possibly discuss, Kazira?" "Please, Quinn." "Why are you asking when you clearly didn't need permission to enter my hotel room last time?" "I'm asking this time." He had to take care that he made her work for every inch she gained, or she'd sense the trap. "I found the bracelet of my hair you left in my hotel room." She said nothing to that, but then how could she? The bracelet had been a clear message of finally admitting her regret over having ever met him. He just couldn't understand why she'd wanted to make love with him 3 weeks back. No, not make love. That had been straight-up shagging. He would not confuse that one time with what had happened between them in Chechnya years ago. No one could take that from him. Her voice came to him, a soft plea pushing her words. I don't think you understand why I left the bracelet, Quinn. He wrapped the towel around his lower half, tucking the ends, and allowed a healthy dose of frustration to boil through his reply. If we must have this conversation, we might as well have it now. You may enter my hotel room. Light glowed between him and the wide window. Tiny sparkles glittered in the air until Kazira took form, every gorgeous inch of her covered in a Mediterranean blue gown. A river of hair the color of hot embers rushed around her shoulders. She'd actually toned down how brightly she could glow. He'd seen it darker, almost black sometimes, but this color suited her best, gave her a fiery appeal. She tested a smile. Hello, Quinn. His body held a party downstairs that kinetics couldn't stop from pressing against the towel, but that actually worked in his favor to help sell his plan. Sounding angry took little effort when he spoke. You're here, make it quick. Her gaze traced his body, pausing at the towel. Are you going to deny you're happy to see me? We both know that a penis is easily influenced by the simplest suggestion, such as a woman stroking it, even when the man it belongs to has no control over his mind or actions. She raised hurt eyes to him. I came to tell you I'm sorry. You think saying I'm sorry will work? I got the message you left on my bathroom vanity just fine. Why are you here? Shock stole over her face. No, you don't understand. Kazira walked forward, hands clenched. I left the bracelet to tell you that I regretted what I had to do that night. He didn't understand, which must have shown in his confused expression. Taking another step closer that put her in arm's reach away, she said, I will never regret having met you in Chechnya or the time we spent together. I would never have given up that bracelet if there had been any other way to leave you a message. Explain, he said, with no small amount of suspicion. I wanted you to know that it killed me to take advantage of you when your mind was in ruins from a probe, and I'm glad I could ease your pain, but I'm not happy about interrogating you then. I was terrified you wouldn't recover from the damage you suffered. Could that be true? She had eased the hideous explosion of pain in his head, but she'd also withdrawn information about Ival. Momentarily caught between his duty and his heart, he asked, Then why did you use me to find Ival, Kazira? I had no choice. Her eyes were damp, overflowing with pain. Flavin compelled me to find Ival immediately. Her compulsion demanded that I find her no matter how I did it. Flavin's compulsion works in strange ways sometimes. To fulfill her order to locate Ival, I subconsciously tapped into a way to gain that information based on my relationship with you. He made a disgusted sound that caused her to rush her words. But I've kept information about you shielded from Flavin. I've never shared a word about us. And I won't as long as she doesn't know how to compel me to tell her specifically about you. To have been born with such a formidable mind, Quinn cursed how soft his damned heart could be when it came to this woman. She hadn't wanted to return to the Maeve when he'd met her in Chechnya, and to the day he died, he'd believe that she had left him back then only to protect him. But he had a duty to the Beladors, and his connection with Kazira put Brina and the entire Belador tribe at risk. He couldn't afford to make the mistake of folding to his emotions. Kazira's coming here now could be nothing more than another stab at entrapping him. Cooling his tone, he said, Then it seems as though I should believe Flavin has compelled you to come here today, correct? Since you obviously have no autonomy when it comes to using your body to get what you want. She blinked back tears, too strong to cry. I came on my own today. I've been compelled to do a task, but it does not include seeing you, or having sex with anyone. I came here only to apologize for doing something I couldn't stop, but... She lifted her chin, fire churning her gaze to the same blazing emeralds that passion had once brought out. Know this. I don't regret making love with you 13 years ago, or 3 weeks ago. and won't let you taint something you enjoyed just as much as I did." She had that right. He bloody wanted her now, just as much as he wanted to believe her when she said she'd been compelled. That was the danger of playing this game. Someone would get burned, and he couldn't afford for it to be him this time. Not with so much at stake. He knew of only one hope for getting past the shields around her mind without her catching him. He'd have to overrun her senses until she couldn't think. Take her to the edge of climax and hold her there, separating her mind from her body. She waited for him to acknowledge that he'd enjoyed their coupling as much as she had. Refusing to allow the anxiety riding her gaze to deter him, he answered with cold determination. "Fine. We'll call the shagging a draw. That make you feel better?" She winced. "So, that's it? You aren't willing to forgive me? Or is it that you don't believe me?" He looked away, searching for the anger he'd carried for weeks. How could the pain in her voice slide past his resolve and feed the guilty knot in his chest? Swinging his gaze back to her, he admitted, "I don't know what to believe most days." Hope unfolded in her gaze, delicate as a rose opening to sunshine. Did she speak the truth? He cursed the stars above for putting him on the opposite side of a war from her. "I am sorry, Quinn. I would never use you against your own people if I had a choice." She floated just above the floor, moving toward him until he could feel the heat coming off of her. He reached out and ran 2 fingers along her cheek. Her smile trembled. He swallowed, strangling on the urge to wrap her in his arms and keep her safe from everything, including himself. "What is it, Quinn?" "Foolish thoughts." Her sensuous lips curved with a smile. "Tell me." "Just wondering if we'll ever see the day we aren't enemies." "You're not my enemy." He started to correct her, but she'd realize how wrong she was soon enough once he gained the information he needed. Hadn't that been the point of calling her in? To seduce her so he could mine her memories? She unfolded her hands as if she intended to lift her arms and wrap them around his neck, but hesitated. He'd been an arrogant fool to think he could do this. Sweat dampened his upper lip. He would gain the information some other way, but not by using her. She put her hand lightly against his chest, and he stifled a moan. His skin yearned to feel her hands everywhere. Her fingers toyed with the dusting of blonde hair on his chest. He grasped her hand to stop her from tormenting him. He was supposed to be doing the tormenting. Cupping her wrist to his lips, he kissed her skin. She moaned as if his mouth had been somewhere far more intimate. Her eyes were closed, and her mouth slightly parted, waiting. Reason fled with another slip of his control, leaving only the hunger that pushed him into dangerous waters. Releasing her wrist, he pulled her to him. He touched skin, lots of soft skin exposed by the backless gown. He kissed her, savoring the taste he craved more than his next breath. She clutched his damp hair and hugged him closer. Her lips burned against his with fierce determination, urging him to take as much as he wanted, more. Nothing should taste this sweet. He devoured her mouth, tangling her tongue with his. Hair finer than spun silk brushed over his hands, reminding him of times past. Her on top, a curtain of lava-red hair cascading over his chest and shoulders. He held her with one arm, lifting a hand to cup her breast and brush a finger across her nipple. She gasped hard and tensed. His conscience warned he had to stop now or go for broke. Grabbing Kazira's upper arms gently, Quinn pushed her away. "You should go." Her eyes blinked with confusion. "You want me to go? Why? Because you don't trust yourself around me?" "I accept your apology. You should go before we do something else you'd regret." "I would not regret making love with you, Quinn." "We're on opposite sides of a dangerous conflict. We can't do this." "Yes, we can. Don't waste our time. I might get called back to Tower Maeve at any moment, and I don't know when I can slip away again. If you accept my apology, then accept me. He had a duty to the Beladors, but he saw no honor in stealing from Kazira's mind, when he had no idea what Flavin might do to Kazira if she found out how he'd gained the information. I am a danger to you. Because you want to search my mind for information? Dear goddess, she knew. What had he done to give himself away? Stop beating yourself mentally, she told him in a calm voice that showed no hint of worry or anger. I came here knowing you probably hated me for what I did, but I could not live with the guilt and hoped you'd allow me to explain. I didn't expect you to just welcome me back in. I knew you'd need a reason to allow me to come into your room again, and assumed it would be to gain information on the Maeve. You expected me to take advantage of you. He shouldn't take offense, since he had baited her into his suite for an ulterior purpose, but that didn't wipe away the film of shame sliding across his senses. No, she shook her head. You are the most honorable man I know, which is why you're trying to push me away. You can't go through with what you want to do, but I deserve to have my mind breached after what I did to you. He frowned, trying to follow her. What are you saying, Kazira? That I will make you this agreement. If you can withdraw the information you need, I won't hold it against you. But I don't think you can pull anything from my mind because of the way Flavin compels me. You would allow me to enter your mind? He asked, with no small dose of disbelief. No, I'm not able to open my mind to you voluntarily. What I'm saying is that I will not feel betrayed if you can figure your way past my shields. Don't doubt that I can gain access, now that you and I have a connection. I have a healthy respect for the strength of your mind, Quinn, but you underestimate the power of Flavin's compulsion that forces me to protect my thoughts. As long as I'm cognizant of everything around me, I won't drop my shields. And even if you could bring yourself to harm me, which you can't, the compulsion would force me to stop you before you rendered me unconscious. What about Flavin? She'll wonder how I got my intel. If you and I are both successful, that won't matter. I don't understand. She sighed. As I said, I can't share anything voluntarily, so you'll just have to trust me that I know what I'm doing. It's not a matter of trust so much as fear over what she'd do to you. I will be fine. Do you really think you can bypass my shields? He nodded. Assuming I'm the kind of bastard who would use you, there is a way to push you to lose all conscious thought, so I could enter your mind. He'd have to take her to the knife's edge of orgasm and hold her there, while he dove past her defenses. She tilted her head and gazed off while she considered his words. When her eyes lifted to his again, her lips curved in a knowing smile. Ah, I hadn't considered that. I'm not sure what would happen, but finding out could be enjoyable as long as you eventually finish what you start. This wasn't how he'd imagined their meeting going. Not for her to offer him access to what she knew of the Maeve operation. A jolt of suspicion woke the tactical side of his mind and saddened him, but he had to ask, why would you do this, Kazira? She wrapped her arms around his neck and looked up when she said, I did not choose to be a Maeve. I have no choice in my life beyond executing Flavin's orders and to be used as a tool for our coven, but I will not let her destroy you, or what we've shared. He forced his hands to stay at his sides. If he started touching her again, he'd never stop. But you are a Maeve, and I'm a Belador. Any help you offer me will be used against the Maeve to its fullest extent. What then? I do not make this offer lightly, but if you trust me at all, then believe that I am working toward the day where the Maeve and the Beladors can live in peace. I want us to be together, to end this insanity between your tribe and my coven, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. With everything in motion at this point, I can't promise that we won't meet on a battlefield, or that I won't be compelled to do something that will make you hate me. But I don't want to do it, and I don't want to be your enemy." She put her face against his chest, hugging him hard. "Search for what you want, but don't deny me this one stolen moment of pleasure, when I have so few in my world." He raised his hand and held it in the air, his body and mind arguing over sending her away or pulling her to him. In the end, he lowered his fingers to brush along the length of her hair. "I can't use you that way, Phaedra. Divine one." He felt her heartbeat quicken against his skin at the Russian endearment. She whispered, "I haven't heard that since our time in Chechnya. What I wouldn't give to go back there and live forever." She pushed away from him, her eyes pleading. "This may be the only chance you'll have at getting past the compulsion obstacles in my mind. It won't be easy. But I grant you my permission to do with all of me as you please. No, I beg you to do this and help us both." Reaching out, she grasped the edge of the towel and tugged it loose. She ran her fingers over his abdomen, then lower, stroking. He sucked in a sharp breath and caught her wrist, facing a decision that could change the course of his and Kazira's lives. The future of the Maeve and the Beladors might rest upon his next action. Her lips moved with one silent word. "Please." May the gods forgive him. He lifted her into his arms and headed for the midnight dark bedroom. Lowering her gently to the bed, he sat next to her and leaned over her body to drink in every inch. His heart thundered in his chest. Depending on what he learned, this might be the last time they had alone. He ran his hand over her face. "You are even more beautiful than you were the first time I met you. I have never met another woman I wanted as I want you." Tiny lights sparkled and flickered around her in a soft starburst of glittering light. He eased the sheer material off of her shoulders, baring skin that had been moon-kissed. Her sigh came out soft as an angel's music. "My lovely Phaedra," he murmured. "Me? Or my body?" She sounded small and insecure, so unlike the fierce priestess she'd always been. He knew what she asked. Anyone else saw only a Maeve witch. He saw the woman inside. "I see you, Kazira." That must have been enough for her. The muscles in her neck and shoulders relaxed. She sat up and kissed him, her mouth raiding his lips. His hand shook when he reached for her gown. One tug and the diaphanous material fell away, turning into tinkling sparkles of color that drifted apart. How long had he wanted to see this body again, to hold her in his arms? He suffered equal parts of longing for the woman who gave life to his heart and guilt due to wanting his enemy. But this beautiful creature had never been his enemy. She lifted her fingers to his face. "I am yours. I have always been yours." Quinn lowered his head, kissing her full mouth, taking all that she would give him. He grazed a finger over one of her breasts. She shivered. Warning. "You best be ready to break through my shields, Quinn, and prepared for anything you find. I need you to help me." Was she only saying these things to make breaching her mental shields easier on him, or to trick him? He'd know as soon as he entered her mind. Quinn kissed her other breast, drawing her nipple into his mouth. She whimpered. Sparkling bolts of light shot through the air. When he moved his hand down her abdomen and lower, she lifted into his touch. His fingers knew this woman, remembered teasing her into a sexual fever long ago. He reveled in her response, holding her at bay every time she danced closer to climax. When she bowed off the bed, he removed his hand and mouth, watching as she trembled, waiting for him. This time he returned with vicious precision and drove her hard to the edge of release. It took all the discipline he possessed to ignore his need to have her and instead delve into her mind. His fingers held her body prisoner as he fought his way past mental barriers that would protect a king's treasures. Sweat poured down his face, struggling to hold her at the pinnacle and focus on searching when his body screamed to join with hers. She'd warned him about her shields. Both of them had thought that this would be his only obstacle. By gods, Quinn hadn't considered that he could observe Kazira's response from inside her mind. That alone almost sidetracked him with her inching closer to release. Her emotions lay open to him, and no man who cared for a woman could ignore seeing his woman when she climaxed. She cried out, pleading with him. That was the moment her shields weakened. Prepared for anything, he forced himself to drive deep into her mind, just as his fingers pushed her over the cliff, and she came apart in his hands. Chapter 23. No woman was worth this much aggravation. Storm circled the living room of the house he'd rented in Midtown, just on the outer edge of downtown Atlanta, a quiet place for 11 o'clock at night. He liked this older neighborhood and had considered staying, but not anymore. If he did, someone would die. But he couldn't leave until he found that damn Ashaninka witch doctor. To find out anything new, he had to speak with Kai. But to speak to her, Storm had to calm down enough to cross from one world to another. And that wasn't going to happen unless he could close his eyes without seeing Ival kissing the guy who had already tried to kill her once. Had she forgotten that Isaac Knight had taken a shot at her the night Sen teleported her to the tribunal meeting? Evidently so. Ival also overlooked Tristan's betrayal and his constantly letting her down at the worst times. So why am I surprised she has no qualms about kissing someone who tried to shoot her? Storm scrubbed a hand over his face, shoving his mind away from everything that antagonized his jaguar. His skin felt too tight already without riling the animal. As a skinwalker, the full moon didn't force him to shift. The control was his. Mostly. But one woman kept him on tenterhooks so much that his jaguar stayed on the edge of wanting to break out. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he stared at one of the fat white candles sitting along his mantel and focused his mind. Battles were won through control. He could win the one raging inside him. When he felt ready to try again, he stepped over to the Navajo-design rugs in front of his hearth and sat down with his legs crossed. This time, when he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, he pushed his mind past the current world to the meadow in another dimension where he'd find his guardian spirit. Seconds ticked past while his breathing slowed to almost non-existent. Once he was in the deep trance, Storm said, I humbly request the presence of Kai. I am here, Storm. A pleasant female voice called to him. No longer bound to earth, he opened his eyes to the peaceful setting of green-leafed trees surrounding her quiet meadow. She smiled as she sat down across from Storm. How does your healing progress? I'll be fine. Physically. What troubles you? A woman. Not just any woman, but a raven-haired, motorcycle-riding hellion who had been turning him inside out since he met her. But he hadn't asked to meet with Kai to discuss Ival. I have had no more dreams of the witch doctor whose name we will not speak. I fear she will arrive unannounced and catch me unprepared, and thus put others at risk. You will know when she is near, but in my heart, I feel you will not find happiness once you face her. I will if I make her return my father's soul and mine. What if you cannot regain what you have lost? Never get his soul back? I won't entertain that possibility. He couldn't consider failure when his father had no one else but Storm to save him. If you do not kill her, she will take that which you most desire. She already has. That was then. This is now. He'd heard this warning before, back when Kai had told him the witch doctor hunted Ival, which paralleled his visions. Irritation over Isaac Knight would not interfere with his commitment to Ival's safety.
I won't allow the witch doctor to harm Ival, but to protect her I need to know where I can find the witch doctor or when she'll find me.
Kai sighed deeply, her hands folded in her lap. You risk much for this, Ival?
Maybe so, but it's mine to risk,
he said in a polite voice, since he couldn't fault Kai for pointing out that he might not be thinking clearly when it came to Ival. Ival has angered you. Anger didn't come close to what he'd been feeling for the past hour.
Why would you say that?
Your aura was calm and happy during past visits when you mentioned Ival, but it is now in chaos. An accurate description of his insides at the moment, chaotic and acidic.
That's a normal state around Ival.
Kai smiled, eyes shining with the humor of an indulgent aunt. Perhaps this is good for you.
You think her driving me crazy is good?
He asked, forgetting to keep his tone even and understanding. Yes, Kai smiled again, eyes light with humor. She is the reason you fought to stay alive. She causes your aura to brighten even as she creates chaos. You have been consumed too long with finding the witch doctor and saving your father. You have had no thought for your own happiness. She had a point. He'd been pretty grim before he met Ival. After only one day teamed up with her, Storm had decided he liked the prickly woman. She might know how to kill demons and stomp the butts of most men, human or otherwise, but she had an untamed innocence when it came to anything sexual. Watching her open up to his slow advances had given him back something he'd lost, the ability to care about another person in the world of the living. Kai watched him with eyes that saw more than he cared to share sometimes. Or do you find the Adriana who cared for you more interesting?
No,
he answered too quickly, before realizing his guardian teased him. He could rarely dodge Kai when it came to revealing the truth.
I admit that Ival does make me happy, but not right this minute.
How has she offended you?
She kissed another man.
When he said that in his head, it didn't sound as bad as what he'd watched, especially since he had no claim on Ival, and might have to leave if the witch doctor slipped through his fingers. That didn't stop him from wanting to rip off Isaac's head for touching Ival.
The issue with Ival is something I can handle. I'm more concerned over finding the witch doctor, and need your help to do that.
Kai nodded, then shut her eyes and lifted her hands, pressing her palms together in front of her chest. She whispered a soft chant for several minutes, then became silent, swaying slightly left then right, until she lowered her hands. When her normally soft brown eyes opened, they were milky orbs. He always found it odd to hear the shallow voice of an old woman coming from Kai's young form.
The witch doctor's energy circles closer to you each day. She will find the one she seeks before the next new moon. Beware of her words, for you will lose if they entangle you.
Storm tamped down his impatience in spite of his pulses thrumming at the hope of nearing the end of his search. The witch doctor would be here by the new moon at the end of this month. But did that mean she'd find him first, or Ival? He asked,
Is there any chance she'll be here sooner?
Kai weaved back and forth, her smooth forehead tensing, then relaxing.
Not before sunrise 3 days from now.
Good. That would give him time to work off the frustration tightening his insides before he spoke to Ival again, without worrying about the witch doctor getting to her first. In his present state of mind, he might say something to Ival he'd later regret. Right now, he wanted Kai to explain about her warning to beware of the witch doctor's words that could entangle him. Kai's eyes cleared. She stared through him as if watching something else and warned, You must return to your world. Someone approaches.
Wait.
Something pulled Storm backward as Kai faded along with the meadow. He closed his eyes, trying to catch up to the swift change in his body. The sound of knocking on his front door shook him from his groggy state. He cupped his head and pushed to his feet, trying to get fully back into his body. He opened the door. Ival stood before him, rigid as a general, but Storm always picked up on her emotions with his empathic ability quicker than any other person he'd ever been around. He understood the guilty feeling, which she'd brought on herself, but not the irritation vibrating beneath her nerves. She had no reason to be angry with him. When she didn't speak first, he said, "Yes?" Huffing out a breath meant to make sure he caught her irritation, she said, "I found your place. You had a typo in the email draft." She deserved kudos for locating him, since he'd changed his address in the email draft to the house across the street and hidden his sport utility in the detached garage. He'd considered deleting the email and should have, but he had an exterior camera facing the front yard and house across the street. He'd wanted to see if she'd even try to talk to him. Bonehead move, since he wasn't ready to see her yet and should have figured on her stubborn tenacity. He said, "You found me?" "Can we talk?" "About?" Her eyes darted past him to the door, to the floor, then back to him. She picked silently at possible answers and finally said, "About you coming to the parking deck. With Grady."
Grady should have been able to tell you all you needed to know.
Like the fact that I was standing in the shadows when you let Soldier Boy try to swallow your tongue. She growled her next breath and kicked her chin up, back into attitude mode. "Well, I want to hear what you have to say."
About what?
Yes, he was being obstinate, but that beat being lame enough to say the kiss bothered him. She said, dragging out the word. "When we, tracking the Smarts." He'd thought for sure she would have said, "the kiss." He'd been a fool, thinking there was more going on between them than just working together. Yvonne crossed her arms, her fingers digging into her forearms. "Would you be willing to track?"
No.
He'd tracked for her many times, and would do it again, but not right now. Bad enough that she blew off his warning that the damn Svarts might be hunting her. He had no desire to lead her to a freaking troll who might kill her. The idea of her getting hurt just amped up his pissed-off state. His muscles tightened and flexed. His Jaguar wanted out. He clearly shouldn't be around her right now. Not until he could get his head screwed back on straight. That would probably happen by tomorrow, once he found a place to let his Jaguar run off some energy tonight. Maybe kill a troll and satisfy the bloodlust pumping through his veins. Yvonne uncrossed her arms. "What's wrong with you?" "You?"
Nothing.
"Is it because you saw me with Isaac?"
Who?
He had to be careful not to answer with a lie, or the pain would be unbearable, but now it seemed lame to say anything about the kiss. "The guy with the Black Ops group."
Oh. The one who took aim at you a mere 3 weeks ago when he saw you defending other alterants and tried to kill you, that one?
Sarcasm boiled through his voice.
Why would I care if I saw you with him?
"Well, crap, I knew you saw that. I can explain." He held up his hand.
Don't want to hear it. Not after the grief you gave me over Adriana, and I sure as hell didn't kiss her. It's your life. You can spend it with all the losers you want.
"He's not a loser."
Then what is he if he kills alterants?
"And I don't think he would have shot at me that night in Decatur if Sen hadn't shown up." That really pissed off Storm.
But he did,
Storm reminded her.
What were you doing with Isaac anyhow? If he finds out you're an alterant again, he'll shoot you again, and this time he may not miss.
"I went to borrow a weapon from him, and no, he won't shoot me." She had put her fists on her hips and cocked that adorable chin in fighter mode. "For your information, he found out about my being an alterant right before he dropped me off in the parking deck, and he's okay with it."
What?
She wasn't done blasting him. "I didn't know you were standing there when I kissed him, but I wasn't doing anything wrong, and it was just a kiss." Once she got on a roll, she didn't slow down. "At least he will help me find the Svarts if I ask, so if you don't want to, that's fine by me." She was going back to him?
Fine.
"Fine!" She swung around and barreled down his front steps. He slammed the door, jarring the plate glass in the front window. Skin rippled along his back with the impending change. He fisted his hands and fought for control to keep from bursting out of his human form and shifting into a Jaguar. Not with his control in tatters, the Jaguar could turn into a mindless animal bent on whatever urge he wanted to satisfy. Storm would never shift unless he had full control. Not around Yvonne. Why hadn't he just checked the peephole on the door or the damn camera and ignored her knock? Or better yet, why hadn't he just pulled her inside and kissed her until she couldn't think about another man? He didn't want her to see Isaac or any other male. That was so unlike Yvonne to begin with. She didn't go seeking out men. Storm stopped his stomping back and forth. She said she'd borrowed a weapon from Knight, which hadn't sounded like a romantic interlude. She had come to find Storm and even figured where he lived in spite of the mistyped address. She might want help hunting Sparts, but that hadn't been her main reason for coming to his house. If Yvonne really went to see Isaac only for a weapon, then seeking me out to talk was a first. What an idiot he'd been to miss that fact. He wanted to kick the daylights out of someone's butt, namely his own. What had happened to the calm he always held around her? He wanted to rewind that conversation and try it again. She wouldn't listen to him right now. Let her walk off her own anger, then he'd go track her down and tell her what? To stay away from Isaac? And it's not like I have anything to offer her, not as long as that witch doctor has my soul. He had to get over this obsession with Yvonne. If she wants Isaac, who am I to stop her? Storm shook his head at himself, as if he could even pretend to be that noble. He wanted Yvonne regardless of how many obstacles kept getting thrown in his path. But what about that kiss with Isaac? She'd acted like it had meant nothing. But what else would any woman say when faced with irrational jealousy? He headed to the shower to clear his head. It was time to make up his mind and either stake a claim or let her go. Once he ensured the witch doctor no longer presented a threat to Yvonne, he'd be able to make that decision. She'd had enough pain in her life, and he wouldn't stand in the way of her happiness. Chapter 24. Why had she ever thought she meant something to Storm? Yvonne pounded her way through inky darkness to the sidewalk in front of his house. She'd parked her bike along the curb 2 houses down and had made it halfway there when she stopped under a streetlight. Her heart punched her chest with painful beats. Why did Storm have to be so hard-headed? She'd meant to fit an apology in there somewhere, but things got all jumbled up. She slapped a hand over her forehead. That hadn't been the way she'd worked things out in her mind on the ride over. Storm was supposed to open the door and tell her he didn't like seeing her kissing Isaac. Then she'd say she hadn't meant for that to get out of control. She'd only kissed Isaac as a thank you, not the way she kissed Storm. Then Storm would have smiled and forgiven her, saying he knew nothing was going on. He'd always been so understanding. What happened? Why hadn't he pulled her into his arms and soothed her and fixed everything with one of his unforgettable kisses? That whole yelling part had never been in the script. She fisted her hands and shook them in the air as she walked 3 steps back and forth. Go back and try again? No. That seemed too much like groveling. Yes, she had kissed Isaac. Storm did have reason to be angry, but not that angry. Why couldn't she get a computer program that would explain men? She could find out how to write music, how to rebuild motorcycle engines, or how to perform brain surgery somewhere on the net. Seemed like someone would have posted Men 101, or, in her case, Men for Dummies. Her feet started moving back toward Storm's house, which didn't mean she intended to see him again so much as she needed to move around and think. Standing still had never worked for her. She'd reached his driveway when she realized someone followed her. Glancing around, she sized up the dumpy little guy with thinning hair, accountant glasses, and a misfitting dark suit who trudged along in front of the house next to Storm's. But energy from someone or something had shimmered across her skin, alerting her of a non-human close by. Night Stalker? Across the street, a craggy, white-haired woman pushed a grocery basket over the uneven sidewalk. She moved along in the world of a bag lady, in no hurry to get anywhere since she had nowhere to go and no one waiting on her. Yvonne had felt like that most of her adult life, until Phoenix, until Storm. The lights were still on in his front room, where a sheer curtain covered a large picture window. If she sat on his front steps and waited a bit, would he eventually come out and sit down? Maybe talk to her? While I'm at it, I might as well hang a sign around my neck that says Pathetic Party. She would not humiliate herself by sitting there waiting. No, she would not lower. A growl from behind reached her ears. She swung around. The human across the street still meandered along, but the little business guy dropped his glamour and changed to a huge troll. He had to go over 10 feet tall, had demon yellow eyes, and that strange runic S scar on his arm. A Svart troll or a demon? Or door number 3? Both. She stomped her feet to release the blades in her boots. Had he followed her here? Looked like Storm had been right when he speculated about Svarts hunting her. Yval started to circle around the troll to keep the entire area in view, but a second growl rumbled right behind her as 2 clawed hands grabbed her arms. Where had the second one been hiding? She headbutted backward, forcing the attacker to lose his grip. The Svart in front of her charged forward. No time to worry about that human woman seeing anything. Yval tossed a kinetic blast at the demon Svart, knocking him back a couple steps. Swinging halfway around, she threw a blast at the second Svart coming at her, satisfied when he skidded 20 feet on his backside. That was more like it. 3 massive fingers clamped around her throat and lifted her off the ground by her neck. How had the first one moved that quickly? She kicked her boots wildly, but the Svart's long arm held her deadly blades away from him. He walked forward, squeezing the breath out of her. She swung her arms, backhanding him with her kinetics, but he blocked her hits. That shouldn't be possible. Stars danced in her vision. Her head felt as though blood would explode out the top any minute. Her neck muscles compressed until she couldn't breathe. She called up her dagger kinetically to her hand, gripped it, and swung over her shoulder, stabbing his forearm. He howled. His fingers released her neck. She sucked hard. Air barely squeezed through. Had he crushed her windpipe? Now would be a good time for Isaac's weapon, if she hadn't dropped it off with Trey and the Viper team. Holding her throat, she stumbled back away from the troll. He yanked her dagger out of his arm and flung it at her. She tried to push up a kinetic field to block the hit, but was a second too slow. The blade struck her deep in the shoulder. She opened her mouth, but the scream of pain stayed in her head. Glass exploded close by. She stumbled from the hit of the dagger, falling back in slow motion, and landed on the sidewalk. An enraged black jaguar roared, charging the troll. "No, Storm, he'll kill you." But she couldn't even whisper the words. She clutched her throat and begged for air. The troll met Storm halfway, lifting arms to slash his sharp claws through the jaguar's gleaming black coat. Storm dodged at the last moment, his jaguar form whipping around the back of the troll before the giant could turn. The jaguar leaped up and sank sharp teeth into the troll's neck, ripping apart skin, muscle, and bone. The troll's head flopped forward with his mouth open in a scream and eyes bulging. The jaguar snarled and ripped the head entirely off, slinging it away and jumping off as the troll went down. The second troll grabbed Yval by her arms and started dragging her away. His claws dug into her forearms, ripping flesh open. New pain seared through her shoulder. She cried out in her head, unable to gasp for air. Dark folded in on her. The sound of rage roared past her. Then her arms were free as a hideous scream ended in silence. Someone shouted her name. She wanted to sink into sleep, get away from the agonizing pain stabbing her everywhere. She couldn't get air, suffocating. "Yval, open your eyes. Open your eyes." She blinked twice, looking up at Storm. He had her in his arms, running with her. Every bounce sent agony racing through her body. Felt as though a fist squeezed her lungs. She ached with the need to draw breath. Strangling for air, she reached up with her good arm and gripped his neck. Blinding white pain flashed behind her eyes. "Stay with me," he ordered, pausing long enough to kick a door open. He walked into a room and lowered her gently onto something soft, a sofa, then knelt next to her. She grabbed her throat, shaking with the need to breathe. Tears streamed down her face from the pain. He took her hand away from her throat and held it in his. "Draw on your alterant like Tristan taught you." What? She couldn't think. He must have read the word on her lips. "Listen to me. Call up your alterant. Heal your throat now. You're turning blue." She gripped his hand and turned her energy inward, calling the beast. But she couldn't shift, or the tribunal. If she died, would it matter? Exhaustion pulled at her, offering her sleep if she'd just close her eyes. "Come on, Yval, you can do this," Storm yelled at her, pushing her past the agony. "I won't let you die." He started chanting words she didn't know in a strange voice. She fought through her panic and tried again to draw on her beast. Cartilage along her forearms popped up, breaking through the skin. Storm kept chanting, and the air around her swirled with strange faces, native faces. Phantom hands touched her face and arms. Yval gritted her teeth and tightened all her muscles, eyes tearing at the pain in her shoulder and throat. Her beast clawed inside her, threatening to break free, but she held her control and channeled the beast's power to her throat. Her airway began to expand. Then she finally drew a breath, gasped, and drew another. "That's it, sweetheart. Don't stop." Storm's hoarse voice sounded ragged with worry. She kept wheezing with gasps of air. Her chest ached, but no longer as much as her shoulder. She looked to the right where her dagger had plunged deep inside her, cutting bone and slicing muscle. That had been the point in having a dagger that worked on non-humans, but she hadn't considered the damage it might one day do to her. Storm stroked her damp brow. "Ready to fix your shoulder?" She fought down nausea at the idea of his pulling that dagger out. He put his fingers on the handle. "Look at me, sweetheart." When she faced him and nodded, he drew out the blade in one quick move. She arched at the agony of nerves being ripped again. Blood gushed over her arm. Stars swarmed in front of her eyes. Storm snatched up a pillow and covered the gash, pressing down on it. She felt herself falling. She was starting to black out. His voice boomed at her. "Wake up, Yval. Close that damn wound." She opened her eyes to the battle face of a warrior. Storm was trying to save her life, and she wasn't helping. Clenching her jaw, she reached inside again, forcing her beast to the surface. Energy rushed up from her center and spread through all of her limbs, threatening to bring on the change. She stopped the force, just like Tristan had taught her when they were in the jungle weeks ago. Time crawled by with each beat of her heart, until Storm lifted the pillow and inspected her shoulder. He smiled at her. "The wound isn't completely healed, but it's closed up. The bone and muscle are redeveloping. You did it." He sat back, looking weary as if he'd fought 100 trolls, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Storm?" Her voice sounded thin and distant. He leaned forward quickly, his hand going to her cheek, eyes dark with concern. "Are you hurt somewhere else?" She licked her lips. "No, sorry." There. She'd said it, in case she didn't get another chance. He dropped his forehead down to hers. "I am too, sweetheart." Then he stood up. That's when she realized he was naked. But she only got to look for a second before he lifted her into his arms again and carried her to another room, somewhere dark. He put her on a huge bed and said, "Stay here a minute while I secure the house." She didn't care if she moved for the next week. Her muscles were limp, her throat ached, her lungs burned, and her shoulder felt as though someone had driven a hot poker through it. Her body was not done healing. Storm disappeared for several minutes, then returned to the room with a towel wrapped around his waist. He'd put that on for her. She'd seen him naked once before, and the man had no problem walking around without clothes. She closed her eyes. He came back to check on her again with water this time. Easing her up to a sitting position, he put the straw to her lips. "Sip this." She got a few sips down and paid for it when she started coughing. When he laid her back down, he kissed her forehead and said, "I'll be back in a minute. You're safe in here." Those words barely registered as her eyes drifted shut. Yval came awake with a start, pushing up to a sitting position on a bed in a dark room. Storm's bed. Now she remembered. She stood up and checked her balance. Everything worked, a little achy, but stable. A door across the room opened with glaring light before the click of a switch doused it. Storm came into view wearing jeans and a t-shirt this time. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been dragged back from the jaws of death." "That pretty much covers what happened. You danced too close to the edge that time." "How long was I out?"
15, maybe 20 minutes.
The last time she'd healed, in the jungle when Tristan had taught her how, it had taken much longer to reach this point of recovery. What had happened when Storm chanted? Had his magic done something to help her tap her alternate powers? She had pretty good recall of the battle and how she'd ended up in here, with the exception of a few blurry moments. The only thing she couldn't determine was where they should pick up after arguing, then fighting trolls, then her apologizing. But hadn't he said he was sorry too, or had she just imagined that? The safest conversation would be for her to stick with the troll issue. What about outside? There was at least one human when the fight broke out.
I handled it.
How? He stared at her, taking his time to answer.
With some of my Ashaninka gifts, a spell.
As in, something a witch could do? Might be why he seemed hesitant to go into detail. Storm didn't like shifting into his Jaguar, but he'd done it again. For her. She didn't want to push him for more. Good thing you could do something. At least we don't have to call Sen. She looked around, but nothing in the dark room would help her find the right words yet, so she stuck with trolls. What was that thing? A demon or a troll?
Both. How's your arm?
She rolled her sore shoulder. Got a few aches, but nothing I can't manage. I'm good to go after those trolls.
Those trolls almost killed you.
We have a weapon for them now.
Where was it when you got attacked?
I took it to Trey. We only have one, and he's running teams all night across the city, covering as many cemeteries as he can. He needs the weapon in case something big breaks out. Storm made a disgusted sound.
You're heading back out to fight these things, knowing they can overpower you?
If there hadn't been two...
Yeah, and the second one was dragging you off. I can't figure out if they were trying to kidnap you or kill you, but either way, it's stupid to go back out there.
I didn't ask your opinion, she snapped at him, poking her finger into his chest with each word. He grabbed her hand and held it in his grip for 2 seconds, then pulled her fingers up to his mouth and kissed her skinned knuckles. Storm. Her heart did a fast tap dance in her chest. He muttered,
You're driving me batshit crazy.
Then he reached for her, pulling her close to kiss her. One touch of his lips and her body came alive. She lifted her arms around his neck, happy to be in the one place that made her feel safe and cared for. His arms wrapped her up, hauling her closer. His mouth gave as much as he demanded, telling her without words just how afraid he'd been for her. She couldn't remember when she'd gone from fearing his touch to craving it, but she did. He lifted his head, took one look, and kissed her again, then cupped her head against his chest. His heart raced wildly against her face. She stood there like that for several moments while he held her and she breathed in his freshly showered scent. He said,
I've seen you hurt before, but never so close to dying. Scared the shit out of me.
Smiling was probably the wrong reaction, but men like Storm didn't frighten easily and rarely admitted to it. Did this mean he was no longer mad at her for kissing Isaac? Are we good now? His chest moved with a heavy sigh.
We're good.
I owe you an apology.
For what?
First, for getting so jacked up over Adriana, but I can't promise I won't hurt her if I ever find her hands on you. He kissed her forehead, answer enough for Ival, so she added, and second, because I was holding you to a double standard. You didn't kiss Adriana. Ival paused. Right?
Never.
I did kiss Isaac, but I intended it only as a thank you and didn't mean for it to get out of control. Storm growled under his breath, and his eyes warned retribution when he saw Isaac. She put her hand on his cheek. I don't kiss you the same way. He's a friend. You're special. She stumbled around mentally, trying to figure out what to say, and realized she was avoiding the truth. I care about you. Storm's gaze darkened with a primal look of male possession, reinforced by the way his arms tightened around her. She hated to push the point, but she needed to know he wouldn't go after Isaac, and Storm had to answer honestly or suffer pain. He'd better not try lying and hurt himself. You're not gonna have an issue with Isaac, right?
Not as long as he keeps his hands off you.
She couldn't expect any more than that right now. Easing back out of his arms, she moved her healing shoulder around and couldn't believe how good it felt in so short a time. When she'd first met him, Storm had agreed to never use his magic on her without permission. Did you do something about my pain? He crossed his arms.
Yes, and I don't want to hear a damned word about it.
Fair enough. She put her hands on his crossed arms and kissed him. Thank you. Nice to see that she could surprise him for once. Stepping back, she reached up to fix her ponytail that had gone askew in the fight and admitted, "It was wrong of me to ask you to track the trolls, and that wasn't why I came here anyhow."
If you're hell-bent to find him, I might as well help.
Really? What about Viper?
I found out a few things when I talked to Grady and a couple of other Night Stalkers. Sen was the one who collected my clothes and took my phone out of your tank bag that night after the showdown with Isaac, so he must have sent the email you got after they released you from lockdown.
Figures that slimeball Sen would screw with her that way. How did Sen not see your body if he went back that soon to my bike? He would have looked for you.
Either Kai was still shielding, or my body had been moved by then.
Yvonne started to ask how a guardian spirit had moved his body, but she knew the answer. Adriana had helped Kai. But if that Sterling witch hadn't helped, Storm wouldn't be here now. Yvonne understood, but it would be a while before she could face Adriana and her smug knowledge of having been alone with Storm for so long. Something else Storm had said struck her. Grady knew about Sen getting your phone and clothes? He should have told me.
He didn't know until I asked him to find out for me.
Oh. Well, what about Sen, then? What are you going to do about him?
He's acting like I'm alive and just telling people I left Viper, so I'm gonna play along with it. I'll just have to watch my back.
I'll help you watch it. He put his fingers under her chin and ran his thumb over her lips.
We're gonna have that dinner here soon.
Doesn't look like it'll be tonight.
Tomorrow, and if not, the day after.
She'd love to stay here and find out what he had in mind, but Trey needed to know about this Svart attack. When Storm dropped his hand, she shifted gears, ready to work. I tried to reach Zader and Quinn on the way here, but they were both grabbing a couple hours rest. The last time I talked to Trey...
Yvonne, where are you?
Quinn said in her mind. She held up a finger for Storm and whispered, Quinn. Then she answered telepathically, I'm in Midtown.
Did you get the weapon?
Yes, I gave it to Trey. What's wrong?
The trolls are gathering up non-humans for the Svarts to eat. When they feed on power, it increases theirs. We've got to find where they're holding the prisoners.
She wondered where the intel had come from, but didn't need to know right now. Any idea how many they've captured?
6 that I know of. One is a teenager, a female cousin of mine.
She'd heard snippets about Quinn's extensive family, but thought they were all in Russia. I'm sorry, Quinn. We'll get her back.
There's more. My cousin said she's with 2 twin boys who know you.
Kelman and Cardos?
She didn't say, but I saw her with 2 blonde boys in Woodruff Park. One was playing chess, and they both knew about the trolls.
Sounds like a pair of male witches I know, just innocent teens.
Well, not all that innocent, but they didn't deserve to be troll dinner. Zader and I will round up the teams. Meet us at the street sign for Underground.
On my way. They had to be talking about Kelman and Cardos. Those boys had no one to watch out for them except her and Grady. Yvonne grabbed Storm's arm. We have to go. The Spart trolls are gathering up non-humans to eat as fuel. That could be why they were trying to drag me off.
He put his hand over hers. What else is wrong?
How did he read her so easily? They have Quinn's cousin and 2 teenage male witches I know.
The homeless twins?
Pretty sure it's them. Storm cursed, softly.
Grady believes more Svarts are coming. If they're here already, Viper could be outnumbered.
Storm was right. The Svarts had already beaten her twice in combat, and Zader would not allow Beladors to link with the chance of Svarts killing many Beladors with one blow. The night weapon she'd borrowed to take out one troll at a time would not stop an army of trolls. Isaac had more weapons, but would calling him for support turn out to be a benefit or lead to bloodshed on all sides? She hadn't had a chance to inform Viper about exposing her alternate identity to Isaac. And only someone with a homicide fetish would put Isaac and Storm in the same zip code anytime soon. Chapter 25. Fear fingered along Quinn's neck. He'd lived his life alone for one reason, to protect those he would put in jeopardy with his line of work. All these years, he'd thought Kazira safe as long as she stayed away from him. But she had some bloody plan to see the Maeve and Beladors at peace, and Lana shouldn't even be in the middle of this mess. Both women were in danger, and not being able to protect either one right now was driving him mad. He quickened his pace through the intersection of 5 Points in the heart of downtown Atlanta, wanting to break into Belador speed to cover the last quarter mile to reach the meet point, the sign for Underground Atlanta. Every second counted. The boys must have gone to Underground thinking it safe to stay in the crowded, iconic venue that drew tourists and locals to shopping and entertainment beneath the streets of downtown Atlanta. Wise move, if they hadn't trusted a troll to help them, according to Lana. Quinn hadn't heard from her in the past 20 minutes. Zader and the team would find the Svart troll nest, but would they be in time? "Quinn!" Ival shouted at him as she rushed out of the bottom floor of a 3-level parking deck on his left. Storm followed close behind. That explained why Ival had been in Midtown, but not why she had blood all over her. Did all the women in his life have to be one step away from death? "What happened to you?" She lifted her hands. "I'm fine, got jumped by Svarts." That did nothing to calm Quinn's already sheared nerves. He unleashed on Storm the minute he walked up. "Where the devil were you when she was attacked?" "Me?" Storm snarled. "You and Zader are the ones sending her out alone." Ival stepped between them. "Whoa, you two. This isn't Storm's fault, Quinn. He's the only reason I'm alive right now. But we don't have time to waste and I'm healed." "Mostly," Storm grumbled. "And," Ival added, "Storm came to help us find the kids." Quinn raked his hand through his hair. "Sorry, chap, it's been a long day and doesn't appear to be improving any time soon. Good to have you back." Storm nodded, stepping up next to Ival in a possessive stance. Interesting, if Quinn had the time to waste thinking about it, which he didn't. When they turned back toward the meet point, he said, "I got another text from Lana. His cousin," Ival said for Storm, then asked Quinn, "What exactly happened?" "She was supposed to be in my hotel suite, but she slipped out and went looking for the 2 boys you think are witches and got trapped by a local troll called Jerba." Has to be Kelman and Cardos. How does she know them, and why did she go looking for them? "Lana's a meddler. She met the boys in the park and overheard them talking about a dangerous troll with the Svart marking on his arm hanging around their shelter. I think she went out to help them or maybe to dig up more information on the Svarts, and got caught with the boys here at Underground." Ival said, "If not for getting caught, I like her already. Trust me, you speak too soon. I love the brat, but some days I want to strangle her." "But what was she thinking to go snooping on Svarts?" Quinn pinched the bridge of his nose, then dropped his hand. "My fault. I told her she had to go back to Transylvania immediately or Viper would get involved, and she really does not want to go home. I'm guessing she planned to find intel or something she could trade with Viper so she could stay here." Storm spoke up. "What's the plan?" "Zader has to leave skeleton teams in each of the metropolitan quadrants to handle the gang battles, but we should have around 40 Viper agents." Ival argued, "That may not be enough." "Why?" "My Night Stalker says more Svarts are coming, but he doesn't know when." Storm added, "And one of the 2 that attacked Ival tonight was something worse, some kind of demon Svart." "Good goddess." Quinn slowed as he neared a group of Viper agents made up mostly of Beladors. He swung around to inform Zader, but waited as the maester sent out teams of 4. When he saw Quinn, Zader lifted his chin in acknowledgement, then glanced at Ival and did a double-take. If Quinn had to guess, the murderous look crossing Zader's face probably matched Quinn's when he'd first seen her, covered in blood. Speaking telepathically to Zader, Quinn quickly explained Ival's condition and Storm's intervention. Ival pointed at her clothes and said to Zader, "Pay no attention to the blood." "Quinn just told me." Zader gave Storm an assessing glance and nodded at him. "Thanks." Storm answered with a nod. Quinn started to tell Ival what he'd learned, but waited as Trey handed the viola case with the night weapon to Zader, then took over giving orders. Once he, Quinn, Ival, and Storm stood together, Quinn said, "I've learned the Svarts are under contract to the Maeve." Quinn caught the flash of suspicion in Ival's gaze, but she didn't ask where he'd gained that information. Instead, she said, "Why are the Svarts here?" Not telling her the truth about Kazira would eventually eat a hole in his gut, but Quinn would not involve Ival. The Svarts are gathering an army for a massive attack on humans to draw the bulk of Viper assets out in the open at one time. They plan to destroy the Southeastern Coalition, then take over North America.
Is that possible?
Storm asked Quinn. We don't know. There's no intel on the Swart population, and we don't know exactly how the Maeve play into this, and the information came in pieces, so we may not have it all figured out exactly right. Yvonne started to say something, then turned to Zader as if he'd spoken to her mind to mind. Quinn would thank him later for keeping him off the spot about where he got the intel. Zader moved them back to the current problem.
Did you tell them about the truck, Quinn?
Was just going to. The last text I got from Lana said this Gerber troll was transporting them by truck somewhere. She's caused the truck to have a flat tire, and she thinks she's leaving a magic trail, but can't say for sure. She said there are a couple of other unconscious people with them. Yvonne's eyes sparkled with admiration when she looked over at Storm. Then it's a good thing we've got a tracker. Quinn addressed Storm. Those kids being used as cattle. What do you need from us to pick up their trail? When Storm didn't answer at first, Quinn questioned if the tracker hesitated to deal with Svarts again. Storm finally said,
I only need the freedom to use all my abilities.
Yvonne's face fell. No.
Yes, that's the quickest way to track them.
I can't ask you to do that, she said so softly Quinn almost didn't hear her. Storm touched her chin.
You don't have to ask me.
Then he faced Zader and Quinn.
I don't like to advertise it, but I'm a skinwalker. I can shift into a jaguar. My coat's black, I blend into the night, but I'm still a big animal that may draw unwanted attention.
Zader just said, Damn. Quinn hadn't seen that one coming either, but he didn't waste time thinking about it. We can't take you inside underground as a jaguar, but I'm thinking since the kids are in a truck, the troll left here by a loading dock. We'll enter by the road the delivery trucks take to the docks and start there. If Storm picks up the scent, we'll follow. I'm riding my bike, Yvonne clarified.
I wish you'd go with them,
Storm said. Not a chance. I can go places a bigger vehicle can't. Zader ended all discussion.
I'll walk Storm down to the delivery area with me. Quinn, we need a pace car on rocket fuel sitting here ready to go in 5 minutes.
You'll have it. Quinn took the night weapon from Zader. Zader told Yvonne,
Go get your bike.
Before she stepped away, Storm snagged her arm and said,
Do not face off with another Svart alone.
She bristled. Who do you? He gave her a quick kiss, shutting her down, then walked off with Zader, who glanced back, looking confused. Yvonne's cheeks were a rosy shade Quinn had never seen. She took one look at him and snapped, Don't say a word, then strode off in the direction of the parking deck. Women. Quinn had tangled with more than his limit today. He rubbed his head and called telepathically to his Belador driver. While Quinn had rushed here on foot, he'd sent his driver to call up his Aston Martin Virage from where it sat parked in valet at the hotel. At Quinn's word, the car arrived outside Underground within minutes. When Zader called Quinn telepathically to confirm that Storm had picked up a scent and they'd left Underground, Quinn peeled out and caught up to the pair on Piedmont Avenue. He pulled over long enough for Zader to jump in and toss a handful of clothes into the back seat, just as the biggest Jaguar Quinn had ever seen ran ahead, jumping over homeless people sleeping in doorways. In spite of his size, the sleek black animal blended with the night like a racing shadow. Yvonne streaked past Quinn on her wicked motorcycle and stayed ahead, keeping pace with the Jaguar. Zader said,
Trey's got choppers picking up some of the teams. The rest are spread out over a mile behind us, following directions I'm sending.
Quinn's grip on the wheel tightened with every mile that Storm covered. He had to get Lana back. The Jaguar led them away from the corporate jungle of glass towers in the center of downtown to the fringe, where tattered buildings with bar-covered windows intermingled with pockets of redevelopment. Then, Storm stopped. His sides heaved in and out with deep breaths, but Quinn doubted he'd paused due to lack of stamina. Quinn pulled the Aston Martin into the parking lot of a closed medical office and got out. What's wrong, Yvonne? She'd parked and had her helmet off. I don't know. Give him a minute. Striding over with Zader beside him, Quinn stopped next to Yvonne. She watched Storm move back and forth, then squatted down and asked the coal-black animal, Does the scent end here? Storm lifted his jaguar head and nodded. Zader said, I bet this is where they stopped to change the damn tire. Storm confirmed that with another nod. Quinn asked Ival, Is there any way you know to reach those two boys? No, but I know someone else who might help us. The jaguar roared at her. Sentient blades hanging at Zader's hips came to life, snarling and snapping. Ival? Storm's not going to do anything. She stood up and walked up to the giant beast and leaned down, stroking his ebony fur. You agreed, as long as he behaved himself. Zader warned, Ival, don't stand so close. He won't hurt me, she said with conviction, and damn if that jaguar didn't reach up and lick her chin. Quinn sighed. You scare the shit out of us sometimes. He swore the bloody jaguar smiled at him until Ival said, We need Isaac Knight's help. Chapter 26. Ival held the throttle of her Gixxer steady and hoped she wouldn't be late. The truck with the teens had parked 8 minutes ago, just after the stroke of midnight. One call to Isaac, and in less than 15 minutes he'd perform the impossible, locating the truck. Storm had shifted back into his human body and put on his clothes by the time Isaac had called Ival 2 minutes ago with news that she was only 3 miles from where the truck was parked. Storm's arms banded her waist as he snuggled up close to her on the back of the bike. She'd blamed the cold air beating his exposed arms and face for the moment, but he never shivered. She had a strong sense that he wanted to remind her of their agreement that he would not touch Isaac as long as Isaac kept his hands off her. As if she'd risk more bloodshed tonight. She'd never been in this situation, between two men. She had no skills for handling either one of them, but they'd both be sorely disappointed if they didn't work together to help save non-humans from Svarts, using them as food. Except, Isaac didn't save non-humans, he hunted them. Zader came into her mind. Just heard from a Belador named Vince, who's with the captives inside the old Sears building on North Avenue, so Isaac was right about the truck being there. Can he get out? Said it's too dangerous. 4 prisoners teamed up against one Spart and tried to make a break for it. The Spart overpowered them and decapitated one. I told Vince to sit tight and feed us information on how to get to them. Why didn't he contact you sooner? Not that she wanted to give the guy a hard time, but what took him so long? Said he was unconscious until now. Lana had his phone. She said the Spart took it away from her. Vince is one of the 6 non-humans a troll named Jerba is using to negotiate with the Sparts to trade for his girlfriend. 2 of the 6 are the twin male witches and 1 is Lana. How many more captives? Vince counted 18 so far, including Jerba's 6. Stinking trolls. Ival turned onto North Avenue, a block away. Are the Sparts feeding yet? Not yet. Vince said there are 5 Sparts guarding them, but he believes more are out in the city, and he heard one of them say they were waiting on the lieutenant. I told Vince we're close and to call out to me if any of the Sparts act like they're gonna feed before we reach them. Lana and the twins were still safe, for the moment. Leaning her bike low around the last corner, Ival straightened and slowed when the backside of the gargantuan warehouse once known as the Sears building came into view. She parked along the curb. Headlights off, Quinn pulled his Aston Martin up behind her as Storm climbed off her bike. Within seconds, Viper agents appeared from where they'd parked within a quarter-mile stretch of the older, mixed residential and business neighborhood. For the benefit of agents not telepathically capable, like the Beladors, Zader issued spoken orders. Break up into teams of 4 with a Belador leader in every team so we can keep in contact telepathically. We have a Belador captive inside who will lead us to their location once we're in there. Ival asked, What floor did Vince say they're on? Basement. But like the other floors in that place, it covers as much area as a football field. We have to be careful not to kill a human. With this building in the middle of a major rehabilitation right now, the Sparts have very likely glamored themselves to look like security for the developers. Adriana stepped up, and Ival tensed. She hadn't seen the witch until now. When Adriana ignored her and moved closer to listen, Ival glanced over at Storm for a moment, assessing him, then back at Zader. Ival suffered a wave of jealousy she had no doubt Storm would pick up on, so she pulled back from the circle of agents crowded around the sidewalk. She could hear just fine without having to stand so near the Sterling witch. Storm swung around to look at her. Then his sharp gaze shot past her shoulder and turned murderous. In one step, he reached Ival and yanked her around behind him. Was he crazy? She shoved his arm aside and glared her opinion of his ridiculous action, then forced her way around beside him, ready to face whatever threat he was trying to protect her from. Beladors picked up on intruders approaching first and dispersed, then all the Viper agents followed suit, lining up in a show of force to each side of her and Storm. Across the street, deadly-looking men seeped out of the darkness as if their bodies formed from the obsidian shadows. 8 of them. Hard faces beneath black smudged eyes and cheeks, but none more hardened than that of their leader, Isaac Knight. Every Black Ops soldier aimed a demon blaster at the Viper team. Ival now understood Storm's action because she wanted to step in front of every agent here who had trusted her to contact Isaac Knight. So much for her and Isaac's truce. Chapter 27. "What have you done, Rugra?" Kazira demanded of the 8-foot-tall Svart troll commander as she entered her personal solar in Tower Maeve, home of the Maeve for now. Rugra answered by eyeing her as he would a buzzing insect. She found that amusing, since he had the greenish-brown skin of a bug and stood out as a dirty smudge amid silk cushions and sparkling glass art. Thick arms bulged with so much heavy muscle beneath the goatskin vest that she doubted the hideous troll could cross his arms. If he had a neck, it wouldn't improve a face that could make a mother wish she'd sewn her womb shut. Purple-inked designs scrolled around eyes as black as his soul, covering his entire face and slick head. Kazira may have erred in dealing with a being demons would be wise to fear. "You said your trolls could go a week without feeding." "True." His tenor voice threw the image of that body off kilter. Rugra sniffed, causing his bulbous nose to flare and the lips across his wide mouth to lift, revealing sharp teeth. "Why are your trolls gathering up non-humans?" "I said they could go a week, not that they would." He'd intentionally misled her, and his murdering trolls might ruin everything. Kazira had spent long nights figuring a way to slide around Flavin's compulsion spell so Kazira could orchestrate her own plan. She'd gambled much with Rugra, and even more with the man she'd just left, but she'd truly doubted that he could get past her mental shields. From the look on his face when he'd rushed out of the hotel room, he must have been successful. Perhaps too successful. She stalked across the room enclosed by peach, rose, and yellow flowers blooming from vines that climbed a silver trellis. One day, she would grow real flowers in earth. That would not happen if this step of her plan failed, or if Flavin found out why Kazira had convinced her to bring in Svart trolls. Kazira swung around, giving Rugra her sharp censure. "Your trolls have drawn the full attention of Viper in Atlanta sooner than expected." "True. You have broken your word." "Not true." "How do you see that?" "We agreed the mission would be completed by end of the week. You chose no specific hour or day to draw Viper out in the open. My trolls are on task." Technically correct, but still a lie by omission. She'd agreed to those terms, but the battle strategy he'd laid out to her afterward had projected a timeline that suited her needs for capturing Alterants, not feeding his trolls. Humans wouldn't notice missing non-humans, but Viper would. What else had Rugra done that he'd failed to discuss with her first? She could either stand here and waste time arguing what would change nothing, or accept that few plans ever went as intended. "The turmoil going on in Atlanta at this minute forces us to expedite the timeline. So we execute the second phase, the one you and I discussed, alone?" The quelling look she gave him only raised an evil smile to his lips. He said, "Don't glare at me, witch. You said tell no one, and I've told no one." Miserable, untrustworthy trolls. She didn't want him to even whisper about their secret meeting while inside the walls of Tower Maeve. She'd reply in a way that would dilute what he said in case the walls had ears, but once this was done, and he had the section of Earth he desired, she'd never deal with such filth again. Everything I do is to benefit the Queen. If you wish to be handed North America by the Queen, when this is done, do not say another word except to answer my questions. Understand? Understood. Rugra's amused demeanor hid the temperament of a hungry cobra. He fingered the sword honed of a blue metal that hung alongside his stubby legs in brown leather pants. Razor claws at the end of his fingers, matching those on his three-toed feet, curled with a hint of threat. But inside Tower Maeve, only Cathbad and Flavin were more powerful than Kazira. This Svart might be a danger to her outside the tower, but not in her home, where her power increased. It's time to send in both of your demonic trolls. One is dead. Not possible, she whispered, shocked. Where? How? Killed in a skirmish with a Belador in Atlanta. Why did you risk sending one out? All amusement fled from Rugra's face. To find those who killed 2 of my trolls. Before you speak too quickly, I told you I would exact payment immediately for any troll lost while under my command. You also said your trolls were practically indestructible against Beladors since they would avoid linking around a Svart. True. Obviously not. Then it dawned on her. What specific Belador killed your trolls? The Alterant, Eval Kincaid. Kazira kept her temper under control or the air would explode with lightning. Your trolls were to capture Alterants, not fight them, and none were to touch Eval yet. My troll intervened to stop her from killing another Alterant and had no idea of her identity when he did. That didn't sound like Eval. Sure that Rugra held back information he didn't want to share, Kazira asked, was she killing an Alterant or a Rias? My soldiers don't have time to qualify a beast while it's changing. If you want these things captured instead of killed, we'll bring you all the Alterants and Rias we find. Then you can give me any you don't keep and I'll dispose of them for you. She hid her disgust at his off-handed reference to eating the leftovers, so to speak. How can you be so sure Eval killed your troll if you don't communicate by telepathy? Rugra held up a 6-inch-wide gold medallion hanging from a chain around his neck. He told her once that the runic S cut out of the center was used as the template for marking his trolls. My blood is mixed with the acid that burns this emblem into the forearms of those under my command, with the exception of my lieutenant in the field who can speak to me through my mind. My trolls can't communicate telepathically, but I received a visual message from them upon death. The last heartbeat of a Svart troll sends an image to me of the one who killed him. By the gods, she wanted to slash Rugra to pieces. Then you sent one of the demonic trolls to kill Eval, and she won that battle too? No. A 4-legged black demon cat beheaded my troll, and he will pay with his life. She didn't care how many demons Rugra destroyed, but Alterants were another issue. You can't kill any Alterants. Why? You're ready to implement the second phase immediately and said yourself that if it is successful, those 5 Alterants will no longer be necessary. How had she allowed him to speak so openly again? The Queen believed the Svart commander's only goal was Flavin's order for his trolls to capture Alterants in Atlanta. Giving him death threat glares did nothing. Again, she had to cover for the words he'd spoken out loud. The second phase is only to support Queen Flavin's goal of seeing Traor fall. Humor flitted across Rugra's gaze, letting her know he understood, as well as she did, the dangerous game she played. Don't worry. The demonic troll I sent to Atlanta was the weaker of the 2. The second one, still hidden, is far more invincible, after having been dipped twice in Loch Reeve. I await only your word to take my strongest team to... As if she'd tell him 1 second too soon, or speak the location out loud. She gave up trying to cover his constant slips that were by no means accidental, but Flavin had not come bursting in yet, so all still appeared safe at this point. Kazira had one chance to get a step ahead of the Queen. Time to take the plunge into dangerous waters. Kazira said, "I'll send you and your team now, but I want your word to wait 20 minutes once you arrive before doing anything. That will give you time to get your trolls in place." "I don't need 20 minutes. I do because I want to be present, but I must speak to Queen Flavin first. To assure her of impending victory." Why couldn't Flavin compel Kazira to turn miserable trolls into a pile of flaming cow dung? Kazira needed the extra time to direct Flavin's attention to her scrying wall to watch the Svart and Viper battles in Atlanta. That should keep the Queen busy while Kazira slipped away. No matter, Kazira had to be on site for one reason: to protect him from being ripped to pieces by Svart trolls. Touching Rugra would probably give her nightmares, but she was ready to teleport him and his men to their next destination. By the time Rugra knew where he was going, the only person he could share that with would be his lieutenant, who would say nothing to endanger Rugra and his fellow trolls. But before she sent him on his way, she asked, "How many Svarts will remain in Atlanta?" "My lieutenant and enough to handle 50 Beladors, but we face only a handful at a time, just as I told you would happen. Attacking in the cemeteries gave our opponent specific target areas, too many to defend. With no idea where we'll strike next, they've spread their resources thin across the city. Hold out your forearm." When he turned the runic S scar up for her to see, she said, "Call up the list in your mind of who will go. When I touch you, they'll all teleport at once." "I'm ready." She placed her palm on the raised skin of his scar, which heated immediately. Kazira waved her free hand between them, but just before Rugra disappeared, his eyes widened. She started to call him back to find out why, then realized it had to be due to his seeing where she'd sent him. She looked at her hand, trying to decide if peeling off a layer of skin would clean away the troll's contamination. "Looking for me, Kazira?" Kazira froze at the caustic edge in Flavin's voice, but that rarely changed. Kazira forced a smile on her face and dropped her hand as she turned to find the Maeve Queen at the arched entrance to her solar. "Yes, Your Highness. Things are moving along sooner than anticipated with the plan in Atlanta. Perhaps you'd like to view it on your—" "But Rugra's not following my directions now, is he?" Flavin must have heard them, but how much? Never show a weakness to a vicious queen. "I admonished Rugra about not executing as agreed upon." "Really? Perhaps not the plan I agreed upon, but another version. Yours, maybe?" Kazira had climbed too deep into this game to play it halfway. "I often speak on your behalf, but I assure you Rugra knows who contracted him." Flavin disappeared and reappeared right in front of Kazira. The Queen's image flared with light and power meant to intimidate. A successful effort at present. Flavin purred in a dangerously soft voice. "You, of all people, should know what I do to someone who betrays me." Kazira's pulse shot off the charts. She couldn't stop her thoughts from racing wildly. Several images of torture came to mind unbidden. Curbing her anxiety to manage a subservient voice, Kazira said, "I have been your loyal servant since taking my priestess training 12 years ago. I've done all that you've asked." "Yes, you have. But you are also of my and Cathbad's blood, though I try to forget. He constantly tells me how intelligent you are, and that you have a value. I never realized until now just how cunning you could be." "Thank you, Your Highness," Kazira answered, though she couldn't see Flavin intentionally handing her a compliment. Kazira believed she might be in the clear until Flavin smiled. "I glimpsed Ruger's mind as you teleported him. I know where you sent him and his team, and what they will do when they arrive." "You dare to steal what is rightfully mine?" The blood drained from Kazira's head so quickly that she weaved with dizziness. She panicked and didn't have to pretend to beck.
I'm doing it for you,
Flavin screeched. Kazira went spinning head over heels in a blur. When she hit the floor and looked around, she sat in the same room Cathbad had endured for 2 years in the dungeon.
No!
Kazira would never leave here. Flavin would win. Quinn would die. Chapter 28. Ival would kill for a sword to cut through the aggression thickening the night air. She took 2 steps, moving out in front of the Viper team, now facing off with Isaac and his men, who had lined up side by side across the street. Storm moved up beside her and growled, softly. Zader yelled at her telepathically. "Get back so we can throw up a united kinetic wall." She answered, "Please keep everyone back and give me a chance to talk to him." "If one finger twitches a trigger, they'll all die." "I understand." Then she called over to Isaac. "I only asked for help finding the trolls. What are you doing here?" After a tense couple of seconds, Isaac swung his weapon across his chest in an at-ease gesture before walking across the narrow side street. His men still held their weapons at ready. When he stopped in front of her, he cut brutal eyes at Storm, who sent back an equally vicious look. Then Isaac took in the blood on her shirt. His face shifted with cold anger icing his blue eyes. "Who did that?" "Trolls, but I'm fine, and we've got to get inside that building before they hurt anyone else. I appreciate the help in finding the Svarts, but why are you here?" "You know what I'd do. You really surprised to see me?" She ignored his question since he hadn't really answered hers. "We can handle this." Isaac's gaze swept over the men and women standing behind Ival and Storm. "Everyone here non-humans, like you?" he asked Ival. Storm answered, "All of us." She wanted to kick Storm, who Isaac now eyed with even more menace. She said, "Thought we had a truce? Please leave so we can do what we came to do, Isaac, or people will die." "People are non-humans?" "They're people to me." He drew 2 slow breaths, then said, "I'll stay out here as your backup." He made it perfectly clear who he intended to protect. Storm threw off a whip of dark energy that made it clear what he thought of Isaac's declaration. But Isaac hadn't touched her, so Storm had to keep his word. Turning to Zader and the team, Ival said, "Okay, everyone. Isaac Knight loaned us the weapon Quinn's carrying that kills trolls. He and his team will stay out here and back us up." Storm smiled. She lifted a testy eyebrow in caution, and his smile only broadened. Zader said, "How will they know who they can and can't shoot?" Isaac called back, "You got any more of your kind showing up here?" "No. We've scanned all of you. Any other non-human who interferes will be neutralized." Quinn came into Ival's mind. Do you trust him? What could she say to that? Sometimes you had to go with your gut feeling. Isaac hadn't shot at them when he could have without a word first. She told Quinn, "I have to trust Isaac at this point." Isaac asked Ival, "Sure you can handle these trolls?" "With this many agents, yes." She hoped. She'd asked herself that same question over and over after having almost died at the hands of Svarts on 2 occasions so far. The Beladors couldn't risk linking around this many Svarts, but this Viper team had plenty of power besides Beladors. As long as they stuck together, they should be fine. Isaac unclipped his demon blaster from the elastic dummy cord clipped to his chest and handed it to her. He put his finger on a lever just ahead of the trigger. "Not that you need it, but push this up for less force, to stun something, and down to kill." "And what about you?" "I'm always armed." Before she or Isaac could converse further, Zader spoke out loud to the team. "Just got word from our man on the inside that the other Svarts the trolls were waiting on have arrived. We've got to go in now." Before turning to join the team, Ival told Isaac, "Thank you." He nodded at her and gave Storm one last threatening look that the arrogant skinwalker countered with a taunting smile Ival could only describe as possessive. and she'd thought men were more trouble when they were just trying to kill her. She kicked into Belador's speed to reach the front of the team with Zader and Quinn. She shouldn't have been surprised to see Storm match her step for step. One day he'd have to tell her everything he could do. Just before Zader entered the building, his power as Maester rushed into Eval's mind, meaning he spoke to all of his warriors. Vince just learned that the Svarts have a group of humans locked in the end of the building near Glen Iris Drive. He and the other non-humans are at the opposite end. We have to split up and be careful around the humans. Eval's stomach flipped. That cut their power in half. But no way would anyone on this team go along with bringing Isaac and his men inside. Chapter 29. Even if her cousin and his snake people could find her in this building the size of a small city, Svart might kill him. Lana had really thought she could overpower the trolls, but these Svarts were nothing like anything she'd met before. She tapped her fingers on the concrete and wrinkled her nose at the musty smell of age clinging to the basement. Angling her head over at Kelman, who sat next to her, and the pole they were both chained to, she whispered, "Jorba has not left with girlfriend. Why?" No. Maybe he's cutting another deal." "I do not think so. Jorba is shaking and the female troll looks afraid." When Kel had nothing to say about that, Lana pointed out something else. "The Svarts did not talk so much until that one with the cold band around the arm showed up. They call him Lieutenant. I think he is boss they were waiting on." To start feeding. Kel must have heard something in her voice, in spite of her trying not to sound afraid. He turned to her and lifted his free hand to her face, gently touching her cheek. "How's your eye?" He had nice touch. She could still see through the swollen lid. "I am fine. And angry my magic failed me." Kel gave her a small smile. It warmed her heart as much as his words did when he said, "It didn't fail you. You caused the truck tire to go flat. That bought us some time." She had used a spell that called sharp objects to truck tires. Something finally struck hard enough to cut tire. Making spell work from inside of truck had not been easy. It had taken a while to do. She could have done more and quicker, but that would have meant drawing hard on elements, which would have caught Grendel's attention. Once Jerba drove the truck again, he did not drive long enough for her to flatten a second tire. She could not believe she escaped Romania for this. "My magic should have hurt Svart bad, not make him crazy." Kel's fingers grazed her cheek again, giving her chills that had nothing to do with the cold basement. He said, "I just wish the bastard hadn't realized who sent the cement block flying at him." "I can heal from Bruce, but Troll took phone I borrowed from unconscious man." Jerba would have gotten it if he hadn't been too stupid to search for phones. These Svarts don't seem to make those kinds of mistakes. I've never seen trolls that hard to take down. "Me either. Now we must give cousin time to find us. He will not come alone." She couldn't tell Kel about the snake people, Viper, but she did relax a little, surprised at how talking to this boy made her feel better. Of the two boys, she would have thought the joking Cardos would be the one to lift her spirits. "I'm sorry you got caught with us," Kel said. "My fault." She could not blame the boys when she chose to follow them. With the power she possessed, she could get them out of here if not for fear of Grendel. She could not risk tapping that level of her power unless she had no other option. Even if she could break her chain, could she break all the chains fast enough to save everyone? "I will think of better plan." "No." She held her breath at Kel's outburst and shifted her gaze to the Svarts, who had all stopped talking to look at Kel and her. She didn't breathe until they resumed talking. Without taking her eyes off the Svarts, she said, "Do not shout." "I know." "Then why did you?" When Kel said nothing, she shifted her attention to him, but he just shrugged and looked away. What did that mean? She understood Cardos, who flirted even to hide fear in this place and had no control over his mouth, but Kel did not act without thought. A shrill scream sent chills crawling up Lana's spine. She jerked her head up to see a Svart grab Jerba, who was howling in terror. The Svart ripped Jerba in half. Dead troll stench hit Lana. She covered her nose, the hideous smell making her eyes tear up. Jerba's girlfriend kept screaming, as if her heart had been clawed from her chest. The troll ripped off one of Jerba's arms and hit the girl troll with it, spraying blood all over her and knocking her out. So much blood. The memory of that night in Romania rushed in at her. Lana started breathing faster. She had to calm down and hold control of her power, but her heart pounded harder until she could hear it in her ears. Noises and smells blurred into a hideous cloud around her. Lana? Her body shook with tremors. Stop whatever you're doing, Kel ordered. Now! Her vision cleared. She jerked her head up and blinked. Kel was staring at her. What had she just done? Cardos leaned forward, shock on his face. Did you do that? She looked around. Hundreds of chairs that had been neatly stacked to the side were now toppled in piles. Loose debris from the cracked ceiling had scattered across the floor. 2 support beams were bent. She might have killed all of them. I am sorry. Men she borrowed phone from, who had been unconscious in the truck, now stared at her. But the trolls looked around confused, then zeroed in on the captives. All except the Svart who had torn Jerba apart. That troll squatted over Jerba's body with his back turned to everyone, like a dog attacking his first meal in days. Then the troll called Lieutenant stared straight at her. His look said she had just moved to the top of his menu. Cloaking herself right now, even if it worked again, would be of no use with her still chained to the pole. And she would not leave Kelman, Cardos, or the others to these trolls. Cardos whispered in a jittery voice, Just what are you, babe? She admitted, I do not know some days. Her cousin must show up soon, or she would be forced to try something. And once she was out of here, she would not let Quinn out of her sight until they talked about how to fix her powers. The lieutenant barked something at his men, then started toward Lana. Time had just run out. Kelman leaned forward to talk across Lana to Cardos. Got any spells that work inside? Lana said, Do not anger them more. They will hurt you. Ignoring her, Cardos assessed the lieutenant, shaking his head. Nothing that will touch this bunch. Mine are better outdoors, but we can try the Halloween one I did last year. Could they not hear her? Do not be stupid. Kel gave her a withering look and muttered, Says the person who followed 2 witches into a troll trap after I tried to send you away. Kel was only angry because he worried for her, so she teased him. Good thing for you, I have not time to turn you into bug. Cardos piped up. You mean a frog, princess? His brother said, Shut up, Cardos. More like toad in your brother's case, she muttered, then said to both of them, I cannot stop Svart if you interfere. Be quiet, or you get me killed. Kelman shook his head. Don't. Listen to me. I must give my cousin time to find us. Trust me. I can do this, and no one gets hurt. Except, maybe, her. In spite of the skeptical look in his eyes, Kel said, You sure? Yes. Be ready and do what I say. Lana took a deep breath and whispered the chant for her cloaking. What she was about to do would lead Grendel to her. Mattered not. She had to help the others. But how long until he found her once she drew hard on the Earth's power? She whispered a second chant and forced energy into the chain holding her and Kel. When the links snapped, she grabbed his arm and watched him vanish. Cardos sputtered, eyes rounded with shock. The lieutenant stopped mid-stride, staring at where she had sat seconds ago. He roared with fury, then looked up and down, turning in a circle. Do not let go of me, she hissed, dragging Kel with one hand, using her other to grab the chain holding Cardos and the man who had been unconscious in the truck. Pushing her power into the chain, she watched it fall apart. The man whose phone she'd used jumped up and ordered, Get out of here while you can. Beladors are coming. Was he Belador? Had to be. He meant for her and Kel to leave because they were invisible, but she would not leave Cardos, and neither would Kel. Svarts charged across the room. The lieutenant swung around to attack the Belador man, yelling at her. This crazy man lifted hands and shoved at the air, which stopped the Svart. Kinetic power. His kinetics slowed the Svarts, but he was losing ground. Lana ran down the line of captives, breaking chain after chain. Prisoners jumped up and ran in all directions. The Svarts beat back Belador man's kinetics, forcing him into corner. She started toward him. Her cloaking failed.
"Grab her now!"
the lieutenant yelled, pointing at Lana. Kel and Cardos rushed over to each side of Lana, ready to fight with her. She felt lightheaded from tapping her powers, but she needed them again to put strong force behind the spell she had in mind. Raising her arms, she began chanting Russian words. The boys picked up the sing-song words as she repeated them and joined the chant. Lightning crackled, shooting across the room, popping against every surface. Svarts froze, looking around until their leader shoved past the group, not worried about the bad weather inside. His face twisted with rage. Anything more violent that Lana could call up might kill everyone inside. She looked into the Svart's eyes and prepared to die. She said to Kel,
"I have no plan. You and Cardos dive away when I say."
That might give the boys a chance to survive. No. Kel squeezed her fingers, then released her as the Svarts created a wall enclosing them, moving cautiously toward her after that lightning display. Power exploded into the room. The Svarts wheeled around as one unit, and chaos erupted. Lana sagged with relief.
"I told you cousin would come."
"Ival's here, too," Kelman said absently, "and she'll want us to stay out of their way." Sounded good to Lana, who had lowered her arms when the lieutenant had turned his back to face the incoming threat. He swung around and moved as fast as a lightning strike, grabbing Lana by the throat. Chapter 30. Beladors and Viper agents scattered across the basement, attacking in teams of two, but not linking. Too high a risk that a Svart might rip off a head and kill all the linked Beladors with one strike. Ival held the night weapon ready to blast a troll the minute a team had one beaten back. The weapon used a laser-delivered technology that entered the body and raced through the blood system, exploding internal organs. But it moved from one living thing to the next if two or more beings were connected, killing everyone that touched the target. A Belador shouted telepathically, and she wheeled to find a Svart pushed back by 4 Beladors, shoving a kinetic wall at it. She squeezed the trigger, and the Svart turned rigid and shook as if he'd been hit by high-voltage current. She searched the room quickly for Kelman and Cardos, but couldn't see past the battling trolls and agents to find them or a young girl fitting Lana's description. 14 captives had raced out, screaming that the trolls were feeding. Ival couldn't be too late for the boys or Lana. Quinn had been told to search any troll mind he could, but from the strain on his face, he wasn't having much luck. One troll tossed aside 2 Viper agents he had by the throats and howled, turning until he spotted Quinn. Then Quinn grabbed his own head. The minute the troll dove for Quinn, Ival blasted the nasty creature to pieces. Screw intel. Shaking his head, Quinn staggered but gave her a thumbs up that he was good for the moment. 3 trolls still engaged agents in the middle of the chairs and other furniture that were piled haphazardly. Ival pushed into the center of the carnage. A clawed hand reached out from a battle and grabbed her, digging into her sore shoulder when he shoved Ival to her knees. She clenched against the new pain and fought to turn the weapon on him. Storm snarled, tackling the Svart and yanking his attention away from Ival. She jumped up and took aim, but couldn't kill the Svart while he was entangled with Storm. "Ival!" That was Kelman's voice. Quinn rushed away from the fighting and called to Ival. "One of them grabbed Lana. Don't kill her when you shoot." Ival flipped the lever on the weapon to the lower strength and spun in the direction of Kelman's voice. The teenager stood with a finger pointed at the Svart holding a young woman. Lana. Kelman and Cardos chanted something that had the Svart slapping his face with his free hand. The Svart must not want to eat Lana, or he'd have done so, but the girl was turning blue from lack of air. Ival took the shot, hoping the level of stun wouldn't harm Lana. The troll jerked and lit up as if he'd been electrocuted by enough power to run Times Square, but he did drop the girl. Lana fell to the floor in a limp pile. Kelman reached Lana first, then Quinn and Cardos knelt beside her. Quinn called to Ival, "She's alive." With them secure for the moment, Ival turned to find Storm. He had bloody slashes across his chest and arms from claws where he still fought the Svart. The troll and Storm crashed through a pile of chairs, falling to the floor. She yelled at Storm, "Get ready!" He didn't have time to ask for what when she lifted a hand and slammed a kinetic hit at the Svart. That caused the troll to jerk his head around to her and lift up in preparation to attack. Flipping the lever back to deep fry, she yelled at Storm, "Move, now!" The troll leaped at her, but Hallelujah Storm rolled to his left. She blasted the troll in midair, spewing green ooze all over the place. Smelled like raw sewage in summer heat. Storm jumped to his feet and headed toward the other two Svarts still battling. Ival said, "Hold up." Storm turned back. "Why?" "Don't jump in unless they can't break away so I can get a kill shot." Zader fought a Svart alongside Reese Casper Jordan, another Viper agent who was not Belador. She told Zader telepathically, "I need you to slam the troll with your kinetics to break away, then you and Casper hit the floor when I say go." Zader said, "I told Casper. We'll go on the count of 3. When Ival yelled, 1, 2, 3, Zader hit the Svart with a kinetic shot that barely knocked the troll back a step. Zader and Casper dove for the floor, completely vulnerable. Ival blasted the Svart, then finished off the last one the same way. Zader moved toward her. He walked with a limp, but he'd heal quickly. Ival asked, "What about the humans?" "All safe. There was just one Svart watching them, and Trey got him with the other weapon." Casper swaggered up to her, wiping troll goo off his face. That cowboy only knew one way to walk. "Some fine shooting there, Ival. That cleaned house." Not completely. Ival had only stunned the one who'd grabbed Lana. She was about to mention that when Adriana came strolling up, not a drop of stinking troll goo anywhere on her tight-fitting black jumpsuit. How did she manage to always look so put together, even at a smackdown? Adriana told Zader, "Trey's with the humans. I put them to sleep with a spell, but it won't last long. There's more here than I can clean up. I can give them a memory that they dreamed this, like I did the gangers today, but that's not going to work this time because they've got injuries that need treating. They'll end up at the hospital, all with the same dream." She held up her fingers and made quote marks in the air when she said the word dream. "They need their memories wiped and transport to medical care, and I can't do that." Was it petty of her to be thrilled about hearing something Adriana couldn't do? Probably. Too bad. Ival smiled. Zader said, "Gotta call in Sen." So much for enjoying the moment. Sen would have to do more than just clean up the mess and wipe mines. He'd have to put this building back in shape, right down to repairing any structural damage, so the humans would never know what happened here. Zader sent Casper to assess agent injuries while he contacted Sen. Ival walked over to the teenagers, just as a flush of power whipped through the air. She ignored Sen's arrival and searched for the boys. She let out a sigh of relief when she spotted them sitting next to the girl with interesting hair. Blonde at the roots, but the curls ended in black tips. Lana had a stunned look on her attractive face. "So you're Lana?" Lana lifted her face to Ival. "Yes, you are Ival." Kelman took his eyes off Lana long enough to smile up at Ival. "Good to see you." "Glad you and Cardos are safe." Ival would have said more, but Cardos pulled Lana's hair back off her face, and Kelman glared at his brother. Kelman? Now that was amusing. Lucky for both of them that overprotective Quinn hadn't noticed either action. The Svart Ival had stunned let out a groan. Storm walked up next to her and stood over the troll. "He's not dead?" Ival shook her head. "He had Lana in his hands, so I had to drop the power on the weapon to stun." She lifted the weapon. "But I can fix that if he doesn't behave." "Wait." Quinn snapped to his feet and looked down at the troll that had a gold armband with odd carvings. Lana said, "They call that one lieutenant. He is leader." Quinn said, "I couldn't get into the mind of the other ones, but—" Everyone fell silent as Quinn stared at the troll and it started trembling. The Svart must have mental shields up even when unconscious. When Zader walked up to them, Ival held up a finger and pointed at Quinn. Zader nodded and spoke to her telepathically. "Sen's here, and he's going to be here for a while to clean up. Plus, I told him other trolls are expected to come back here to feed. Once Quinn is finished, Sen will take this fart to Viper lockdown.
She hadn't thought past this battle, but Zader was right. I'm sure Isaac will let us keep the weapon Trey has for a little longer. Trey should be able to pick off Svarts as they show up. I'll stick around to back him up, but I need to get these two boys out of here. I don't want them out on the streets until I know it's relatively safe again.
Zader turned around, facing the way they came in. Ah, hell.
Ival turned to find Isaac striding across the room. Sen could have torched Isaac with his glare and probably would have, if Isaac had not been human. Isaac ignored Sen, clueless about the power Sen wielded. When Sen's glare shifted to Ival, Zader sighed and said to her,
I'll back you up when we go in to explain Isaac and the weapons.
Isaac eyed the room as he stepped over troll body parts scattered around. When he reached Ival, he paused.
Nice job.
She couldn't help but smile at him. Thanks for the weapon. Storm stepped up next to her with his arms crossed and a scowl planted on his face. She ignored him and tried to return the weapon to Isaac. Isaac said,
Keep it for now.
His attention went to the three teenagers.
Are they?
Yes. That's when she realized she had an answer to her problem. I need you to do me a favor, Isaac. He didn't say a word, but the grin he gave Storm might start a new battle.
Sure, darling. Whatever you want.
Oh, this was too easy. Would you take those twins to your warehouse until I can come pick them up? I'll bring your weapons back when I do. When Isaac looked at her in horror, Storm broke out a grin. Crap. She went for the kill. Please?
I'll take them to Kit.
Then Isaac added,
We'll be expecting you for that dinner you agreed to.
Storm's dark eyes slashed at Ival, full of questions. She didn't have time to answer any of them. As if that weren't complicated enough, she caught Sen's gaze, which had latched onto Storm. Ival caught Storm's attention and nodded toward Sen. Storm ignored the evil glare.
I'll talk to Viper tomorrow. Sen can stew until then.
She didn't think it would be that simple, but they could talk about that later. Sorry Sen found out about you being here before you were ready.
Not a problem. I wouldn't have stayed out of the picture much longer.
By now more Beladors were arriving and crowding the area. Zader ordered everyone away from Quinn, who had dropped to his knees beside the Svart, concentrating. When he didn't appear to be in distress, Ival moved the boys and Lana away. After a brief argument, Ival convinced the twins to go with Isaac and promised to come get them as soon as she could. Lana kissed both Cardos and Kelman on their cheeks before they left, then eased over closer to Quinn but didn't bother him. With Isaac gone, Sen returned to working through issues with Zader.
Bloody hell,
Quinn shouted. Ival swung around to Quinn. Are you hurt?
No. We've been played. This was all a diversion.
Zader said,
What do you mean?
There's a team of Svarts being teleported to Treor. They're going after the castle and Brina, and they have another demon Svart, worse than the one that attacked Ival. Zader rarely looked shocked.
That's not possible. How could they know where to...
Then something clearly transpired between him and Quinn that Ival would love to have heard. She saw the looks on both their faces. For the first time since she'd known these two men, they were at odds with one another. Zader shouted for Sen, who had been standing way across the room, but appeared instantly next to Zader. Sen growled.
What? I'm taking all the Beladors I can with me to Treor, and I need you to teleport us now.
Why? Zader swung a vicious look at Sen that warned him not to waste time.
Our warrior queen is in mortal danger.
Ival had never seen Sen show understanding for anyone, especially her, but his whole demeanor changed to compliant. Did Sen know how much Brina meant to Zader beyond being their warrior queen? Would he even care? Ival rolled her eyes at the ridiculous thought. Sen said,
The fastest way to send you is as a group. Line up your Beladors so that they touch each other in some way, even if they just grab each other's clothing. When you're ready, open your mind to Treor. I'll be the only person besides you who will know the path to your destination. Zader's voice boomed in Ival's mind as he sent a telepathic message to all the Beladors, dictating which ones would travel with him and who would stay to aid Sen. He wanted everyone ready to go in 60 seconds. Trey handed Casper his weapon and joined Zader's group. Quinn snagged Lana and pulled her aside. "I'm glad you're safe, but I want you out of here." "No, I must stay with you," Lana said in a panicked voice that surprised Ival. "I helped. You would not have known where Schwartz held everyone if I had not been here. Do not leave me." Quinn leaned down, putting his hand on her shoulder and patience into his voice. "We'll talk all about this when I get back. You'll be fine until then. I have a car arriving in 5 minutes to pick you up outside. Go directly to the suite and stay there this time, understand?" Lana said, "Yes," but her eyes said she felt abandoned. Ival's empathic ability kicked in at that point, and she felt not abandonment, but fear, hardcore terror. The Svarts were dead, so what scared the girl? But Ival could do nothing at that point. She certainly owed the girl her gratitude for the boys being alive, but Ival would have to address that when she returned from Treor. "Is everyone ready?" Sen asked Zader, who was snapping orders to get into position. "Yes, locate the Svarts on Treor. Put us between the trolls and Brina, but closer to the trolls if possible." Ival hooked the strap of the weapon over her head so that it hung across her chest. Fingers crossed in hope she wouldn't humiliate herself by throwing up, she stepped up to the packed circle of 50 Beladors. Something touched her boot. She looked down, but nothing was there. As Zader said, "Ready," 2 arms snaked around Ival's waist and pulled her back against a rock-hard chest. She snapped, "Just grab my shirt, for crying out loud." She tensed, but had no time to swing around and shove the guy away as everything swirled into a blur of teleporting. Warm air rushed along her neck when a deep voice said, "Don't worry, I've got you." "Storm? You can't come with us?" "I am not letting you face another demon, Svart, alone." She relaxed in his arms, exhilarating in a selfish moment of feeling happy, since she couldn't change what was already in motion. He kissed her neck and warmed her in his arms, but every good thing in her life usually came with a cost. No one should be traveling to Treor except Beladors. She prepared herself for Zader's reaction when he realized she'd brought an outsider into the sacred home of Belador power. Zader's words to Sen hit her. Put us between the trolls and Brina. What if the trolls had already entered the castle? Sending Zader through the warding would kill him. Chapter 31. When the teleporting ended, Ival opened her eyes quickly and finally took a breath. Not inside Treor Castle. Zader hadn't been killed. She gawked at the glittering castle that rose from a mist surrounding the curtain wall like a floating moat. She marveled at the grayish-pink twilight, neither sunlight nor the darkness she'd left in Atlanta. Lush green land sprawled for a half-mile in any direction from the castle, flowing to forests with giant trees that reminded her of the redwoods in California. Sen had dropped them in knee-high, silky grass growing at the edge of a forest directly across a wide stretch of land from the castle entrance. How far away were the purple and blue mountains in the distance beyond the castle? Hundreds of miles? When Storm pulled his arms away, Ival took a step back and almost fell over Lana, who had a hand on her boot. Ival hissed, "What are you doing here?" Lana looked up with wide eyes. "Please do not tell cousin. I could not stay back there without him." Quinn walked up and snarled through clenched teeth. "Lana?" Ival couldn't recall Quinn ever losing his temper so easily, and didn't know what Lana's problem was, but she took pity on Lana when Quinn's face contorted with barely controlled rage. Hoping to ease the tension, Ival said, "We'll find a place for Lana to wait, Quinn. She'll be okay." "No, she won't," he snapped at Ival. "She's going to get our people killed if she doesn't get herself killed first." Lana dropped her head. "I am sorry." The hurt in Lana's voice pulled on Ival's heartstrings. Lana had powers, but she was deathly afraid of being left behind for some reason. Zader walked up, took one look at Storm and another at Lana.
What the hell, Ival?
I didn't do all this. Before Zader said another word, a light began swirling in the middle of the Beladors, pushing them out in a circle. Everyone quieted. When the light vanished, a cluster of Belador swords materialized, stabbed into the ground, ready to be drawn. Zader immediately turned his attention to the battle, telling everyone,
"Your warrior queen has sent us swords that are more powerful here than in any other place. Take up your sword and prepare to face the enemy."
Zader told Quinn,
"Send Lana to stay in the castle with Brina until we return to Atlanta."
Done. When Lana started to protest, Ival put her hand on the girl's shoulder. That's the safest place for you to be, because we won't let the Svarts anywhere near the castle. Zader told Ival,
"You take her there."
Me? Why do I have to take her?
"Are you questioning me?"
Zader asked, in full maester mode and out of patience. Good grief. What had she been thinking to speak so freely with Zader in this situation? Absolutely not, maester. My apologies.
He nodded. "Brina will give you a sword when you get there. Protect the entrance to the castle."
Ival had a chance to fight with the tribe on Treor, and she'd been relegated to babysitter and front door guard. The Beladors would stop the trolls before reaching that point, leaving her out of the battle. But the last thing she wanted was to give Zader any more reason to be disappointed in her. She handed off her night weapon to Trey. Zader finished issuing orders and turned to Storm.
"You can't shift here without Brina's explicit permission, and I don't have time to take you to her to discuss your presence on Treor. But there's a sword for you, too."
Storm asked Zader,
"What happens if I shift without permission?" You burst into flames.
Storm lifted a sword, then turned back as if he intended to stay by Ival's side. She shook her head, silently pleading with him not to make things any worse for her by refusing to follow Zader's orders. Storm held her gaze a moment, then left with the team he'd been assigned to, disappearing into the woods. Ready to follow Zader's orders to a T, Ival asked Lana, "How fast can you run?" "Fast." She took the girl's hand and ran toward the castle with her Belador speed. No one had to hold back powers here, but Ival slowed to a human pace when she noticed the girl use magic to hover above the ground every few steps to keep up. Halfway to the castle, howling screeches erupted behind her in the forest. Her tribe had found the Svarts. But how many? Sounded like a lot more than 8 in those woods. When Ival reached the castle steps, she released Lana's hand and stopped to peer up at the towering structure that was both fairy tale and dark fantasy. Blue, purple, and black stones made up the outside, with a Belador triquetra carved into every blue stone. 2 massive wood and iron doors 15 feet tall and just as wide together opened into the castle. Brina appeared in the opening, but stopped short of crossing the threshold. She frowned at Ival. "Why aren't you with Zader?" Ival grabbed a mute Lana by the arm and towed her up the steps until they reached the first landing. "He told me to guard the entrance and bring Lana here." "Who is she, and what would she be doing here?" "Quinn's cousin and—" Brina studied harder on Lana. "You are not Belador." "No, I am Romanian." Ival continued up the last 2 steps to the wide, gray slab at the top landing. "She traveled with us by accident." "Storm traveled the same way," Lana pointed out, clearly looking for safety in numbers. What had Quinn called her? Brat. That fit. Ival turned to Brina. "There was also an accident. We were in the middle of a Viper op when Quinn entered the mind of a Svart troll and found out they were coming for you. Zader had sent teleport us, so neither Storm nor Lana knows how to find Treor." Brina nodded. "The Royal Guard just reported encountering Svart trolls. We've already lost 2 of our own." Ival's empathic ability came to life, picking up the anguish rolling off Brina, who had to be even more frustrated than Ival about not joining the battle. When the sound of howls erupted from the forest again, Brina asked, "Where is the other one who came with you?" "Storm is fighting with the Beladors." "Those Svarts found out how to get here," Brina said under her breath. "I will not sanction those who traveled with you if Zader feels they pose no security issue." Thank you. Ival wondered who told the Svarts how to get to Treor, or who teleported them here. But that was up to Zader and Brina to figure out. She said to Brina, Quinn respectfully requests that you keep Lana inside the castle while we deal with Svarts. Brina asked Lana, Are you immortal? No, why? Because you would die if you tried to cross the warding into this castle if you were. Come in. The minute Lana entered, Brina told her, Go over and stand with Alan and the guards. Ival leaned to look past Brina and saw a wall of guards who would surround Brina and protect her to the end if anything got past the doors, after it had gone through Ival. A screaming howl like a devil on a killing spree spun Ival around. Stomping out of the woods and onto the field came the largest Svart Ival had seen so far. Had to be 12 feet tall. He wore a rough-cut brown leather vest and matching pants that stopped at his knees. Brina said, Even from here, I can see the yellow eyes of a demon. How can a troll be so powerful? The demon troll swatted Beladors aside like flies. A shining Belador sword appeared before Ival. She snatched it out of the air, ready to defend this castle. Adrenaline pumped through her, firing up the alterant beast inside with the urge to fight. Cartilage snapped, lifting a ridge of skin along the top of her forearms. All Beladors could shift their bodies to battle form, but she had to be careful to stop at this point, or her alterant beast would break free. She'd force her beast to remain caged, but something told Ival she could not face another demonic troll in this human body and walk away. But shifting fully into beast form would break her oath to Matcha and dictate Ival's immediate death. The battle between Beladors and Svart trolls filtered out of the forest into the open field. Working together in a place where the Belador power only strengthened, warriors appeared to be gaining on the Svarts. All except the demonic troll. He picked up speed as he headed toward the castle. Brina beat her fist against the doorframe. I hate being stuck in here like a glass treasure. Ival doubted the sword she held was going to stop that particular Svart. She called out to Trey, We need the night weapon at the castle. Trey answered, The weapon doesn't work here. Oh, crap. Are you killing Svarts with swords? Yes, but not the demonic troll. Nothing kills him. He's crushed 2 Beladors. Yellow eyes glowed bright as light bulbs in the demon Svart as his face came into better view with each thundering step. A female Belador warrior attacked him. He slowed to lift her off the ground and rip her body in half. Brina shouted, That vermin is killing my people. Zader has to... Don't call him, Brina. Why not? He is Maester. Ival understood more than Brina realized. The warrior queen thought since Zader was immortal, something Ival couldn't admit knowing, that he could handle the troll and survive. But Brina was wrong. Keeping her eyes on the approaching threat, Ival pointed out, You don't want Zader to link with the Beladors and risk this thing killing everyone with one blow. Of course not. That would be mass murder. Ival gave Brina a sobering truth, careful not to point out Zader's immortality. Even Zader can't survive if that thing bites off his head. Brina's fists gripped so hard her knuckles turned white. She said, We need Matcha, but I do not think I can reach her. Where is she? At the tribunal meeting, the one place she cannot hear my call. That's right. Ival would have to face Matcha soon, and without Tristan, but that wasn't her top concern right this minute. Brina ran her hands through her hair, thinking out loud. The only way to be sending a message to her right now is through Sen, but I cannot take him away from Atlanta until we send Beladors back. When Zader arrived, he told me Sen was dealing with the last of the Svarts there. She took a breath and said, I'm guessing we've about 4 or 5 minutes before that troll reaches us. The unknown female voice that popped into Ival's mind at the most bizarre times chose that moment to speak again. Believing is the hardest thing to learn, but believing in yourself should be the easiest to do. Ival shouted inside her mind, If you're so smart, why don't you tell me who you are? She ignored the distraction, focusing instead on the one thing she could do. She told Brina, "I can stop the Svart if you'll help me." "Name it." Yvonne swallowed. "Give me permission to shift fully into my alternate beast state. Once I kill this Svart, I'll shift back into my human form." When Brina didn't reply, Yvonne said, "I can do this if it won't get you in trouble with the Tribunal. They have no say over what happens outside the realm of Earth, and Treyarch is not of that world. But I do not think that is a good idea. In that case, if you aren't going to give me permission, then take Lana and hide somewhere that troll can't find you. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Eval, come with us or he'll kill you. I'm a warrior. My duty is to defend Treyarch at all costs. You asked me to trust you in the past," Eval said, her heart slamming her chest as the demon got closer. "I'm asking you to trust me and allow me to shift. If you do, order the Beladors to stay back, or Zader and Quinn will interfere." No Belador could act against Brina's orders while here on Treyarch, even if they wanted to. Storm might try, since he was not of the tribe. Eval could only hope that Zader would be able to stop Storm so he didn't die trying to help her. In the next heartbeat, Brina said, "Eval Kincaid, I give you permission to shift into your alternate form. But know that if you do not shift back, Matcha will destroy you." "I understand. Now please move to the safest place you can with Lana, in case I don't stop him." Chapter 32. Yvonne drew on the power she held deep inside, calling up her beast. She walked down the steps of Treyarch Castle as the change came over her. Power surged from her core, flooding her limbs until bones cracked and altered with her shape. Her clothes shredded away from muscles that bulged and twisted into grotesque shapes. Her feet burst out of her boots, toes curling with claws. Pain ricocheted through her head as jawbones popped and cracked, widening to accept the double row of jagged fangs. Scales covered her torso, and coarse black hair hung from her arms and legs. Even when she reached 10 feet in height, the demon troll still towered over her. But Yvonne didn't care. She'd either prove her value to the Beladors here and now, or die trying. She flipped the sword over in her hand, holding the blade like a throwing dagger in her thick fingers now that her hands had outgrown the weapon. One strong strike could end this quickly. She threw the sword at the troll's chest. He shocked her with his agility, spinning around as the sword flew past him and stuck into the ground. She fisted her hands and threw kinetic blasts at him. He staggered back a step, howled, and kept coming. She charged him, hoping her momentum would balance out the difference in size. Head down, she slammed him in the middle. He went backward, but her eyes crossed from the power of the hit. Falling forward on top of him, she scrambled off and whipped onto her feet, ready. The blasted troll was just as quick. He lunged and swung a fist at her, opening his fingers at the last moment to swipe 3 sharp claws across her chest. She growled at the slash of agony burning her skin and drove her fist into the troll's jaw. She kicked him in the crotch. That should have taken him to his knees, but didn't. He battled her slug for slug back and forth, draining her stamina. She shoved away, backing up several steps, as if she retreated. His eyes glowed a putrid yellow with black diamond centers when he smiled. "You haven't beaten me yet." But he would, if this didn't end soon. Blood dripped from the side of her mouth, and more flowed from the gouge in her chest. She lifted a hand and waved him forward, taunting him to come at her. And he did. She waited until the last possible second, hoping she still possessed reflexes quick enough to dodge. His mouth opened in a snarl, claws reaching for more blood. She dove down, taking his feet out from under him. Fear of being pinned under his weight gave her a burst of speed to push herself through his legs. He hit the ground, dropping like a 10-story building. She shoved up to her feet, swaying, then dove onto his back. She grabbed his head and twisted. His neck didn't break. Ah, crap. He growled, teeth snapping. In a fast move, he bent his arms, pushing himself up off the ground and flipping backward to land with her beneath him. His brutal weight hit hard on top of her. Ribs cracked. Hers, excruciating pain, blinded her. She didn't have the strength to draw on her beast to heal. Power barreled through her. Zader and Quinn were linking with her. No, it's too dangerous. New energy pulsed in Ival's veins, aiding her to keep fighting. But no matter how hard they fed their energy into the link, Zader and Quinn couldn't send enough power to fuel the body of her beast. The troll rolled off her and pushed up on his knees. He reached for her throat. She slammed a fist into his head and then flipped away. He growled and grabbed a fist of her hair, yanking her back until she could see the fangs in his open mouth. Reaching her hand out, she used kinetics to call back the sword that had missed hitting the troll. The cool metal handle slammed into her hand as the troll's jaws came down for her throat. She slashed across his throat. Green blood spewed over her. Eyes bulging, the troll hung there, suspended for a second, until Ival shoved him to the side, where his body twitched and jerked. The giant finally stopped moving. Her ribs screamed in pain, but she got to her knees, then her feet, weaving where she stood. As Zader and Quinn unlinked with her, Ival's body trembled from the brutal attack. She ached everywhere, except in her heart, where happiness exploded over having protected their warrior queen. The silence drew Ival's eyes to the field between her and the forest, where Belador stood among dead trolls and the bodies of fallen Belador warriors. With the exception of Zader and Quinn, who had seen her once before in her beast state, mouths gaped open on every other Belador. Storm was in the grasp of two warriors, as if they'd had to hold him back at one time. But not now. The shock in his eyes tore her insides apart worse than her cracked ribs. Tears flooded her eyes, but she squeezed them shut, refusing to show her hurt. What had she expected? That they would see past the hideous monster she'd shifted into? To the woman who fought to be accepted? A roar went up among the Beladors, but Ival had already turned toward the castle. She found no joy in the cheering that was nothing more than the cry of victory over an enemy defeated. The horror in their faces would live in the back of her mind. She thought nothing could be worse than being an outcast. Now the Beladors would see her as something much worse. A monster. She lumbered across the soft grass toward the castle, forcing her beast back into her body. By the time she reached the steps, she had her head down to keep the glare of even the minimal light from blinding her. Lana stood on the top landing with a robe in one hand and sunglasses in the other, which she stuck under Ival's nose.
Brina said to give this to you.
Brina had to be the reason that troll goo no longer covered Ival. Sliding the glasses onto her face, Ival pulled on the dark blue velvet robe trimmed in gold.
Ival?
Brina called from the doorway.
Yes?
Ival could barely get the word out past her raw throat. She met Brina's gaze, surprised to see admiration in her warrior queen's eyes.
I am as proud of you as any warrior I've ever had.
Tears threatened again, but Ival swallowed them back.
Thank you.
Zader ran up the steps beside her. How badly are you hurt, Ival?
Not bad,
she lied, feeling the trickle of warm blood running down her chest. He put his hand on her shoulder. You saved a lot of lives, but to protect Brina is... He looked away. We'll talk later. Ival nodded and accepted Zader's hug, flinching at the pain in her ribs. Zader turned on Brina, demanding, How could you stop me from going to her?
Ival held up her hand. I asked Brina to keep all of you back. If I couldn't kill that troll, then you would have died trying to help me. You're too important to the Beladors to sacrifice yourself, and you're the one who taught me duty comes first.
He scowled at her. Quinn showed up next, just as ragged and bleeding around the edges as Zader. He shook his head, saying to Ival, I don't know who took more bloody years off my life today, you or Lana. You two are turning me into an old man.
Lana hugged him. You are unharmed, cousin.
I'm fine. Zader said to Brina. I know Evol's hurt worse than she's admitting. I could feel it when we linked, and I smell the blood. She needs to heal. Before Brina said anything, Evol took a gamble and said to Brina, I've learned how to heal myself. I can do it once I go home. Brina looked over at Zader, who said nothing, which made it appear as though he knew about her ability to heal, when he didn't. Evol would tell him and Quinn about it as soon as she got a chance, but for now, Brina seemed to take his silence as approval that Evol's healing did not involve shifting into her beast. She told Evol, I'll be sending you back to Atlanta as soon as you're ready. Quinn added, You can take Lana with you, Evol. That's fine. Then Evol realized she couldn't go. She told Brina, I can't leave until I talk to Matcha. I haven't brought her an alterant yet, and she gave me a deadline to do so by the time she finished meeting with Dakar. Brina held up her finger and looked off into the distance, her eyes unfocused. She's on her way. The air brightened and crackled with the introduction of power, then Matcha appeared next to Brina. The goddess took one look at the group on the castle landing and said, What's going on? Brina quickly explained what had transpired. Staring out over the field, Matcha's face morphed from appearing imposed upon to deeply concerned. Her hair floated and moved, changing from a deep auburn color to golden, streaked, until the locks settled down when her gaze returned to Evol. Have you brought me Tristan? No, goddess. Any other alterants? No. Zader cleared his throat as though to speak, but Matcha turned one raised eyebrow on him, and that silenced everyone. Then she said to Evol, Is it true you shifted into your beast? Evol considered trying to explain, but that had been a yes or no question, intended for her to acknowledge what she'd done because Brina must have told Matcha telepathically when she called for the goddess. Yes, I did. Your deadline has arrived for delivering Tristan to me. I understand. That's why I waited to see you. And accept whatever penalty Matcha imposed. She'd given Evol and the other alterants a golden opportunity, only to be disappointed. Matcha surveyed the carnage once more, then glanced back at Evol. I understand I have you to thank for defeating a demonic Svart troll? Not sure how to reply to that, Evol just kept quiet. Had that troll harmed Brina, bringing me all the alterants in the world would not have made up for it. I will allow you more time to complete your task. Relief was too simple a word for what Evol felt. The deep breath she took sent pain streaking through her chest from where her ribs had been broken. She hissed and gritted her teeth. Brina noticed and announced, I was preparing to send Evol back to Atlanta. Acknowledging her comment with a tilt of her head, Matcha said, Go ahead. She took in Zader next and stated, We have outsiders in Traor. If you'll allow me to complete what I have to do out here first, I'll give you a full report about that and the Svart trolls before I leave. Do you require my assistance out there? Zader looked over his shoulder, then back at the goddess. No, thank you, goddess. We have this handled. Have Brina call me when you're ready to talk. Matcha turned to Brina. Is the castle secure? All is fine now. Matcha vanished. Evol would normally wait to return with the team, but she couldn't face Storm. He hadn't come near her since she'd shifted back to her human form. Why would he? What man would want anything to do with a hideous monster? Storm would never look at her again as a woman after seeing her beast today. She could suffer any wound except seeing the revulsion he wouldn't be able to hide. But she couldn't leave without asking Zader, Will Matcha do anything to Storm? No, I'll explain that he helped us. Just go heal yourself, he added. I need you back to full speed before you return. Take the time you need to completely heal. When Zader hesitated, as though he had something else to say about Storm, Ival's stomach dropped at the worry coming off Zader. He had seen her shame before she turned away and would try to fix that, but as Maester, he had enough burden on his shoulders today. Her smile lacked any power when she told him, "I'll be fine." "Where do you wish to be sent, Ival?" Brina asked. "I need to get back to my motorcycle." Quinn released a sigh full of frustration. "You're in no shape to ride that thing. I had a car sent for Lana before we left the building. Take that home and pick up your bike tomorrow. No one can steal your Jix or harm it. But give me a minute with Lana, then you two can go." Numb to her soul, Ival didn't argue. She couldn't find the energy to care about anything right now. She missed Storm already. The desire to turn around and search for him was so strong she shook from it. But she might see more than shock this time. She might see disgust, and couldn't face that. He'd never touch her again. Quinn pulled Lana aside, speaking to her in a hushed tone. Zader stood next to Ival, staring at Brina, who moved closer to the very inside edge of the threshold. He'd told Ival that Brina was duty-bound to stay inside the castle to protect the Belador power. The Belador warrior queen looked miserable, and Zader not much better. Brina whispered to him, "I feared for your life." Zader took a step toward Brina, as if her words drew him. But he paused when someone in uniform appeared behind Brina, a guard. The young man's face tightened with fierce determination over something. Zader spoke to the guard. "Where were you, Alan?" "Covering her back in case a troll found another way inside the castle. She was never out of my sight." Ival believed only the three of them were privy to whatever played between Brina, the guard, and Zader. Cool disdain swept across Zader's features. He took a step back. Brina's face fell beneath an onslaught of emotion. "Zader?" Her pleading voice sounded like the young woman she should be, and not a warrior queen who carried the weight of so many lives on her shoulders. The harsh line of Zader's grim mouth softened with tenderness when he said, "I will always stand between you and danger." He turned and walked away. Lana grasped Ival's hand, tugging down to get her attention. "We will go now." Confused over what had just happened between Zader and Brina, Ival just nodded at Lana and said, "We're ready, Brina." Caught watching Zader, Brina shook herself and blinked at Ival. "What?" "To go back to Atlanta. You were going to send us?" Brina drew in a shaky breath, then seemed to remember who she was, and squared her shoulders. This time her voice came out crisp and confident. "And vision exactly where you intend to arrive. And if you close your eyes, Ival, the going will not make you so sick." Why hadn't anyone told me that before? Or would that only work when Brina teleported her? Ival nodded and closed her eyes. She still suffered the sensation of being out of control and swirling around, but she didn't throw up when she and Lana reached the parking lot behind the old Sears building. Light seeped along the eastern horizon, but she had enough time for a speed limit drive home. Casper appeared out of the dark shadows and strolled up to her with the night weapon hanging in the crook of his arm. He surveyed her clothing and cocked an eyebrow. "Everything all right, Ival?" Nothing would ever be okay again. But Casper had been talking about Treyor. "We stopped the Svarts. How about here?" "Before all of you hauled ass out of here, Quinn told me the lieutenant troll knew of 11 more in the city. I got 'em all but one," Casper said, sounding like someone who could spin a six-shooter and drop it in his holster. "Sen took care of the last one. He's about done here." "I don't want to see Sen." Casper grinned. "Don't blame you. But it's gonna be a bit airy riding home unless you got on something under that robe. Not that I wouldn't enjoy the view when you rode off." She smiled a little, hoping Casper still wanted to joke with her once he heard about Ival the monster.
Quinn sent a car that's supposed to be here somewhere?
That'd be the sleek black ride sitting over yonder. Casper waved at someone behind her. When Ival shifted around, a black limousine pulled up. The driver jumped out and said,
Miss Lana?
Lana took on the air of a princess.
That is me. There are two of us.
Absolutely. The chauffeur opened her door, then led Ival to the other side, where she slid into the luxurious leather seat next to Lana. As soon as the driver climbed in, Lana said,
Ival will give you her address.
Ival had just sat down.
What? Cousin said he must help Zader and I must go with you to apartment.
Ival had never allowed anyone inside her underground apartment except Zader and Quinn. But this girl had done her share to save lives tonight, the twins being two of those. Ival gave the driver an address near her apartment and dropped her head back against the cool leather seat. When the chauffeur closed the privacy window to the passenger area and drove off, Ival mumbled,
Thought Quinn wanted you to go to the hotel. He said I am safe with you and I am to tell you important thing about when you change into your other self.
Turning her head to Lana, Ival said,
I don't want to be rude to you, but the last thing I want to talk about is what happened back in Treor. You are wrong. You must know this.
Chapter 33. I should ha' expected Kazira to put her own plan into play since she shares the blood of both of us. Cathbad stood alongside Flavin in front of her scryan wall, where rare gems glistened and sparkled beneath a shower of cascading water. He could not fulfill his own plans as long as Kazira remained in the dungeon. Pointing at the images on the wall, the aftermath of the battle between the Beladors and the Svarts on Treor, Cathbad said, You're fortunate the female alterant defeated the demonic troll.
I never doubted that Ival would survive a battle with the troll we dipped in Loch Reeve. I'm fortunate to have caught Kazira's betrayal now, before she could ruin everything.
Ah, Flavin, you're wrong. Kazira did you a favor.
How do you possibly see this as such?
Kazira told me she intended to gain the location of Treor and test the defenses with trolls. She had planned it as a surprise for you.
You really want me to believe that?
No, but he had never won a battle from the point of defense. I do. You compel her. Do you really think she can get around that?
Flavin shifted her gaze to him, eyes tense with undisclosed thoughts. Not really.
Course no. You need Kazira. She brought you Tristan and his sister. Kazira will deliver the other 5 alterants, and in time.
Cathbad would ensure that she did.
Flavin floated across her chamber. In her wake, flames surged on hundreds of candles around the room, then died back to normal heights as her energy moved with her.
I can't abide a traitor.
If that be the case, why does she live? Spinning around in a swirl of brilliant colors, Flavin cocked her head at him.
You would condemn your precious child to death?
No, but I question if you truly believe she betrayed you since she still lives.
He'd struck his mark. Flavin scowled at him.
Now that he'd stirred doubt, he added, You need the girl to do your bidding, lest you want to go out there yourself. She sent him a look that suggested he'd been birthed by a rock. He gifted her with the smile that had once put him in her bed. You and I can no leave until the day the alterants win Treor for us. Until then, we need Kazira. She smoothed the hand over her hair. Long black fingernails adorned with diamonds sparked with tiny bolts of energy.
I'll release her if you share what you know about the alterants.
He loved a good victory, especially since he'd been anxious to start pushing alterants to the next level. Waiting until now had played perfectly into his hands. He would share something, but no everything. 'Tis a fair request you make. First, you must know that the other 4 will seek out Ival.
When?
That is the part that I will now share with you. 'Tis said once the female alterant has the gold aura and shifts into her beast, as she did today, the other 4 alterants will seek her out. When that happens, Tristan and his sister will become important, so do not lose them. I don't plan to lose any captive, but what would it matter since Tristan is not one of the 5? Open your scryan wall to the arena and teleport Tristan there. Flavin considered his request with suspicion, but floated over to her wall. When she waved her hands, the massive pit in the tower known as the arena came into view, and Tristan appeared inside, looking around in surprise. He shouted, "Where's my sister, Kazira?" Blank walls echoed his question back at him. "Well?" Flavin said to Cathbad. "You still have our wyverns we altered with noir magic?" "Of course, and they are mine, not ours." What man ever owned anything in a marriage? Cathbad let that go. "Call up the one known as Morvac." "Why the wimpy one? Some have grown far larger than that one." "Morvac is fine for what I have in mind. Just do it, Flavin, and allow Tristan to use his kinetic powers in the arena." She shrugged and twirled the fingers on one hand. An iron door slid up, and one of the winged creatures Cathbad had begun acquiring more than 3 centuries ago came snarling into the room. Unlike most dragons, Wyvern had only hindquarters at one end of a black, snake-like body, but 4 massive orange and black wings with razor claws at the tip of each vertebra. The tail whipped back and forth, split at the end into 2 sharp red spikes loaded with deadly noir venom. Tristan took one look at the wyvern and began to shift into a beast, growing taller and thicker with twisting bones and muscles. His head widened and stretched with jaws that snarled open, a black maw with jagged teeth. Saliva ran from his lips when he roared. The wyvern flared its wings like an angry vulture, and fire shot from its snout. The black undulating body twisted and arced back, lifting a head with black eyes and red diamonds for pupils. Flame shot past the wyvern's 2 deadly fangs. Its head flared wide as a cobra's and struck with the same speed. Tristan blocked the strike with his kinetics, then slammed his fist at Morvac, looking surprised his power worked. But he did no more than knock the beast sideways. The wyvern flew at Tristan, driving the alterant to the floor and stomping on his chest. Flavin hissed at Cathbad. "I thought you said we needed Tristan. Why are we letting Morvac kill him?" "Just watch." Morvac and Tristan battled across the arena. Tristan finally knocked the wyvern off its legs and pinned him with kinetics, then jumped on the wyvern's neck. The wicked tail whipped round to stab Tristan's chest, but he grabbed at the tail and used his power to hold the creature in place. He stomped the wyvern's head till it exploded. Fire danced up the alterant's leg, singeing his hair. Tristan roared, his rage echoing around the arena. Flavin sighed and doused Tristan with a wash of water. "That was a waste of a wyvern." "'Tis not finished yet." Tristan's back arched. He jerked around, moaning, and fell off the dead beast, rolling into the middle of the chamber. The alterant's body began changing again, elongating as the scales and hair gave way to a smooth, gray-blue skin covered with new translucent scales the size of Cathbad's hand. Tristan's neck stretched and his head shrank, but in proportion to a body that took on a lion's shape with front and hind legs. All the paws tipped with sharp claws. Wings sprouted from each side of the body, then stretched and widened. Blue and black feathers covered the tops of the wings, but they remained smooth underneath. Predator green eyes shone from within a head shaped like an eagle's, right down to the hooked beak. When the evolution finished, Flavin whispered, "He looks like a dragon, but more regal." Cathbad chuckled. "'Tis a griffin." "I didn't know any still existed." "No, for a long time, and these will soon be ours."
"Mine."
"Women." Cathbad let it go. "All alterants can finish evolving to this state if they battle a wyvern, or a griffin. But we must capture the 5 alterns we need to breach Treor and finish their evolution there. Flavin eyed Cathbad with irritation. We only have 4 more wyverns. We have no choice but to use one with Ival. Then what will we do about the other 4 alterants? 'Twas just like Flavin to think in terms of we when she did no care for the task. Cathbad said, "We need no waste a wyvern on Ival." It took Flavin a moment, but she caught up to his thinking. She scoffed at him. "If you think to use Tristan as a sacrificial lamb for Ival to kill so she can reach Griffin's state, you'll be disappointed. She won't fight Tristan or his sister. Ival is nauseating when it comes to caring for others, especially those she calls friends." Cathbad would no tell Flavin exactly what he had in mind or the alternative. He'd let her think she knew all there was to know about the evolution. "I am no concerned. Ival will fight Tristan in the arena, and one will die, I promise you that." This much he knew to be true. "But you must be able to bring Ival back to us." "If that's all you need, not a problem. Ival has this misplaced sense of honor that will force her to come looking for Tristan and his sister. I'll compel Kazira to lay a trail for Ival that leads to Tower Maeve." Chapter 34. "For the millionth time, I'm not going there." Ival slapped her hand down on the island counter in her kitchen. Why wouldn't Lana let her enjoy a quiet Sunday night after all she'd been through? "Storm doesn't want to see me. Besides, I have a job to do." If she knew where to start looking for Tristan, she'd leave now. But the Maeve had Tristan. If Kazira's warlocks hadn't killed him after he teleported Ival away from the farmhouse. It was going to take some time to find out where he was, if he still lived. She hoped so, and would start searching tomorrow. If Zader caught her out walking the streets tonight, there'd be hell to pay. Lana had showered and changed to jeans and a bubblegum pink sweater after having swung by the hotel to retrieve her small suitcase. The clothes gave her the appearance of an innocent teenager, but she called herself a sorceress. Could she actually be a sorceress? Picking up a lug nut, Lana tossed it to Phoenix, who snagged the treat with his tongue, then danced around, chortling. Lana said, "Zader said you take time off. That was order. I know, I heard." "That doesn't mean I have to go out to dinner." "What do I tell Quinn? He does not like you unhappy." "And that's the only reason he gave you that message for me." Ival had a moment of excitement when Lana had first delivered Quinn's message. Then reality had set in. Quinn and Zader had witnessed the looks of shock and horror on faces when she shifted into a beast. Of all people, they would know how deeply that reaction cut her, and, of course, wanted to do what they could to soothe her. "You call my cousin a liar?" Lana could arrange her face into a seriously mean look for a teen. "Of course not. It's just that—" "Oh, now you have gift to see future." "No." Sarcastic little snot. "You say you like Storm. How can you know he does not still like you?" Ival shoved a handful of damp hair over her shoulder. Why had she spilled her guts to Lana on the way home this morning? Because she'd never felt so alone, and she'd had no one to talk to but Lana. "Cousin said—" "I know, Lana. The Belador warriors are proud of me, and Storm wasn't given the chance to speak to me before I left." Ival would not put Storm on the spot to see her again, just to prove Lana was wrong. She'd seen his face. He would still treat her as a friend, but she'd started thinking of him as more than a friend. Much more. Someone she didn't want to lose. "Do you not want Storm?" Just cut me to the bone. This discussion is over. Besides, Ival had to focus on finding Tristan and his group. She owed him for helping her escape. She would not leave him to the murdering Maeve. But she would not have Storm's help tracking Tristan this time. She already missed Storm ranting at her about how Tristan could not be depended upon. Lana played patty cake with Phoenix, whose wings fluttered as he hovered in front of Lana, where his hands could reach to hit hers. "I saw Waystorm hold you when we teleport. His eyes only for you. Why you let Adriana win?" Feeling that strike right through her heart, Ival opened her mouth to snarl at the brat, hoping to shut her up. Then Lana added, "She is nothing next to you." Lana's words cheered Ival's bruised heart, but that didn't make the words true. "You saw Adriana at the building. She's beautiful. I will never look anything like that woman, or say the right things to a man, or ooze sexuality the way it drips off her. I can't do it. And now Storm's seen me as a monster." Lana cocked her head to the side, black-tipped curls bouncing. "If Storm wanted someone else, he would not look at you as if you are his world. Clothes, makeup, and hair. Same as swords and daggers. Me? I am most excellent with female weapons. I would not let go of men like Storm and leave spoils to Adriana or any other woman." The thought of any other woman touching Storm hurt Ival's heart. She crossed her arms, refusing to engage any longer with this pint-sized spawn of Dr. Phil. Lana gave her a sly glance. "If you want to keep women away from your man, you must prepare for battle. Do not tell me Storm will look for you at night until you show." "I'm not going." Ival couldn't let Lana talk her into humiliating herself. "You would let this man wait forever?" Would Storm wait forever? Hope quivered inside her, but Ival shut the door on wishful thinking. "He'll realize in a couple of days I'm not coming." "So you agree he waits for you tonight?" How had Lana cornered her this way? Maybe, but that was before. "You are not coward when you fight trolls and demons. You risk your life for strangers, but not your heart for man you want." Lana stopped smiling and patted Phoenix on top of his head. "Storm would fight for you. He fought for your queen, for you. He does not deserve same?" That struck home deeper than everything else Lana had said. Storm had come through for Ival time and again. He'd taught her that a man could touch her without harm. He'd awakened her heart, and she feared the frightened organ would never beat again if he walked away from her forever. But Lana was right. Ival owed it to Storm to show up and give him a chance to say what he thought. If he wanted only to continue as friends, she'd honor that from a distance. If he wanted nothing else to do with her, she'd accept that, even though it would rip her heart in half. "I'll go." Lana's eyes lit up with excitement until Ival said, "Quinn's driver refused to leave so he can take you to the hotel, then drop me at my bike." "No, you go nowhere like that. Take cousin's car to see Storm, so you dress nice." Ival looked down at her jeans and t-shirt and back up at Lana. "I don't have any dressy clothes." "Good thing for you I stop at hotel for suitcase." Ival now feared what Lana had in mind, but she feared losing Storm more. The next 30 minutes became a battle of wills, with Lana determined to put Ival in a dress with heels. Seriously? When Lana declared Ival ready to leave the apartment, Ival took one last look in the mirror and decided she'd never be Adriana. Lana fussed at her over how late it was getting to be and how Quinn would be back at the hotel suite by now, playing Ival's guilty nerves to get her moving. Quinn's driver dropped Lana at the hotel first. Before getting out, Lana leaned over and hugged Ival, whispering, "Remember, you are like Brasco, woman, too sexy to ignore." Ival hugged the brat and waited until Lana was safely inside the hotel before leaving. Quinn might be in residence, but it was after 11 at night out here on the streets. When the car pulled up in front of Storm's house, she experienced a moment of cold feet. 2 icebergs. She started second-guessing the blue sweater she'd allowed to be sparkled, as Lana put it. The dress never happened. No way those tiny things that Lana had offered to share would have fit her, and in the end, Lana admitted that Storm would want Ival to look like herself, but with sparkles. She'd agreed to the glittery sweater, black jeans, and her favorite boots, which felt dressed up compared to her normal look. Lana's shoes wouldn't have fit or been worth a dime for fighting even if they had. Ival fussed at her hair again, which fell around her shoulders, soft against her collarbone and neck. Thanking the driver, she dismissed him. If this didn't go well, she'd call telepathically to Quinn or Zader for a ride. Zader had sent her a text that everyone had returned home from Treor. He'd ended the message by reminding her about taking the time to heal. Since he'd heard Ival tell Brina that she could heal her physical injuries from the battle, had he been alluding to emotional wounds? If this didn't go well tonight, she doubted a lifetime would heal this wound. Regardless of tonight's outcome, she had to start making some decisions about her personal life. She might not be ready for the intimacy she'd seen in Storm's eyes the last time he held her, but she had to take a step forward at some point soon, if he gave her the chance. Crossing the veranda to Storm's front door, she glanced at his boarded-up picture window, the one he'd crashed through in jaguar form to reach her before Svart trolls killed her. He deserved a woman worthy of a man like him, not a beast. Taking a deep breath of determination, Ival knocked on his door and held that breath until it opened. He stood backlit by firelight flickering deep inside his living room. He'd changed to jeans and a black pullover that only deepened the color of his skin. Freshly washed hair hung around his proud Native American face. He smelled of the night, a dark sensuality. She tried to memorize everything about him, in case she never saw him again. Storm's face went from blank to confused. He stared at her, from head to toe. The brittle silence answered her questions. She'd been an idiot to come here thinking he'd forgotten what he'd seen 12 hours ago. Longer than that, since she'd procrastinated to almost midnight. He hadn't said a word, and she couldn't bear up any longer under his intense scrutiny, but she wouldn't make this difficult for him. I can see by your silence that you've changed your mind about dinner. She turned and took a step away.
Do I get a chance to talk?
How could she deny him? Besides, she doubted he could say anything that would hurt worse than losing him would. Ival shifted back around. Guess that would only be fair.
I'm angry.
I know.
First, you kiss Isaac.
I know. But she told him that kissing Isaac was not the same as kissing Storm. Completely different. When Storm kissed her, the world disappeared. She had nothing else to say to explain what had happened with Isaac.
I did as you wanted at Treor and went with the team when I wanted to stay with you.
I know.
Then I had to watch you fight that demonic troll.
I know. You had to watch me turn into a monster.
Is I know all you're gonna say?
She'd been wrong. She couldn't go through this and not lose control of her emotions. No. Yes. I can't do this. She turned around again to leave, and his hands settled on her shoulders. If another man had touched her right now, she'd have hurt him. But with her heart cracking, she didn't have the strength to fight. And she'd never hurt Storm. She drew in a raw breath and said, I have to go.
No.
He wrapped his arms around her as if he thought she'd go running off.
I've been sitting here for hours, getting angrier by the moment.
I can't help what I am, she whispered. He made a noise she took as underscoring his aggravation with her. He said,
I thought I was angry when I saw Isaac kiss you, but that was nothing compared to when you left Treor without speaking to me first.
I couldn't face you. There. She'd admitted she was a coward after all.
Now, I realize you left without speaking to me because you thought I wouldn't want you after seeing what you'd shifted into. That didn't matter to me.
Tears threatened to ruin Lana's hard work on Ival's mascara. She choked out, Stop being nice, Storm. I saw the shock on your face when I was in beast form. I don't blame you.
Cursed. When are you ever going to trust me? I was shocked that you killed the demonic troll. I went insane when Zader had Beladors pin me down and came close to shifting. Do you have any idea what I was going through, watching you almost die, again, at the hands of a troll, and I couldn't get to you?
She took his words into her heart and dared to hope. You really aren't repulsed by what I turned into? He swung her around in his arms and brought her close, nose to nose. You are the most beautiful woman between earth and heaven to me in any form. I don't care what you can turn into, as long as you end up in my arms. A tear slipped out and ran down her face. He'd called her beautiful. Lana would probably take credit for that, which Ival had no problem with. To be thought of as beautiful by Storm, if only for one night, was like all her wishes coming true at once. He lifted her chin and used his thumb to wipe away her tear. His sexy voice smoked over her. Know what happens now? She smiled, shaking her head. My favorite part, where we kiss and make up. Then he kissed her without restraint. She'd come to realize how carefully Storm handled her, but tonight he opened the gates to his desire, holding her with fierce possession. Was she ready for everything his kiss offered? Would she disappoint him if he overwhelmed her? What if... He lifted his head and smiled at her. Stop worrying and start trusting that I'll never hurt you and never ask more than you can give. Can you do that tonight? Yes. She relaxed, willing to trust herself alone with Storm, and looked forward to spending time with him that didn't involve trolls, demons, or teleporting. That could wait until she convinced him to help her track down Tristan.
This has been a presentation of AudioGo. For more information on related titles from AudioGo, please visit us online at audiogo.com. The Curse, Book 3 in the Belador series, text copyright 2012 by Sherrilyn Kenyon and Diana Love, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2012 by AudioGo, all rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.